walk a few times a week, or eating less processed foods can make a difference. Eat smart, move more, protect your mind. Visit alz.org/healthy habits to learn more. This message is sponsored by the Alzheimer's Association and the Arizona Department of Health Services.
Think you can handle a few drinks and still drive safely? Think again. Buzzed driving is drunk driving, and drunk driving can land you in serious trouble. In Arizona, there's zero tolerance for impaired driving. Even one drink can cost you thousands in fines and legal fees. Plus, take away your driver's license. So plan ahead. Use a designated driver or rideshare. Get the facts at drivesober.az.gov. This message is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns Lakers gave you what you wanted last night, and it ended like this.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a three-point lead.
The Suns found a way to get it done last night, 113-110, in large part due to Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie. The Suns will now have a few days off, won't be back in action till Tuesday in Sacramento. The Diamondbacks continue to battle through injuries this spring, with Merrill Kelly trying to avoid the season starting on IL. Brandon Pfaadt has yet to make a Cactus League start, and now Christian Mena re-aggravating his shoulder injury. In the NFL Combine, Cardinals 2026 report card and what might happen with Kyler Murray can all be found over on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning and welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday, everybody.
Ooh.
And I mean everybody.
Yeah, feeling it this week.
Oh,
yes.
Are you?
Yes, I am celebrating.
When do we not
week.
feel it?
Yes, there's no Suns basketball this week.
Oh yeah, you've got a lengthy break.
A little bit.
That's good.
Yeah. So I'm celebrating.
That's good to know.
Yes.
All right.
So happy Friday to all who celebrate.
Happy Friday, Ferret.
The 5-day week after the 4-day week always hits a little different, I think. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, and for me, I had 2 4-day weeks in a row. So yeah, this is right in the gut. Or right in the cradle.
Well, listen, at least we're coming off a night of a very pleasant surprise.
Yes. Oh. You can kind of ride that wave.
We can ride that
all
wave.
weekend long.
Well, all day long, but yeah, it would probably last you all weekend.
Sammy broke out the Valley shirt today. Look at this.
I know. Sammy's pumped.
He's really celebrating.
Anytime you can beat LeBron James and Luka Doncic on the same night,
and
it's got to be a good night.
The Lakers have and DeAndre Ayton. They have everything.
Yeah,
and Lakers fans.
I don't know. Did you guys hear about the story last night though? There was a cockroach infestation at the arena.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, no. There's a punchline coming, Jarrett.
I mean, they cured it. They all got in their cars and left. After the Lakers left.
What was the breakdown? Would you say the crowd?
Look, there was a lot of Lakers fans there. And when you get Boston and the Lakers back-to-back in home games, it's like, wow, the Suns must be a brand new franchise. No, they've been around since 1968, and these cockroaches still infest our arena.
Couldn't all the Celtics fans who live in the Valley who went to Tuesday's game have stuck around to fight all of the Lakers fans who came to the game last night?
Yeah.
Right? That could take care of our problem.
Where's the
for us.
spirit of brotherhood against the Lakers?
That's it. So, yeah, a lot of thoughts about last night's game. Obviously, Vinny was there. Lots of coverage all day long. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Royce O'Neal's three-pointer with 0.9 seconds left lifted the Phoenix Suns to a 113-110 win over the Los Angeles Lakers at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns fought back from a 13-point deficit in the third, then withstood a Lakers flourish in the fourth quarter, in which they overcame a 12-point deficit themselves in the final 6 minutes. LeBron James had an offensive rebound and put back to tie the game with 22 seconds left. After O'Neal's shot, Lakers got a great look. Austin Reeves missed a corner three at the buzzer, and the Suns take the win. Grayson Allen led the way with 28 points. The Suns hit 22 threes in the victory, and now they're finished with the Lakers this season for the regular season. 3 of 4 from L.A. They now hold the Western Conference tiebreaker over them, which is pretty important because they are 6-7 right now in the Western Conference standings.
And I did not give the Suns a shot to win last night's game, and that they did that has got to rattle the Lakers. Has to.
I walked away with the same thought because I didn't feel like they had a great chance to win based on the personnel available for both teams. They played well early. It kind of felt like the Boston game again. Once they hit their offensive swoon, you're like, oh, here we go. And the third quarter swing was something else. We're going to get into that today. That was really impressive. Suns now off until Tuesday night when they visit the Sacramento Kings at Golden One Center. A game which might mark the return of Devin Booker, who's missed the last 4 games with a hip injury. Last night in the NBA, Kevin Durant, 40 points. He helped the Rockets to a 113-108 come-from-behind win over Orlando. Durant also becomes just the 6th player all-time with over 32,000 career points. He's top 6 all time, Vic.
It's a good way to not make your teammates fixate on what you do on your burner account. Is to come out playing the way he's played since then.
Has he tweeted since?
I haven't seen anything.
I haven't checked anything.
Yeah.
Nothing, Jared?
I don't think since February 14th, maybe.
I mean, under that account.
That's good, yeah. Better go check at GetHighest77.
Con Knipple of the Charlotte Hornets. Excuse me and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I see
Knipple.
8 3-pointers in a 133-109 win over Indiana. Knipple's 209 threes, the most ever for an NBA rookie, and the Hornets still have 22 games left. Could he get to 300 as a rookie?
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's a really good player. Who knew that Knipple would be the most ballyhooed player from that Duke team from last year?
That's a very good point.
He's going to win the Rookie of the Year, I think. Busy weekend of college basketball for the in-state schools as we creep towards the conference tournament play. The Arizona State Sun Devils hosting the Utah Utes at Desert Financial Arena tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. The game can be heard on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 1. Big one down in Tucson, second-ranked Arizona hosting 14th-ranked Kansas at McHale Center and whatever else they're calling that arena these days. The
Alkaline.
Alchemy
So
Arena.
Frustrating.
Wildcats trying to avenge their first loss of the season, which came at the hands of the Jayhawks last month. Tip is at 2. You can catch that one on ESPN. I wonder if Darren Peterson's going to show up. Or stick around for the whole thing.
Good point.
You never know. And the GCU Lopes on the road to battle Utah State.
Huge game for the Lopes.
Aggies are tied for first place in the Mountain West. GCU beat USU in Phoenix back in January. Tip-off 8 o'clock on FS1. NFL Combine continuing in Indianapolis today. Defensive backs, tight ends on the field for workouts. There was a trade going down in the NFL yesterday with the Jets sending pass rusher Jermaine Johnson, a Pro Bowler, to the Tennessee Titans for defensive tackle Tivandre Sweat, which is just a fantastic football name.
Oh, yeah.
Could you be
named it's great.
Tivandre Sweat and not be a football player? I mean, it seems like you have to be at that point, don't you?
I guess you could work for a deodorant company or something.
The Indianapolis Colts have given quarterback Anthony Richardson permission to seek a trade. Richardson was the 4th overall pick by the Colts in the 2023 NFL Draft. He's made only 15 career starts in 3 years. He's won 8 of them, but he's completed only 50% of his passes during an injury-riddled 3-year stay with the team. And it's been an interesting run for Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis, but looks like it's coming to an end. D-backs rallied for a 13-10 Cactus League win over the Royals at Salt River Fields on Thursday. Eduardo Rodriguez made his first spring start, went 2 innings, allowed 3 hits, no runs. D-backs in Peoria to face the Mariners. Under the lights at Peoria Sports Complex, 6:10. Ryan Nelson on the mound for Arizona. D-backs also hoping Merrill Kelly can avoid the injured list to start the season. And more injury news on the pitching staff. Right-hander Christian Mena aggravated a shoulder injury suffered last season in that game, that rain game in Cincinnati that they refused to stop. He and Gabby Moreno both got hurt. Well, he aggravated that injury. Torey Lovello says Mena had imaging done on Wednesday, so we'll wait for an update there. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, February 27th.
Let's go.
It's almost March. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Coming up, yeah, the Suns put the loss in Los Angeles and stunned the Lakers last night. We'll reflect, and we'll revel a little bit next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Austin Reeves steps back. There was a pass deflected and stolen by Allen. He's into the forecourt, 2-on-1. He's going to step for 3 and bury another one. Grayson Allen taking this game over.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
If you love basketball and pizza, Spinato's Pizzeria has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata, Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years. Of course, Spinato's also the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury. And back for its 3rd year, the Spinato's Pizza Competition works just like the game horse. Yes, you can enter to win, show off your shooting skills. You got a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The last qualifying competition is coming up in a few weeks. It's Thursday, March 19th, Spinato's Central Phoenix location at 7th Street, Missouri. That is the last qualifier. Winners from all the qualifiers will then face off at the championship event at their Gilbert location in April. It's also a Suns watch party on the 19th. The team will be in San Antonio facing the Spurs. So come on out, even if you're not shooting. You can watch the action on all of Spinato's TVs, hang out with fellow Suns fans, and, of course, enjoy all the delicious food on the menu at Spinato's. For locations, menus, and all the information on this year's pizza competition, head on over to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand barred for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand barred for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. Well, we've told you the Suns have had their win of the season a handful of times now, but this time we mean it. We swear, at least Arizona Sports at Night does. We'll tell you why we believe that at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, good Friday morning, and thank you for the support going out to our listeners, followers, and viewers in Tempe. We appreciate you out in Tempe this morning.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
John Bloom on the call, Tim Kempton with the booyah in the background on the Suns radio network. That one stood up for 0.9 seconds. Lakers drew up a nice play for Austin Reeves in the corner. He missed the three. Suns walk away with a much needed 3-point win over the Los Angeles Lakers.
You may not believe this, but this is actually true. I'm the guy that gave the Suns little to no chance to win either of those games, the Celtics or the Lakers. Mm-hmm. I texted a buddy of mine right after the opening tip-off saying, the Lakers are going to lose this game. If you go watch the half-assed effort DeAndre Ayton gave on the opening jump ball, I swear, I hope you all can find it, because it is really, really something. He barely moved. And I thought...
that was a trend he continued for the next 48 minutes of basketball.
I literally said to myself in that second, DA's bringing that energy tonight? I would rather be anywhere else in the world but playing basketball tonight. Why do they want me to be Clint Capella kind of night?
Clint Capella should say, hey, don't
Clint Capella should sue him for defamation.
No doubt, man.
I am really, 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 really super astounded at the mentality of that man. There is something seriously wrong with this man.
Look,
yes, I am.
But it's reached levels, and we're not living it every day. We just see, obviously when it pops up like this, I can't believe he hasn't been harmed by a teammate at this point.
Same.
But we should be marveling at this point about what the Phoenix Suns pulled out of that man.
That's a good point.
Somebody tweeted out last night that Chris Paul should be a first ballot Hall of Famer just for making him functional.
That's such a great point.
He was decent to good for several years in a Suns uniform.
That's really props to Chris Paul.
And since he's left, it has been a different DeAndre Ayton.
And I don't want to make this about DA because this is really about the fight that was in the Phoenix Suns last night. But I'm just telling you, I just had one of those PTSD moments right at the jump. Right at the gate, to quote Patrick Peterson.
Yep, and Jordan Knott agreed with you.
Yeah, I thought we had it early. Even just like the energy in the building when Booyah has a steal, and I think Grayson multiple times had the building rocking. We've talked about intent, having intent on every possession. Thought our overall intent was good for the majority of the time. We had some spells where we're gonna have to figure it out, but that's why you have a team. And some guys come back into the game with some energy, and I thought just overall our whole group, whether they were in the game or not, we just had the right mindset to play for 48 minutes because we knew that's how long it would take.
Yeah, and if you go back and you watch the final play, it was rare recently because it was tremendous ball movement. And credit to Grayson Allen for being the dribble penetrator, but he got to that baseline and he made a phenomenal pass to the corner to Colin Gillespie.
I thought he messed it up.
I'm wondering, Bick, and look, I could put it out there because the game counts.
Yeah.
They're not going to reverse anything. I'm wondering if the last 2-minute report is going to say, we incorrectly didn't call a travel on Grayson Allen because his foot was about that close to being on the ground when that pass was delivered.
Yeah, I listen, and props to Grayson Allen because that is not an easy thing for any point guard in the NBA to do, and Grayson Allen is not a point guard. And for him to get the ball at the top of the key and have to orchestrate a game-winning shot, that's a very difficult thing to do, and I don't think he timed it well. I think he went a little bit early.
Yes.
He got caught under the basket. He somehow miraculously finagled a great pass out of a very precarious position. And Colin Gillespie, to his credit, boom.
Exactly.
Just moved it right
like
along.
A touch pass. But
just moved it right along.
I agree with everything you said. Difficult to be in that situation. It wasn't perfect from the start, but the great equalizer was that the on-ball defender was Luka Doncic.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Here is Grayson Allen breaking down the final play.
I had a few drives in the fourth that I was able to kick and find an open three. So I saw where the space was when we got the switch, and then I was kind of just reading whether someone pulled over or not and from which side. And then it wasn't like it was a little bit of an ugly pass to hang in the air and get it to the corner, but thankfully I got it there, and then good swing to Royce, and thankfully he knocked that down.
Yeah, if you go back to the third quarter, this game was following that pattern that we've seen from the Suns. A little bit of energy to start, then the shots start clanking, and the energy gets sapped, and they can't score. And that was happening again last night. And they came out of of halftime, and they were flat again. And Jordan Knott called a quick timeout, and they came back with the same crew, and there was no increase in the energy, and it was a double-digit lead all of a sudden for the Lakers, and he called another timeout, and he yanked the whole unit. He did basically like a hockey line change, and that turned the whole game around because the crew that came in or was on the floor for the rest of that third period, Oso Ighodaro, Jamari Bouye, Grayson Allen, Amir Coffey, and Rasheer Fleming.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and here was Jordan Knott on that maneuver to do the full line change in the third.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels repetitive. That's it. You know, again, we're pretty honest and transparent. We got to play better, start better in the third quarter. Thought we talked enough about it. And it's a risk, but it's only a risk if you don't believe in your teammates, and that's they know they have to come in and change the game, and then the starters help them. It gets the starters out of their own selves, out of their own feelings, to then help the guys on the floor. And I thought our team communication from those starters that did get some time on the bench was growth. That's what we need more of, and then it just feels that much better when they come back in the game ready to go. So credit to both sides, the starters and that second unit.
Yeah, not only was this a needed win, but they needed the bench to do something.
Listen,
it was a different cast of characters, but the result was fantastic.
We're going to have a Rasheer Fleming conversation, I'm sure, at some point today. He was a plus 19 yesterday. He's certainly obviously making a case for a larger chunk of playing time, at least in the short term. But I will say this. I always appreciate coaches who can do the line change when things aren't going well, because it's proof you've got a good group, because there's some guys in other situations on other teams who take that stuff very, very personally.
Or even just like last night, you know who wasn't on the floor to close the game? Mark Williams and Jalen Green, who they're going to pay a lot of money to Mark Williams, and they're already paying a lot of money to Jalen Green.
Mark Williams didn't get back on the court after that line change.
So it does
13 total minutes for Mark Williams last night.
Yeah, he had 10 rebounds in those 13 minutes, which is a nice number and a really good rate. But I wouldn't say.
I mean, that's easy when the guy that you're playing against just looks at the ball as you rebound it.
I know.
But it says a lot.
Ain't that something? That's Mark Williams. Ain't that something?
Man, I played against Mark Williams tonight.
And we'll get into those. I mean, those two in particular, because it wasn't across the board positive last night. Jalen Green is really struggling to the point now where he's back. He's played, 5 or 6 consecutive games, and he cannot find his legs.
If it's not a desperation 3.
Yeah, that was the one he made.
That's all he made. It's just like the game winner on Saturday against the Magic.
But you know how I feel, and I say this every time it happens. I don't care when it happens. I don't care if the Suns were in 15th place and the Lakers were in 14th place. beating that team and sending those fake fans home with a loss is the elixir for everything that is wrong. And I was trying to think about it. Like, I've got kind of like a Rolodex, and I don't do this for any other team. My most satisfying wins against the Lakers. Recency bias, because I had no reason to believe that team was going to complete sweep last night. I have it in my top 3 right now.
Really?
It could change.
I want to know the other 2.
Game 5, 1990 Western Conference semis.
Okay.
Is the happiest.
That has to be there.
I mean, I've never been more on cloud 9 in my life. In Game 6 of the 2022 first round.
Yep.
Both of those games were in Los Angeles. The Game 5 thing, I mean, the Lakers were at the height of their powers at that point, and the Suns dominated them, eliminated them in 5 games. And the Game 6, everybody remembers the last game in L.A. before the series turned, and the trolling that was going on the bench with Andre Drummond and LeBron James. That was a delicious series win.
Yes, that was. There's no doubt about
that.
that.
Was that the Jay Crowder dancing series?
Yeah, that was the salsa dance.
Yeah, was that salsa dance.
Yeah. Was that the game where Booker went like scorched earth in the first quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a great game.
What a time.
And this is a regular season game in February. It'll probably be knocked off the list very soon, but man, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Especially, what made it better is Luka went off for 41 points.
I know.
And they still couldn't win.
Yeah. No, listen. Everything about I just like they got their mojo back last night in terms of fighting. In terms of, I don't care who you have on the basketball court. Last night, the Lakers had 3 of the Ringers' top 100 players on the court last night. LeBron James, Luka's, then LeBron, and then Austin Reeves. The Suns had 0 top 100 players last night. Yeah. So that is why last night was, and they slugged their way to victory. Yeah. And Grayson Allen was terrific, and it was,
And the jokes going in were, hey, if you're struggling offensively, what's the best fix for that? The Lakers visiting town. It turned out to be absolutely prophetic.
Their defense is
pathetic.
It is
prophetic and pathetic.
Real quick, how much of you thought that Austin Reeves shot was going in?
Well, the look he got was
unbelievable.
fantastic. It was a great play. Up. I want to go back and watch the back side of that play because somebody said there was a bear hug going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to see it again. But, a corner 3 for a shooter like that, oof, that I didn't feel good. I thought we were going to overtime. Coming up next, well, it wasn't quite the full Blutarski.
0.0.
The Arizona Cardinals once again struggled on their report cards. We'll get into it next. Are they going on double secret probation? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead 2-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run, 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and not that long ago, a lot of great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, they would all head to Europe during their off seasons, and a lot of people in sports media were asking, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get here in the United States? The answer was the wonders of advanced regenerative medicine. Now it's here, it's in our backyard. You can find it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in these cutting-edge organic approaches that can greatly reduce inflammation, that can greatly help you if you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain. What their treatments do is they liberate your body and empower your body to heal itself, repairing and restoring that damaged joint tissue wherever it's hurting. And once again, it's all natural, all organic, no surgery, no steroids, no downtime. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door and go about your day. Simple procedures that come with life-changing results backed by real science, safe, natural, non-surgical, And the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford FlexBuy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the mobile protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Allen to Gillespie to Royce for 3, and the Suns got a very much needed 113-110 win over the Lakers last night, despite Luka Doncic's 41 points. The Suns got big efforts from Grayson Allen with 28, and Colin Gillespie added 21, and 13 of them coming in the fourth quarter. The Suns now don't play till Tuesday in Sacramento, and we'll hopefully see Devin Booker back out on the floor for that one. And as the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to navigate through their spring training injuries, they are in action tonight against the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:10. ASU and Bobby Hurley will be in Tempe for Utah tomorrow at 1:30 over on ESPN 620. GCU has a big one Saturday night at Utah State, and Arizona will look for revenge home for Kansas tomorrow at 2, and that's What's Trending Now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who stood out to us from the first day of the NFL Combine? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Friday. It's Bickley Marotta Mornings on this Friday, taking you up until 10 o'clock, getting you ready for the weekend. Anybody in this crew where you guys, the oh no report cards are coming out, freak out type of person? Was it a stressful experience for anybody in this room?
Yeah, I wasn't really the most engaged student younger in my life. I was kind of a goof.
You did what you needed to do to get by.
Yeah, but I was never really in fear of getting an F.
So
you know what I mean?
Mom and Dad Bickley weren't hanging your report card on the fridge necessarily either?
No.
I always got really good grades, but I would always get the sent home letters that he disrupts class, talks in
Your
class.
citizenship grades were not great.
Yeah.
Did you get no
I got
satisfactory?
a lot of that too.
Sammy, you probably. I was a nerd, so I didn't stress.
I
on
liked
report card day.
school. I liked like actually learning and stuff, but I was always the kid that was so close to like straight A's. You know, I'd get like all A's, and I'd have one class that I would always struggle with, and it would cost me, and I'd be frustrated about it.
Yeah, I did it again totally backwards. I didn't start really doing poorly in school until I got to college when I was paying for it.
Oh, that's good. There you go.
I'm what they call an idiot. You know who does stress about report card day? The Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
They became public. I know there was a grievance filed by the NFL back in February that says, nope, we're not doing this anymore. Violates the CBA. Well, we got all the results. And actually, maybe we're burying the lead. Improvement for the Cardinals.
Yeah, if that's what you want to call it.
They were 32nd overall last year, 31st in annual report cards. According to reports, people that have seen all the report cards. One spot improvement for the Cardinals. Some of the individual grades handed out. Some of the bad grades. Locker room, was that an F minus?
F minus.
You can't do worse than an F minus.
No, and again, that doesn't surprise me because the locker room is still the locker room. And the locker room at the team's practice facility is very, very small.
It's
with
small.
with a very low ceiling.
It's antiquated.
So that to me isn't even remotely an issue.
Yeah.
This is why they've had a groundbreaking ceremony, because you're going to continue to get these terrible grades for the facility, for the weight room, and all that stuff until you move. Well, what's troubling is the F for the owner.
Yeah, that was the last grade handed out, and you look at some of the other that consider personnel or coaching personnel. Offensive coordinator B minus, position coaches B plus, strength coach B minus, defensive coordinator C plus, special teams coordinator B, team travel C plus, head coach B plus, general manager B, team ownership F.
So if I'm not wrong, the highest grade on the entire report card was to the head coach that they fired.
Yes. Yeah, B plus. Position coach has got a B plus as well.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, again, see, what's interesting to me, okay, is when you look at these grades, you've got the coaches doing fairly well. You've got the general manager doing fairly well. You had the previous head coach who got fired doing fairly well. So in personnel matters, why is the owner being singled out as an F? When I get all the structural things, the facility, the weight room, the dining, the treatment of families, I don't think that's necessarily screw you families. I think it's they just don't have room built and amenities built. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's why did this football team feel compelled to flunk their owner again, even though he made it clear last year that this new facility's on its way?
That's why I think the league has a problem with this. And there was like over 1,700 players participated in this across the league. So they want to have their voices heard. And the NFL has a problem with it, but we don't know the breakdowns. And look, you're right. On the locker room and the facility in Tempe, it's going to get the grades it's going to get. They have, 2-3 more years in that facility. The reality of it is they became locked in that position. There's no really room for expansion.
No.
Unless you take away some of the field space for practice, and that doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, the locker room is what it is. And there are improvements coming. Now, the league did not take kindly to this being released yesterday.
Oh, I bet.
A big memo came out to chief executives, club presidents, and club council from Larry Ferrazzani, Sean Casey, and Megan Carroll from the league. RE NFLPA team report cards. We understand that the NFL Players Association posts its team report cards on its players-only website today, and we are aware that the media is reporting some of the purported results. As we previously advised, the admissions made by the union and its counsel during the grievance hearing, including that, 1, report cards are union speech. 2, the union cherry picks which topics and responses to include and exclude. 3, players have no role in drafting the report card's commentary. 4, the union chooses which anonymous player quotations to include and which to leave out. And 5, the union determines how much weight to allocate each topic before assigning the grades. Confirm that the report cards are neither reliable nor scientifically valid.
Well, that's all of that can be true, but still giving your owner an F is a big deal.
Yes, absolutely.
Everything the NFL just argued, I'm down with. I would say you're making great points.
Now, this is voted on by all the players, right?
1,759 players provided input.
So the owner getting an F is the league's vision of the owner.
No.
Only their own players.
Jared,
how can you?
Where have you been the last 3 years? We've talked about this 3 years running.
This is what I'm clarifying, though.
But I mean, they're grading their own work environment.
They're grading
How could
their
they grade
own,
somebody else's work environment?
It's players voting and grading their own teams.
So how?
And what makes this look even worse for Michael Bidwill is the fact that the Cardinals were one of the teams that fought to end the transparency.
Yes. It's true.
So Jarrett didn't even know they were still doing this. This is how out of touch Jarrett is.
For real. No, honestly, I thought
the NFL is still around.
I thought they had gotten rid of it. I didn't know they just weren't releasing it. I don't understand what the point of it being anonymous is. If you know,
come on.
who it is.
What do you mean you don't know the point of it being anonymous?
Because if it's just your team voting on your own thing, then you know who it is.
Jared, we go through these exercises here, and we're granted anonymity. Are you going to open up if your name is on it to the same degree? They want the feedback. They don't. They don't want to. I mean, that's what they want.
Yes, I will admit, I thought the report earlier this year was that they were getting rid of them. I didn't know it just meant that they were doing them, but they weren't releasing them so everybody could see.
Well, that same threesome that I read that was on the memo that went out yesterday in February, this came out, and it was reported that 32 teams were informed in a memo that it prevailed in its grievance against the NFLPA and its team report cards. An arbitrator determined that the NFL's PA's conduct violated the CBA. I don't know if you saw it back, and this was well over a month, or actually a few weeks ago, I'm sorry. J.J. Watt's response to that?
Mm-hmm.
He said, NFL won't let actual players grade the workplace they attend every single day, but they'll allow a third-party grading service to display their rankings of players on national television every Sunday night. Responding, referring to the PFF grades that show up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It is a great point. But again, this is supposed to be a healthy process. And for the Arizona Cardinals,
Michael Bidwill just said feedback is a gift.
Feedback is a gift. Feedback, in a way, it's not the only reason. He did clarify that he was going to do this anyway. But you have to wonder what the timetable was going to be on getting a new, updated facility for this franchise. If these report cards didn't exist, would be on the same timetable. I'm not sure.
No, but again, I just want to know, what does this signify? So after this happened, Chris Carter came out and he ripped he ripped the Cardinals. You got it. Play it. Check this out.
This is from the Fully Loaded podcast.
I'm going to tell you something that you've never heard before, okay, about the Arizona Cardinals. They have one of the worst ownership groups. They do not know what they're doing. And I couldn't say this for a long time because my kid was playing out there, Fitzgerald. But now he's first ballot Hall of Famer. Now I can let go. They're awful. The way they do things is awful. He was lucky to survive his career there. Arizona, I think when Kurt Warner went into the Hall of Fame, they offered him the Bidwell's jet. You can take the jet to Canton and come back.
That was it.
That's it. That's it.
Sad, bro. Sad.
Those comments were made the day before the report cards were released, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And he said he'd been holding his tongue for years because
and again, this is something that I think this is problematic for Cardinal fans, because you feel like you're being gaslit. These things come out like this, and it's like this is what our reality really is. Colin Cowherd did the same thing. He went off on the Cardinals yesterday, called them a landfill. He cited all these stories he's heard about Michael Bidwill. He's talked about, and look, he's close with Steve Keim, so it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out where that stuff's coming from.
Yeah. But I will say this, too. Chris Carter loaded it up like he was going to have something really salacious. I'm going to tell you something you've never heard.
Yeah.
And then he immediately followed it up with something that we've all heard several times.
Yeah, well, and I got a little lost by that last thing he said. What is a team supposed to do for a Hall of Famer? I mean,
I didn't get that either, but like they want him to just give him the plane to keep?
Right. I don't know.
They made him come back with the plane after the.
Now, the Cardinals did once make Kurt Warner go to San Francisco to get a job offer after he took him to the Super Bowl.
There is that. And look, you have to acknowledge this, and I'm being fair here. You have to acknowledge the situation that the Cardinals are in. They're coming off a terrible season where they've had to change direction again. The feelings are very low about the Cardinals organization, and it's easy for people to pile on. But I get the frustration, absolutely. And I think these publications of these grades is a good thing for these organizations.
Again, and we'll get back to this, but I don't understand at a time when Michael Bidwill apparently was acknowledging all. You remember the workplace culture exposés that were done. All right, we'll get back into this later.
Coming up next, defensive stars shining, sleeping head coaches, short arms, just some of the headlines coming out of yesterday's action from the NFL Combine. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is exactly why I love Buda Baker and love the way that he plays the game. I really don't know Buda. I don't feel like I have to, because I feel like I know him just watching how he plays the game of football. He's my favorite player that has ever played. To watch, gives you all that he has, every play, over and over again. But he's going into year 10. He's 30 years old. He could put a team over the top in terms of winning a Super Bowl. And because of that, you can get some real value for him right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Bick. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Come on into the great outdoors. The
Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I eat, sleep, and breathe football. That's all I do. I don't have no other hobbies, no other real interests outside of football. That's all I care for. That's all I want to do. And the Bengals, like I said, was great. I was going in with the right mindset to kill all interviews. I prepared myself the right way throughout these last 3 to 4 weeks, and I had the right mindset to just go in and give my best foot forward, and that's what I did.
It's Reuben Bain Jr. earlier this week. The Combine, Miami edge rusher, supposed to be one of the top defensive players selected in the draft, but ... There's a story about Reuben Bain now. He was measured yesterday, and his arm length of 30 7/8 inches would be the shortest for a first-round edge pick in the last 20 drafts. Short arms.
That was the knock on Will Campbell, and it certainly didn't help him.
Yes, different positions, obviously.
Yeah.
Arm length is important.
But it's all about engagement.
Yes.
And can you use your hands to get off a block or keep a defender from getting your quarterback? That's interesting.
Here's the way my brain thinks. Reuben Bain, short arms. Go to basketball. Who stands out aesthetically as the guy with the shortest arms in the NBA?
Desmond Bain. Wow. Desmond Bain.
What is it about the last name Bain?
Wow.
I did a little further research.
Wow.
Jarrett will appreciate this. Actor Conrad Bain, who played Mr. Drummond on Different Strokes.
What?
Notoriously short arms.
Wow.
I'm joking.
Tom Hardy.
How about
Bane.
Tom Hardy's performance of Bane in Batman?
Yeah.
Have you seen my arms? They're very small, Batman.
You know what's funny? Tom Hardy played a great role in Peaky Blinders. I don't know if you've all seen that show. He was fantastic in it.
I never watched it.
But his accent in that show was very Bane-like.
He is famous for doing weird voices.
Yeah.
He's also in the Venom movies, I believe.
Oh, that's right.
Weird accent.
Yeah.
He like loves it.
Yeah. So that is weird. That is a very weird thing.
I mean, they spell their names differently. No relation. I get it. And Reuben Bain Jr. is still going to get drafted high because when you watch him on tape, he dominates. He had those same short arms at Miami, and it wasn't an issue. Will it affect his status? That remains to be seen. Then on the other flip side of it, you got some other guys who really shine. David Bailey, one of those guys that shined, could be a possibility for the Arizona Cardinals at number 3. So Bailey runs a 4.5 40. And somebody pointed out with all of his testing, and he did participate in most of the activities, but somebody tweeted under NFL Researcher, David Bailey, faster than Antonio Cromartie, who was a Pro Bowl cornerback, obviously, quicker than Devontae Adams, jumps higher than A.J. Green, more explosive than Adrian Peterson, heavier than Von Miller.
Yeah. What do you think of those new comps that they've been putting up with these players?
When they superimpose?
And quicker than Patrick Peterson, faster than George Pickens.
More powerful than a locomotive.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I guess it gives people visuals in which to compare these players and to kind of...
it's cherry-picking things, though.
Yeah.
You sound like the NFL right now.
Thank you.
They're cherry-picking items to make the story more attractive. Look, yes, Jarrett is not speaking out of school, but when you have that combination of all of those things, that's pretty intriguing, especially for a guy like who has the attitude and the love of the game like David Bailey has, and the smarts. I mean, the guy started his career at Stanford before he got to Texas Tech.
Right.
So he stood out yesterday. Sonny Styles.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he had himself a day. Yeah.
He made himself some money with his physical measurements. One of the other things coming out from the Combine, and the quarterbacks will work out tomorrow. Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, the number 1 overall pick, and the best quarterback by all accounts in this draft, will not participate in any of the workouts. But Dan Orlovsky has been breaking down the Mendoza tape. And he said this on First Take.
I'm through 8 games now, and through 8 games, you see good, but there's a lot of underwhelming. I think there's a lot when you watch Mendoza's tape through 8 games, not all the way through, and I understand that his season finishes strong, but there's not a ton of big-time throws. There's a lot of clean pockets. There's a ton of RPOs and back shoulder fades, a ton of them, RPOs and back shoulder fades. And then there's moments where you see, like, okay, that first read's not there. He's spooked with his feet, and he becomes a runner unnecessarily. If you take away the RPOs and then those back shoulder fades, there's just not a ton of balls over the middle of the field. Very good decisions. I think that's his superpower is he avoids negative plays. But you're looking at a guy that's saying first pick, and I think through 8 games, Ty Simpson's tape from Alabama through the first 8 games of the season, I think is significantly more impressive than Fernando Mendoza's.
See what's happening here?
I do see what's happening here.
Now, Orlovsky said he's only through 8 games. They played 16.
So why would you come with that kind of review when you're only halfway through the evaluation process?
I think that's a fair question, and we all know the last 4 games in particular for Indiana were spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there was a lot of back shoulder throws, which is a credit to the receivers because the receivers for Indiana were dialed in on the receiving end of those throws.
Guess what they do in the NFL all the time?
Yeah.
Back shoulder throws.
So, but the back part of what he said there about the Ty Simpson thing, you can see it. The elevation is happening. There will be 2 first-round draft picks at quarterback.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes. Again, the deconstruction of football players. That commentary from Dan Orlovsky. That opens. It's all begun now. The picking, the deconstruction. Reuben Bain Jr.'s arms. Fernando Mendoza's first 8 games where didn't do a lot. That's Sammy's guy, man. No. Sammy's skeptical of Fernando Mendoza.
I am. That's why Colin Cowherd, again, he went on a bunch of his rants. He went on a even longer rant about the Cardinals needing to trade up to get him, and I had to scroll out of that.
Well, that rant from Colin Cowherd was because he said there's a distinct odor coming from the Cardinals, and Fernando Mendoza would be the air freshener.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He literally told the Cardinals, trade your this year's pick and 2 firsts for Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, because you shouldn't.
Because he's going to win every press conference. He's going to,
We are still 2 months from the draft.
Yeah.
And this is already started.
You don't have to remind me, bro. You do not have to. Again, this has got to be a big fail for the NBA or the NBA players or somebody. The fact that we as a country cannot sink our collective teeth into the NBA and have it nourish us for 2 months is really a striking failure.
We talk about this every year when it comes around, but the NBA draft is a week and a half after the season ends.
Yeah.
This is 3 months after the season ends, and it buys them all that time to talk about the NFL.
Yeah,
because they have a longer off season too.
And again, going back to Sammy, if there was a college football player most associated to you and your optimism and your good manners and your positive, and you're the one hating on Fernando Mendoza.
And
he's a realist.
Don't get me wrong. I love all of that. I love that about him. I just don't think from a talent standpoint, he is spectacular.
Okay. We're going to find out.
We are.
We will find out. Coming up next, today, I'm just warning you, the sun's going to be a little bit brighter. The air is going to be a little bit fresher. Food is going to taste a little bit better. Why? Because the Suns beat the Lakers. More on that in Vinny's View next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're struggling with or have struggled with private student loan debt, you know how it feels. It feels terrible. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of options. I've heard from people in this situation, in that exact spot. But for those people, just know there's a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta and Y-Refi. That's what they do. They specialize with people, helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. And they don't judge you in the process. They're not grilling you with questions about how you got into the situation that you got in or why you didn't get out of it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment you can actually afford if you've been turned down by other lenders. Y-Refi shines the brightest in those situations because they build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Yeah, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. You know, people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns-Lakers game gave you what you wanted last night from an entertainment standpoint, and it ended like this.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
The Suns found a way to get it done last night, 113-110, in large part due to Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie. The Suns will now have a few days off, won't be back in action till Tuesday in Sacramento. The Diamondbacks continue to battle through injuries this spring, with Merrill Kelly trying to avoid starting the season on the IL. Brandon Pfaadt has yet to make a Cactus League start, and now Christian Mena re-aggravating his shoulder injury. In the NFL Combine, Cardinals 2026 report card and what might happen with Kyler Murray can all be found over on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
That boy's good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
When you're a struggling NBA offense, what's the best remedy? Of course, it's a visit from the media darling Los Angeles Lakers. Certainly worked for the Phoenix Suns, who knocked down 22 three-pointers, including one from Royce O'Neal with under a second left to lift his team to a 113-110 win at Mortgage Matchup Center. Yes, O'Neal's shot and his putback bucket with 35 seconds left loom large in this win, but the origins of this victory came in the third quarter. The Suns came out flat as a board, and head coach Jordan Ott used his second timeout of the half less than 4 minutes into the quarter after an 11-0 Lakers run. He went to the bench, and the unit of Grayson Allen, Oso Ighodaro, Jamari Bouye, Amir Coffey, and rookie Rasheer Fleming turned the game around. They'd play the remainder of the quarter and melted away a deficit that was as big as 13 points. And man, was that a needed win. The Suns still don't have Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks and Jordan Goodwin on the sidelines. Phoenix has floundered since the All-Star break, mostly on the offensive end, so to see 113 points on the board Thursday night with a W next to it was a pleasant surprise. Not everything is great, though. Jalen Green continues to struggle. He shot 27% from the floor and had as many turnovers as baskets. He made 1 3 out of his 7 attempts, and that was an end-of-the-shot clock banked-in prayer in the second quarter. He continues to look out of sorts as he works his way back from a long battle with a pesky hamstring injury. Mark Williams didn't play a second once he was lifted in Ott's line change in the third quarter, and his struggles continue. But with 4 days off, the hope is that Devin Booker can return in time for Tuesday night's game in Sacramento, and if that happens, the darkest days of the Suns season may be behind them. That is today's edition of Vinny's View.
Yeah, it's just part of that energy that we talk about. Like, we have to do, we enjoy the little things. We enjoy doing those things. We can't lose that no matter who's playing. We're missing some guys that bring energy every single night. It's our responsibility as teammates to go out and do the same. We often wonder where the energy's coming from. It can come from me. It comes from all of us. So you look inside first. I thought our bench really brought some extra juice at times when we desperately needed it.
Yeah, probably didn't think the bench would be the catalyst for this win. And if you look at the bench in the minute dispersed, the fourth quarter was strange. The Suns won the quarter 33-30. Jalen Green didn't play a ton in the fourth quarter. He played 4 minutes and 34 seconds, but was a plus 15. Grayson Allen, who was at the center of this comeback in the third quarter, played 7 minutes and 48 seconds. He missed all 6 of his shots, all 4 of his threes, and was a -9. So a lot of these things don't align, but it did start with that third quarter line change, the energy they got from that group. And you want to talk about an unlikely group? I guarantee that was the first time those 5 had played together at all.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. Take a look at the box score. The Suns bench scored 56 points. The starters scored 57. The bench logged 117 out of 240 minutes. That's very nearly half the game.
Yeah.
And just about half their points. So that is a shining night for the bench for a team that's missing its 2 best players.
Yeah.
Which is, and that's the best part about last night. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest game at times, but I think the fact that the Suns took down that Lakers team as shorthanded as they were, that's a team that had their big 3. And the Lakers, look, for all the people starting to trip about, the Suns are starting to fall apart. Who knows when we're going to get Devin Booker back? Who knows if Dylan Brooks is coming back? That Lakers team I saw last night, they can get got.
Oh, yeah.
They're a mess right now.
Again, I hate going back to last year when it comes to talking about the Suns. But wasn't it cool to see a team with their big three intact that just has some goofy things that you can't diagnose that prevent them from winning? When they have their big three, the statistics all prove it. They're not as good. When LeBron, Austin Reeves, and Luka are on the floor together, they're not a good team. Much needed win. You said earlier we're going to have the extended Rasheer Fleming discussion.
Yeah.
He was fantastic last night.
I thought so too.
And we've been kind of banging the drum for Rasheer Fleming to get a little bit more time. Not to say that Ryan Dunn didn't do some good things. He did. It wasn't consistently good throughout the game. I thought Fleming was instrumental, even early, before that third quarter insertion into the lineup. When he got his first half minutes, he changed the energy of the game. And he didn't do it with big stats, although he hit 2 big threes.
Luka didn't know what to do with him when Rasheer was on him.
No,
he didn't know what to do with him.
41 points, but if you look at all the players that had defensive assignments on Luka one-on-one, I thought Fleming did by far the best job.
Yes, and you could tell by Luka's hesitation every time that Rasheer Fleming was on him that Luka knew that kid's a problem. The Condor, as they call him, right? The wingspan?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, listen, for what I saw from him, I was very, very impressed.
Yeah, and then Fleming was asked about it and said he fulfilled a dream last night. He got to guard LeBron.
I think it went well, to be honestly. I think that one that I think I should have dove on it. I might have been able to got a little fast break dunk if I did. That would have been tough. But I think I did well, bro.
Did it set in at all in the moment? Because off that deflection, it was like a couple of seconds you had there maybe to realize what was going on.
Yeah, I realized it, but I was a little too locked in on the game to care. I realized I cared more about it afterwards, but I realized it in the midst of it happening.
Do you ever get starstruck playing against guys like LeBron, or does that feeling sort of set in after the game?
I think afterwards. I'm gonna go home and probably think more about it. But during the game, I'm too competitive to be kind of that focused on it.
Yeah, he was one of the heroes of the game. Royce O'Neal having better in the last 2 games. I believe it was the Portland game. He just was way off in every way, but he kind of bookended everything last night. He hit the first 3 of the game on the Suns' first possession. He hit the last bucket of the game, which was a 3. He had the big putback. And he reacted, too, because he was part of that group that was pulled in the third quarter.
My mindset never changes. Great call by Coach. He, wanted to bring some new energy in. Credit to those guys being ready, picking us up. We had a tough stretch, but, it's a whole team effort. We all rooting for each other. We all celebrating each other's success. We came out with the win, so I think that's all that really matters.
Yeah, and Royce O'Neal, again, didn't have huge numbers, but big impact on that game.
He sure did.
10 points, even though he finished at -4 for the game.
Wow. Yeah. And a big night for Grayson Allen, as we said, on that game-winning shot by Royce O'Neal. It wasn't the prettiest bit of execution, but somehow Grayson Allen was able to get into the paint and get that ball around a couple of defenders to Colin Gillespie in the corner, who just passed it over to Royce O'Neal, and that was ball game. But I was a little worried. I thought Grayson Allen attacked the basket too soon because there was time left on the clock after Royce O'Neal made the shot. And then I thought he got too deep and then nearly landed before passing the ball like we talked about earlier. But to his credit, that's not his normal position, and he made the play. He made it work.
Yeah.
He made it work.
In a big spot where that type of initiation and dribble penetration has been a problem for this team for the last, basically since the All-Star break. So for it to come through in a spot that big, that was satisfying.
Well, yeah, and again, this is one of many little things that Jordan Ott and this coaching staff has done, and that's empowered Grayson Allen to get to not empowered him, told him, get to the rim.
Yeah. Now, it's imperative for the next 20-plus games. Stay healthy, Grayson.
Well, there is that.
He's really important to what this team is trying to do.
It really is.
They're off until Tuesday. Sacramento coming up. 1 road game, then they're back for another 3-game homestand next week. Coming up next on the Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings. This just in. Kyler Murray wants to be released. We'll get into that straight ahead here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Grayson dribbling on the logo center court. LaRavia gives him some room. Down to 10 seconds. Allen to his left. Now stops and goes to his right. Gets around Luka into the lane. Hangs in the air. Feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal. An open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock. And the Suns take a 3-point lead. 113 to 110.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here. The energy off the charts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And yeah, the best women's basketball players on the planet running it back in year 2 of Unrivaled with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. And the action is based around the players. Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more taking the court and helping redefine the game. If you're unfamiliar, Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. It's built for the players. Yeah, the WNBA's best here on American soil in the offseason instead of having to go overseas. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Plenty of action in Unrivaled today. Actually, it's a quadruple header of games with 8 teams going at it. The games are on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is a big deal, especially in truck country.
No doubt, Dave. During our President's Day truck event, get up to $12,250 off in savings on the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, score $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. Our lot is loaded, and now's the perfect time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are 2 of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks, 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning.
Message and data rates may apply.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marotta.
Send a shout out this morning, a thank you, and a good morning to our audience in Waddell. We appreciate you in Waddell. This and every morning.
It sounds like he's hoping to be released, that he would have the freedom to choose where he wants. The problem that the Cardinals have is that more guaranteed money becomes due early in the league year, and they don't want to put any more guaranteed money due. Right now, when he's got $36.8 million due, an additional $17 million on March 15th, which I believe is the 4th day of the league year. And Arizona doesn't want to put more guaranteed money into Kyler Murray. Other teams know that, and that's why the market to trade for him is expected to be slow.
That is Adam Schefter from ESPN yesterday on the heels of a report from Ralph Vacchiano and Henry McKenna of Fox Sports. NFL Confidential. Kyler Murray wants clean split from frustrated Cardinals.
Okay.
That he would prefer to be released rather than traded. We talked about this before there was any official reporting on it. It doesn't take a lot of investigation to come up with that result.
Yeah.
That Kyler Murray wants to be a free agent at this point. His future here is over. He's not going to be an Arizona Cardinal. Why not be able to choose your own path in free agency as opposed to being traded somewhere where you don't want to go?
Right, exactly. And so what he's doing is he's got about $37 million guaranteed to him coming from the Arizona Cardinals, and then you can try to, create another contract on top of the one that you are now leaving.
Oh, absolutely. And if he hits free agency, which looks very likely at this point, he's going to be one of the most sought-after quarterbacks on the market.
Yeah.
And most people will break it down and say Malik Willis and Kyler Murray. And I think, obviously, when you talk about track record and performance, there's a lot more to base an opinion on Kyler Murray than there is on Malik Willis.
And doesn't it seem, again, not to get into the agent dynamics here, but doesn't it just seem now how quickly they have just unplugged the ruse of them trying to trade Kyler Murray?
Mm-hmm.
Just by putting it out there that, sorry, our guy hasn't even talked to the GM since the end of the season. And now everyone's like, what? Well, that's not very functional.
I thought they were eating all their meals together.
Right, that's it.
Here's more from the Fox Sports article. The Cardinals, meanwhile, have grown, quote, frustrated with Murray, a team source told us. There are questions about his work ethic, which have dogged him in Arizona for years. His quiet personality has also raised concerns about his leadership. But in Arizona, the team is concerned that he will no longer be the same player he was before his ACL tear in 2022, especially after a sprained foot cost him 12 more games last season. That's the most description we've had on that injury from anywhere. Sprained? I never heard that word. His mobility is, quote, shot, the source relayed to us, and Murray doesn't appear suited to transition into a pure pocket passer either. If he's unwilling or unable to run, he likely can't be as effective as he once was.
Okay. Now, the idea that his mobility is shot, I'm having a hard time believing that. I think this is more of a want to.
Yeah, I agree.
Versus can't.
Mm-hmm. And
because we were talking about that very early in the season, and you even mentioned it. It's like, has he lost a step? He does not seem like he wants to run the football anymore.
No, but go back to 2023. Jonathan Gannon's first year starts out with Josh Dobbs at quarterback because Murray's rehabbing the ACL injury. And I think there were real, legit fears and concerns about what he was going to look like when he came back because he had never dealt with an injury before. And mobility was a big part of his game. I was so pleasantly surprised, not only in how Kyler Murray attacked his rehab, because the stories were all borderline legendary on how hard he was working to get back.
Oh, yeah.
The videos that were coming out, all the written words that were coming out on that subject. But when he came back and he played I think that first game was against Atlanta when he came back. Again, unless somebody told you, hey, that guy's in his first game back from a ACL injury, you wouldn't have been able to tell. He looked like the same quarterback.
Totally agree.
I don't know what's happened. If these reports coming from this team source on the inside that there's questions about his mobility and his willingness to run, I don't know what happened from 2023 till now that would cause that. Unless it's just an issue of he's tired of getting hit.
Maybe.
He really doesn't get hit that much.
No.
He has suited his game not to get hit that much.
Very much so. But again, I think I know that when I go back and look at film clips of old Kyler, he isn't ducking and running so quickly as he does now. There are times when he is standing in the pocket, stepping up into the pocket. In fact, the last touchdown catch by Rondale Moore, which kind of came into the purview after Rondale Moore tragically took his own life. It's textbook quarterbacking. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
And but for whatever reason, that guy has kind of disappeared, and that's why I'm really kind of curious at all of the Kyler stands in the Valley. Did they not see that player? They're convinced Kyler Murray is still a game wrecker, and when have we seen that last?
No, I mean, that's where the fine line comes in, because I think you're bringing up a fair point. Game wrecker, no. On the flip side of that, did you look at Kyler Murray and say, at any point in the last 2 seasons, say, oh, he's shot? I didn't say that either. It's a perplexing spot to be in.
The other thing that I've heard now from a few different people in the national media, they're all kind of saying the same talking points that this story is echoing. The leadership component's coming back, and I keep hearing people talk about how he's not a very verbal person, and this has been an issue with Kyler Murray since day one. He is not a talkative type of guy. He's not a guy who's got a great command of the language. And I'm not saying he's dumb. He's just not verbal. And it's really hard to be a quarterback in the NFL if you can't lead with your voice.
Well, the option that leaves is leading by example. And if you're not really adept at either thing, you kind of see what the ceiling is.
So where he ends up is going to be obviously quite fascinating. Because the Vikings have they've got the bones of a really, really good team. Which way are they going to go? Are they interested in Kyler Murray?
And do you guys both think, again, Kyler Murray is not Kevin Durant, but do you guys think he and his team have somewhat of a say or any leverage on where he ends up?
If he gets cut, he's going to be a free agent.
Yes, but I'm talking about, like, if the Cardinals are still trying to trade him, are they taking any account on, like, if Kyler and his agent are like, hey, we might want to end up here?
I mean, the report that came out, that Fox Sports article, said there was supposed to be meetings, discussions between the two sides in Indianapolis. If there's been no discussion, then no. But I also think this has probably been an ongoing thing where phone calls are being made. Hey, we're putting Kyler Murray up. You got it? No, thanks. All right, we'll talk soon. And then you move down the list. I don't think there's going to be any trade interest. So
no, neither do I.
If they did get somebody to say, like if it was the Jets that answered, and Darren Muji says, yeah, we've got interest. I don't know if the Cardinals would go to Kyler Murray and say, do you want to go to the Jets?
Okay.
Because they have to get something for him. The Suns always knew they were getting something for Kevin Durant. Flat out releasing him was never on the table.
But the problem here, again, is, and there's a lot of reasons why I've resolutely said he's going to get cut, but this is the biggest one here and now. The Cardinals could pick up the phone and just unceremoniously trade him someplace, but no team is going to trade for Kyler Murray when they don't know what his frame of mind is. He is already a player that is considered petulant.
Yeah.
And no team is going to trade assets for him if they think he doesn't want to be there. So like the Jets, for instance, even though the Jets need a quarterback, they're not going to go and trade for Kyler Murray unless they know Kyler Murray wants to be with the Jets. And I'm sure his camp is making it very, very clear to the teams he does not want to be a part of that he would not be happy there.
Yeah.
So you add that all up, it's just like Kevin Durant.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to tomorrow's ASU men's basketball game against Utah. You can use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. That's at the contest page at arizonasports.com, where you can use that discount and get all the info. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday in the Reboot, Bickley Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bro. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you you can score some serious President's Day savings on your next ride, and you can do that savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. If you're looking for something big, something electric, check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR available for qualified buyers. That's right, 0% APR. These commander-level savings won't last. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end March 2nd, 2026. If you want it, Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Allen to Gillespie to Royce for 3, and the Suns got a very much-needed 113-110 win over the Lakers last night. Despite Luka Doncic's 41 points, the Suns got big efforts from Grayson Allen with 28 points off the bench, and Colin Gillespie added 21 of his own, and 13 of them came in the fourth quarter. The Suns now are off till Tuesday, where they'll be in Sacramento, and we'll hopefully see Devin Booker back out on the floor for that one. As the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to navigate through their spring training injuries, they are in action tonight against the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:10, and ASU and Bobby Hurley will be in Tempe for Utah tomorrow at 1:30 over on ESPN 620. GCU has a big one Saturday night at Utah State. And Arizona will look for revenge home for Kansas tomorrow at 2. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort has one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Join and get up to $25 in free play. Visit saltriverrewards.com to get started.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Baratta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Yes, the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Cebulka, and I'm here to get you guys caught up on what's going on in the sports world. And again, ESPN's been leading with the Suns-Lakers on their webpage today, so maybe nothing bigger than Suns-Lakers last night. But they did get maybe their most needed win of the season, and very sweet that it came against the Lakers. Doesn't it feel that even without Dillon Brooks for some time, that this team can catch the Lakers, who's in front of them for the 6th seed? They already own the tiebreaker, and they're only a game back.
Yeah, I think so, because as I pointed out in Vinny's view, I think if Booker comes back, that changes the calculus of their offense and their ease to score the basketball. And, there's two teams in this discussion, and I don't have any faith in the other team. I think the Lakers are a goofy bunch. They got a lot of star power, obviously. They're the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
I don't have any faith in them to be a killer of a basketball team.
There have been times this season when the Lakers have rolled hot, and I thought, ooh, when they get it together, they're going to be something. These last couple of games, even people who love the Lakers are wondering, what the heck is the matter with this team?
I was reading some comments from Lakers fans online and said, I've been a Lakers fan for a long time, and I can't remember ever watching a winning Lakers team that I hate watching more than this one.
Yeah, it's the DeAndre Ayton effect, man. I said it before, I'll say it again. If you get a moment and you've taped the game or you can find the opening tip-off, watch how lazy DeAndre Ayton is in the opening tip-off. He acts like he wanted no physical contact on the play with Mark Williams.
Yep. And don't look now, but if the Suns were to get the 6th seed, you know who's sitting there in the 3 right now? The Houston Rockets. And
first round, Durant.
Suns, the cinema.
Get higher, 77.
Yep. All right, so I noticed Vinny had some new, or maybe you've worn them before, that
minimalist headphones.
Okay, so it's a new look, all right? So I was thinking, let's do a good or bad look on some things that happened in the sports world yesterday.
Okay.
So closing a game without Mark Williams and Jalen Green, but still getting a win. A good look or a bad look for the Suns?
Good look, because you said it. They got to win.
Okay. Same, Bick?
It's not concerning that they're...
I'm very concerned. Jalen Green's shooting is an abomination right now. Yes. Was he 4 for 15 last night?
Yeah.
Another 11 misses? Yep. Yeah, he looks really ragged to me. Okay. Mark Williams.
There's 10 players in the NBA who have shot the ball 100 times or more this year that are shooting 36% or less, and he's one of them.
Oof,
not good. Okay.
And the Mark Williams thing, I'm a little more sympathetic about. He has never played this many basketball games in his career, so he's literally hit a rookie wall of sorts.
Yep.
This is the sweet irony that they were finally able to keep him healthy to play a full season for the first time, except he's playing this full season for the first time.
Now, what Sammy asked, good look or bad look, I said good look because they won.
Right.
That doesn't mean I'm not concerned about it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so now the slate is clean moving forward. They got to deal with it again the next game.
Last night, Anthony Edwards, he hit a dagger 3, and then he turned right to Chris Finch, and he said, "This is what I do," to his face. Good look or bad look?
Look, I mean, I'm probably not the best person to ask about reaction to what Anthony Edwards does on the court. So I'll defer to Bick on this one.
Listen, Anthony Edwards, I like him or not, he keeps it real.
Yeah.
And I think Chris Finch understands that. And that's the way he's got to play to be effective. There's some raw edges to Anthony Edwards' game that I think are a little unbecoming, but I still love watching the guy.
I will say this real quick before we move on. Anthony Edwards and Desmond Bane, both, did you see these? They were both fined $25,000 for throwing the ball at, after buzzer situations. They threw the ball the length of the court to try to for a heave.
Right.
Without malice or intent, but it hit people. They both got fined $25,000.
That's brutal.
I thought so too.
That's nuts. Okay, so the World Baseball Classic, I've mentioned it, that it's coming up. Tarek Skubal had said he's only going to make one start for the United States of America, and that start's going to come against Great Britain in a pool play game. Good look or bad look?
That's a bad look
for Tarek Skubal.
I would say bad. I think it's a bad look overall for the tournament, too. Because of where it falls on the calendar.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest priority for these players. Yes, they want to win, but they want to win on their schedules. We just came off Olympic hockey and watching those two teams give everything they got in the middle of their season. It's not the same in the World Baseball Classic.
I think there's a fine line that you've got to straddle as a player. This is one of the best pitchers in the game, if not the best pitcher in the game, and your commitment is to the team that is paying you. So if he has sat down and realized, okay, this is for my health, this is what I'm willing to give, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Okay. Or did the Dodgers step in and say, hey, you're going to play for us someday. We don't want you taxing yourself.
All right, this one's a layup. But Aaron Glenn yesterday.
Let's hope we don't blow this layup like LeBron did last night.
Aaron Glenn yesterday was caught on camera, NFL Network, at the Combine, falling asleep. Trying to scout these players. Good or bad look?
Okay, it's a terrible look, but it's really no big deal.
Okay.
You're watching guys in the underwear Olympics. You're watching guys run 40-yard dashes. He's probably putting in crazy hours on the job. And he fell asleep for a second, then nods back up.
Okay.
It's a bad look, but you don't want to But look, he's the head coach of the Jets. This is going to follow him.
Yes.
This is going to follow him everywhere now.
In real time, it's a bad look, but are we just going to glaze over the fact that Aaron Glenn was asleep for most of last season as the head coach of the Jets?
There we go.
That's a worse look, in my opinion.
No doubt.
Okay, and from the NFL right here, the report cards yesterday, they were leaked, the NFLPA report cards.
The Cardinals are grounded.
Yeah. and the NFL had said that we're not putting these out for the public anymore. So is it a good or bad look that they got leaked?
Ooh.
Well, now that depends on your perspective.
It does.
If you're in the media and you want the information, you're like, how about that NFLPA defying the NFL's edict within like seconds of it being.
Yep.
If you're the Cardinals, it's a terrible look because you've now just been embarrassed again. And you know what? Here's the other thing. Who knew the Steelers had sunk to this level?
That is bizarre, too.
That is bizarre.
Performed poorly. The Patriots performed
Is it just
poorly
because it's
for
like
years.
old facilities or something?
It's got to be.
It's got to be. But going to the original question, I'll say bad look.
Yeah.
But you know the memo that I read earlier when we had this discussion, and the league says, these are cherry picked comments, and all right, release all of it then.
Yes.
Let us see every comment that's made. Good and bad on all organizations, and that way you don't have the cherry picking.
Well,
thing.
that's the thing.
I mean, it would be a Herculean task to get through all of the verbiage, but still, at least it's not cherry picked.
The Steelers were the worst team, a playoff team every year. The best team was the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the greatest run franchise in the last few years.
Yeah, and I don't think they have a great owner.
No.
And lastly, good or bad look, new Suns shirt.
Oh, looks good on you.
Did you get a bowl of soup with that?
I can't tell how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, I think it looks good on you.
The orange sleeves really throw me
It looks
off.
like you got two shirts on.
It does.
It kind of does. It looks like you're wearing kind of a purple sleeveless shirt with an orange T-shirt underneath.
Okay, it's good feedback.
Feedback's a gift, Sammy. Just remember that.
Yeah, feedback is a gift, and we'll say this: it's an okay look.
Everybody, go to YouTube right now and let Sammy
compared
know.
to Jared's shirt,
Well,
it's a great look.
Jared walked in this morning, and I said, "Wow, that is loud."
Look at that,
man.
Man is right.
Jarrett Carlin keeping garage sales alive.
All right. Well, thanks for good look, bad look on the reboot today.
Thank you, Sammy.
We're all rebooted. Thanks, Sammy. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we'll get the latest from D-backs spring training. Yeah, another day. More injury news in the pitching staff. We'll talk about it with Alex Weiner, who covers the D-backs for us for Arizona Sports. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Lakers have it on their offensive end. Marcus Smart ready to inbound. He gets the ball, holds above his head, throws a lob pass, cross-court. Reeves open for three, and he missed it. Suns win! 113-110, the final score tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. They win the season series against the Lakers.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. Many people reconcile it because they think they've got a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners, whose name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, figured out a couple of alarming things. Number one, it wouldn't be until year 22 that he actually paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a much better way on a Life Changer Loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. All of your income goes towards paying off all of your debt. You do it without changing a nickel of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity. You have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want and or need to do it. Results are fantastic. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a client to pay off their home. Give them a call. See if you're a good fit. If you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
With a Global Credit Card, you earn reward points for every purchase. Use your rewards at checkout at many of your favorite stores. Or use points instead of cash when you shop online. You can even use them to book a flight up to 3 days in advance. New York, Vegas, Albuquerque. From groceries to getaways, redeem your way. Apply for your Global Credit Card now at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more.
Show off shows you've been waiting.
The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Experience opening day. Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Detroit Tigers on Monday, March 30th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What can we expect from Ryan Nelson in his Cactus League debut tonight? We'll talk the latest from spring training on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And we continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Diamondbacks, they rallied for a Cactus League win yesterday. That's not the important part. The important stuff is happening with the pitching staff and with the injuries and obviously the Merrill Kelly situation. Holding out hope that he won't go on the injured list, but here to talk D-backs baseball as Cactus League continues and we get ready for the World Baseball Classic. He covers the team for us at Arizona Sports. Alex Weiner, our guest here via video. Good morning, Alex. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. We had the discussion yesterday on Merrill Kelly. And look, we know the landscape of injuries now in Major League Baseball. There is an overabundance of caution. What we couldn't necessarily reconcile on this was opening day is a month from yesterday. And Merrill Kelly was pulled from a warm-up session basically Saturday. Is it that severe that it throws off the timetable that much that he's going to miss that start?
Yeah, I mean, it's very deliberate the way that these guys kind of work their way up towards a specific date when the season starts. But also the most important thing for Merrill is the fact that he's still not quite asymptomatic yet. He was out playing catch a little bit yesterday too. And, Torrey said, the sooner he, if he gets back on his throwing progression sooner than later, there's some hope that he might be able to avoid missing much time and maybe slots into the back end of the rotation, but he's not there yet. So I think with this specific injury too, there's still a level of uncertainty with it. Merrill yesterday was on, I believe, the Felt Territory podcast where he mentioned, going through, treatment and seeing how that would work. I'm not sure what that treatment is, but there's still kind of some unknown in terms of when this thing is going to stop nagging at him. And at that point, they can kind of better map out when exactly we'll see him when the season starts.
All right, so this is really, really superfluous, but who do you think will be the opening day starter if it cannot be Merrill Kelly?
I would probably think it would be Ryan Nelson. Before getting into what he did last year, right? He was throwing on the backfields a live batting practice session on the same day that Merrill was scheduled to and had to come off the mound. Merrill said yesterday that today was going to be his first start of spring training, and tonight's probable starting pitcher is Ryan Nelson. So if they're kind of lined up together, and I would think that Nelly would get the start. And then you think back on what he did for the team last year, starting the year in the bullpen, coming into the rotation with injuries, and then he was their best and most effective starting pitcher for the rest of the season, basically from that point forward. Kind of handling two different roles, doing whatever was asked. I think there's a good argument to be made that he deserves it anyway.
And, it doesn't end there because Brandon Pfaadt, who's been the most consistent starter in taking the ball every fifth day over the last several years for the Diamondbacks, they're kind of slow playing it there. Was there any more elaboration on what Brandon Pfaadt's situation is, Alex?
Yeah, not a ton. Torrey called it a side issue, which he was asked which side, and he said he wasn't sure which side. So I guess that's confirmation that it was like physical side issue and not like a side issue,
I heard Burns and Gambo speculating on that yesterday too. I was like, they're bringing up a point.
I did too. I immediately thought my tweet could have been a little bit more clear, but it popped up on him on the offseason. Torrey said he came into camp feeling good. He's already thrown a couple live BP sessions. Yesterday he threw and it seemed to all go fine. So it seems like he's on the right progression to being ready for the start of the season, and there's not a lot of worries there. But obviously, if he comes off the mound complaining about his side in April, we're going to kind of look at it side-eyed, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, it would be great for the Diamondbacks, given the injuries and all of that and the state of the lineup, if Jordan Lawler, if this is the year that he kind of makes it all happen. How his move to the outfield, playing center field, how's this been going over? Update us on what Jordan Lawler's doing.
Yeah, defensively, it looks fine. So far he's played in 3 or 4 of these Cactus League games, and he's getting action out there, and he hasn't made any blunders or anything like that. There was a ball, I believe it was on Monday against Cincinnati, where he had to come in and his break was really good. There's a few times he's going back on a ball and the route could be a little bit straighter, but he'll continue to learn and grow when he gets more reps out there. It seems like from all indicators that things are going fine for him defensively. And then offensively, I think there's been some good signs. He's working some walks, which is good. He's checking off of, the sweeper out and away a little bit more, the change up down. Obviously, a couple home runs is great, but I think just approach-wise, he kind of knows why last year didn't go as well as anybody would have hoped for him when he made his leap to the major leagues. So that's going to be the key to him is maintaining that same approach when the games count, when you're playing major leaguers, every single at bat as opposed to maybe 1 or 2 times per game.
Alex Weiner, who covers the Diamondbacks for us at Arizona Sports, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Last week during Newsmakers Week, Mike Hazen came on. We talked about Alek Thomas, and Mike was very forthright and said, look, this is a huge year for Alek Thomas. There was all the stories heading into camp, Alex, as you know, about the tweaking of the swing, the mechanics there. And it's easy to look at the numbers and say, okay, it's working. I don't want to get blinded by spring training numbers, but what have you seen, especially offensively, from Alek Thomas in this big year for him so far?
Yeah, it's only a handful of games, but so far he's off to a promising start. He's hitting the ball hard. He's hitting the ball in the air. And he's drawn a couple walks, and that's obviously a big deal for him because with his speed, if he's able to get on base more often at the bottom of the lineup, then that helps everybody at the top. And he's not somebody who's worked very many walks at all over his first few years in the major leagues. So I think if the approach is a little bit better, if he's able to get himself on base more often, he could be a valuable player. But to your point about this being a big year for him, it's not the most, certain. He's not on the most level ground right now, right? Because they're moving him into a corner with Jordan Lawler getting most of the center field reps. Their top prospect is an outfielder. Corbin Carroll, it's probably not going to miss much time, if any time, with his handmade injury, and you're going to get Gurriel back. So, right now it's like the outfield looks a little light, but pretty soon that may not be the case. And he's going to have to work his way into the lineup every single day. And so far, so good. We'll see it on kind of a bigger stage now that he's going off to the WBC to play for Team Mexico. So in the games that matter, he'll kind of be able to put those changes to the test and see if they stick.
All right, so Ryan Waldschmidt's been one of these names of young players who might make it difficult on Torrey and Mike Hazen. Update us on Ryan and how he's looking.
Yeah, also so far so good. Some swing and miss early on, but that's to be expected. He's driving the ball pretty much all the contact is really hard. He's a guy who last year really came onto the scene in Double-A. He got there, was a little bit slow to start, and then was unbelievable in the second half of the season and won the organization's Minor League Player of the Year award. He's got a great approach. You talk to him about hitting, and he's just all of it's approach-based and swinging at the right pitches. And so he's kind of saying the right things. Torrey's been impressed by the conversations they've been able to have and how well he speaks about baseball and what he's trying to do up there. So I think so far so good. And now with a bunch of guys going off to WBC and a lot of the regulars stepping away from camp for a while, you're going to see more and more of Waldschmidt, starting games and, hitting higher in the lineups and facing more major league guys. Should be a pretty good test for him as he tries to make a case that, he can be, a dark horse candidate to make the opening day roster.
Another prospect that's standing out that's not getting the same level of talk as like a Jordan Lawler or a Ryan Waldschmidt. Tommy Troy's got 7 hits already. He's got over 150 at-bats at AAA. He was a high draft pick, well thought of. What does his status, maybe timetable, look like in terms of big league arrival?
I would think we see him this year. I don't know if he'll start the season on the major league team, although he's making a heck of an argument for it right now. He's really hitting the ball hard. With Tommy, he's versatility and the ability to get on base, the speed. There's a lot of traits there that are you'd like. Last year, is on, got on base a lot. He moved to center field a little bit. So he's, primarily a second baseman, but he's got reps at shortstop. He's got some reps now under his belt in center field. That's going to be useful for them as they try to figure out how to piece together this roster. So I wouldn't say it's impossible that he makes the team out of camp. I wouldn't say it's likely, but I would imagine we see him relatively soon this season.
Alex, we covered a lot of ground. Great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Alex Weiner. Does a great job covering the D-backs for us at Arizona Sports. I heard the discussion with Burns and Gambo on the side issue with Brandon Pfaadt, and I immediately went to food. I was like, my biggest side issue, I like coleslaw, but coleslaw is like a 250 hitter, depending on where you get it.
Oh,
sometimes and there's nothing worse than bad coleslaw. That's my biggest side issue.
Yeah. And some places it's absolutely exceptional. Yep.
Yes.
I'm with you.
And then other places it's a little too creamy.
Oh.
Why is it so hard to make good coleslaw? Damn it. Coming up next, we're going to tackle more of these life issues, starting with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
On this Friday, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns Lakers gave you what you wanted from an entertainment standpoint last night, and it ended like this.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
The Suns found a way to get it done last night, 113-110, in large part due to Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie. Now, the Suns will have a few days off. They won't be back in action till Tuesday in Sacramento. And the NFL Combine, the Cardinals 2026 report card, and what might happen with Kyler Murray, all can be found over on ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NFLPA report card has been leaked. The results are out. The league is infuriated. And in Arizona, the F is for full circle. That is the grade Cardinal players gave Michael Bidwill, the only owner in the NFL to receive an F, which means, just like his father for many decades before him, the younger Bidwill is now perceived as the worst owner in the league. And it's really strange. All I ever see is Bidwill getting awards. I see footage of employees at team headquarters standing and cheering for him when he enters the room. I heard players thanking him profusely during groundbreaking ceremonies, and he gets another F, even though the team was well aware of the incoming amenities and helped break ground on a new facility. A team that felt no empathy for an owner who reportedly fought so hard to change his perception, who fought so hard to keep these results private. This is very embarrassing, obviously, again, especially for a team already dealing with a lot of unhappy and disillusioned fans. And while Bidwill recently called feedback a gift, I'm sure he didn't mean the NFLPA report card, the gift that never stops giving. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Oh, it's a rite of passage heading into the league year, isn't it? The NFLPA report card grades being released. Not a great look for the Arizona Cardinals once again. They finished 31st overall in these rankings. And it was Pittsburgh that was last, correct?
It's unbelievable to me. When did the Steelers were 28th last year. So they've been trending in this direction. You always hear that the Rooney family is elite ownership.
Yeah, and
Art Rooney got a D-.
It seems like from the outside, when you consider the history, the fact that they never have losing seasons, they were a playoff team last year, seems like a well-run franchise. But apparently, they've got their own issues.
How much of it is them just coasting on, we're the Steelers, this is the Steelers' way, we don't need to do this, that, and the other?
Probably has a lot to do with it.
A little bit of that. I mean, you fall 4 spots, though. That could coincide with the arrival of Aaron Rodgers. I mean.
So, yeah, listen, I think this is interesting to me because, as I said in a blast a couple of days ago, the NFL season is back like it never left, and already the Cardinals are under fire. They've been getting destroyed intermittently by national analysts. ESPN called them the most irrelevant team. Colin Cowherd yesterday called them a landfill. And so here we are again, right? You really hope they can get this right. Mike LaFleur got good grades. And this is what's weird about this report card, to kind of clarify this.
Well,
because
those grades would be based on Jonathan Gannon.
Right.
Right. I think he's saying LaFleur got a good grade for the Rams OC.
Mike LaFleur got a B+ from the Rams.
My bad.
Okay, no. All right. So what I'm saying about these report cards, as the NFL is arguing today and as they argued in trying to get these results kept private, this is not scientific. They've got issues with the way the questions are structured, all of that. I don't need to get into any of this to say this is still an embarrassment. When you've got 18 owners in the NFL getting grades of A's, when you're getting 3 that have D's, the Bengals, the Buccaneers, and the Steelers, and then Michael Bidwill's the only F. And again, there are things about the Cardinals headquarters that are going to continue to get terrible grades. The weight room isn't going to get better. The
Not
eating
until they
area, the
move.
locker room is never going to be voted well. But
They're not going to be nicer to
but
families.
why but I'm just curious, why wouldn't this team be more sympathetic to their owner, especially knowing he has been shamed by this 2 years prior?
That's the burning question. And look, these are the players. You mentioned it earlier in passing that Michael Bidwill has been under fire in recent years, and there's been, a list of lawsuits and investigations to workplace culture. That doesn't fall under this purview.
No.
And I think they're two separate issues. I think players, by and large, in the NFL get treated pretty well. Now, do you come in from another organization and have, wow, the Cardinals do it differently than they did it in such and such a city? I'm going to ding them for that. I think there's a degree to that. I also think that when you're coming off a 3-win season, these things get magnified. I absolutely understand why, because the bottom line is winning football games. And it doesn't, the Steelers are 32nd. They're a playoff team. Would the Cardinals change places with them? I'd take a 32nd ranking over 31 if it was a playoff, coming off a playoff season.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is now it's become part of this calendar that we've talked about so much. This release kind of comes this time every year, and it is great content. It's great to talk about this stuff and compare organizations in different realms and look at what coaches aren't necessarily thought of highly by their players and who are. I mean, Jonathan Gannon was very popular with his players. He didn't win anything. Look at the coordinator grades from last year.
I know.
B- for Drew Petzing, C+ for Nick Rawlis. Nick Rawlis is back.
I know.
Yeah, the lowest grade of all those grades is the one that's back.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to. And the other part I was going to say, too, is go back to Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference. And he told a very in-depth story about his viewpoint of the Cardinals and the ownership of the Cardinals from when he was with the Rams.
Yeah.
And Michael Bidwill, I would be stunned if you polled the 31 other NFL owners and asked their opinions of Michael Bidwill as an NFL owner. I think they would be overwhelmingly positive. That's kind of been his MO, is to be there for everybody else and to be a good partner in all of this to the league and to his fellow owners. I mean, to open up the doors for playoff games and to send planes to L.A. for wildfires to carry Rams personnel and host their playoff game on very short notice. I mean, that's a pretty good thing. That's a really good thing.
But and again,
it depends on who's doing the looking at. I think the perspective has a lot to do with how Michael Bidwill is viewed. Is that a fair thing to say? And I don't think it's a great thing that the people that work for him and in the organization are the ones that are saying, this is not so great.
Right. I mean, that's an option. The other option is there's a side to Michael Bidwill that they see that we don't.
That's true.
It's sort of like if you're in a relationship and you treat your wife differently when you're in private than you do in public or something like that.
So pretty much everybody.
Whoops.
No.
Well,
I'm joking.
Well, again, and I brought this up in the blast, and I didn't do this facetiously. I just saw a piece of social media, a clip of Michael Bidwill walking through team headquarters, and all these rank-and-file employees are standing cheering for him.
Yeah.
I don't know what the context of it was.
Yeah.
But that's not an owner you would think would be getting a flunking grade from his players.
And you're talking about just now the impact on the perception of the Cardinals this offseason, and this is just the latest thing. It's not going to change until you win, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Because the next thing will be the Kyler Murray release. They're going to get killed for that. They a number one pick, and they couldn't even trade him, whatever. Then he's going to go to a new team, and the national media is going to talk themselves into Kyler Murray's going to be a star with this new team because the Cardinals screwed it up. What they have to do is win. Anytime you're on a list and you're below the Jets and the Browns in anything,
it's embarrassing.
It's not good.
No, it's not good.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
But you're not going to see – I can't guarantee significant changes will ever happen in this process. But if they do, it's going to coincide with the opening of the new facility. So in 2029, when these report cards come out, maybe they'll look a little bit different. Until then, I think it's going to be more of the same. There's going to be a little bit of fluctuation here and there. and I think they're overall going to look pretty similar.
Okay.
And that's probably not going to make Michael Bidwell very happy either.
Yeah, no, I'm sure of all the owners, especially being one who fought for these results to remain private. It's it's unfortunate, to say the least.
Yep, coming up next, was that the best Suns win of the season? On the flip side, was it the worst Lakers loss of the season? We'll get into both sides of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona
Suns basketball.
Fleming is there to tip it over to Jalen Green. 4 seconds to shoot. Green steps back for a deep three, and that's banked in off the window for Jalen Green. The bank is open late on a Thursday night, and now Jamari Bouye steals the inbounds pass, throws it cross-court O'Neal for 3. He got it. Back-to-back trifectas for the Suns, and this place is going crazy.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and 5-star resorts and drinks that come with umbrellas, hundreds of rounds of golf like I do, world travel? Or are you consumed with anxiety, worried that you will not have enough money to do all the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy because it's one thing to save for retirement, quite another to know you are totally prepared. And the latter's what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment. You can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus their fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. They make money when you make more money, and I'm a client today because they earn my trust. You want to get that retirement stress off your shoulders? Call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor, client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Hey, it's Luke. How will having 4 days off benefit the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning to Bickley and Murata Mornings listeners in Apache Junction. Whether you're taking it in on the radio, YouTube, on the app, we appreciate you out in AJ today.
I just think we got to zoom out. I mean, I think this is pretty typical. Look around the league, you have some spots like this during the season. I think you want to come out of the All-Star break healthy and full go. I think there's a human element to it all. We've played some good teams, some good defensive teams, and we're trying to figure it out. Do we have to be better 100%? That was the worst 7-game shooting stretch we've had all year. So there is some shooting variance in it. I thought overall our offensive intent and purpose was better tonight. So we can build on that. But it doesn't change. Like from the tip, the next game, we got to have purpose. It's nice to have a 4-day break in here, but we're going to have to get to work. We have some things to shore up on both ends. It is exciting after a win, but it doesn't change our process tomorrow.
That is Jordan Knott after the win over the Lakers last night, 113-110. Yeah, there is some variance in the shooting. That's going to happen. Obviously, the variance can be greater when your best offensive players, your most reliable scoring options are not on the floor. Last night was not perfect. They did shoot 46%. You'll take 44% on 22 makes from three-point range. You'll take any single night. It's hard to lose when you shoot the ball that well from three-point range. But a lot of it, to me last night, and I'll take it because the Suns needed it in a very bad way, a lot of it had to do on the team that was providing the opposition. And look, I think the Portland Trailblazers were a team that came in licking their wounds. They had just given up 157 points in a game, in a 48-minute game to the Denver Nuggets. They saw what the Suns were dealing with offensively from a personnel standpoint. They actually prided themselves on the defensive side of the ball, and they made life miserable for the Suns. That's all you need to do right now.
The Lakers couldn't do it.
The Lakers could not dial up enough interest in winning that basketball game to ratchet up their defense. There were some possessions where you're like, what the hell are they doing? I'll take it. And I'll revel in the fact that continues to be a dysfunctional franchise and basketball team. But, man, they were the perfect team to roll into town last night.
There was a play where Oso rolled to the basket, and they fed him with an interior bounce pass, and he went up for a powerful two-handed jam. And I'm like, that would only happen against the Lakers defense, where you could just stroll down the lane like that and just throw down like that with nobody even remotely concerned about stopping you. Yeah, listen, I should have when I dropped that look ahead yesterday. Will the Suns score more than 98.7 points? I should have known it was the Lakers.
That was a good Burns and Gambo were laughing at it. They loved the tease to the show, and they actually placed bets on it. And I actually texted Burns, and I was like, look, the under is safe.
Yeah,
right. I just couldn't see the Suns scoring that many points. And it looked like they were on that second quarter starter. Actually, I'm sorry, the third quarter started, and it looked like they were on pace for like another 11-point quarter, the way it started.
Right.
That is what changed the game. Credit to Jordan Knott for making difficult decisions and then sticking with those decisions and seeing it to fruition. It wasn't, hey, I'm going to punish these guys for a second and see what this bench unit does. The bench unit came in. Oso played the rest of the game.
He did. I know.
And there was a caller on the post-game show last night who brought up a great point. So, look, Oso doesn't get introduced as a starting center. He's the starting center. He's become the guy at the center position in closing games, which, quite honestly, is more important than opening games in today's NBA. He's been fantastic. I
agree.
We've been obviously having the Rasheer Fleming comments and discussion for a while. Not necessarily based solely on what we've seen from Rasheer Fleming, but what we haven't seen from others who've been plugged into that position at the forward, whether it's Ryan Dunn or Isaiah Livers or Nigel Hayes-Davis, who's no longer here anymore, or they're starting to sprinkle Amir Coffey in a little bit more. He did some great things last night. I just wanted to see the opportunity for a guy who's part of your future in Fleming, even as a second-round pick. And, man, was he good last night.
Yeah, I really was impressed by what he was able to do as a primary defender on both Luka and LeBron. Dwayne Rankin actually put out a clip. I had forgotten about this at Fan Day earlier in the season when they kind of introduced Rasheer Fleming. He said his goal in basketball was to guard LeBron.
Yeah.
And he got that opportunity last night.
I was there that day.
That's right.
Now I remember it.
See? Yeah, I had totally forgotten about that. So, dream accomplished for Rasheer Fleming. And the Mark Williams component. Mark Williams, as a 24-year-old center, has played in 55 games this year. The most he has ever played in an NBA season is 44. He's already plus 11 in terms of a career high in games played. So, which might explain the wall that he's hit. His games played in his first 4 years, 43, 19, and 44.
And you could totally flip side it for Jalen Green, too, is that he's played 82 games every single year he's been in the pros. And he's only 23 years old. And this was his 10th game last night? It couldn't be more than his 10th. So you could flip it with that regard of like, okay, maybe it takes Jalen Green a little ramp up time.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing him be hesitant, and he had missed some games in his first 2 years, but he had 2 years of 82 games in a row, and like there was a drive he had late in the game where he blew past a defender and had a layup, but I think he's picking and choosing his spots right now. I maybe he won't open up any more about it, but I think that injury is still causing him to not have full trust in that hamstring.
Yeah, I think you're right. You look at his shooting numbers, the last 4 games from 3-point territory, 1 of 7, 1 of 8, 1 of 7, 2 of 11. Altogether, field goal percent. And you know what also occurred to me last night? Why in basketball do they call it a field goal?
I don't know.
Field goal.
Can't they just change it to made buckets?
But
MG.
Field goal?
I don't like the term, but I use it all the time when the opposing team hits a 3 as a PA announcer. I want to make that 3 sound the least cool I can.
Yeah.
So it's always a 3-point field goal.
Okay, gotcha.
Luka Doncic.
Last 4 games, 4 of 15, 5 of 18, 6 of 16, 6 of 26. He is in a funk right now.
Those are what we call tour date numbers.
He is funky and not in a good way. Here was Jordan Knott on keeping Green on the bench for most of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he knows it. I mean, he's a basketball player. He's a high-level basketball player. He's played in big-time games. He understands it. We feel for him. He's trying to develop some type of rhythm on a new team. We often forget that. Not only has he been out this many games, it's with a new team, a new system, new teammates, in a different environment. He's going to be dying to get back out there in the next game. And again, we're excited just to see him out there. We trust that the process is right, and it'll come. He just needs a little bit of time.
Yeah, and look, if you look at this stretch of games, too, on this particular homestand, for the Suns to be able to get 2 of them, they beat 2 pretty good teams. Orlando's not bad.
No, I agree with that.
They beat the Lakers. The Lakers are ahead of them in the standings right now. They beat
That's
them
a big
by
win.
identical scores, by the way, which is kind of strange. But and
that is weird.
On late threes in both occasions.
That is weird.
It was in double overtime.
Yeah, the first one was in double overtime, which kind of paints the picture of how much of a slog that was offensively. But for them to get the feather in their cap of a win last night, heading out on the road to take on Sacramento, who's
you can just stop there.
Just look at the players that aren't playing for Sacramento right now, and they just snapped a 16-game losing streak. They got to be.
There'll be
brimming
another
with
one
confidence.
soon. Don't worry.
There
There's
will be.
another where that
Don't worry,
came from.
Sacramento. There's more losing ahead.
There's more where that came
that
from.
Temporary lighting of the beam. Don't get used to it.
So, I'm vibing on what you just said here. At a time when it looked like the season might be slipping away from all of us, with the Dylan Brooks hand injury and the Devin Booker hip injury, to beat the Magic, to beat the Lakers, and then to take the loss against the Celtics, you'd sign up for that.
Yeah, there was the Portland loss in there as well, but to get two games on this homestand,
that's right.
I didn't expect it.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
And if you want a little bit of hope, Devin Booker's coming back, and take a look at the next 6 games.
Yeah, it's a good time for 4 days off.
No doubt.
Yeah, because
and then hopefully Booker back.
Sacramento, then home for Chicago, New Orleans,
Charlotte, and then you're on the road.
Charlotte's tough.
Yeah, but then you're on the road in Milwaukee.
You not heard about
Indiana.
the Knipple?
Hey, Con is man, I love that guy's game.
Yeah, you're not going to beat Charlotte with a struggling offense because they like to run and put a lot of points up. But that was a very, very satisfying win last night.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
And completely unexpected for a lot of us. Coming up next, we will continue to talk Suns, and NBA will be joined by Howard Beck of The Ringer and the Real Ones podcast. He'll join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Beckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. The nickname came from our guy Petros Papadakis, who could not believe a bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of a courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, anything but sweet, anything but nice to those insurance companies you are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what they're going to do for you. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're a law firm full of extremely talented, award-winning attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games with Sweet James. They can't deny. And this is why Sweet James accident attorneys not only win 98% of their cases, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Allen to Gillespie to Royce for 3, and the Suns got a very much-needed 113-110 win over the LA Lakers last night, despite Luka's 41 points. The Suns got big efforts from Grayson Allen with 28, and Colin Gillespie added 21 of his own, 13 of them coming in the fourth quarter. The Suns now don't play till Tuesday in Sacramento, and will hopefully see Devin Booker back out on the floor for that one. As the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to navigate through their spring training injuries, they are in action tonight against the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:10. ASU and Bobby Hurley will be in Tempe for Utah tomorrow at 1:30 over on ESPN 620. And GCU has a big one Saturday night at Utah State, and Arizona will look for revenge home for Kansas tomorrow at 2. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more all in stock at the Window Depot. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, Hey, it's Gambo. How pivotal will this 4-day break be for the Suns before playing again Tuesday? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, Suns off for a bit before they take on Sacramento Tuesday night, coming off that win over the Lakers last night. Great time to talk Suns and NBA with our next guest, the great writer from The Ringer, also a co-host of the Real Ones podcast with Raja Bell and Logan Murdoch. Howard Beck joins us via video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Howard, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you?
Good. I made the joke earlier that in Phoenix, Arizona, everything's better. The food tastes better. The sun is brighter when the Suns beat the Lakers, and it was so unexpected last night. But let's start with the losing side. What's wrong, in your opinion, with the Los Angeles Lakers?
Where do we begin? You guys, I'm sure, have a great interest in the DeAndre Ayton of it all. Listen, this team, let's 30,000-foot view of the Lakers and why things are not great there right now. This wasn't a team built for right now. This is a team caught between eras. They did not expect to have Luka Doncic fall into their laps, gifted to them by Nico Harrison a year plus ago. But it happened. And if not for that trade, I don't know exactly what they'd look like, but, probably not a ton different. They'd obviously be a little bit worse off, but they would still be a team built around LeBron James, kind of winding down his career, whatever that might look like. And assuming a healthy Austin Reeves, maybe it's a little bit more Austin Reeves in the absence of Luka, but they did get Luka. And they followed that up by doing very little to adjust to their new reality. They made the trade that they then rescinded for Mark Williams. They got to the summer and they signed Dominatin and Marcus Smart and Jake LaRavia. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they've done to try to rebuild on the Luka timeline. And in the meantime, you have LeBron's agent, Rich Paul, last summer saying basically like, hey, we respect that you are now on a different timeline here with Luka, but please respect the fact that LeBron still wants to win at a high level with what's left of his career. So that's where this all really is. Like, forget any of the details, forget who's in the rotation, forget whether DeAndre Ayton was the right move at center, everything. They've just done nothing but stopgap and seemingly are just waiting for this thing to run out. Yeah. And if you look at the way this team is playing, that's kind of what they are. They're all just kind of like, we're here for the short term. And then the summer comes, LeBron's a free agent, Austin Reeves is a free agent, and there's a ton of work to do to build this thing back up around Luka on his timeline, and they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, listen, for about 3 years, my head was about to explode covering DeAndre Ayton when you looked at what the gifts he has and how unserious of a player he is. Vinny even brought up that Chris Paul should get into the Hall of Fame tomorrow for what he was able to do in a short period of time for DeAndre Ayton. Where does this guy rank in terms of players you've seen, talent unrealized?
Man. I mean, there's a long list, and especially there's like a lot of 7-footers who make this list, right? Or centers in that range. I think about Eddie Curry, who I covered here in New York for a while after he got traded from Chicago. Really nice guy. Love Eddie Curry. I don't mean to slander him at all. But Eddie had incredible ability that he just never realized. I think about Kwame Brown. And there's, I think about Ben Simmons, not a center, but almost as tall as one. There's, we could sit here all day and talk about guys who came in with all the ability in the world and all the expectations in the world and didn't fulfill it. And DeAndre Ayton deserves to be mentioned in those conversations. And, I think the whole league kind of thought the same thing when the Lakers signed him last summer, which was, this is the way you're rebuilding around Luka. This is your solution. A guy who just got bought out by a Portland team that is in the lottery. Like, the guy's in his prime by age, and the Trailblazers who are rebuilding don't even want him as part of that, and couldn't find a market, so they waived him. Like, that tells you everything you need to know about the way the league views DeAndre Ayton. And at every stop, every team thinks, well, we'll be the ones to get the most out of him. But some guys are just wired the way they are. And you said it, Dan. Like, he's not a serious person when it comes to the NBA. He's a player who some nights will bring it, some nights won't, and has a inflated self-image of what he should be on the court.
Howard Beck, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Suns it looks like they're on the tail end, Howard, of coming off a period where, hey, just want to tread water until Devin Booker can get back. They know they're going to be without Dillon Brooks for a while. Jordan Goodwin, who's been really important, we don't know his status yet. But it looks like they've done that. Devin Booker comes back, stays healthy. I mean, is a playoff series win a realistic goal in your mind for the Phoenix Suns this year?
No, I don't think so. Look, like there's a chance now because the Lakers are spiraling. Maybe the Suns get to the 6th seed, and then you've got a first-round matchup possibly with Houston. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
In one way, I mean, they don't match up well with Houston at all. So
no, but the
there's that.
KD drama would be unbelievable.
That'd be pretty great.
Yeah, a lot of KD, the Jalen Green given up on by the Rockets, all that stuff. Like that could be a lot of fun, and hopefully Dillon Brooks gets back before too long here. But you know, the absence of Dillon Brooks, even as Book gets close to returning, makes this a difficult road, right? Like there's no guarantee they're going to get to 6, given what the personnel is right now and the injury to Brooks. So let's say that they stay slotted around 7 and they have to play their way into the playoffs through the play-in. And now you're a 7 or 8 seed going up against probably Oklahoma or San Antonio in the first round. Like they've got a puncher's chance against the Rockets in a 6-3 matchup, or whoever may finish third. That could be Denver too, which I don't think would be great for Phoenix. But if you're the 7 or 8, forget it. Whoever's 7 or 8.
No doubt about it.
And by the way, that's not an insult to anybody. That is the history of the NBA. 7 and 8 seeds, generally speaking, are cannon fodder.
Yep.
That's what they're made for.
All right, so Vinny and I were talking about how quick this nation has begun to talk about football out of the football season, and we both think it's kind of a shame that the NBA doesn't have better command of center stage now that football is no longer a thing. I'm curious, do you think there's anything resembling an existential crisis for the association in terms of the way people look at the players, or maybe the way the players look at the game? Is it the load management? Is there any big picture concerns you have with this league going forward?
It's a great question, Dan. I wrote a week ago on theringer.com about the fact that the NBA has, and Adam Silver now has, I think this is just objectively true, the biggest stack of crises / scandals / just issues that they've ever had at one time, right? That gambling scandal is still sitting in the background somewhere that the government, brought the cases on back in the fall. We've got tanking, obviously, is a huge issue right now. We've got the cap circumvention case against the Clippers that we're still waiting for a conclusion on. And you could go back in history and find, like, okay, obviously there was the Tim Donaghy gambling case back in 2007, but that didn't happen at the same time that you also had a bunch of other crises. Same thing with, cap circumvention. You have Joe Smith case with Minnesota way back when, but not at the same time as a bunch of, this is the most just balls in the air, crises to manage, things to fix. We've got load management. We've got players not playing enough. There's just so many things for them to tackle right now. And on top of it all, LeBron James, Steph Curry, and I'll put Kevin Durant in this sentence too, are all nearing the end. And these guys were the faces of the league for the last, decade to 2 decades. And there isn't a clear-cut successor to them. And I know people get tired of this face of the league thing and, oh, it's mythological and it doesn't. It matters. It matters. It matters that you have somebody who's kind of your torch carrier. And I think it's probably Wemby, frankly, myself. But you need other players to step into the breach there. And it's not enough for them to just be great. There's an incredible amount of talent across the NBA right now. You need charisma. You need guys who connect with fans. You need guys who are giving of themselves to the media, for that matter. Who are willing to kind of engage and express a little bit about themselves and the world around them and their teams, and not just win games and then go away, which is what the Oklahoma City Thunder do. We know nothing about that team. They're the defending champs.
Yeah,
great points.
And so I think to the extent that the NBA has an issue right now with commanding attention, to your point, Dan, it's all of those things. And I don't know that there's any one answer here.
Yeah. You also mentioned Howard Beck as our guest. Great stuff as always. You mentioned this long list of issues that the NBA has. One that people are talking about now more as we get towards the end of the regular season, Howard, obviously, is the 65-game requirement for award winners and all NBA teams. and you might be left with, for lack of a better term, the scraps on those all-NBA teams. How big of a problem is that moving forward, and how likely do you think Adam Silver and the league are to walk away from that requirement?
So they created the 65-game rule a few years back because they were trying to find ways to tamp down load management, player rest, however you want to refer to these trends, where it was like, listen, we got to give the players and the teams more incentive. And it goes to the teams too, because the teams are the ones whose medical staffs and front offices are really responsible for the load management. It's not players saying, I don't want to play. It's medical staffs. So they create the 65-game rule. I hated it at its inception because, as a longtime media member who has also been a longtime voter for postseason awards, we're not voting for guys under 65 games very often for major awards anyway. True. But I want the ability to weigh this guy's 64 games against this other guy's 67 if they both were, missed a ton of games. You've taken the judgment out of our hands. And so I didn't like it in the first place. And I feared that there might be a year, and this might be the year, where a bunch of really worthy candidates all fell off the board and the All-NBA teams and the MVP ballot might look a little weird. So we may be heading there. And if that's the case, I think, it's incumbent upon the NBA to revisit this and give it, as Adam Silver likes to say, a fresh look. We'll see. But we're all keeping an eye on the games played down the stretch here to see if Jokic is actually going to qualify, if Wemby's going to qualify. Shea is now back, so hopefully he plays enough games. He was the front runner for MVP anyway, but still, it's going to put a dent in the All NBA teams for sure. And listen, even like I'm trying to think of the right player here. Let's just say Jokic. If Jokic fell out of the MVP race because he fell off the 65-game rule, fell under 65, fine, I kind of get it, but I should still have the ability as a voter, because we always took games played into consideration anyway. Maybe I won't put him at the top of the ballot because he only played 64, but I still want to be able to put him at like 5th to acknowledge that he had an incredible season, or to still have him like maybe 2nd team All-NBA and put somebody who played more games on 1st team All-NBA. But all of those decisions have been taken out of our hands.
Yeah. Howard, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us.
Keep up the
really
great work,
appreciate
Howard.
it.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you, Howard Beck from The Ringer, also Real Ones podcast with Raja Bell and Logan Murdoch. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Back to the NFL, just like the American public does. We'll do the same thing next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Buy online all the time by going to libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Not that long ago, you would have seen a Waltz van right outside my house in Fountain Hills, and that's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns, runs, and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came to my house, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a soundbar so cool it now doubles as my in-home stereo, put him on my wall downstairs, and bam, just like that, took my sports fandom to the very next level, gave me a great price, gave me professional installation, which means a lot to a guy like me who can't even program a remote control. They can do exactly the same thing for you, and now is a great time to do it. That 83-inch OLED television, by the way, perfect for live-action sports, and if you go shopping at Waltz now through the end of March, if you purchase a 75-inch OLED or QLED television or bigger, you're going to get another Samsung television for free, a 43-inch Samsung television for free. One of many reasons you shop at Waltz. They give you a great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name for additional incentives and benefits. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Team's just pretty much been asking me what I wanted to do, you know, just seeing where my mind was at. Just be telling them I think I'm an outside linebacker, edge, potentially. I think I got a lot to get better at outside linebacker and edge as far as, you know, pass rushing and coverage, but I think I can adapt to it quick.
That is Arvell Reese, Ohio State defensive prospect, talking about what position he could play. We touched on this yesterday, how that kind of thinking or that line of questioning on Arvell Reese might scare the Arizona Cardinals off more than other teams. And then Arvell Reese went out and put elite times and an elite performance in all the physicals at the NFL Combine. Does that cloud anything for you? I'm still there. He says he's an edge. He might be talented enough to pull it off. But if I'm the Arizona Cardinals and I'm focused on an edge rusher at number 3, I'm going with a guy who I know can do it. The Swiss Army knife thing, we've talked about it for years.
Listen, I don't want any part of that. I think we have all learned hard lessons. The Isaiah Simmons one, it comes to the forefront. The Travis Hunter thing in Jacksonville. Get somebody that's got a translatable skill. And again, that's part of the reason why when you look at the guys that shine with the metrics, it speaks to talent and potential unfulfilled. And I think you got to be real careful with those guys. There are football players who put their best days on the field once they get to the NFL. Tom Brady, the most famous one, but they're few and far between. Generally, your productivity in college football is a very good indicator as to what you're going to do on the next level. And if you start looking at guys and projecting this, and this, you're going to be disappointed. The league is too good.
Totally agree. And especially if you're the Cardinals and you're staying at 3, and we know Mendoza's going 1, despite Dan Orlovsky's best efforts. No, I'm joking.
And Sammy and Dan Orlovsky. Sammy the hater.
I'm not saying I wouldn't take him number 1 from the Raiders.
Sam Orlovsky over here.
But
Sam Orlovsky.
The Cardinals, should they stay put? And if they do come to the conclusion between now and April 23rd that they're going to go pass rusher, there's Reuben Bain Jr. There's
David Bailey.
There's David Bailey.
Yeah.
Guys that are more proven at those positions.
Yeah, and the David Bailey thing, like I said, I'm only slightly worried about him because he is such a speed and explosion-based talent, which means there hasn't been a lot of refinement in the technique because he hasn't needed to. You look at Ruben Bain Jr. and the kid's motor is fantastic, and that's something that's always like the first box for me now when it comes to these guys. When you watch them play college football, are they burning on every play, or are they kind of going Jadeveon Clowney on you?
Yeah, and that's his strength.
Yeah,
and it stands out when you watch the guy play.
Right.
Especially stood out in the postseason run by Miami.
And again, as I've said all week, you've hired a couple of new coaches from the U. You've got really good information on Ruben Bain Jr.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this. So when the Cardinals drafted Paris Johnson Jr., they now has famously traded and passed up on Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
You're at 3. Would you be okay again with taking an offensive lineman in the chance that Ruben Bain or David Bailey are just that good?
Yeah, I think you'd be afraid of it.
I mean, that's kind of the question I'm dealing with right now. I think those two guys are so good, but the need at O-line is so prevalent.
I would agree with that. I think the needed offensive line. Now, there are some people who tell you that the Cardinals' offensive line, even in its really diminished state, started to play well at the end of the year.
Started to,
but
and
then
it
again,
was diminished. But are you bringing that group back?
No. And again, it's also when you're not playing meaningful games, when there's nothing really on the line. It's a different kind of dynamic, in my opinion.
To Sammy's question, I mean, every position is a crapshoot. I think you brought up a great point earlier in the week, Bick, and that is tackle is not a position you're going to fill free agent wise this year. If you really want to upgrade the position outside the draft, you're going to have to make a trade.
Yep.
Now, are the Cardinals willing to do that? How do they prioritize? What's the bigger need? Is it right tackle? And again, it's not just right tackle. They're obviously not drafting a guard in the first round, but it needs to be addressed because 60% of your offensive line is probably not going to be back with you this next year. A lot of it's going to come down to what happens in these interview sessions this week, and they've already met with a lot of the defensive players who've talked about having productive interviews and positive interviews with the Cardinals. When they talk to the offensive linemen, whether it's Fano or Mauanoa, how much of it? I mean, they're going to flip a coin, maybe. And I don't want to say this as a negative because every team does this. You hope you got it right. Every team is doing their diligence.
Yep.
They're crunching the numbers. They're going over the tape. All of it. You never know.
No.
Regardless of what position you're drafting. And Paris Johnson Jr. has been decent.
Yes, I would argue he's been really good.
But you can't change the history now that the Cardinals passed up on a chance to get a disruptive wrecking ball of a defensive player in Will Anderson.
Yeah, and again, as I've said earlier in the week, just the idea that being in year 4 after 3 years of rebuilding, you're even considering trading down instead of just taking that great player, whoever you deem it to be at number 3, it's depressing to me. I don't want to hear about trading down. I don't want to hear about the need of more draft picks. You've had a ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I want this team needs high-end talent. We've talked about that. They badly need high-end talent. For those who didn't hear earlier in the week, there was an incredible stat Vinny brought up out of Pro Football Focus that 24 out of the top 100 players, 101 players, 101 players are in the NFC West, which is an inordinate number. Shows how great the NFC West is. Of those 24, the Cardinals have one of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you're living now, folks.
This is the year where I think draft-wise, the philosophy should be quality over quantity. It has not.
No doubt
it has
about
not
it.
been in the first 3 years.
That's
for Monty
very
Ossenfort.
accurate.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, the Friday edition of Social Studies. It's going to be fun. Stick around. We're going to do it next. Sammy's taking us through it here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Suns relocate mojo for momentum-shifting win over the Lakers. Kellen Olson takes a look at some of the Suns' signature and low-key skills. And Vinny's view centers around the Suns getting right behind a spark from the bench. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
If you're struggling with or have struggled with private student loan debt, you know how it feels. It feels terrible. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of options. I've heard from people in this situation, in that exact spot. But for those people, just know there's a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta and Y-Refi. That's what they do. They specialize with people, helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. And they don't judge you in the process. They're not grilling you with questions about how you got into the situation that you got in or why you didn't get out of it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment you can actually afford if you've been turned down by other lenders. Y-Refi shines the brightest in those situations because they build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hobig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hobig's Santan Ford off the Santan. 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns Lakers gave you what you wanted from an entertainment standpoint last night, and it ended like this.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
The Suns found a way to get it done last night, 113-110, in large part due to Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie. They'll now have a couple days off. They won't be back in action till Tuesday in Sacramento. The Diamondbacks continue to battle through injuries this spring, with Merrill Kelly trying to avoid starting the season on the IL. Brandon Pfaadt has yet to make a Cactus League start, and now Christian Mena re-aggravating his shoulder injury. In the NFL Combine, the Cardinals 2026 report card and what might happen with Kyler Murray all can be found over on ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, 9 o'clock on a Friday. That means it is time for Social Studies. You can find us on X. We're at Bickley_Murata, where Jarrett posts these questions every single day. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and we're at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Jarrett's wearing some funky fit today, as he always does. If you want to check it out, head to Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, so our first question on Social Studies today for Suns fans: whose struggles are most worrisome and why? Is it Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Ryan Dunn, or I'm not worried, you mope?
Jalen Green for me. I think Mark Williams, it's understandable. He looks like a player who's kind of gassed, and I think he'll get a second win sometime soon. But the Jalen Green piece, this is an expensive player.
It's an expensive player. It's an important player. It's a player that we thought, and you know, in reality of the situation is he's not coming back to a team that we thought would look like roster-wise that he's coming back to.
Right.
But we thought he would unlock a different level of this offensively, and he's pressing a little bit in his ball handling decisions and in his distributor decisions. He's not shooting the ball well, and I don't think he trusts the hamstring, which is the biggest problem of all. And at this point of the season, and with this much basketball behind him now, he's played in 12 ball games, it should probably be better. So he's definitely number one on my concern list.
Okay, so I voted in this poll. I actually voted I'm not worried, and strictly because
you're never worried. You're like Alfred E. Newman. Google it.
Wow.
Sammy.
What is that?
Have you ever heard of a Mad magazine?
No.
Okay.
But is that a reference to?
He was the mascot.
He was the face of Mad magazine.
And the only reason I voted I'm not worried is that I do want to see Jalen Green with Book for some sample size.
Yeah.
And obviously Green's play the last couple games does worry you if he can even find it again, but that's the only reason I voted I'm not worried. Tom Foss said Green struggling is the most frustrating, but I expect him to gradually play better by the end of the season, be back to top form, hopefully in the playoffs, and exceed expectations with Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker. So some optimism from Tom. All right, so Suns fans also, Vinny's talked about it all morning of how just sweet it is to not only get a win, but beat the Lakers. You ranked it third on your...
I couldn't believe that.
On your all-time...
It's probably way too high. But look, I'm living in the moment.
Come on. So you actually have a ranking of every single time.
Oh, hey, he went through a chronological list, man.
It's a mental ranking.
Okay, a mental ranking. That's fair. And
I mean, there was like a Dan Marley 40-foot three that buried the Lakers in '93 in the regular season where he climbed up on the scorer's table. That was up there. I mean, I pay attention to when the Suns beat the Lakers because I can't stand the Lakers.
And you could even argue the one earlier this season when Colin Gillespie went nuclear on television.
Oh,
that
yeah.
one is just as sweet. I mean, this one...
Peacock Colin.
Peacock Colin. Wow.
Yeah.
Put it on a shirt. Okay, so we did ask the question for Suns fans. What is the best thing about beating the Lakers and why?
At home, the noise level from the Lakers fan base last night at times, and ESPN, I thought it embarrassed himself. They put out an alert during the game because Luka made a play, and they clipped the highlight, they put it out as an alert, they pushed it, and it said, "Where even is this game?" I'm like, come on, you're ESPN, really?
Wow.
What was the crowd reaction when Royce O'Neal hit the three? Why didn't you clip that one?
Yeah.
To me, it is the satisfaction of the fan base suffering. It's just that is it petty? Yes, but I love it.
Because this is a rivalry with the Suns that goes back decades.
Yeah.
Decades and decades, and the Suns have always been the little brother. It's always been the inferiority complex. It's always been they get the stars and we don't. And it taps into some powerful stuff. But I agree with Vinny. I think the most satisfying part is the cockroach effect.
Yeah.
Watching them kind of leave quiet.
Ooh, nothing better. All right, so Andy Bryant said Lakers fans learning about DeAndre Ayton. Currently, that's the best thing about beating them. And then Wookiees was good. He said, anyone who was born into Suns fandom has this innate hatred for the Lakers. It wasn't taught or learned. It's part of our DNA. Denying it would be like Luke Skywalker denying the Force running through his body.
I like that one.
Yeah, it's good.
Look, and it's not that it's not born out of jealousy at some point either.
Yes.
They have a rich history. They have all the glamour, all the glitz, all the titles, all the superstars that Bickley mentioned. That's part of it too. So that makes it more delicious when they get to experience that loss.
All right, our last question.
And 3 out of 4 this year, but who's counting?
Right. And still one left. We could get it. So our last question, we were talking about an NFL trade that went down yesterday, and excuse me if I'm wrong with it. What was his name? Tre'Davious Sweat? Was that it?
This was based on
Tavondre Sweat.
Tavondre Sweat.
This was actually based on Con Knipple.
Okay, Con Knipple.
And the Oregon State Beavers fired Wayne Tinkle. Yesterday.
Oh,
did they really?
They did.
Wow.
So, Jared, I
two games left in the year.
Who's going to take a tinkle?
I hope you haven't finished that end of the week montage. We got some ones here, but we asked what sports figure has the funniest real name?
Oh, there's any number of them. I think you could go right now, college football quarterback, General Booty.
Yes.
He's related to John David, and his uncle is Josh, but General Booty.
General Maximus Booty.
Oh, that's his middle name?
Yes.
Oh.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Maximus Booty?
Maximus Booty sounds like a strip club.
I gotta look this up. Is that really his middle name?
That's what. I saw it a couple times in the responses.
Wow.
That's right up there. I know the kid.
No, it's General Axel Booty. Whoever's putting the Maximus is wrong. It's not far off. It's Axel.
Damn fake news.
Yeah. General Booty.
Vanderbilt's got a basketball player named Chandler Bing. I think is really
That's
hilarious
right.
right now. He hates the fact that he's named Chandler Bing and he's never seen Friends. I love that. Historically, I loved. I got to do play-by-play for the Oakland A's in spring training for a few years, back when they had Coco Crisp playing center field.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, then of course you could be childish like Jarrett and get into the Con Knipples and the Dick Trickles and
Dick Trickle,
yeah, right,
a lot of Dick
Okay, here's the
Trickles.
update. It's actual. His actual name, I stand corrected, is General Maximus Axel Booty.
I knew it.
What a name! General Maximus Axel Booty.
I wonder if that's a family name.
How do you go from John David to that?
Right.
But how about the all-time Bears great? Does it get better than Dick Buttkiss?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's
You have to grow up being a tough guy.
A badass to deal with that name. Yeah, it explains a lot. It explains a lot. It really does.
The naming of him when he was a baby was the origin story of a whole career.
It was.
There's a guy at the NFL scouting combine. I wasn't aware of this college football player. His first name's Ephesians.
From the Bible.
From the Bible.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wait, who's he play for? I think I've heard that name before.
Ephesians.
I forget.
Ephesians booty.
That'd be
First cousins.
That's counterintuitive. Daylight Film says, as our friend Harry says, ban Dickley and Vince Lasagna.
Hey!
James said, once time Diamondback Seth Beer. Great baseball name.
Man, I was really hoping Seth Beer
would
have been a bigger thing.
The beer jerseys would have fed
he
families.
Could not get it going at the big league level.
No, he couldn't. And then some honorable mentions from Las Vegas. God Sham God, the realist Clark.
That's right. Then there's a DeColdest, right?
The DeColdest, yeah. And then God's Gift to Chua.
Oh my good, I forgot about that.
So those
That's
are
Precious's brother.
That's Precious's brother.
Who went to St.
Wow.
John's. I weirdly enough drafted him in a Mock My World. And Vinny, congrats.
Right.
Did Vinny win?
Vinny's on the board.
He pulled it out.
I'm tied with Lipinski.
Lipinski and Jarrett.
Pretty soon, Lipinski will be back in the cellar.
So there we go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X. Follow us at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you want to watch us, you can head on over to Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, Howard Beck joined us, went over a laundry list of issues the NBA has. Really got us thinking. How deep of a problem is the NBA in? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Austin Reeves steps back. There was a pass deflected and stolen by Allen. He's into the forecourt. 2-on-1. He's going to step for three and bury another one. Grayson Allen taking this game over.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Baseball returns to Chase Field. Join your D-backs when they host the Tigers for opening day on March 30th. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. Well, we've told you the Suns have had their win of the season a handful of times now, but this time we mean it. We swear, at least Arizona Sports at Night does. We'll tell you why we believe that at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, good morning to everybody watching, listening, taking in the show in Sun Lakes today. We appreciate it. All the support coming from Sun Lakes. Earlier in the show, we got to talk to Howard Beck. We both believe one of the best NBA guests to have. The guy's just got his finger on the pulse of the league. Really, really good. But, man, at the end of that conversation, when you asked him about the issues of the NBA and why the American public has already switched its attention to the NFL when there's really nothing going on, and Howard, it's not like we were unaware of the list of problems, but to hear it laid out, the list of issues that Adam Silver is dealing with. Have you seen this guy, Jared? That he's dealing with on an everyday basis.
Yeah.
The tanking issue, the All-Star issue, the 65-game issue. There was another development, I don't know if you saw it, from the Pablo Torre investigation that now the Terry Rozier gambling case, there's a co-conspirator, a former player, and Antonio Blakeney. They're back in court. There's that. There's the diminishing attractiveness of All-Star Weekend. There's the questions now about the new TV setup and where to find it. TV rankings not being what they are.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on right now.
Yes, there is. Okay, so I'll relay this conversation I had with a friend of mine who works in publishing in New York City, and he's very dialed into the NBA, and we kind of went back and forth because my opinion has been that a lot of the media partners for the NBA have failed the NBA by not telling the stories of Oklahoma City, of a lot of these players whom you would not go and seek out on your own, but you should know about them. And it's kind of led to what I have seen as to be just really a crazy fast return to football in the minds of a lot of national sports talk analysts and all that. And what was put back at me was if NBA players were more likable, if they tried harder to ingratiate themselves with fans, you wouldn't have this issue, that the fans would find them, that they wouldn't need a Stephen A. Smith to stop ripping on LeBron and instead tell you about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to sell the league. And Howard Beck brought up some of that himself, and I thought it was fascinating that, a lot of the players now, that the upper crust of the NBA have become so rich and more pertinent, so famous, that they just think they're on another level, and they just don't give the way they once gave in terms of themselves, to the media, to the fans. That has changed.
I would agree with that. I think that's certainly an issue as well. But when I look at it, too, and we had the question not long ago in social studies or the reboot, whichever segment it was, but what's your favorite sport and why at this point? And I said, look, my favorite sport fluctuates. When I was really young, it was baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went through a basketball phase. Then it became football. Then it became basketball again. Baseball is gaining on both of them now. And how I guess for me personally, and this doesn't necessarily have to do with issues. This has to do with issues and everything's cyclical and how games are played.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing an uptick in the watchability of Major League Baseball because of these massive rule changes that have happened. I've been on record for the last several years with you on this show. I find NFL football, generally speaking, to be very boring with the way offenses operate now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of dink and dunk. There's not a lot of downfield passing. It's all about possession. I get it. It makes sense. You got to have possession to score, but it doesn't necessarily make for the most enjoyable viewing experience.
I agree.
I think basketball probably deals with that from an arrows being shot at it realm than any other sport, because if you're not even an avid viewer of the NBA, you're going to have some viewpoints on how the game is played and how it's presented right now. And the thought is, oh, it's just dunks and it's just threes. Oh, a lot of that's true. There's flopping going on. It's a march to the free throw line. That's another issue that I think is on the plate of Adam Silver as the commissioner, is how fans, even diehard fans of the NBA, view the officiating.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a very, very good point. And yeah, so I think when you add all this up, you wonder exactly where the NBA is going, because the league has never been better, but the way the league is being consumed is different. And we had this discussion yesterday. Sammy's generation tends to consume short clips of their favorite players.
Mm-hmm.
You're not necessarily hunkering down with the team and riding that roller coaster to the finish. So consumption habits have been different.
Definitely.
But I just think it's an indictment of something that at the end of football season has happened, and the NBA hasn't just kind of marched right onto center stage and said, okay, everybody, come check us out.
Is it as easy to say as it's just Curry, LeBron, and KD are no longer in their primes?
I think that's an issue. And Howard brought that up too. I mean, they're the most recognizable faces. And names, and obviously in LeBron's case, he's been around since the early 2000s.
Right.
People get used to watching it. They're still around, and they're still, all three of those players are still very, very formidable at what they do. But that could be an issue. If there's not others to join Victor Wembanyama on that podium, if you will, of faces of the NBA,
right?
It's going to be an issue. And that ties into what you said, too, about personality and willingness to give back to the fans. How many of those guys are out there right now?
Well, think of the super duper duper stars. Jokic?
No.
Luka?
No.
He could.
Giannis has a great personality.
Great personality.
Great personality.
But he's. It feels like his star has kind of fallen a little bit now. Maybe because his team hasn't been that good.
Yeah. You brought up something, too. It got me thinking about consumption, change in consumption, and how it's affected the NBA. Why has change in consumption of football not caught up with the NFL? I would love to know the number of people who consume NFL football on a regular basis on any given Sunday through the red zone, through the prism of fantasy football. Because you can't really get a feel of a game. But that's one reason I don't watch Red Zone. I'm not a huge fantasy football player, but I want to know what the flow of the game is. I don't want to just be updated when somebody's scoring, because I might have that guy on my fantasy
I know.
team.
That's very unfulfilling to me as well. It's very disorienting. It's a great way to keep on top of other things if you're rooted to one game, but I couldn't make that my primary viewing experience.
No, I can't. But the NFL, it's flourishing.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But the NFL, let's just admit it. The NFL is different.
Yes.
It's exempt from a lot of this.
It's once a week.
It's exempt from human behavior.
It's got the one word that every other sporting league knows they need more of, but never can bring themselves to do it. Scarcity.
Yeah.
You would think that at some point in time, if the NBA were dead serious about changing their issues, they would solve this problem by bringing scarcity into their league. They'll never do it. Now that you've established X amount of dates for television, you'll never go and subtract from that.
But that's the genius of what the NFL has created,
That's
too,
it.
because it's scarcity of actual product, but an abundance of the superfluous.
Right, because you can talk about a game for 6 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the game happens, and then you can talk about what you saw for 3 days, and then the next 3 days of what's coming up.
It's true. But also, speaking of the superfluous, there's people tuning into the combine. There's people taking notes on the combine at home.
Those people, we can't help.
I don't think people do that with the NBA scouting combine in Chicago. I don't even know if that's televised.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah.
But these are things the NBA really should be paying attention to, because something is not connecting.
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot on his plate. There's no doubt about it. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used gear to help kids get in the game, and you can get involved. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. It's happening through February, so a couple more days. To donate, to learn more, please text GEAR to 620. Coming up next, 9:30 on a Friday, Jared's going to make you laugh with the Sports Kebab. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bruh. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance, with a great reputation for making luxury attainable, with a great reputation for overserving all of their clients and making them feel like family. And that's the cool thing. Once you purchase a vehicle from Chapman BMW, you are not only rolling down the road in the ultimate driving machine, one of the more exhilarating driving experiences you are going to find on the planet. You are part of a great family, and once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is second to none. They are staffed by BMW certified technicians. It ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. All-star team I'm talking about working in their service department. They'll pick you up if your car needs service. You can opt for mobile service at your home. If you can't wait in their luxurious lounge, they'll give you a ride wherever you need to go, or you can drive away in one of their beautiful loaner cars. Further proof of why, if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Head on down to Chapman BMW in Chandler, Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Phoenix. This is a family-owned, award-winning business that has been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. And when you need maintenance, they are where the ultimate driving machine meets the ultimate service experience. Check them out online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Allen to Gillespie to Royce for 3, and the Suns got a very much needed 113-110 win over the Lakers last night. Despite Luka's 41 points, the Suns got big efforts from Grayson Allen with 28, and Colin Gillespie added 21 of his own. 13 of them came in the fourth quarter. The Suns now are off till Tuesday, where they'll be in Sacramento and hopefully see Devin Booker back on the floor for that one. As the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to navigate through their spring training injuries, they are in action tonight against the Seattle Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:10. And ASU and Bobby Hurley will be in Tempe for Utah tomorrow at 1:30 over on ESPN 620. GCU has a big one Saturday night at Utah State, and Arizona will look for revenge home for Kansas tomorrow at 2. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store, ready to replace your windows or doors. Schedule your free in-home consultation at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who was the most impressive in the Suns' thrilling win over the Lakers last night? Was it Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, Rasheer Fleming, or other?
Ooh, there's cases for all of them.
Yeah, there are.
I want to say that I don't think I'm voting for him. We've gone all morning long without talking about what Colin Gillespie did.
Mm-hmm.
He was fantastic in that game.
He was.
There was a time where Grayson Allen took over. There was a time where Colin Gillespie took over. Obviously, Royce O'Neal had big shots. I'm giving the nod to Rasheer Fleming.
Ooh.
I want to see more.
More
phlegm.
More
thing.
phlegm. Vic, agree?
More phlegm is coming up, by the way, with the sports kebab.
let him cast the vote. I'm good with it.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
So Rasheer Fleming, 18% of the vote, but Grayson Allen, overwhelmingly 63% of the vote. Colin Gillespie, 10. Royce O'Neal, 8%. So there you guys go.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it at arizonasports.com.
You know I like the funny. As a matter of fact, as you heard the one about the mushroom that walks in the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, get out of here. We don't serve mushrooms in this bar." And the mushroom says, "Why not? I'm a fun guy."
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
It's all you, Jarrett.
Well, thank you. It's all me, and this is the Sports Kebab.
No, I mean, it's all you. I'm leaving.
Oh, good. Hopefully, I'll hear some laughter and know that you're still there, because this is sports news skewered. But my goodness, guys, how about the weather this week? Much warmer than usual, near record heat. I mean, yesterday it was 86, bright.
Wow.
And made you question your life, like Jerry Colangelo. Today, it's going to be 90. That's what it's supposed to be in May, not February. Seriously, this is the most upset I've been to see May weather since I saw Floyd was fighting a washed-up Tyson and Pacquiao. Mayweather. But really, though, I should not need air conditioning in February. This is making me mad. Seriously, I'm more frustrated than Reuben Bain trying to reach something on a top shelf.
Oh, boy.
It is so hot.
How hot is it?
It's so hot. Yesterday, just walking to my car, I was sweating like an Australian Olympic reporter at last call.
Wow.
Yeah, speaking of the Olympics, the 2026 games in Italy are all done, and they finished with an unbelievable, dramatic gold medal win by Team USA Hockey. What a game, and it got so much reaction across the country. Casual fans were amazed by the level of play. NHL fans were proud that their sport was highlighted. HBO fans were disappointed that the players didn't kiss afterwards. And the U.S. gold medal, it had to have pissed off Canada. I mean, this is their national pastime, and America is the best at it. In fact, America has been dominating Canada teams head-to-head lately. The U.S. beat them in the Olympics. The Panthers beat them in the Stanley Cup. The Dodgers beat them in the World Series. I haven't seen an American consistently upset a Canadian like that since Alanis Morissette wrote a song about Dave Coulier.
Wow.
And I'm here to remind you about that song from 35 years ago. And let's not forget about the women's team. The women's team, they also beat Canada in overtime to win the gold. And did you see that they are now going to be hosted by Flavor Flav.
I did see this.
Yes. What a crazy story. Imagine winning a gold medal and then celebrating by going to hang out with a reality TV show host who gained fame in the 80s. But anyway, another Olympics are in the book, and what a great month for the red, white, and blue. That's red, white, and blue, which is how you describe the flag, not to be confused with red, white, and brown, which is how to describe DeAndre Ayton's eyes.
Wow.
Yes, DeAndre Ayton in the news again for his consistent play, for his inconsistent play, for his less than stellar effort, and for his post-game comments. He wants to be an all-time great center, but the guy is so lazy. He's Nikola Slokic.
Nikola Slokic.
He's less unsold. He's Elvin Lays.
Elvin Lays.
He's Wilt Lamberlin. DeAndre Ayton, I'm talking about, of course. He's Bob Slackadoo. He's Jack Suckma. He's David Robin. Some people who are paying him money is what he's doing. Now, of course, that's not the only odd thing going on in the NBA. As the Atlanta Hawks, did you see this story?
I did.
Are becoming the first team to ever partner with a strip club, as this week they announced they will be having Magic City Night. Magic City, of course, a world-famous gentleman's club frequented by many basketball players. In fact, their stage features the most famous NBA pole since Marcin Gortat. And look, I don't blame Atlanta. I mean, the night's going to be great. It's going to feature some of Magic City's famous lemon pepper chicken, which means it'll be the first time the Hawks have a good wing since Stacey Augmon. And look, the Hawks are going all out with it. All out with this strip club partnership. I heard for the night, they will be the first team ever to have the players wear Nikes with clear heels. And strippers and exotic dancers, they just fit with the Hawks. This is the franchise of Young, Pettit, and the Human highlight reel. With this, now they can add young, petite, and different kinds of human highlight reels. And finally, let's face it, stripping and the NBA in general just fit together. I mean, think about it. Adult modeling and playing for the Jazz are the only two jobs where you miss time for elective plastic surgery. There you go. That's the Sports Kebab.
Very good. Very entertaining.
Bob Slackadoo.
That's a good one.
Slackadoo. Well done.
Jack Suckma.
But I do have to say, while I appreciate the structure of the wing joke for Atlanta,
well,
Jalen Johnson's pretty good.
I know. I wanted an older reference for the thing. Plastic Man. Oh, I had an easy one there. They had Plastic Man. Now they have Plastic Women.
They did. All right.
Damn it.
Extended remix version of the Sports Kebab. Come up with something on the fly. What do you got?
That was it. They had Plastic Man. Now they have a Plastic Woman. You remember that Magic City became very famous in the bubble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
because
lemon
who was the
pepper
player?
wings.
Lou Williams.
Lou Williams,
left
that's right.
Orlando
Yeah.
to go to Magic City
And he claims,
for the
yes,
wings.
just for the wings.
Just for the wings.
The origin of this story is unbelievable, too, because Jamie Gertz is a part owner. Her husband's high up in the ownership hierarchy of the Hawks. She was an executive producer on a documentary series about Magic City that came out a couple of years ago. So she's behind this whole...
Wow.
To me, and I read this story last night, and I was like, what year is this? That seems like such a 2001 thing to do
Kind of
for
does.
promotion in sports,
no, I'm
doesn't
with
it?
you. It really kind of does.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Well
Bob
done, Jarrett.
Slackadoo.
Yes. Thank you.
Wilt Lamberlin. The Sports Kebab with Jarrett Carlin every Friday. You can follow Jarrett on Twitter at JarrettGC. JarrettGC. Coming up next, some final thoughts heading off into the weekend, including the triumphant return of the weekend checklist. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Grayson dribbling on the logo center court. Laravia gives him some room. Down to 10 seconds. Allen to his left. Now stops and goes to his right. Gets around Luka into the lane. Hangs in the air. Feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal. An open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock. And the Suns take a 3-point lead. 113 to 110.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, if you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching Arizona sun causes lots of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which leads to a lot of bad things, warping, condensation, or if you're me, a huge spike in your energy bills. And if that sounds familiar, got some great news for you. My friends at Advanced Window Products running a great sale and a great time to beautify your home, reduce your energy bills all at the same time. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. No middleman markups, which is why their pricing is fantastic. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, which means they will be here tomorrow. Family-owned business with a motto to treat customers like friendships, co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, by the way, and they do tremendous work. I know they replaced all of my windows, and from installation to cleanup, the whole process was absolutely fantastic. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty, by the way, transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And during their current sale, you're getting $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows, prorated if you need fewer than 10. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Green, happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't Don't you cry no more.
Yeah, fire.
For some old dudes.
Shut up, Beavis.
These guys are really rock. A little Kansas for you today. A little Kansas for you tomorrow if you're a U of A fan.
Oh.
Hopefully not a lot of Kansas tomorrow.
Yeah. We don't know if Darren Peterson's going to feel like playing basketball.
Honestly,
By the way, when we had Seth Greenberg on this week and I asked the question about Darren Peterson, did you feel like he really had to restrain himself?
Yes, everyone
They
does.
seem very frustrated.
It feels like everyone does because genuinely no one really knows what's going on.
And Bill Self he's losing. I mean, he's been holding his tongue all season long, and he's losing grip on his tongue. It's getting a little bit more frustrating. But Seth Greenberg's a former coach at the Power 5 level. It was just dripping off of him.
Yeah.
It was
You
good
say
stuff.
it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
How you guys feeling about that rematch?
Pretty
cool. It's part of my look ahead, man.
Mine too.
Stay tuned for the weekend checklist, yeah. All of us are going to do?
No, I don't have any weekend checklist of that item, but
You're focusing on the Cognizant Open?
no, the other thing.
Or as I was going to call it based on the leaderboard
Hey,
yesterday, the
you gotta
Incognito
be-
You told me something
Open.
about horse racing.
There is.
Yeah, there always is. Kansas's best song, Vic? Yes or no?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
This is way better.
Dust
than
in the Wind is very good, but it's very, very depressing.
And of course, it put the bow on Old School, the movie.
Yeah, it's so associated with that now.
Carry on, my wayward son. Kansas, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It's been on hiatus. It's back. The weekend checklist, where we look to what's happening this weekend, project what we think could go down. Sometimes it's been a great success. Other times, egg on the face. What do you got, Vic?
Okay, I have got Brooks Koepka winning the Cognizant Classic in a field that is tremendously yucky.
Gotta be an absolute nerd for this one.
Yeah, yes, you do. That's a very good point.
Well, we got two of them here. So.
And I've got Arizona smacking Kansas, little retribution and revenge in Tucson. And then I'm going to pick my GCU Lopes to upset Utah State and get a big net rating victory.
Wow, that would be huge for them.
It'd be huge for them, is right.
I had the focus on college hoops as well. I got ASU beating Utah by 20 plus tomorrow.
Ooh.
And I hope that happens because I will be at the game. Going to the game with my son tomorrow. I also have Arizona smacking the Jayhawks by 15 or more.
Oh.
And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 30-plus points in his return to the floor tonight against the Denver Nuggets.
Wow, what a return.
Yeah. It's a marquee game.
Be on my TV. All right, Jarrett.
I guess I'm piggybacking here. I have U of A avenging their loss by winning by double digits versus Kansas at home.
Why were you shaking your head when I said it then?
Because it's like everyone's thinking it now.
Well,
I'm like nervous that it's
There's
gonna.
no football to pick from.
Yeah.
The number one team in the country, Duke, will lose at home to Virginia.
Virginia's rolling.
Meaning that Arizona can get back to number one, hopefully, if they win. And the Diamondbacks will name Ryan Nelson as their opening day starter.
Okay.
This weekend, huh?
I don't know. I could save it and do it. I could do it again next weekend if they don't do it.
All right. Those
Alex
are good ones.
Weiner convinced me on that.
All right, my three.
Yeah, Alex Weiner doing the detective work on it. I love it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Mine also involves Ryan Nelson. I believe he starts today. He will give up 0 earned runs. A top 9 college basketball
You're really
team.
going out on the limb.
He's gonna
He's
pitch
gonna
one
give
inning,
zero
zero
earned runs in 1 inning.
How about? Hey, you don't know how long he's gonna pitch.
He's not going 5.
A top 9 college basketball team will lose, and that's specific because Illinois and Michigan play. They're both in the top 10.
And that game's in Champaign, so.
Game is in Champaign. I'm looking at Florida. I'm also looking at Duke. Iowa State has a tough one. They're home, but for Texas Tech. And guys, if I told you there were 14 graded stakes horse races this weekend, would you believe me?
I would believe you. I would
Okay.
believe anything you tell me about horse racing.
And I would say the biggest one, it's a Kentucky Derby prep race, one of the biggest races of the year so far. Jackson Hole is his name, the one horse. is going to win the Fountain of Youth stake. It's 8-1 on the morning line.
I've heard all those words before, just never put together in a sentence like that.
It's
what? How did you get into horse racing? Other than you're a
Jared, he's got a
gambling
problem.
addict, I know.
It's not even that, guys. It's not even that. So obviously, I've told you this story before. My dad and I used to go, and we used to go to California. I drew a liking to it. It was always fun. And in the last year, I wanted a new sports hobby. The last year and a half. And so I picked up horse racing and like researching like what all these numbers, the speed
handicapping.
means.
Yep.
Yes. And so I've taken real enjoyment to it, and I'm pretty pumped.
See, my dad used to take me to Turf Paradise.
Yeah,
when I was a kid too, and my experience was far different. I walked away thinking, all these guys smoking cigars smell bad, and they creep me out. And I don't know what they're doing to those horses when they're not racing.
there is that.
Different reaction, I guess. There you go, weekend checklist.
Good stuff. Good
By
week,
the way,
boys.
real quick, Clint Capella has responded to DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton was in a story by Dave McMenamin and said, they're trying to make me into Clint Capella. Well, then he went out and scored 2 points last night. Capella said, you got two of the best floor generals in the game, my dog. Lock in, with laughing emojis.
Brutal.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks to Alex Weiner and Howard Beck. We'll be back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next, and we leave you with this. Somebody sat you down and said, hey, the Suns are going to go through a stretch where they don't have Devin Booker. They don't have Dylan Brooks. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. Well, it's just further proof. You just can't take somebody with the initials DB out of a situation without feeling the loss.
I know that. Man, when DB is not on this show.
It's true, though. And when he's not on the show, everyone always says, where is that DB?
It's also how teams use running backs now, too. You don't go in with one guy. I mean, you're not going into a full season with just Earl Campbell as your running back.
Not nowadays, no. I mean, he's about 70 years old.
And isn't it odd that two of our primary sports stars in Arizona both broke their hands? Dylan Brooks and Corbin Carroll?
These things come in threes. Who's next?
Dan, when he punches me in the face.
Foot.
Vinny spilled coffee.
Who did it? Who did it?
This carpet is still relatively new.
Call Sherlock Holmes. Who did it?
Not Doogie Howser.
Igor Kakaskov.
I would have to vote for Jalen Green's Intergratin.
Let's go. But we're not so young.
Oh, my arm. It's broken.
The ham.
The Bears are moving to Hammond, Indiana.
Yellow skin due to a smelting accident. I love gold.
Isn't that weird?
Does anybody here object to this marriage, these couple in front of you?
Speak now.
Or forever hold your peace.
I'm going to use it as a bat.
I say whatever I want to say, baby. No one gonna shut me up.
The Olympics were this week. What's going on?
Well, where is our hockey team?
Maybe we should get P.O. Bucks. Where there's a Willis, there's a way.
Hey, how you doing?
Throw me a freaking bone here.
What am I going to be offended by today?
Blah, 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 blah.
Boom, boom.
I am one pasty dude.
She was nearly fired for not being drunk enough.
You're looking especially cracker, Sammy.
Who knew the key to Bickley's love of sport was stationary balls?
Keep Florida out of your mouth, Vinny.
He's been contused.
He's been contused.
I guarantee that animal no longer has a head.
Kirko or the hump?
Big fan of Cookie Puss.
You look like you've had all the blood sucked out of your face.
Too much incest.
Wow, you complete me. Thank you for that.
This report is brought to you by Southwest Gas. Name only billboard, no copy.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jamal just said that he doesn't know a single Mariah Carey song other than All I Want for Christmas Is You. And then he asked me who Pink is.
What? I try to think like, oh, they're arguing about like who's the greatest son of all time or something. And then Rick comes on and says he doesn't know any Mariah Carey songs.
I genuinely thought like it was a rock band.
You didn't even know who Pink was?
No.
Yeah, this is the problem
Pink
here.
Floyd.
Yes, that was the first one.
Yeah, it was conflating the two, basically.
Rick said Pink, and Jamal's like, yeah, Floyd, yeah,
Big
finish the
difference
name.
between Pink and Pink Floyd.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype. No shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com. when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is delivering big opportunities all month long.
Absolutely, Dave. Our President's Day savings event is happening all month long. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month or purchase with $6,000 in savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options as low as $769 a month.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns Lakers gave you what you wanted from an entertainment standpoint last night, and it ended like this.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
The Suns found a way to get it done last night, 113-110, in large part due to Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie. The Suns will now have a few days off. They won't be back in action till Tuesday in Sacramento. The Diamondbacks continue to battle through injuries this spring, with Merrill Kelly trying to avoid starting the season on the IL. Brandon Pfaadt has yet to make a Cactus League start, and now Christian Mena re-aggravating his shoulder injury. And the NFL Combine, the Cardinals 2026 report card, and what might happen with Kyler Murray all can be found on Arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. This spring training, make Talking Stick Resort your home base for all the action. Stay just minutes from the ballpark and enjoy complimentary game day shuttles. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
I'm in a great mood today.
Wow, great mood.
Great mood.
What's your problem?
Yeah, that's a good point. Although this show better be damn good because you pulled me away from the NFL Combine, one of my favorite things of the whole year.
Well,
let's go.
Good news for you. It's on that TV right there. You can watch Sonny Styles run whatever he's running right now.
I love myself some Sonny Styles.
All right. Why are you having such a good day? We can bring you down.
It's Friday. It's, weather's nice. A little warm, but yeah, feeling good. I'm excited. There's a lot of things to talk about. Never boring. I'm excited to come in here once a week and just yip and get going. I'm feeling good.
Well, Josh Weinfuss is going to join us in a little bit. Of course, ESPN Arizona Cardinals reporter to talk about the state of the Cardinals right now. There's a lot to talk about with the Cardinals today, actually, but we're not starting there, John. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're starting with the Phoenix Suns, who went out there, stole a win from the Lakers, and all of a sudden, things look a lot more optimistic around here.
Isn't it amazing what one win will do? Although
it was the timing and the opponent really ramped that up.
Well, there's a few things at play. Anytime anybody on the West Coast beats the Lakers, it's a great day. So you feel great.
Okay.
LeBron is becoming tougher and tougher to stomach. He's very difficult with the flopping and everything. Everybody loves to beat Luka. So there's just the Lakers factor in general.
Yes.
And then you throw in the fact that now you've won the season series. Even though it's still a big game, the second to last game of the year at LA is a really big game. But you're up 3-1 in the series. Obviously not great at math, but 3-2. You can't catch the Suns at this point. So if you're tied, that's great. And then just the whole negative. Oh, my God, we got to win. The way that it happened, Royce O'Neal gets the win. That's another reason I'm in a great mood, because now what it does is it swings everybody from woes me to, okay, we're back on track. We're back on, Dylan Brooks is still out and they still haven't been healthy and all these different things. But beating the Lakers, and here's the other thing. The biggest thing of it is you get out of the 7 potentially and get into the 6, and you don't have to play in a playing game.
Yeah,
right?
That's the biggest thing. Wolf and I were talking about this a lot yesterday, and we were trying to figure out, every time I tried to go down the optimistic path of, okay, but what if they do win? Because if they do, which they did, everything you just said happens. You're 1 game out of the 6th seed. The Lakers don't look right, and you should get Devin Booker back here maybe as soon as the next game. Who knows, because it's not till next Tuesday, but at least soon. But every time we were talking about, okay, you get Book back, you get a win, Wolf was like, okay, but how do you see them winning this game tonight? And it was tough. And what we finally settled on is kind of what happened. It was that Grayson Allen had to go out there and have a big game. I mean, that was the guy we settled on. I remember saying Grayson Allen needs to hit 7 threes and have about 27 points. He hit 6 and he had 28. So there you go. I thought they would have to win like 100-99 though. They ended up actually scoring, which is, you're going to have to. Still not. They can't get Jalen Green to shoot. Let me rephrase that. They can get Jalen Green to shoot. They can't get him to shoot the ball into the hoop.
To go in.
Yes. But to have Jalen Green, he cannot hit a shot. To not have Devin Booker, to not have Dylan Brooks, to not have Jordan Goodwin, and to beat the Lakers anyway, it changes things.
Well, I don't know that I've ever seen this number. So everybody impress your friends with this number at work today, if you even go into work. The bench of the Suns outscored the Lakers in the third quarter 31-0. I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire life. I mean, it was just...
That is weird.
It's one of the craziest numbers I've ever seen. Then you talked about Grayson Allen. The reason you have optimism about the Suns, so they get possibly getting in the sixth and maybe giving someone, a pain in the first round is we keep talking if. But when we do that kind of if practice, you forget about Grayson Allen, and he was so good last night that he was throwing heat checks in. They're going in In fact, when he got taken out for Jalen Green, I don't normally do this, but I jumped off my couch because Jordan Ott is a great coach.
Yeah.
But rotations bother me sometimes. This is when you go in. This is when you go out. You've got to be mentally ready to go in the game. How about you just go in the game when I say to go in the game and come out when I say to come out? I understand the premise of rotations, but when a guy's on a heater like Grayson Allen is, and let's be nice, Jalen Green isn't, I think at times what you should do as a coach, especially with a struggling team, is you don't take a guy out. And so he came back in. He wasn't nearly as effective, but he was on a heater, and Jalen Green comes into the game, and I go, no! Just at this time of the year, maybe break your rotations, do some things. Jordan Ott is awesome, but Grayson Allen was that good last night.
Jalen Green is now 21 for 75 in the last 4 games. Like, I can't watch him shoot right now. I'm assuming he will work his way out of this. It appears he's going to have to shoot his way out of it, though.
Ask you me. I mean, I don't know. I know we have a Jalen Green segment, so I don't want to make this about Jalen Green, but it is painful right now, and clearly he doesn't fit quite. So we'll give you a bit of a teaser, which is coming up a little bit later. I don't know that he fits what they're doing, but we'll stay positive because they won last night, at least for now.
He's definitely not feeling it right now. I mean, that's a given. And so you needed somebody else to step up, and the only other guy logically on the roster that could do it to the extent that Grayson Allen did it is Grayson Allen. Like Colin Gillespie was great in this game for what he is. But, I mean, with Grayson Allen, you're talking about a guy who hit 10 threes in a game earlier this season. Like there's always a chance he just goes off. And the other part about it is, you said it. You beat LA. That's big. You beat LA in standings. That's huge. LA doesn't really look right. Like, they look like a team you could catch. All this time, I've been thinking it was Minnesota was the team they could catch for 6. And mathematically, they certainly could. But LA looks like they want to give up a top 6 spot.
They remind me of the Eagles. You can't really put your finger on it, what the Eagles were going through this year with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni and all the stuff. And the Lakers are the same thing. J.J. Redick is a complete joke as a coach. He's egotistical, doesn't know what he's doing. He needs some adults in the room on his side. They don't have it. It's nothing against LeBron. Everybody gets older. It just happens. So what with this team, and I'm not taking away from the Suns' win, but what happens with this team is because Luka is so ball dominant, LeBron James becomes a corner perimeter jump shooter.
Yeah, which is just, it's still weird to see. Yeah.
And he doesn't play any defense at this point of his career, very little. Selectively he does. And so now you've got one of the greatest players of all time as a corner three-point jump shooter at 80% of the time in their offense. Occasionally he'll take it when Luka doesn't have the ball. They're completely mismatched. We all know about Ayton and what he does. They're just a bunch of mismatched pieces that I think Rob Pelinka was trying to, and this is what you do when you're in L.A. Look at who we got. Look at who we got. Look at who we got. We got Marcus Smart. He's terrible. So they have this, it's the land of misfit toys of what the Lakers is, and then to put on top of it, they really don't like each other.
Yeah.
So they're a mess.
And they just, look, you've got Ayton there doing what Ayton did here. What was he last night? 2 points and a minus 24, DeAndre Ayton. But you also, and we were talking to Kurt Heelan of NBC Sports about this yesterday. He's based out of L.A. It's like they didn't expect to get handed Luka. That's how bad that trade was. It was so bad that it destroyed the Mavericks. I don't know if those owners are just trying to move to Vegas or what, but it destroyed the Mavericks. But it also, it was so bad that even the team that won the trade is like, wait, we're not built for this.
Well, and you know what? It's really simple. I say this, it's not that simple, but you build the Lakers like you built the Mavericks. You're a 3-and-D team. You put a bunch of those kind of players around Luka, who's indifferent to defense, who will get the ball to you. But you can't even deny last night, like 41, 8, and 8, and he was making some shots that were like, are you serious?
Yeah.
So you get those kind of players around him. And I don't know why they didn't trade LeBron in the offseason. I don't know why they didn't trade him at the deadline. They're not going anywhere, and it's nothing against him. It's just a totally different team. They've chosen to go with Luka, and therefore you got to move LeBron and get pieces that are not equal to LeBron but will fit better around Luka.
They are going to be fine, the Lakers. I mean, they still won the lottery. Don't get me wrong. They were handed Luka. Like, long term, when LeBron retires or leaves, they should have been in a bad spot, and they're not going to be now because they have Luka. But right now, because we're still talking, it was 12, 13 months ago when that trade happened, like, you have to construct your basketball team a certain way, and they were constructing it a certain way, and then they got handed Luka, and they're like, wait, teams don't do this.
We're not going to be happy about this, and like you said, maybe next year, 2 years from now. When
but right now.
Yeah, they have their kind of their base of their house built, and then they're going to go for 10 more. I mean, that's what when he got traded over there, everybody just went, we were almost at the end of LeBron.
Yeah.
You were going to be terrible,
They were
and now
finally going to have to rebuild.
Yeah,
and
but for now, I think I think the Suns will catch them. I think they'll surpass them. They don't play any defense. They're just a mismatched team. So
Redick just looks angry a lot on the bench.
He's got to go.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. When we come back, how much did David Bailey's performance at the NFL Combine impact what you might want the Cardinals to do at number 3? In fact, John, who's in for Wolf today, I'm not even sure I know what you want them to do at number 3. So this will be interesting next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Lakers have it on their offensive end. Marcus Smart ready to inbound. He gets the ball, holds above his head, throws a lob pass, cross court. Reeves open for 3, and he missed it. Suns win 113-110. The final score tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. They win the season series against the Lakers.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, it is Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf today on this, I guess it's a Football Friday now because we're going to talk about the Combine, and we've got it on in here.
Combine is everything.
You love the Combine.
I do, but it's dorky. It's really dorky, number one. And number two, you get so caught up in it that you forget about the production on the field, which is the most important thing. Like, they were just showing Sonny Styles, linebacker for Ohio State, runs a 4.46, jumps like a 40-inch vertical, and everybody and it doesn't matter. Every front office executive for every NFL team will go, Combine doesn't matter, Combine doesn't matter. Oh, my God, look what he just did. And then they draft him way too early.
Yes.
They cannot help it.
It's fine if we all overreact.
Right.
If you're the GM of a team like, I don't know, the Jets or the Raiders, who, look, they're the top 2 picks, so who knows what could have happened this year in the draft. But, I mean, 2 teams that love to overreact to the Combine or Pro Day or whatever.
They should just call it the Al Davis Invitational because that's what he did. Who ran the fastest? That's our guy.
That's our guy, yeah.
That's what he would do.
Just line everybody up and have him race. Yeah, but that guy's ranked 137th. I don't care. Take him.
Darius Hayward Bay. I don't care. We're taking him. Look it up, kids.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday because there were 3 defensive players that are looked at towards the top of the draft. There's others. I mean, Caleb Downs certainly up there too. We weren't looking at him. We were looking at more like guys that can produce a pass rush. And we were looking at David Bailey, Reuben Bain Jr., or Arvell Reese because all 3 of them had met with the Cardinals and talked about it. And Wolf was pretty firmly in the Reuben Bain corner. Like you could not talk him out of Reuben Bain. He was doing the U sign. He has no ties to the U. He was firmly in the Reuben Bain corner. I like Reuben Bain. I do like David Bailey, though, too. Arvell Reese, I think, will be good wherever, but just not with the Cardinals, because I don't want another guy where we have to...
Isaiah Simmons kind of deal.
I mean, they've had quite a few of them where they draft him and they're like, we revolutionized the sport because we've drafted 4 players at the same time. Like, just draft 1 player here, please. So I want Bailey or Bain. Do you have a strong preference there if they were to go defense early?
Yeah. Again, this is a Combine thing. Like, I watched Reuben Bain just completely dismantle teams, and he was great and all those kind of things. But when they say 3rd shortest arms in the history of the Combine, it scares you. And here's how GMs think. You know this. They don't want to get fired. In the 2nd round, if you miss, in the 3rd round, if you miss those other rounds, you don't get fired because of that. But if you draft type 3, let's be honest, this pick to me is for Monty Ossenfort's job. Because if he doesn't nail it, he's already iffy. If he doesn't nail it and somebody around him does, and they should have picked that guy, and they have a bad year next year, he's getting fired. So what they do is they do the CYA thing, because Reuben Bain has short arms. If he doesn't pan out, Michael Bidwell goes to Monty Ossenfort and goes, "You knew he had short arms. Why'd you draft him?"
Look.
So what happens, this is why the Combine works, is because then you go to that owner and you say, well, God, I took Sonny Styles. He's 6'4", 244. He ran a 4.4. He has this, he has that. He had that vertical. He had great tape. What do you want me to do? I followed I followed what I should follow.
Yeah.
GMs who are on the verge, like Monty Ossenfort, I don't know if they can take chances on guys who don't have the right measurables.
Yeah, it's a good point, because if you miss at 3, there will definitely be better players picked behind 3 because you're picking so high in the draft. Honestly, even if you hit at 3, the odds that you get the best player in the draft,
They always have those redrafts, and they are never right.
It's
right?
never the same. So, but
who's your guy there? Like, I mean, do you have a guy there that you would take?
I like Bailey. I like Bane too, but I do like Bailey. But I think I've seen him play more. Although I did see Bane play a lot because Miami was on a lot. So I don't think they could necessarily go wrong with either of those. But then this gets into the other conversation we were having before the show. If there's not a clear-cut guy at number 3, should you stay at number 3?
So I know that Bick this morning is you got to take the best player. You can't trade back. I know that Gambo is you can't trade back. But here's how the game works. It is not quality. It is quantity. And I'll do this in 30 seconds. But if you look, everybody wants to emulate who just won the Super Bowl. Well, look at Seattle. They have one top 5 player in their starting 22, and that's Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah.
But like Smith and Jigba is 20th. Charles Cross was good. Zabel, their first-round pick last year, is 18. Barner, their tight end, who had a great Super Bowl, is a 4th-rounder. Speaking of right tackles, Abe Lucas is their right tackle. He's good. They just signed him an extension. He's a 3rd-rounder. You start getting into Byron Murphy, 16th pick. Or even Ernest Jones is a mid-round pick. My point in all this
Their
is
highest draft pick is Sam Darnold, who they didn't draft.
Right.
Yeah.
And they do trades, everything else. But what it's about is, and if you look at their draft, I'm not going to bore you with it. You look at Seattle's draft, you look at the Rams draft, you look at the Niners draft, the teams that are competing, they are getting guys in the mid-rounds, the 2nd round, the 3rd round, later in the draft. They're nailing that. So what it's about for Monty Ossenfort in the Cardinals is getting a quantity of players. If you look at teams that win Super Bowls and go deep into playoff runs, you can look at like their last 3 drafts, and they'll nail about 4 or 5 picks in those drafts. It's great to get the top 5 guy, but you can't assume that the best player is taken in the top 3. Personally, right now, honestly, if I could get, let's say New Orleans wants to move up. There's not a quarterback, so I don't think anyone will. But let's say New Orleans wants to move up, and we'll give you like 8 and 42 for 3.
I think it would have to be Jeremiah Love. I think some team would have to really fall in love with Jeremiah Love and say this guy's the next Bijan or whoever, and say and we are running back away or whatever, and we're going to trade up. I'm torn on this one, and I'll tell you why. In theory, I agree really with what Bickley and Gambo are saying in the sense that this team needs some elite players because they filled out the roster with, hey, here's all these guys that might be good. Oh, now they're all hurt. Okay. Or this guy might be good. He is, but this week he isn't, or whatever. They need elite players. But that varies from year to year with the draft. There is not, at least so far, it does not appear that there is a clear cut, man, you got the 3rd pick. That's great. Like your pick's already locked in. Of course, you're going to take this guy. So and I was saying this the other day, okay, so Mendoza's gone at 1. If the next tier, and I know this is different for each team, if the next tier is like 2 players for the Cardinals, like, okay, we have to get David Bailey or maybe they want Jeremiah Love or something, you know what I mean? Like, these are the 2 best players. Okay, well, then you're going to get one. But if your next tier is like 8 or 9 guys, and then the tier below that is kind of similar anyway, they do need more quality players. But it ultimately comes back to, I mean, you use Seattle as an example. They hit on their picks. If you're not going to hit on your picks, doesn't matter how many you have, you know?
Well, so the other side of it, too, is, and I think this is being brought up a lot, is I don't think it's as simplistic as saying, and it's nothing against Paris Johnson Jr., but they trade that pick, right, and they move back, and they could have had Will Anderson. So it is, because they're talking offensive tackle, is it as simple as, well, you don't want to make that mistake again? Well, maybe Bane is Will Anderson. Maybe David Bailey is. But like you said, you just don't know at this point. And so if I had my druthers, if somebody wanted to move up, I would do that. If not, I would go defense, and people forget it's not the draft doesn't end. They have pick 34.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a tackle at pick 34, and I think what you do is, and again, you emulate the champs. How did Seattle win the Super Bowl? Drake May couldn't come up for air. That's what it came down to. Now, again, you can look at it 2 ways. They couldn't protect, so you take the tackle, or Seattle had that many great pass rushers and speed and athleticism coming off the edge, and that's what they did. They just absolutely overwhelmed the Patriots with blitz packages, but they had Derek Hall at the first sack of the game. They just it was DeMarcus Lawrence, it was Hall, it was just they have this cavalcade of guys off the edge. And if I'm a Cardinals fan, I'm looking at that going, that's what I want. That's what Bailey is to me. That's what I think Bain will be. I would take Bailey at 3 if I could. I don't want anything to do with Reese. I agree with you there. I don't want some guy that doesn't have a position.
So here's Louis Riddick. Yeah, because they cannot afford to miss on this pick. Here's Louis Riddick yesterday talking about those 3 defensive players.
I think the tape speaks for itself. So where does he stack up? I just don't see there's any way that this young man should still fall outside of the top 10. He should not get past the Kansas City Chiefs at 9 or the Cincinnati Bengals at 10. Is he in the same class from an athletic trait standpoint as a David Bailey or an Arvell Reese, from Texas Tech and Ohio State respectively? No, that's obvious. But when you turn on the tape, the leverage, the power, the flexibility, the bend, the 3-down capability to stop the run, rush with power, rush with finesse, it's all there. He was tutored by one of the very best to ever do it in Jason Taylor down there at the University of Miami. I have no question he will overcome his shortcomings, and he will be a tremendous pro.
So he's talking about Bain, obviously, there, comparing them to the other two. There's a good chance with those players. Like I said, I'm a little worried about if the Cardinals were to take Reese, but with those players, you can't go wrong, that they'll both be good, but also you can't be wrong this time.
You can't. That's the pressure.
Because the last time they picked even close to this high was 4th with Marvin Harrison Jr. I went through the list the other day and then I threw it away. But the list of times they've picked in the top 5 since 2000, I mean, that's where you got Fitz, that's where you got Pat P, that's where you've gotten some great players there. It's where you got Kyler and the jury's still out 8 years later. But then you've also missed on some players there, but they haven't had a top 5 pick that often. And I remember when they took Marv, as rough as it's been for Cardinals fans, they haven't picked top 5 as often as you would think. But when they took Marv, it was everybody was like, no-brainer. Man, you're going to get Marv at number 4. Like, don't even think about trading it. And he hasn't panned out. Yeah, he still could, but he hasn't yet.
No.
And if you're Monty Austin for it, you need these guys to pan out now, not 8 years down the line.
This is his job on the line right now. That's why what he just said, though, what he just said right there is why the Cardinals, I don't think, will take him. Because Michael Bidwell is going to say to Monty Austin for it, well, this Bain guy didn't work out. I heard on ESPN they said he had short arms. They said he didn't have athletic traits. He's only given us 5 sacks. Meanwhile, David Bailey's given Tennessee 10 or 12.
Yeah,
and that's when they don't have the traits. I don't know if you can take the chance.
Also, quick shout out to Avondale. Just want to see what's going on out there.
What's up, Avondale?
Yeah, that's right. It's all right. When we come back, was last night's win the win of the year for the Phoenix Suns? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fleming is there to tip it over to Jalen Green. 4 seconds to shoot. Green steps back for a deep 3, and that's banked in off the window for Jalen Green. The bank is open late on a Thursday night, and now Jamari Bouye steals the inbounds pass, throws it cross-court O'Neal for 3. He got it. Back-to-back trifectas for the Suns, and this place is going crazy.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 top fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Los Angeles Lakers last night. Here's how the Suns pulled off the win.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
For more on the Suns win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch from Peoria is at 6:10. Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. This President's Day, experience the no bull way. Simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How pivotal will this 4-day break be for the Suns before playing again Tuesday? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, it was certainly a big win for the Phoenix Suns last night at home over the LA Lakers. Wolf and Luke John Lunn in for Wolf today. Eddie Johnson on the air a couple times on the broadcast said it was the win of the year, John. And I'm not going to argue with that because I do think it was a potential turning point for this team. It's still, I mean, when they beat San Antonio earlier in the year and Wembanyama was playing and they just shut him down, beating Oklahoma City. There's a couple other ones that in my mind are maybe more impressive, but this goes on the short list when you consider everything else and the fact you didn't have most of your players.
Yeah. I think those wins are different in that as far as the players were concerned, I think it's started to get them to believe. When you're beating Oklahoma City and San Antonio, I think it changes your mindset as a team to what you can be. So I think those were important at the time. I think now that we start looking at standings, it's just kind of different. I don't mean to avoid the question, but what I'm saying is I think Eddie was saying, look, based on the fact that you now won the season series against the Lakers, what 6 versus 7 means, which is you stay out of the play-in. You're in the playoffs. You're not in Dayton in the play-in game.
Yeah.
You're actually 6 versus 3, and you know you're going to be in the playoffs, right? You're not, if we can win this game, then we can do this, or if we lose, then we got to play this team. Like, you're not in the play-in. You're actually in the playoffs. So I think from that standpoint, and we're going to get more of these. This is the biggest because you come down the stretch.
It's nice because I don't remember ever having the biggest last
but isn't
year.
It nice? Yeah, exactly.
Last year it was like I can't think of any. This year I could probably rattle off like 7 I'd put on that.
Yeah,
in that
so
list.
I'll agree with them, but kind of in a different way because those games earlier in the season meant something, I think, to the psyche of the players to say, hey, we can do this.
Well, if they do catch the Lakers, if they do get a top 6 seed, and again, right now they're 1 game behind the Lakers, and they have the tiebreaker over the Lakers locked up because they've already won 3 of 4, and there's 1 more game later in the year. If they do that, then yeah, you will look back as it being the maybe the win of the year because it got them the 6th seed essentially. You hit the 60-game mark last night. They weren't winning. They were 2-6 in their last 8. They were 9-11 in their last 20. Like they were going the wrong direction. Now, the Lakers have been 2. So they were still in striking distance of the Lakers. It's not, the Suns, all those numbers, it's not like the Lakers are rattling off, 8 straight wins or whatever. The Lakers have left the door open even with the Suns having these injuries. And so now it could be, and there's been turning points this season. I'm not going to pretend this is the only one, but this could be a huge one because now you're very much in striking distance of the Lakers. And there's a pretty good chance Devin Booker's back next week, whether it's for the Sacramento game or the Chicago game. And you were pointing this out before the show, too. Look at the schedule coming up. Like, this is an opportunity to go on a little bit of a run here and really put some pressure on the Lakers, who they just all year haven't looked like a team that wants to face any pressure.
Well, and speaking of the schedule, so they play now 6 straight teams under 500, and not just under 500, atrocious basketball teams. So, for example, and they get this time off as well, which I know we're going to talk about, which is
they need.
Yeah, they need to get over the injuries. But after that, and this is where it becomes huge, Sacramento stinks, Bulls, New Orleans, the Hornets. So all those games are, Sacramento's on the road, whatever. So Sacramento 1 on the road, but then you get 3 straight against those other bad teams. And then again, under 500, Milwaukee, Indiana, before you take on Toronto on March 13th. So between now and then, you have 6 games, most of them at home. Sacramento's not the way it used to be as far as a road game is concerned, all under 500, and you're playing the worst 2 teams in each conference in Indiana and Sacramento. So if you want the 6 seed, look, that was a great win last night, and it's LeBron, and it's Luka, and it's the Lakers, and it's all those things, and you're fighting with them. But what it becomes right now is you look at the schedule after a long break, and you say to yourself, if you're Jordan Knott, in these 6 games under 500 teams, you got to go 6-0, 5-1.
Yeah. I mean, Charlotte has been a nice story this year, and I every time you look at which teams have been the biggest surprises, it's always the Suns and the Celtics, and Charlotte gets thrown out there. I don't really understand why people throw San Antonio out there. We knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe not this year, but you knew it was going to happen soon if Wembanyama was healthy because look at the pieces they've been able to add around a guy that nobody else can match up with in the NBA. But even with all that, Charlotte being a cool story and exceeding expectations, they're still below 500.
Yeah.
It's not like this is suddenly some powerhouse team you're playing. When you read those teams off, I still think they need Booker back to win these games. But I hear a list of 6 teams that you can beat without Dillon Brooks, which was a huge question, a few games ago.
Yeah.
People were like, I don't know what they're going to do without Dillon Brooks. If you have Devin Booker and Grayson Allen, maybe Jalen Green gets hot or just isn't shooting 28%. If you
Can you just give us average?
If you just have Book, I think you go 4-2 or better in those 6 games.
Well, and here's the difference, too, to give this context. The Suns are 19-7 against sub-500 teams.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's obvious you're better against sub-500 teams, but they're appreciabably better. They're beating up on the worst teams.
They take care of business against those teams, yeah.
So, as you said, you're talking about the Kings with at 14 wins. You're talking about Indiana at 15 wins. You're talking about New Orleans at 18 wins. In the year of the tank for these guys that are coming out that we talk about all the time, these teams are trying not to win. So don't give them an opportunity. Players don't play to lose. It's who, like Utah, they're taking these guys off the floor, so they don't even have a chance to play.
That guy's hitting too many shots. Send him to the G League.
Well, how about the NBA? You guys, I'm sure, have talked about this, but, they're sending doctors to Utah for Lauri Markkanen to make sure he's actually hurt.
How about you just start finding the teams or taking away picks if they actively tank? I know it's easier said than done because, how are you going to differentiate between, this team's tanking and this team isn't? But I'm pretty sure when a guy's playing well, so all of a sudden he magically disappears for a few weeks, we're not all idiots.
Well, Nurkic has a nose issue or something. He's out for the year because of some nose thing. Come on. It's the nose is important. I'm not disparaging the nose or anything. But I mean, come on, man.
I think you're going down this path today. Just taking shots at noses.
Taking a shot at the nose.
Yeah.
But these are, back to it.
The point is you're playing teams, some of which might not even be trying to win.
They don't even want to win. New Orleans doesn't want to win. Sacramento doesn't want to win. Indy doesn't want to win. Like, they don't even want to win. So don't, early in a game, for example, don't give them confidence because the players who are playing are trying to win.
Yeah.
It's just the organization and the front office are making it so, okay, that guy's playing well. Get him off the floor immediately. So you need to go 4-2, 5-1. It's great to win the Lakers game, but that should be the springboard to time off into 6 really bad teams.
Yeah, and I was looking at the Lakers schedule just to see what they have, and they do play some of these teams coming up too, but not all of them. I mean, the Lakers have Denver coming up in here. I mean, it's if you take care of business the way you were most of this season as the Suns, it just feels like, I mean, look, the Lakers, maybe they get it together. Maybe everything just snaps into place. And I don't mean get it together and go on like a deep playoff run, but maybe they get it together and the Suns don't catch them. But I think if you're the Suns right now, if you just take care of business in this next chunk of games, you're probably going to be in a top 6 spot going into the final few weeks of the season.
And at the beginning of the year, to say that the Suns would have been in a top 6 spot, you'd seriously, you'd have to do like a drug check on somebody.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, that's with these injuries, especially this latest wave, to get them into 6 and potentially if they can get, then Dylan Brooks at some point is a factor to come back, to give somebody some grief and be a top 6 team, that's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah,
for this team.
that is for me, and I know you're right. This is so much higher than the expectations or goals would have been before the season. They've obviously changed over the course of the season, but for me, it's just, can they get a top 6 spot? Can they get a full best of 7 series in the first round where, because even 2 games ago, it was like, wait a minute, what if they drop to like 9 and then Jalen Green can't hit shots, and who knows what it's like. Dylan Brooks can come back like 3 games left in the season. What if you lose that game and all of a sudden you're out? You've played one play-in game after all this, and you're done before the playoffs even. This team should be a playoff team.
Well, especially it goes back to this whole you get a win. Because honestly, we were all watching the Suns over the last few games, and I know you were talking about this, the amount of they're scoring 77 points. Like, what is this, a throwback to 20 years ago with Duncan and Robinson and the Spurs? It's like, iceberg ahead. Like, this thing was going down.
This was a throwback to, like, the Fort Wayne-Syracuse games where it's like, hey, Fort Wayne won 16-14. That's where this was going. And it's funny you say that because we were looking at how much the Lakers were favored by yesterday, and I happened to look at the over-under, and it was 222.5. And I'm like, man, that feels kind of high. And you know what the total was? 223. Of course. Because Vegas is always right.
Wow.
And they're always right within half points. All right, when we come back, is Kyler Murray about to have the last laugh over the Cardinals after all of this? Everything that's happened in the last 7 years. We're going to talk to ESPN Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Austin Reeves steps back. There was a pass deflected and stolen by Allen. He's into the forecourt. 2-on-1. He's going to step for 3 and bury another one. Grayson Allen taking this game over.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
There's so much going on right now with the Arizona Cardinals, and it's probably only going to ramp up now in the next few weeks. Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Cardinals reporter, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line to make sense of all of this. Josh, thanks for the time, man. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, guys. Pretty crazy week, huh?
Yeah, it is. And you had the story earlier in the week on Kyler and, you know, the sort of breakdown in communication, it seems, between Kyler and Monty or the organization. Or what do you make of that? Is this just simply a push to try to get, you know, Kyler wants, I'm sure, to get released? The Cardinals, I'm sure, would prefer to trade him. It doesn't sound like them staying together is an option at all anymore. But what do you make of all of it?
Yeah, so I'm not surprised Monty said what he said, right? I think if he would have come out and said, I have not talked to Kyler one-on-one this offseason, I think it would have created a lot of ripples, and I don't think that's what they want at this point. I also don't think Monty expected that news to get up, that he and the quarterback haven't talked. I do think that conversation probably should have been had or needed to be had, right, just kind of so they can get on the same page, but that's above my pay grade, right, as I'm always told by the players in the locker room. So it'll be interesting what happens. Like, if you would have asked me, like, week 15, 16, I would have been like, it's 100% done. He's not coming back. By week 18, I was like, okay, it's like an 80% chance he's not coming back. And then they fire Gannon, and I was like, I have no idea what's going to happen now because Mike LaFleur, until Mike LaFleur is hired, you didn't know who the head coach is going to be, so kind of everything was up in the air. LaFleur gets hired, and then you're just kind of like, all right, is he the type of quarterback that can fit Mike's system? Like, some questions we still don't have answers to. But then I think after this week, I just don't know how they're going to pair together. And when I say they, it's the organization and Kyler. I don't see it happening in 2026. Now, the flip side of that is he's already been guaranteed like $39.8 million for 2026. That is a lot of money to pay a guy and not have him play for, right? Not have him earn for your team. So I could see a scenario where Michael Bidwell is saying, I need an ROI on this. Now, the cap just went up. It was announced today. It's like over $300 million. Huge number, so they can take a little more risk by releasing him. Probably make him a post-June 1st designation if they do, because the cap number so high, they can take on some more of that hit and be okay. But I would be, if I had to say right now, my gut is telling me Kyler's not on the team next year. But with how much money he's already been paid, like, it wouldn't surprise me if he does come back. But it's a very small chance, in my opinion.
Hey, Josh, just back to this dance a little bit, because like you said, I think what this is Monty Ossenfort basically trying to maintain a little bit of leverage with Kyler, because if he comes out and he says, look, we haven't talked at all, then that tells every team, well, then he's 100% gone. Even if it's 80%, it's a little bit better. And then on his side, on Kyler's side, I can see that they're just trying to create a rift, as athletes often do, to try to get the heck out of here on this whole situation. But in terms, you just mentioned the finances on this whole thing. And I hate doing maths, and I hate going to over the cap and all these different places. So I try to figure it out. But the ramifications of, like you said, a trade, a release, a pre-June, a post-June, and then after all of that mess, what can the Cardinals actually afford at quarterback, and how much does this impact? Because everyone wants to speculate who they can go after. How much does it impact whether they can trade, release, or whatever on what they can do next at quarterback?
So it's funny you say you like doing math. So in college, I didn't want to take a stats course, and they're like, you have to. And I'm like, I'm going to have my statistics handed to me for the rest of my life. I'm not going to have to do the statistics. So I'm 100% with you on that. It's more realistic. Well, here's the thing. If someone offers them a trade, they're going to take it, right? Like, I have no doubt about that. The question is someone going to offer them anything, whether it's a 7th rounder, a 6th rounder, a future pick, whatever. Like, I think teams are also wising up. Like, here's the thing. Teams read everything that's written about every other team, right? So anyone who's interested in Kyler has been reading everything that's being written about Kyler over the last month, and will continue to do so up until Arizona has to make a decision, which is midnight on March 16th. And when I say decision, we haven't talked about this. If he's on the roster the 5th day of the league year, which is the end of the day on March 16th, midnight, March 15th, something like that, they owe him another $19.5 million guaranteed for 2027. So there's a lot of money at play here. If they release him post-June 1st designation, the cap number goes down. If they trade him, then I think if they trade him, that's going to be the most interesting thing to watch, right? Because what happens? Do they trade him for picks, for players? And what does the other team say? Do they say, all right, you want to get rid of him, we'll give you this, but you also have to take on some of his salary for 2026, which is pretty common for a pretty common request for teams in big who are trading for big contract guys. So a lot obviously still unfold, but that's definitely on the table that a team can say, hey, we'll take him off your hands. That's no problem, but you need to help us out.
We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, with the free agency coming up here, not less than 2 weeks now, and then the draft coming up after that, how much can the Cardinals, in your mind, change this offseason to, I guess, remedy what was the 3-14 season? I mean, is it, in your mind, is it going to come from guys that were on the team last year getting healthy? Is it going to come from free agency, or is it going to come from picking so high in each round of the draft?
All the above, honestly, right? Like, you're going to get back. Like, here's the thing. Like, Michael Bidwell, the owner, sat in his postseason press conference and told us he fired Jonathan Gannon because of the record, right? Because of the wins and losses. Well, there's a reason why they lost so many games, and here's that reason. You're down your quarterback QB1 for 12 games. You're down 5 of your top 6 receivers throughout the year. You're down 2 of your top 4 tight ends. You're down your top 2 running backs, top 2 tackles by the end of the year. Like, NFL rosters are built around their starters, right? Like, the starting 22 is the foundation for every roster. And I'm just talking offense now, right? So, like, when guys are backups for a reason, and if they were good enough to start, they would either start for the team they're on, or some other team would say, you're good enough to start, come start for us, right? Like, there's reasons why there's a 2 deep. And when you're getting into the 2 deep, the 3 deep, the 4 deep, the 5 deep, like, you're just not going to win games, right? Just straight up, you're not going to win games. I had guys in the locker room come up to me unprompted towards the end of the year and say, well, you're playing with a preseason roster.
Yeah.
They weren't wrong. So first off, those guys get healthy, you're going to add a lot of depth instantly. You're going to go through free agency. You're probably going to add some pieces on defense. You're going to add some pieces on offense. Probably they need pieces on the offensive line. And then in the draft, like, you're picking 3rd overall. So either you're going to get yourself a really good pass rusher, or you're going to get yourself a foundational tackle, like the kid from Miami. You put him at right tackle. You have Paris Johnson at left tackle. Like, that's pretty good for the future, right? Like that's your offensive. Those are the anchors of your offensive line. So they could legitimately do this they could rebuild this team from all three phases, and then you go and get a quarterback. If they're dead set on drafting somebody next year, because this year's draft obviously is pretty depleted in the quarterback department, you can go and get, you can sign a bridge quarterback in the off season, and maybe they look at it like we have that guy on our roster in Jacoby Brissett, or is it someone like a Jimmy Garoppolo, someone who could just run this offense for a year and get them through to next year? Or do you say we're going to go draft a kid in the second, third, or fourth round and build that way? Like, there's a lot of options, but I do think that they could use all three avenues to get back on track and make this more than a 3-win season.
Hey, Josh, your Excel spreadsheet, by the way, skills are off the charts. I'm on your X page right now. Nice job. Everybody loves talking about these grades. If my kid brought these grades home, I would disown him. I would make him live in a box. My God, F. The last 4 years, as you've pointed out, from 23 to 26, team ownership, F. D-, F. But my question is, how much do you think players actually care about these grades? And I know that they can't make them public, but now they're public. But I've always been of the opinion, look, money talks very loudly. So how much do players, you're in the locker room, how much do players care about these grades?
They care about it more than you would think. I did a story a couple years ago where I asked a lot of agents. I think it was after the first or second ones came out. I said, hey, how will these grades affect how your players approach the Cardinals? And a lot of them said if the money was the same or similar, and a team had higher grades in some key areas, facilities, nutrition, stuff like that, like weight room or training staff, they would probably stay away from the team that had the lower grade, which in this case was most likely always the Cardinals. So guys are aware of it. Obviously, like you said, money talks. If there's a $5 million difference between the Cardinals and the other team, the Cardinals are offering more, I don't think the rest of it matters, right? Because that's $5 million more in your pocket. So I think it comes down to kind of those close calls. And I think team players will tend to opt for the team that's just better. And it's all around. It's not just, they're not going to be like, oh, we're only going to use the grades as our guideline. It's going to be part of it. They're going to look. The agents are definitely aware of this. And here's the thing. Players don't need to see these grades to know. They talk to their teammates. They talk to coaches. They know what's what around the league. They understand that there's a culture here that has not led to a lot of winning seasons. So if you're out there to truly win and the money's the same, you're probably going to go somewhere where you could win more so than you could not win. But if the money's skewed, you're going to take the money every time.
Yeah. Good stuff. Josh, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. That's Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Cardinals reporter. And, yeah, you brought it up there at the end, John. We weren't supposed to ever see these NFLPA grades again, and yet what am I holding in my hand?
And literally,
I didn't have to do any investigative reporting. Right. I hit print.
And it's not only that they're there; it's like every grade is there for every team.
Yeah.
And how long did that take? About 5 minutes.
It's I tell you what. We silenced the NFLPA. You're never going to hear these grades again. ESPN this morning. Here's every single grade for every single team.
I mean, seriously, that's not a leak. That's like a waterfall. They leaked. No, they didn't. Every team, every grade in 5 minutes.
I've got 18 grades for 32 teams. So you love math. Do the math on that.
Yeah,
that's like
exactly.
600 grades I'm looking at right now. All right,
I got an F in math.
Yeah, that's actually on here. It says John Lund, F. When we come back to the Suns, are we seeing one rookie in particular start to emerge as somebody who could have a consistent role for this team down the stretch? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double. And the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. Disc provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the Disc doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no potential packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Los Angeles Lakers last night. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch is at 6:10. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from Ryan Nelson in his Cactus League debut tonight? We'll talk the latest from spring training on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. I'm falling into your trap.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today.
Sorry.
They're showing David Bailey up there. I was already all in on David Bailey just from watching a lot of Big 12 football this year, but then you see him run the fastest 40 of any defensive lineman at the Combine. See, when that's not what's like putting him on your radar, right, when it's just driving the point home after you just saw him put up 14 and a half sacks in a college season. If you're staying at 3, I would not hate that pick at all, actually.
Yeah, and I know we're going to get to Suns, but they just showed all his numbers at the Combine, and you fall into the trap, and you look at the numbers, and you start thinking to yourself, again, if you're Michael Bidwell or you're Monty Austinfort, and you're saying, I see all those numbers, and I almost have to draft the guy over Bain who has, stubby arms and all that kind of. I'm doing the dinosaur. He's not a dinosaur thing, but I mean, third shortest arms.
It is amazing how the Combine goes. This guy has tiny arms. Like, not really, just compared to the other NFL prospects.
But people have to understand, like, that Monty Austinfort looks at that, and he can make a case, to Michael Bidwell that, look, I took the guy who had all the numbers and on the field, and I didn't take that other guy who went 9 to Kansas City and he's got 15 sacks, and then you get fired.
Whoever ends up on Kansas City is going to have a good career anyway. All right. So, hey, you know what? Actually, you and I were talking about this during the break too. Before we jump into the Suns conversation, let's ask Command and Control. Have you guys
this has
argued?
To be a regular bit.
Have you guys argued about anything? I know we're only an hour in. Any arguments behind the glass today?
No, we're good so far.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just
yet.
We're working.
But you're looking to, huh?
I'm
I was fired up today.
I'm always looking to argue.
I was explaining to John during the break, like, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be about, like, the most random stuff will come up back there. And you can see it, John. You'll be able to see it when it happens. Right now, they're both back there working.
I guess we had a Fernando Rodney conversation.
Wow, I would have not had that on the board.
Fernando Rodney and Sir Anthony Dominguez.
About hats, the way they wear their hats or something?
No, just if they're good or not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? I was going to ask how that came up, but I don't even want to know. I think that's what
it's almost better if we just ask and then move, because I was listening yesterday and they were having for those who don't know, you guys were having a conversation about Mariah Carey and Pink.
And Pink, yeah.
And that's what you're talking about. And you brought up a great point, which is if they were debating, the greatest third baseman, or I'd have thought that. Yeah. But I think maybe a regular part of the show is just, every once in a while. I just
want to check in and know what you're arguing about. And it's good for me to know that it's Fernando Rodney and Sir Anthony Dominguez, but you don't ever ask a magician how he does his tricks. No. So I don't want to know how you got there.
A lot of times we argue about, like, we have the same conversation you guys are having.
Okay. But not always, because it sounds like sometimes you guys go.
I don't want to go too far.
Happens in breaks.
And I don't want to go too far on this. I really don't, because I know we have Suns to talk about. People are like, I want to talk about the Suns. I get it. Big win over the Lakers. We'll get to it. I promise. But how did that even come up?
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
No, but I don't want to know how it came out. I want to know, like, we were talking. I don't know. We had to be talking Cardinals or something. Like, we just talked to Josh, right, about the Cardinals and Kyler Murray. Like, in what context did Fernando Rodney come up?
So specific.
MLB Network was showing some old replays of World Baseball Classic.
Okay.
All right. See,
that's all.
Wasn't it better to
we were going through rosters.
Yeah, but I don't want to know what
Classic.
they came up with. I just want to know how it came up, because it's like we have 19 TVs in here too. Yeah. I don't see how that would come up.
I didn't see Sir Anthony Dominguez or Fernando Rodney on one of these TVs. Not today, at least.
Not today.
All right, with the Suns, I fall firmly into the group of I don't care about the rookies right now. Like I do. I like Rasheer Fleming. I like Kamon Malawach. I'm even interested in Kobe Brea. Like, the draft, the way it went was interesting with the Suns, and I don't know that we're gonna have a whole lot of those anytime soon, because they don't have a whole lot of picks. And that was a storyline heading into the season, and then they started winning a lot of games. And I know over the last week or two, it's been like, well, I know they're losing, but we get to see Kamon Malawach. I don't need to. I want to see the winning. We can see him next year. That said, Rasheer Fleming last night, 21 pretty good minutes in a big win for the Suns.
Well, there's two things at play here. One, I've got a theory, and one, it was really, really big to get those minutes from him and to gain that confidence. The other reason it's big is, you know this better than I do, they don't have picks. And so these guys got to come through.
They have to.
But the second part of it is, this is just a theory on my part, because fans overreact on small sample sizes. If Rasheer Fleming couldn't do that, he never would have gotten drafted into the league. Every guy can play. Every guy in the NBA, even like defensive specialists, if they went down to some random gym, they could put 30 on you. They can all do it. It's the key to anything professionally is consistency. And what makes me mad is when a guy does it, everyone gets all excited. Now, consistently do it. Okay, we just saw you could do it. And then 5 games, then you do it again, or 10 games, you do it again. At the professional level, it's not that every one of these guys can do it because they were the best in high school and the best in college, and now they're here. You've got to consistently do it. We just saw you just did it. Now do it again and again and again. And that's the difference between a guy who's 10th on the bench and a guy who's starting and is a star.
The difference for me last night is he did it during a win. Now, he's been playing about 20 minutes a game here over the last 5 games. There was one against San Antonio. He didn't play a ton. He played like a dozen minutes. But Fleming's been going over 20 minutes. Now, you bring back Devin Booker and ultimately Dylan Brooks and Jordan Goodwin, and his minutes are going to go back down. I get that. But for him to play key minutes in a big win last night, I think everybody is intrigued by what this guy could bring, because it felt different than a typical second-round pick, because the first round ended and everybody knew, okay, well, we're sure Fleming's going to be the first pick of the second round. Like, that was clear. And then the Suns moved up to get him, and you didn't really necessarily expect that in the moment. So this is a guy who comes in with a little more excitement from the fan base anyway than you would normally expect for a second-rounder. It's just something to keep an eye on, because I felt like last night was sort of the merging of there is this group of Suns fans that wants to see the rookies. And even when they were winning earlier, it's like, okay, but we need to see Mal watch. We have to see this. And there's, everybody wants to see the winning more. But over the last week or so, it was kind of highlighted of like, well, I guess we're just watching the rookies now. Last night, you actually got to see one of the rookies play significant minutes in a huge win. It finally all came together. I don't know how much it's going to play when everybody comes back, but I also don't know when everybody's going to come back, because we've been saying that for 60 games.
They're not after, because you and I talked about this a lot last week. When, and then when what happened to Dylan Brooks, I said never.
Yeah.
How about just never?
More Goodwin too. They both got hurt.
Where again, fans, and I love them, but they have it wrong sometimes. This is the professional level, so you've got to be able to play at a certain level consistently to do this. So when Fleming gets this, it's absolutely awesome. But when it comes to like man, those kind of discussions, hey, we got to give him 10 minutes. You're not given anything. In college, you can develop at other places. He can play in the summer league. You cannot develop at this level when you're fighting for the 6th seed and you don't know what you're going to get. That's what rotations are about. Okay, we're going to play this guy for 10, 15, or 20. This is what he's going to give us, so that they know. When you play young players, and they had to play Fleming last night, and you don't know what you're going to get, coaches don't like that.
No, and I get why that was the thought coming into the season, because the Suns weren't supposed to be good. And, man, how much would it suck if they were at the bottom of the standings with these other teams that are trying to lose, and the Suns didn't even have their pick? Like this,
right?
This is the only way this season could go. But it didn't look like it was going to go this way until the season started. And last night's win is huge, because I really do think it puts you back into a different conversation now. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th, tomorrow, against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount, and head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for the information. All right, let's get into some baseball when we come back. Probably not a whole lot of Fernando Rodney talk when we come back. We'll see. How much the Diamondbacks need bounce-back seasons from Brandon Pfaadt and Eduardo Rodriguez now after the injuries they've already taken on. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Grayson dribbling on the logo center court. LaRavia gives him some room. Down to 10 seconds. Allen to his left. Now stops and goes to his right. Gets around Luka into the lane. Hangs in the air. Feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal. An open 3 on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock. And the Suns take a 3-point lead. 113 to 110.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford FlexBuy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Quick shout out to Cave Creek. What's going on, Cave Creek? What's everybody doing in Cave Creek on this Friday morning? Let's talk some baseball. John Lund is in for Wolf today. The Diamondbacks play tonight, actually. Ryan Nelson's going to be on the mound. Eduardo Rodriguez was on the mound last night, or yesterday, for the Diamondbacks. Pitched 2 innings, didn't give up any runs. Did give up 3 hits, so he kept that 1.50 whip consistent. But I don't care if you don't give up runs.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yes, that guy right there, Eduardo Rodriguez.
Wow.
He pitched. He pitched well yesterday. He is now somebody who's a lot more important, I would say, with Merrill Kelly, his status up in the air, and you still don't have Corbin Burns back. I don't remember a year, John, where you could look at a team's pitching staff and say, hey, if they just get healthy, which is not crazy, Merrill might miss 2 weeks and Corbin Burns might be back in late June or whatever, then you have a potentially really, really good pitching staff. But right now, you've got maybe your 2 best pitchers are hurt, and then all of a sudden the focus has to shift to a guy like Erod or a guy like Brandon Pfaadt, who are 2 guys where you're like, okay, I've seen Erod be great in this league before. I've seen Brandon Pfaadt be great in huge situations. But over the course of the season last year, their ERAs were both not. They can't pitch like that this year if the Diamondbacks plan on making the playoffs.
No, and you know, you kind of make a list, and I think we're doing this because of the injuries too, of most important players. To me, I know we can talk about the hitting and everything like that, but this team, if they're going to stay in it early in the year, it's got to be through pitching and defense. It's the very reason why Torey Lovullo was out there the other day. There was pictures of him after they had some errors in the infield, and he's already talked about this season of the defense has to be. That's why they got Arenado. That's why they got Santana. So if they're making mistakes in the field, they know that the pitching, that's why Torey was out there. They know that the pitching and defense has to carry them early.
Yeah, that's how they're built.
So just like you said, so these guys, and they don't have to take them aside. They're veteran players, they know, but they've got to carry until they can get healthy, until the offense, I think, can come around. Some of these young players, all this. These guys are veteran players. These are veteran pitchers, and they've got to come out. And then, especially early in the year, too, people don't think about this. You're not going to be going 7, 8, 9 innings. You got to blow through 5, and then you got to hope that the bullpen, which is banged up too, can do their part.
It is crazy. I'm just looking at the ERAs of all the starters last year, and it's wild to think that this team was in contention for a playoff spot with a week left in the season last year. When you consider Brandon Pfaadt had a 5.25 ERA for the season, he gave you innings, he gave you 176 2/3 innings. He made 33 starts. But a 5.25 ERA.
Do I want those innings?
I don't know. And it's
important.
It's always weird with him because he'll have these games where you're like, he's here. Like, look out, league. We've got Brandon. But then, that 5.25 ERA at the end of the year, that doesn't lie. Erod, a 5.02 ERA. Zach Gallen, a 4.83 ERA. How was this team in contention last year for a playoff spot? Because Ryan Nelson was really good, 3.39. Merrill's always good, 3.22. And Corbin Burns was elite, 2.66, but he just didn't get to pitch enough. But there you go. Those are the 6 guys you're looking at. And unfortunately, the 2 that had the best ERA last year and the 2 you probably trust the most are currently hurt. Gallen, I still trust. I know he had, his overall numbers last year weren't good, but I think the rest of his career is worth looking at. It's not like he's at the end of his career. It's not like he's one of those guys that's good one year, bad the next. He's been really good his whole career, with the exception of a good chunk of last year.
Well, let me ask you this, because everybody looks at spring training and it's almost like the combine. Like, I will not overreact. I will not overreact. I will not overreact. And then if a guy is either good or bad in spring training, we overreact.
Absolutely. Jordan Lawler, Hall of Famer.
That's what I mean. He hits a couple home runs. We're like, oh my God, it's solved. Okay, he's going to be great. And then you move on to the next guy. So I know it's a big start. We say it's a big start, but it's spring training. And people have to understand that, like, maybe a guy's working on something. Maybe a guy's not throwing breaking pitches yet. Maybe he's working on a straight change. Like, I don't know. Maybe he's got a new pitch. Maybe
Especially
he's got a new
with pitchers,
grip.
yeah.
Right. So with pitchers, it's like I don't freak out over a pitcher who has a 10 ERA because then he starts the season and he's locked in. They're working on it, especially this early in spring training. So I know it's our job every day to analyze everything that's happening. As long as there's not an injury, it's like training camp in the NFL. As long as it isn't an injury, you're okay. Especially to this team that's already injury ridden, and we're a week into actual games.
They were already injury ridden before the seasons, before spring training even got gathered, and then it's gotten worse as it goes. It's interesting you say that though, because this year, I think these performances in spring training do matter. We asked Bob Nightingale about this yesterday. Overall, the numbers don't necessarily matter. And Torey Lovello is not looking at raw numbers. He's looking at a lot of other stuff. But at the same time, you don't know how your bullpen's shaping up right now. You don't know the order yet. I'm sure they have an idea, but you don't know. Mike Hazen said a couple weeks ago, we don't know yet. We don't. So, what's your measuring stick? It's got to be spring training. There's no way they're just looking at the back fields at Salt River Fields and being like, man, he's throwing well. Okay, he's our closer. It's going to be game situation, and the only game situation you have until you're facing the Dodgers on opening day is these spring training games. And to a certain extent, it might even influence the rotation, although that's limited now with the injuries and everything. You might just have your 5 starters. But I do think this year's spring training for the D-backs pitching is something to really monitor, because it's going to dictate how they are lined up to start the year.
No, I think you bring up a good point, because and you look at it differently depending on who a player is. For example, it's a veteran. I don't get too worked up about it. Like Arenado so far is 3 for 6 with a home run in the first week, whatever. But then I look at Ryan Waldschmidt, and he's 3 for 3. Now, he did hit the one home run, but okay, are they concerned he's 3 for 13? Or you just mentioned Jordan Lawler, who's already the MVP of the league, because he's 4 for 8 with 2 home runs.
So take Shohei, move him over away from NL MVP.
But young players, it does matter, because what happens is, can you make the club? Well, you can make the club if you're Nolan Arenado and you're 3 for 26 in spring training. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But if you're Ryan Waldschmidt and he's 3 for 13, which, again, I don't really care, made a nice catch in the outfield, how comfortable is he? Is he ready? We're looking at the kid in Pittsburgh who's the top prospect in baseball. He's 19, and he's crushing the ball.
Yeah.
And they're saying he's going to make that team. So you can, as a young player, make a team out of spring training, and a veteran player, whatever. But it is important, I think, for some of these young guys. You just mentioned the pen. There's some young guys that they got in the Merrill Kelly trade. There's some guys there that it does matter what they do in spring, because it matters whether they make the team or they don't.
The dude in Pittsburgh is Connor Griffin, who before spring training even started, it was like anytime you see a prospect ranking, it was like, okay, here's Connor Griffin.
Yeah.
and then here's the next 99 guys in some order. And so the fact that he's already doing it in spring, it doesn't guarantee anything. I get it, but it's just like Pittsburgh's going to have Paul Skeens and Connor Griffin, and
there'll be Dodgers in
I was going to say, it'd be nice if you guys held on to him, okay? Like, you may have the best pitcher in baseball, and you have the top hitting prospect in baseball. How about you keep him? Like, how about you don't let him end up on the Yankees and the Dodgers in a few years?
Yeah, he looks really good. So, I mean, there's guys, and they get off to starts. And like you said, Jordan Lawler gets off to start, hits a couple home runs. They're interviewing afterwards. Yeah, I really think that this year, it's like you have 8 at-bats. So, like, let's slow down just a little bit. But I understand how it goes in spring because everybody gets excited when they see a couple of highlights or somebody good like a Lawler. But I think that's going to be a lot of the discussion for young players, for Diamondbacks fans, because they want to know, like, okay, can the guy make the team?
Yeah, well, especially with Lawler, because there's so much pressure there. You're the guy that's like, hey, calm down. Stop watching spring training. I'm trying to watch David Bailey run the 40, okay?
I am on purpose, for those watching on YouTube, I am on purpose turning my chair away from the farthest right TV because I would just lock in and forget I was even on the show. I love the combine.
You should have, because it looks like they're showing old highlights of Tim Tebow singing.
God.
Now they're showing highlights of him throwing, but it looked like he was singing for a second there.
Oh.
Here's Eduardo Rodriguez after his outing yesterday, and he said a few different things, talked about pitching the WBC, obviously talked about how he felt in his outing yesterday. I'm more interested in this, though, because as much as his ERA was rough by the end of last year and the whip was rough, his final few starts last year were not bad. His ERA in September was 3.38 over 5 starts, and a couple of those were bad, but a couple of them were 6 shutout innings against Philly, 6 1/3 shutout against San Francisco, 6 innings, just 1 run against the Red Sox. I mean, you're looking for any sign of him getting back to the guy he was in Detroit. And so he talked about how he finished last season strong.
At the beginning of the season, I was just throwing, especially like I lost weight a lot. I lost I would say 20 pounds from the beginning of the season to like July, like that, thanks to the guys here that work with me, like the kitchen and the workout and all that. So, and when I put that curveball on the mix, it got better. I got a lot of swing and miss from the lefties when there was the good ones, And after that, my season got better. So that's an extra pitch, and now it's in the hitter head, so I can use it more. So
the overall thing to me, you're shaking your head over there.
How does a guy come in 20 pounds overweight? Like, hey, by the way, they really helped me during the season lose 20 pounds. I can gain and lose 20 pounds. I'm just some schlub. Like, you're getting paid a lot of money to be in shape and be a professional baseball pitcher, and you just told us, like, yeah, they helped me lose 20 pounds during the season. How did you get 20 pounds overweight?
There's a lot of good food in Arizona.
Yeah, dude.
Have you had the Mexican food
No,
here?
I could eat tacos 24/7, 365. Like, there is no doubt. But I don't have to be in shape. Like, this job requires one thing: don't have laryngitis. Like, that's it. Like, I can eat whatever I want. You're a professional pitcher. Like, if I'm the Diamondbacks and I hear that, it's like, well, why did you come in 20 pounds overweight? How you looking this year? Like, it does have a direct reflection on how effective you are as a professional athlete.
Yeah, that's fair.
My God.
It is fair. Well, the long and short of this is they're going to need him and Brandon Pfaadt to pitch well this year because they had started to structure the rotation in such a way where it's like, hey, we got 4 guys, and then Erod or Pfaadt or even Soroka, like whoever wants to kind of step up can be the 5th guy. And now you don't have a bunch of extra guys. You have 0 extra guys, actually. All right, when we come back, do the NFLPA report cards actually matter to people around the league, like players and coaches? And how am I holding one in my hand right now when these things are supposed to be obsolete? It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bruh. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Los Angeles Lakers last night. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch from Peoria is at 6:10. And that is what is trending now.
I'm
honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief, and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately, that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. Now, you may remember a few weeks back, and maybe this is one of those things where if this isn't your job every day, this didn't necessarily hit everybody out there, right? But a few weeks back, John, there was this conversation that popped up, and it was like, you know what? Those NFLPA report cards, well, those are going away. Those are I forget how the NFL got rid of them, but you're not going to see those anymore. Those are gone. So I'm holding the NFLPA report card for 2026, and as you well know, it's not like I went out and did any investigative journalism to get this. I walked in, it was there, I hit print, and now I'm holding it.
It's on the front of ESPN.com. Yeah. I mean, from a sports standpoint, it really can't get any easier than that.
Seriously, it's like, hey, what's on ESPN? Oh, there we go. I'm just going to read all these. 18 grades for all 32 teams. Right. All of them right there. Like, if they were trying to get rid of these, maybe 2027? I don't know.
Seriously.
Like,
I didn't even know how they call this a leak. It's not a leak. A leak is like a small drip that's annoying when you're trying to sleep. This is like
almost shut up my mailbox.
Seriously, this is like a fire hose. Like, it's every team and like 20 grades underneath them. This is not a leak.
This is like when the person walks by and they put like the menu for the restaurant on your front door. Like, I could have opened my front door this morning and be like, oh, here's the NFLPA grades. I guess I'll read these.
Unbelievable.
Well, we can go in any direction you want. In fact, I'll just start here for just a split second. The Steelers are ranked 32nd.
What must they be doing?
What is going on over there? Like, you feel like that franchise always has it all together, and yet 32nd. The Cardinals are unfortunately 31st, and you can go through all. Like, what of these categories jumped out to you?
Well, I think first and foremost, we talked to Josh about this, and the first and foremost, I think it's the owner, and not from a player's perspective, from a fan perspective. Because I'm of the belief that, and I don't care if this is sports or not sports, if you have bad ownership, really bad ownership, you can't win. You can't win with bad ownership. That's it. Look, it starts at the top. You hire everybody. You hire the general manager, you hire the coach, who then in turn, the players and everything else. But if you are a bad owner, now look, college football is not owned by anybody, but it's really the only sports entity where you can do everything wrong and yet everything on the field is right. Outside of that, it's really hard to find truly horrible ownership that is good on the field.
Yeah. I tell you, what jumped out to me, not to derail what you were just saying, we can certainly get back to that in a second.
Derail all you want.
Head coach got a B+, and he's not here anymore. Like, JG, the grades that he got from the players were high every single year. General manager Monty Ossenfort got a B. I don't know. Do you look more at the actual grades for each individual area? Like, they go through and they're like, strength coach, weight room, locker room, nutritionist, home field, treatment of families? Or do you just look at the ranking of where because I go back and forth on this, and I don't really, I personally don't care. Like, I know that they're building a new facility and all this stuff. They're going to fix a lot of these things. But, from my perspective, I don't care nearly as much as I would if I were a potential coach or a potential player. But, we're going to see this in free agency coming up here in 2 weeks. And to a certain extent, I wonder if we saw it, when they were looking to hire a coach, and all of a sudden, here's 10 teams need a coach. The Cardinals will get theirs 10th, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Raiders technically got theirs 10th because they had to wait, but you know what I mean? Does this matter to prospective coaches and players? Because that is an issue then.
I think you bring up a great point, but here's the thing is, if you're losing, your owner's not going to get a great grade, and that's what I mean, chicken or the egg kind of a thing.
Yeah.
If you have an F owner, can you win? Players will go to places they can, let's not get this mixed up, make the most money. The fans are under, to a certain extent, this delusional thing of, they want to win. They want to win after they get paid. They first want to get paid. So if the Cardinals are offering the most money, which because they have bad ownership, they don't, then they'll come here. This is the thing that's frustrating from a Cardinals perspective is this is a destination place for players to go. Places like Cleveland are not. So you have this built-in positive thing that people want to be here. What you have to do is just don't be horrible right? Don't be horrible. But the thing I look at is, and it's more important, you just said this and it's right. It's more important for agents, for coaches, for certain people, because the players are going to go where the money is. But coaches are going to look at it and go, okay, who am I directly working for? Because the players technically are working for the owner, but they're really working for the coach.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, but a Monty Austinfort or a Mike LaFleur are working for the owner, and that's where it matters.
Yeah, that's true. And we just had Josh Weinfuss on last hour, and one thing he said that jumped out to me, and this is, whatever happens with these report cards, if they really do go away or not or whatever, Josh said, whether there's a report card or not, the players already know. Like, the players already talk to other players around the league. If you feel this way, if you're on the Cardinals and you feel this way, okay, you already know you feel this way. If you are a prospective free agent who might want to go to the Cardinals, you're hearing stuff, better for good or bad. Like we talked to Edgerrin James a few weeks ago, and it was when Fitz was going into was getting announced that he was going to the Hall of Fame, and Edge was like, yeah, when I chose to go to Arizona, there's a lot of people who are like, why are you going there? They haven't won. And he's like, look at what they have. They have Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Boldin. I'm going there, and he did, and they almost won the Super Bowl. So I mean, the players ultimately are going to make their own decision, but they are, when you're in the league, you hear stuff that other people would do a ton of investigative reporting to try and find out. It's just your everyday life. It's just around you. It's wherever you work out there. Think how much you know about the people and the place you work just because you're around it every day.
So of those grades, because I have one, is there one that jumps out where you're kind of like, ugh? Or is it all kind of the same? Like you mentioned the coach, but there's one in particular.
The coach just jumps out to me because he's not here anymore,
Right.
and that is
they did
the
these. I think
highest grade on
I think
here.
it was end of November, early December. So they were still bad at that point. So that is a little surprising. But remember in the locker room, they kept saying, we like him, we like him, we like Calais Campbell. A lot of guys came out and said they liked him, and I didn't buy that, but maybe they did.
Apparently they did. I mean, locker room and training room, being an F- and a D+ jump out to me. But to be fair, they're building a new facility. Like that. Those grades for the Cardinals, I don't know. Maybe this is the grade of the goal of the NFLPA. We're going to put these grades out there and basically embarrass teams into making upgrades. The Cardinals are making upgrades, but right now, it's. I mean, anything that's a D or lower jumps out.
Yeah. I guess one of the things that jumps out is treatment of family. Isn't that like a D? I don't have it. I looked at it, but
D+.
That's one of the most simple things. Like that tells you a lot about the organization. People, that's one thing that will matter to players. Like if you treat me, or you don't have the facilities, or you don't have the food, or you don't look, you're paying me a lot of money. But if you don't treat my family well, you're giving me a D+ on my family. It's really so easy to do that. You give them tickets. You're nice to the kids. You do certain things. Treatment of family should never get a D or D because that's important to players. Like, don't treat my family like garbage.
I do wish if they were going to put these out, they're very specific with their 18 grades, right? But I do wish that they would, like something like that is so subjective, right? Like one guy on the team might be like, that's totally fine. Like, I'm totally fine with this. And then somebody else might be like, no, it's a total mess. Like, I wish if they were going to keep releasing or leaking these, that they would go into a little more detail. But yeah, I don't know. I truly am surprised that I'm even holding this today because 2 weeks ago it was like, you're never going to see these again. And
well, and I thought it would get out. Like a slow trickle or something, but there's
like
no
an NFL
different.
schedule release.
Yeah.
Like, hey, these teams are playing in Sao Paulo this year.
But all of a sudden, and it is such a huge deal with the media. And like you said, like the Steelers, they've got good ownership. That we always thought they did, and then they're behind the Cardinals. Which, if you want to celebrate something, weren't they 32nd last year? And they're now 31st. That's progress.
Yes. That the ranking is the part that I wouldn't get so caught up in if I were a player. Like the individual things that were important to me, I would take a look at the grades. The ranking, though, in theory, if all 32 teams fixed everything, somebody would still have to be 32nd, right? All right, when we come back, should the Phoenix Suns consider moving one of their top players this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Identify an immediate difference maker with the draft's number 3 pick.
I love this. You know why?
Because you've been on this hill for 2 weeks now.
I am going to lose my mind if they trade the 3rd pick and trade down. Pro Football Focus last week did the top 101 players in the National Football League. There were 24 players in the NFC West that were in that. 24 out of 101 were in the NFC West. Only one was an Arizona Cardinal. There is a void of top-end talent on the Arizona Cardinals.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, zero money down, and zero payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz. You can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Suns relocate mojo for momentum-shifting win over the Lakers. Kellen Olson takes a look at some of the Suns' signature and low-key skills. And Vinny's view centers around the Suns getting right behind a spark from the bench. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Jack Hughes is everywhere.
The Jack Hughes tour.
Every time I look up somewhere, Jack Hughes is there. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf.
He's at the Combine on the McAfee show.
Is he at? I guess he is.
And it's what's amazing about it is his PR people are just like, look, you're not getting the tooth fixed. You're going to go on every show possible.
Can't fix the tooth right now.
He's going to make so much money, and it's just he's going wherever. And it's like, by the way, it's the middle of the season, just so you know.
By the way, you just played last night in Pittsburgh. He actually had an assist, but they only scored one goal in New Jersey, and he played 25 minutes as a forward. That's a lot in a blowout loss. And then he gets and flies out to Indiana for this.
Wait, so you guys are not watching Phillies Marlins spring training?
You know, so we were having this conversation in here before. Maybe if there was one more TV, I would put that on.
Yeah.
5-1.
By the way,
they just scored.
I don't want to hijack this segment at all, and I know we have a lot to talk about here. But I walked into the studio, and it's just a whole new world in there. I understand why the topics are they're watching Phillies and Marlins.
Yeah.
Rick and I got into a conversation about J.J. Redick later on. You don't want to miss this. This is an amazing tease. Why Jamal is our version of Draymond Green. We still got to get to that today.
Oh boy, okay.
So we got a lot. But it's
he said he's always ready to fight.
Yeah.
He said that on the air, so that's fine.
I'm telling you, it's a whole new world in there, and now I much more understand why random things just happen.
Yeah, no, well, there's a lot of randomness here. It's randomness. This is why we're not out there in the newsroom with all the serious news people. They pushed us into these two rooms. There's the control room for Rick and Jamal, and there's the studio for us.
I don't mean, and again, I'll go on a tangent, but the setup here is so interesting because we're having all this fun and everything in this tiny little booth that they give us, kind of like what my wife gives me in our house, like about
you get this
6
corner of the
inches
room
by 6 inches,
and turn the TV down.
But then you walk out there and it's like it's very serious, so we have to, like, in a split second, go from the toy box of life to walking out into the studio where everyone is serious.
Yeah, stop.
Why are you smiling?
We burst out of here laughing about something, and everybody's
politics
like, "We're
to
talking
discuss."
about
Yeah,
news.
exactly.
What are you?
It's very important.
Who could
Stop
laugh
smiling
at a news time like this?
Yeah, gotta get it under control.
We're gonna do that during the next break. We're gonna walk out there laughing about nothing and just watch everybody be like, you get two looks. You get the looks from people that are like news, and they're like, what are you laughing? And then you get like the occasional person that's like, can I come laugh too? I'd like to laugh.
Can I come to the dark side?
Can I come over there?
Like last week, I yelled down the hall for Jamal because I don't know why we needed him for something. And I forgot that I'm not supposed to be that way and that obnoxious. And everybody in the newsroom looked at me like, how dare you?
Get it together.
Did you just laugh and smile?
This is a place of business.
It's like rush out there.
Well, because all the sports people are far away from us. So they were probably all laughing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is
But
fantastic.
the news people are directly out the door, and they were like, what are you doing?
You haven't experienced this yet, and this is the best, especially with Wolf, if Wolf's like really going off. You're sitting in Wolf's seat. You can't necessarily see out the window behind you unless you're looking. So the window behind you goes out into the newsroom. Sometimes, like, he'll be yelling, he'll be standing up. People will gather around the window and look in, like, what's going on? And like, you feel like a caged animal.
Freak show in there.
I feel like I got thrown into like a cage at the zoo with like a wild animal, and they're like, "You figure this out." All right. The name, we got to pay off this tease here with the Phoenix Suns. The name that is obviously in question. He's only played a few games, but what's the future here with Jalen Green?
Well, to be fair, which I'm not fair, I'm biased. Okay. But 11 games, 6 starts, so we shouldn't say this yet, but I'm going to anyway. He doesn't fit in any way, shape, or form with the Phoenix Suns. He doesn't fit the style they play. He doesn't fit with the tenacity they play with. He's not a 3-and-D guy. He can learn, but certain guys, he's at this point, I know he's a really young player still, but I don't know that he's ever going to be the defender that the Suns need him to be. If he's not scoring, he's not doing jack squat. Like, there's not enough around him. And what it reminds me of, I was covering the Warriors, and they got D'Angelo Russell for Kevin Durant. The only reason they did it, they knew it wasn't going to be a good fit, but they needed the money slot because if you're over the cap, it just gets sucked up.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing with the Suns. They took on Jalen Green because the salaries matched. He's a young player. Let's see what he's got. Even though it's not very many games, ironically enough, it was still for Durant. They moved D'Angelo Russell. They got Wiggins, who helped them win an NBA championship. He was a much better fit. Maybe he wasn't a better player, but he certainly was a better fit. And I'm starting to see that with Jalen Green, that in the offseason, they may have to move this guy, and the talent you get back might not be as good, but it's going to be a better fit long-term for the Suns. Now, maybe I'm going to look stupid for saying this, but I don't see him as a fit.
I'm going to be a little more fair than you because you said you weren't going to be fair at all.
I wasn't. That's not fair. 11 games is not, and 6 starts is not fair.
Well, but I think you're also basing some of this off of what you saw from him in Houston, too.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what this looks like with Book and Brooks, obviously, and everything. But this, if it looks like this all the time, it is a conversation that you're going to have to revisit at some point for the very simple reason of he's extremely important to the Phoenix Suns, Jalen Green. He either needs to evolve into, and I'm not talking about like by Tuesday, but I'm saying big picture. He either needs to evolve into a reliable second scorer behind Devin Booker, and then you slot the pieces in around him. And, you know, some nights maybe Grayson Allen is the better scorer or whatever than Green, but you know what I mean? Like, he has to either evolve into that guy where you can trust his defense enough where he's out there playing 30-plus minutes or whatever, or they have to be able to trade him. And I'm not saying that because of the first 11 games. I've been saying that since they got him. He's your last really big trade chip, or he's your last shot at becoming a star player. I'd prefer he just became a star player here. Like, hey, Book's going to get you 28 every night. Jalen Green's going to get you 24 every night or whatever. The reason I say that is because they don't have a ton of high picks coming up. And it's not like you can just go out and sign guys.
Yeah.
So whatever Jalen Green becomes, whether that is a really great Phoenix Sun or something they trade for good pieces, he, in that regard, like if I'm Brian Gregory, is almost the most important piece on the team. Devin Booker's the most important player on the team, but he's not going anywhere. As far as like if I'm the GM, Jalen Green's really important because I don't have a lot of chips I can move around right now.
Well, and you ask yourself this too, is like Houston wanted Kevin Durant. But at this point, I was looking this morning at stretch fours, which is really what they could use in his place. They've got enough guys that are 6'3" to 6'7", athletes, those kind of things. Houston included Jalen Green because they didn't really see a fit either in covering that series last year. Had a 38-point game and then disappeared and does nothing else.
He was their leading scorer all season, and he was included in every trade rumor.
Exactly. So to me, I'd rather have Jabari Smith at this point in that, if you could go back and do it again, but Houston didn't want to do that.
They weren't going to do it.
Right.
I think
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Houston wouldn't do that, but that would be a better fit for the Suns. I look at him and I think, and you're right, I'm biased in the fact that I saw him as a Rocket at the end. And Houston looked at him, and if they weren't going to move him in a Durant trade, I think they were going to move him in some trade because they figured it out that this is a guy that scores, which is a great trait to have. But in the league now, the thing that people want is they want a 3-and-D. So if you're going to be a 6'4" shooting guard, you better on the other end give us something there because your shot's not always going to fall, and he doesn't do that. And that flies in the face of what the Suns want to be.
And that sort of underscores how important it is for the Suns for him to get good. Because if he just played the rest of the season like this, and in the offseason they were like, you know what, he doesn't really fit what we're trying to do, you'd be selling low. I mean, we were looking at this the other day. It is a career low in every stat for him right now. He's better than this. He's a better player than this. So he has to get better for you. But at the same time, like, he didn't play much the fourth quarter last night.
Exactly.
Jordan not here, and here's Ott benched him essentially for most of the fourth quarter last night in that game they kind of had to have.
Yeah, he knows it. I mean, he's a basketball player. He's a high-level basketball player that's played in big-time games. He understands it. We feel for him. He's trying to develop some type of rhythm on a new team. We often forget that. Not only has he been out this many games, it's with a new team, a new system, new teammates, in a different environment. He's going to be dying to get back out there in the next game. And again, we're excited just to see him out there. We trust that the process is right, and it'll come. He just needs a little bit of time.
It's frustrating. I can only imagine how frustrating it is for Jalen Green because he had to basically sit there and watch for 50 games while this team gelled together. And he was part of it off the court, but not on the court. And I'm sure as a competitor, you're like, man, like you're watching moments in these games, like I would have hit that shot. Like, put me out there. And he's not a guy that's ever been hurt before, really, in his career. So it's been a frustrating, to the point where it's almost unfair year for him so far. Because then when he finally gets in, everybody's like, all right, see ya. We're all hurt now.
Right. But you threw up a number there, 21 of 75. You threw that out
the last
a little bit earlier. Yeah. And look, if next game he goes 12 of 18, everything's going to be solved. But what Jordan Ott said right there, and this is what coaches do, they defend their player. But at this level, I don't want to hear about new team, new this, new that. His job is to, and especially given how hurt they are, is to score and be effective and affect the game. And if your shot's not going down, we talk about this all the time, then get to the rim, something he's been able to do in his career at certain extents. Get to the rim, get free throws, get yourself right. Scorers can do that, scorer mentality. If you're a scorer, don't just keep doing the same things over and over again. Mix up your game so that you can get to the rim and affect the game in different ways, and I just don't see it. And career-wise, even though he's young, he's a 42% career shooter and about a 34% three-point shooter. That's not efficient enough for this basketball team.
No, but I would love those numbers. 42 and 34 career, but this year 36 from the field and 27 from three. And the free throw thing especially, because you're right, you can't just go to a player and be like, make your shots more or we're going to sit you. Like,
you're going to have those nights.
He's trying to make his shots, but the free throws, and this is a guy in his career that averages basically 4.5 free throw attempts per game. Like he gets free throw attempts, okay? But this is how much he's attempted in each of his last, I'm going to go back 6 games here. He attempted 0 last night, 2 against Boston, 0 against Portland, 6 against Orlando, 0 against San Antonio, 0 against Dallas.
Get yourself out by going to the rim.
And especially on a team that doesn't get a whole lot of free throw attempts. You're the guy that can get to the line. And you may not get the calls, but he's attempting less than 2 free throws a game this season for a guy that, career attempts over 4.5. All right, we come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.V. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady, metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem, that's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn. Designed for everyday use, it supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Lakers last night. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the D-backs resume Cactus League play tonight at the Mariners. First pitch from Peoria is at 6:10. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
And I'm hungry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. John Lund is in for Wolf. It's Wolf and Luke, and it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? The depleted Suns took down Luka Doncic and the Lakers 113-110 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, who was the most impressive in the Suns' thrilling win over the Lakers? Grayson Allen, who had 28 off the bench, Colin Gillespie, Rasheer Fleming, Royce O'Neal, who hit the game winner, or other?
I mean, they were all impressive. I'm going to say Grayson Allen just because I was specifically putting out the bat signal during the show yesterday. We need Grayson Allen to step up, and he did. But all of those guys, I mean, the Royce O'Neal buzzer beater, we haven't even really talked about enough today.
That's true. It's all good. I mean, I'm not going to take Allen because you took Allen. I'll just do it for the heck of it. Okay. We were talking Fleming earlier, and it was impressive what he did, but I think that you and I talked about the long term, okay, here's a guy, because you don't have picks, who could be really impressive. He's 6'9", he's long, he can give you something that you maybe don't have. And so I'm just going to say him because it's the encouragement of a guy who we've all kind of sat around and said, I'd like to see more of him. And then he does it in a game that we can call, I think, the most important win of the season. So I'll say him.
I'm going to vote Grayson Allen. I'm going to agree with Luke, but I like your take there, John. Grayson Allen leads 60%, Rasheer Fleming 19%, Colin 11%, Royce 9%, and other 1%.
Other. Who would other be?
I'm trying to think.
I think we covered everybody.
I don't know.
I think that's just somebody who wants to be different.
Okay.
Sometimes they need an other on these polls, and they don't have it. And then today they don't. Yeah. So, well, I'll talk to the web flower.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, other's a cop-out, man. Yeah. No other. No more others.
I mean,
make a decision.
Just because only 1% voted, so somebody is out there it's a mere coffee. You guys are totally missing the boat on this one.
Exactly.
The Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners tonight. It's their first night game of Cactus League play. In Peoria, Ryan Nelson will make his first spring training start. How important are Nelson's Cactus League starts if he wants to be the D-backs opening day starter?
Well, I mean, Rick, you've been saying this. I think this is a poll question the other day that you think Ryan Nelson should start the opening day. Bob Nightingale said it yesterday. It would be a cool honor for him. I think Gallen will be the guy unless they don't feel like he's ramped up enough, which is a real thing because he got here a little bit late. So it wouldn't shock me if Ryan Nelson's the guy. I don't think his spring starts matter much as far as how important he is to this team this season. But to earn the opening day start in LA against the Dodgers, yeah, they do matter. Maybe today's doesn't as much, but when we start to get deeper into spring, they do.
Let me contradict myself for probably the millionth time on the air, which is I just said spring training really doesn't matter unless you get hurt, but I do think it matters now that you have an opening for this slot, and I think it should be rewarded. So anybody, we're debating a couple of different guys. It's not like Zach Gallen. In the past, he's done this, but it's not like last year absolutely crushed it, and if he didn't get the opening day start, he'd be like, what the hell, bro?
Yeah.
So I think that if Nelson pitches well and he earns it, then that matters, and that's what it should be.
The NFL Combine is going on in Indianapolis, and one of the top quarterbacks.
It is?
Yes.
Who knew?
Yeah. One of the
We're
top.
going to have to cover that TV so John stops watching.
One of the top quarterback prospects in this year's draft class, Alabama QB Ty Simpson, said he met with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I met with the Cardinals. This is my first interview, and just super great organization. You know, Mr. Monty is a great guy. You know, Coach LaFleur is a Super Bowl guy. Coach Hackett, all those guys are they love football. They're a quarterback driven organization because they're very familiar with the quarterback position. And I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
After hearing that soundbite, would you guys be mad if the Cardinals reached and drafted him third overall?
Third overall, yes.
You would be mad?
Yeah, but
okay.
I wouldn't hate it. I've been saying this for 3 months, I feel like now. not only would I not hate it, I want them to take a quarterback in the second or third round, maybe third, because now it seems like a lot of these guys are going to slip down to the third. Ty Simpson won't be there in the third. I wouldn't be mad if they took him at the top of the second round. I don't think I would do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not sitting there breaking down the tape every single day. This to me, you brought up Monty earlier, or Mr. Monty as he calls him.
Jeez.
Do you think we can call him Mr. Monty when we have him on the show?
From now on.
Okay.
Mr. Monty. Hello, Mr. Monty.
He's either going to laugh or hang up, or both.
He'll laugh.
But you brought it up earlier. Monty Ossenfort, so much of his future with the Cardinals is going to be judged by what he does at number 3. I think it's going to be judged by the whole front office. Can you find your quarterback either this year or next year early in the draft? Whether that's Ty Simpson or Drew Aller in the third round or whoever.
First of all, this doesn't answer your question at all, but the elephant in the room here, he clearly did not get a report card because he would have went A. Like, he's in that butt-kissing phase where you don't have the job yet and you're in your interview going, this is the greatest. Oh, my God, who made this coffee? This is amazing. Like, he's just being the nicest guy ever.
We should release the Ty Simpson report cards for all 32 teams.
He's just like A across the board.
Everybody's tied for first.
Because he knows, like, if I get picked at third, I'm going to get a lot of money. So he's kissing butt. But there's no way you can draft him at 3 because now Monty is tying his entire future to Ty Simpson, who has one starting season and really a half of season of good games.
Can't do it
on tape. There's no way.
If you got him in the second or one of these quarterbacks in the third, you're not tied to them. If it doesn't work, just move on next year. But if you take him in the first round, you're tied.
Yeah, what a butt kisser he is, though. Oh, Mr. Monty and all this organization and all the coffee they serve. All the questions were out. Oh, that's the smartest team I've ever seen.
That's the first NFL team he talked to. He's just in a good mood.
The NFLPA report
We're getting John a Ty Simpson jersey, whatever team he ends up
We should.
I'd rather have an O.J. Simpson jersey.
Oh, boy. I don't know about that
Even
one.
Jamal was like, you crossed several lines.
Yeah.
That's
Jamal's
right.
like,
No,
I'm
he's
leaving.
is Jamal kind of the we look at him as kind of the
Well, because Jamal's not on mic right now, so I just look at him for his facial reaction.
That's what I try to do.
No.
Is he the barometer of the show?
You can kind of tell, like, hey, this is going well, or, well, we're going to lose our license. It was nice.
Okay,
Anyway.
sorry. I won't say that again. I like Ty Simpson. He's the greatest. Take him at 3. I changed my stance.
Anyway, the NFLPA.
I just said Bart Simpson.
I'd rather have him too.
NFLPA report cards were released, and the Arizona Cardinals ranked 31st out of 32 teams. The only team below them was the Pittsburgh Steelers. Given the Steelers' history
this makes
of
up
winning,
for that Super Bowl.
Given the Steelers' history of winning, do these grades even matter?
That's a really good question, actually, Rick. I don't know what goes on with the Steelers. I've only ever heard good things about the Steelers. So when I walked in today and I saw it, I was like, oh, the Cardinals are ranked 31st. Like, okay, that's been happening. And I saw the Steelers ranked 32nd. I was like, am I reading this upside down? If you had told me, hey, the Steelers are either first or 32nd, I would have guessed first, Stuff like that is to me, it's just a reminder that this is an inexact science. You could have had anybody on that team last year just be frustrated and totally skew the grades, or on any team. So they matter in the sense that they're being done to try and push certain things forward. I get that. But the people who just ignore them and that shouldn't happen. Well, these are the players speaking out. It should happen. But the people who are like, this means everything. Look, this is the 38th best team. Well, I guess it's not 38, but you know what I mean? It's not gospel.
Yeah. Well, depending on what you believe, I mean, did Michael Bidwell build that Bidwell build? Bidwell build?
I think John's stuck.
Did he build that new facility because of these grades? Some people think so. So if you say to yourself, well, they don't matter, then why did he just build that? I think it did put some pressure on him, but I don't think it matters as much to the players who want money before everything else. I do think it matters to, say, a coach, because if Michael Bidwell gets an F, which he did, and you're going to directly work for him and answer to him, and you've got another offer, I think that makes a difference.
But this facility gets built here in a couple of years, and let's just say it's amazing. So does that guarantee that training room is an A and locker room's an A and owner moves up to a C, or are we just still going to get the same version of you know what I mean? I think there's value to these things. I'm glad this still came out.
Do you believe that that's why they built the facility, though? He sees an F and he's upset about it and he thinks, I'm going to build this facility. I mean, some people are making that correlation. Do you buy that?
I think that's probably why these are being put out, is not just for the Cardinals, but for all the teams to be like, hey, I find it hard to believe you're dropping millions upon millions upon millions of dollars because of a grade. You know what I mean? Like, I think it was probably already in the offing. Probably was like, hey, you know what? This grade better go up. I just dropped however many hundreds of millions of dollars, but I don't think it's the driving force. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, is Kyler Murray really going to force the Cardinals to cut him now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Lakers have it on their offensive end. Marcus Smart ready to inbound. He gets the ball, holds above his head, throws a lob pass, cross court. Reeves open for three, and he missed it. Suns win 113-110. The final score tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. They win the season series against the Lakers.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Tollison. What's going on, Tollison? Jamallison.
Wow.
Jamal from Tollison. So really, Jamal, we're just shouting you out right now.
Home sweet home, baby.
That's right.
Him and the Cats.
Is that where the pickup game is today?
No, it's
Out
actually
there?
in Buckeye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, $1,000 tournament.
Wow.
Jamal, how much basketball do you play, would you say?
Recently, since I've kind of been sick, not as much, but on like a regular week, 4 or 5 times a week, between 3 and 5.
Okay.
How many because you're Draymond Green, you get a few texts, get thrown out?
Well, and that's in like organized games. Oh, absolutely. But in pickup games, a lot of arguing, a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling.
So he woke up on Thanksgiving morning at like 6 a.m. to go play pickup basketball, and then like 5 hours later, he did a Turkey Bowl football game.
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving. Yeah. I was not doing that.
No. That's not your speed.
That was my ideal Thanksgiving. Like, that was perfect. And then to watch football and eat a lot of food later.
Are you, I already know the answer to this, but I'm just going to ask it anyway. Would you consider yourself an instigator on the court? Would others consider you an instigator?
Yeah, that's a great way to ask, because an instigator would always say no. Yes. It's always somebody else's fault.
But I say a lot of the times I don't start the instigating. So, like, I just add fuel to the fire.
You just come in and you're like, hey, I noticed you guys are kind of arguing. You should argue all the way.
Yes, I'm 100%. One of my best friends I play basketball with almost every time I play basketball. He's the worst.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like.
Just as long as you're better than him, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to get back into this. Don't worry.
Yes, there's a lot more to this.
Circling back into this. I do want to get your thoughts on this topic, though, John. And I know we've talked about Kyler Murray before, but I feel like the story has taken a little bit of a twist this week. It's not. I did find it funny when people were like, hey, Monty, how's things with Kyler? Oh, yeah, we have good dialogue. And then somebody, maybe an agent, I don't know, leaked out, no, they haven't talked since the end of the season, which is not even what Monty said, if you go back and listen to the cut, but whatever. Either way, it's still put out there. They haven't talked since the end of the season. And now everybody's like, they're not talking. Well, look, we all know the Cardinals are trying to trade Kyler Murray. We all know Kyler Murray is done here. It seems like he wants out too. The twist, or maybe not even twist, but the turn to me is whoever is trying to force the Cardinals to have to cut him with these sources, these anonymous sources that are like, they're not even talking. Look at this rift over here. I mean, just to drive the point that much home to other teams that might want him, we don't even have to trade for him. We'll just wait for the Cardinals to cut him.
Well, here's how the insider game works. The agents leak 99% of the things.
Yeah.
Now, the teams may want to in certain things, too. So
Kyler's agent not gotten enough from the Arizona
Cardinals?
Cardinals?
That's what it is. So this, I can guarantee you, this came from his agent, because what they want, and they've said it, is that they want to be cut, not traded, so they can completely decide where they want to go, do a new contract, put him in the right position. Because right now, the Cardinals are the ones who are looked at as not the bad guys. It's just, hey, Kyler hasn't worked out here. Now he's the bad guy. So his only opportunity to potentially get what he wants long term is to go to the place that he thinks he can succeed, or he'll continue to be the bad guy. So that's why the agent is leaking it, and it's the agent that's leaking it. So he doesn't want the Cardinals to have any say. But the problem here becomes more and more players in every single professional sport have leverage. Because if you want Kyler to play ball, then he's got to do a new contract with his new team, which means he's going to have some kind of say where he goes in his new team. That's why I don't think the Cardinals will be able to trade him, because I think he's going to be a pain. And if they'll go to him and say, will you redo a deal with this team? And he'll say, no, until he gets to the right team. But the Cardinals may not get the right compensation from said team. So I'm not sure that they're going to be able to trade him. The only reason they could is because you look out at a near barren quarterback market, because there's nobody.
I'd take him over any quarterback that's
right.
available. Yeah.
So because in the draft, there's no leverage outside of Mendoza, who just goes automatically to the Raiders. Now he becomes, the prettiest girl at the ball at 2 a.m., right? Because there's a lot of ugly out there.
Yeah, look, I like Kyler, and there have been some really cool moments here, like the game against the Raiders where he ran like 170 yards on 1 2-point conversion. If this really is his agent, I understand that's his job, but if this is like, maybe this is why I shouldn't be GM, and I'm not. But if after all this, if after 7 years, you got us one playoff appearance and you didn't show up to it, it was the worst game of your career. If after all this and all the money we've given you, you're going to put it where we can't even trade you because you want to go. And I understand as Kyler, I don't want to end up on an offense that I can't succeed. And I don't want to end up on the Jets. Let's just say it. Okay. I don't want to end up on the New York Jets. I understand that. But if they get to the point where they're not even going to play ball, like you're saying, we're like, hey, look, man, we're trying to move you. Okay. You get a fresh start. We get a fresh start. But can you help us at least get like a 3rd-round pick for you? If his agent's like, nah, I'm just going to, I would just keep him, and he's the backup all year. Just sit on the bench and watch Jacoby Brissett play, because I'm already paying you. So just sit there and watch Jacoby Brissett play.
If there wasn't, here's the hardest part about sports. If there wasn't all this back and forth and all this bad blood and all this, because what Kyler's camp, I bet, thinks is, you screwed me. You didn't get me enough. You didn't, because the Cardinals are going, look, you just didn't fulfill what a number one pick should be. Kyler's camp is probably thinking, you didn't get enough around me. You're a bad organization. See, you just got enough. You're no good. It's not my fault. They're trying to play that blame game. But if you didn't have all this back and forth, which I know you can't do, but if you could hit the reset button right now, and in any relationship it's difficult, he honestly makes the most sense. And I'm not saying long-term he does, but what I'm saying is the goal here for the Cardinals should be 2027 is looking like a better quarterback draft. What they really should do is don't try to solve it this year. They're not going to get a quarterback that's going to get them in the playoffs in this division, I don't think. So use 2026 as find maybe even a backup like Bajan of the Bears, who I don't hate. You can pay it a decent amount of money, which means you can save money at the position and potentially get some more free agents. And then in 27, you go back into the draft, and at worst, Bajan's your backup quarterback. That should be the goal. But if you're trying to actually be good at the position, he's actually your best option if you could get over all the stuff.
That I agree. If you are truly trying to win this year, see, honestly, though, like after what we saw last year, I feel like he and Brissett give you about the same chance of win. Kyler gives you a better chance of he's going to steal you a game. The people that are like, well, Brissett never won. Well, look how many points the defense was giving up when Brissett was playing. And that's not on Brissett.
If you were a defensive coordinator, though, who would you not want to face? That's how I always look at it.
Yeah, and I would say I would take Kyler over any of these guys in a vacuum. I'm not saying for the Cardinals because that situation is obviously soured. But I made this analogy to Wolf the other day. If I were the Dolphins, and okay, I need a quarterback, and I can take Ty Simpson, or I can give Malik Willis a bunch of money, or I can have Kyler. I would take Kyler over any of these guys. But there's a lot of issues potentially here too. And I'm not talking about the people that are like, well, he's not a good leader, which by the way, if that's still the case, that's a huge deal because we're going into year 8. We're not talking about like a college kid now. But it's, he's got to lead the league in slide sacks. Is that even a stat?
Yeah.
And that wasn't always him, where it's just like, that guy is big, I'm going to slide. Like, I don't know if that's coming back from the injury. I don't know what that is. He wasn't effective this year. He has been an injury problem. I wouldn't hold that against the guy, but at the same time, I don't know that I would build my team around him right now.
Yeah, I think he could be perfect if they could get over the stuff, which they can't. Yeah. Like any relationship,
he gives you a better chance to make the playoffs.
I mean, if you were debating whether you stay with your girlfriend, boyfriend, significant other, whatever, and you say if we could just get by, but no, he cheated on you, or she, like you can't get past those things. It's the whole reason you're breaking up, right? And so it's the same thing with Kyler. Like you said, in a vacuum, I could look at every team that really needs a quarterback. Pittsburgh, Rodgers or Kyler, I'd take Kyler. Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy or Kyler, I'd take Kyler. Like, I go down the line with all these. With a fresh start, he's the best option probably for any team that really needs a quarterback, just not here.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the way it is. And that's, I mean, you talk about these guys that are reclamation projects over the last few years. It's never with their same team. It's never like, we drafted you, and then 6 years later, we all got on the same page. You're always a reclamation project with another team.
Alex Smith is the only one that I remember
That's
doing.
so funny you say that but that was because Harbaugh came in 2011, and they were in a lockout, and he embraced him because he's all they had.
Yeah.
And because they had such good talent around him, they ran the ball, played defense, and then Alex became and went to Kansas City and Washington.
That's a good example.
And he did. He resurrected himself. But would Kyler do that? Would you say to Kyler, hey, it's a new coach. See, here's the big question. What does LaFleur think? Well, he's not going to say anything, but darn well that the first or second question was, what do you think of Kyler? And so even though everybody's saying it hasn't been, 100% one way or the other, it was on about the second question that Mike LaFleur was asked.
I'm sure LaFleur has a strong opinion on it one way or the other, just given not only that he's a head coach, but he's an offensive guy.
But because he's new, does that do anything?
I think this relationship was over in October, honestly, on both sides. So, yeah, Mike LaFleur's coming in like, hey, do I get a say in this? No, this is done, man. This has been done.
This is above your pay grade,
You were too
coach.
busy almost winning the Super Bowl in L.A. while we were dealing with this. All right, when we come back, was last night's win over the Lakers maybe the win of the season for the Suns? What are the ramifications? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead two-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a six-run, sixth inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Spring training is here, and Talking Stick Resort is your home base for all the action. Stay minutes from Salt River Fields and turn games into a getaway. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, incredible dining, non-stop gaming, and a perfect spot to relax after the final inning. Plus, take advantage of complimentary shuttles to and from the games at Salt River Fields. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. That's TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvese here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns beat the Los Angeles Lakers 113-110 last night without Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin. Here's how the Suns pulled off the win.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 1/8 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
For more on the Suns' victory, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch for that one is at 6:10. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday as we recap the final days of the NFL Scouting Combine and any football news that emerges from Indianapolis. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, John, you saw me do the lap around the building like full speed before, right, during the break?
I thought that was just you trying to get away from me during the breaks, which I don't blame you.
No, I was, because they got people working on the building, and you can see the sign right there. It says, like, oh, there's workers behind this door, so open the door slowly, right? I'm like, okay, well, if there's workers right there, I'm not going to open this door into them. But I was just trying to get to the other side of that door. And so I walked around, like, the entire building, and I'm like, man, we're cutting it close here on this break. Like, I got to hurry. You know, you have that, like, internal clock once you do radio for a while.
Right,
like,
you know.
I don't even know how long the break was, but we're getting near it. I come back through the other side of the door. There's nobody over there. In fact, look, as we're talking, somebody's opening the door right now, and there's nobody there. Look at that.
And everybody looks, too, like, what's happening? I think somebody just put a sign up there for a joke.
That's if they did, I tip my hat to you. That's the newsroom getting back at us right there after you said earlier they're all too serious. They got back on us.
We don't have a speaker that goes out there, right? Because they are dirty looking me. They're giving me dirty looks.
They can just see us looking out there right now, and they're like, stop looking out here. We're doing important things. It sounds like Eddie Johnson's going to join us here shortly.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, Eddie Johnson's here. That's very short, actually. Eddie's going to be here in just a second to talk about this win last night for the Phoenix Suns over the LA Lakers, a win that puts the Suns within a game of the Lakers, gives them the tiebreaker over the Lakers, and gives them a chance to potentially pass them, get into a top 6 spot. Eddie Johnson's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Eddie, thanks for the time, man. What's going on?
Nothing too much. Just enjoying my morning. Now I get a chance to talk to you guys. So there you go.
So it got even better. Look at that. Eddie, you mentioned this on the broadcast last night, maybe the win of the year. And it's kind of hard to argue with that, considering it's over the Lakers and it's over Luka, and look at who the Suns were missing and how badly they needed a win and what it does for the standings. How big was that potentially last night?
It truly was. It was huge because obviously immersed in a losing streak with all the injuries you just noted. Like you need to find a way to carve out some victories to stay a good distance above 500 and then stay close behind those teams that's in the 5th and 6th spot. So, yeah. And look, that was a tough opportunity for them, but it was a game I don't think anybody would have picked the Suns to win last night. And that's why it was a great win. Just all the things and how it played out. Up 11, all of a sudden down 13. Looked like they couldn't even buy a hoop. And then Superman put his cape on, that's Grayson Allen, and all of a sudden he started hitting threes on 2-on-1, 3-on-1 fast breaks. Like, it's that kind of stuff, man, that just gets you ramped up. But, yeah, it was a huge win.
Eddie, take us into to the mind of a player, too, because from a timing standpoint and from a standing standpoint, you beat the Lakers, you take the season series, you play them one more time down at their place, so that may decide that. But you get a little bit of break here. You play 6 sub-500 teams. So it just seems like from a timing and confidence standpoint, they would really inject the Suns and their players with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, one, it takes a lot of pressure off of the guys that's injured, too, right? So, they can feel good about it and knowing that they don't have to, rush back and put themselves in harm's way to where then now, they can cost them probably the end of the season. And so that's why it's important to try to find a way to do it. Look, they had Boston down by 10, but Boston kind of shut them down. I thought Boston outworked them a little bit, got to the offensive glass that allowed Boston to get, about 18, 19 more shots. You're not going to beat anybody when that happens in the NBA. But last night, the Suns were really good at all the intangibles, and that was able to get it. Because, look, if you look at what they have coming up, now they got Sacramento coming up. They got Chicago, they got New Orleans, and they have Charlotte. Now, those are games they can win. and only one of them are on the road. So if they can take care of business with this group over the next 4 games, then now that gives Devin, that gives Goody, an opportunity to get themselves right over the period of maybe another week and a half. So, yeah, it was just like that reason. It was huge, and hopefully they can build from it.
We're talking to Eddie Johnson. Eddie, I know it's early in Jalen Green's time with the Suns in terms of games actually played, but when you see a guy like that can score, but he's struggling to shoot, what do you think when you see, and he's still so young too, like what are your expectations for Jalen Green, and how does he get out of the slump he's in right now?
I didn't have any expectations. I try to tell people it's extremely hard to jump on a highway and everybody's going 70 and you in a car that can only get to 65. It's hard to merge. And you might think just because a guy looks good, okay, and he's athletic and all of that he can just step on the court and all of a sudden be in great rhythm. Well, you're trying to get in great rhythm against guys that's been there all year. Guy's played less than 15 games, and he's gone through it as a young player. And so for me, yeah, would I like him to shoot better? Yeah. My thing is with him, just make sure you take good shots because everybody goes through slumps in this business. And trust me, I went through plenty. And the way out of it is to continually condition yourself, not just physically, but mentally. And he's making that adjustment. Just think about it. Now, he didn't incorporate his game back in with Devin and Dylan to where he could have a flow. He's basically out there the target of the opponent. And so he gets himself in trouble a little bit. He overpasses. All those different things that you make mistakes when you're in, preseason. Well, he didn't have a preseason, early in the season. Well, he didn't have early in the season. So, yeah, I'm not overly critical right now of him. The only thing I would just continually watch with Jalen is you take good shots and you continue to work hard on the other end. And the shot's going to come. That kid can score the ball. He led Houston in scoring last year. Yeah. So the kid can score the ball. And so we just have to be patient.
What I'd like to see him do, and I know you with the score mentality you had and you, like you said, he had some degree of difficulty shots last night, especially there was one on the baseline, and that is, and this is something the Suns need to be better at anyway, which is, okay, if the ball's not going down, it's just not going down. That happens. But maybe get to the rim, try to shake yourself out of it, get to the free throw line, and as you said, don't be one of those players that if you're not scoring, you're not contributing to the team.
Yeah, you got to try to win. You got to do things to win, and you can be a decoy. Grayson Allen got hot last night. Colin got hot, so now you be a decoy. Yeah. So your movement and your aggressiveness to get open is going to, force the defense to pay attention to you, and now it gives them an opportunity to get one-on-one coverage. And so that's just how you do it. Like I said, man, slumps is a normal thing. You're only as good as your last game, your last shot. And a couple of games ago, Jalen Green was like 5 of 26, and everybody was probably in the stands like, oh, my God, he just can't make a shot, and he this and that. And then he hits a game winner, and everybody jumping up and down and just really happy for him that he did it. So, yeah, it's just growth, man. And it's unfortunate that he is thrust into this situation without a ton of reps. So that's what I would tell people. Just be a little bit patient.
Eddie, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for the time.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. That's Eddie Johnson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. By the way, Eddie Johnson, over his whole career, was over 47% shooter. That's pretty good shooting.
I wasn't going to argue with him, but when he said he got into plenty of slumps, I was going to say I don't remember it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's a pretty good shooter.
And plus, he's so confident. Like, you think right now he could go out there and do
47.2% for your career when you're a shooter. Like,
right.
it's not like you're a
he's
center.
Not at the rim. All right.
Yeah, that is
amazing.
And we just need Eddie to play a little bit. Get a couple of these shots.
Just sit down with Jalen and say, dude, snap out of here. Let me help you.
Yeah. All right, we come back over to baseball. Ryan Nelson's first appearance of the spring tonight for the D-backs. How big are these Cactus League starts for Ryan Nelson? Look how much his role in this team has changed over just the last 2 springs. That might be an answer for you right there. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bro. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Would you like to walk with the pros? Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, has teamed up with Shady Ray Sunglasses to send 2 lucky listeners VIP style to the 2026 LPGA Ford Championship, presented by Wild Horse Pass, March 26th through the 29th. To walk inside the ropes with the pros on championship weekend. Runner-up contestants can win premier hospitality to the Trophy Bar Hospitality venue or tickets to the event. Go to bunkergolf.com and register for our Walk with the Pros contest today.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon. John Lund is in for Wolf. And we were talking during one of the breaks, John, how whatever your favorite sport is, you can watch any two teams play, right? And I think we could all watch any two NFL teams play. I mean, that gets tested on some of the Thursday nights. So you get like into November, and it's like Tennessee and Cleveland on Thursday night. You're like, I'll just watch 3 hours of it. Like, that's it. But, we were talking during the break, the NBA this year with so many teams tanking is like, it's tough to just be like, I'm going to go watch Utah and Atlanta. But then as I'm saying that, I'm like, I'm watching this guy up here on the combine jump, and I don't even know who it is. Like, they don't even have his name up. And I'm like, but I got to see how high he jumps, right? So you're on this. You said the DBs are running the 40s here this afternoon?
In 13 minutes, I'll be it'll be an issue if I sound distracted, because DBs and Cardinals don't need a tight end, so it's no big deal. But DBs will run like 4.3s and 4.4s, and I tell my wife, like, this could be worth millions. You've got to, and she's like, go away. Like, I'm not watching these guys run around. Like, you're an idiot.
You're now just watching them run in a straight line.
I mean, wide receivers are a totally different thing. I just walk out of the room if it was wide receivers. But DBs are, it's important, and so that's the whole thing. Is like, to me, the combine is just how fast somebody runs.
The one I don't understand so much is when they freak out like over an offensive lineman's 40 time. Like, if he runs down the field quickly, you penalize him.
Well,
like,
he's congratulating a guy for scoring a touchdown is all he's doing.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Basically.
We were just looking. Plus, I didn't know you could do this. I knew you could bet on if the 40-yard will be broken, if the record will be broken. I didn't know you could.
Is that Xavier Worthy has the record?
Yeah, I think it's 4.21. But now they're saying, now you can actually, you just found this. You can go online and you can actually find, which you found rather quickly, so I think you might have a problem.
I thought we had $1 million idea, but we don't, because somebody's already taken. Look what you did. All the power in the newsroom just went off. Except here. We have the lights in here.
It's because they're angry.
Now they're going to be.
They don't have any lights.
Now they are going to be angry as they're all looking around.
We have lights.
Now you really can't go out
there. Oh, I know.
They're all in the darkness, and they turn and look at John's in here. We've got more lights than we need, and he's just in here dancing, talking.
See, we could charge people if you want to step into the light. It's going to cost.
You need to read that piece of paper. Maybe come in here for a little bit.
Their computers and TVs are on out there too. That's weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now everybody. Oh, look it. Somebody is really prepared. They have like. That's just like a light they put on the
has
computer.
like a lantern.
Well, it's nap time. You guys don't know about the newsroom nap time?
Yeah, they get a little ice cream too for like being good during it,
like orange wedges and stuff.
God,
we do need like a little snack. Now they're all looking at us like, why do you guys have power?
That's right.
We need the little snack bar guy walking
that's
around.
True.
That'd be cool.
I'd like to charge them for. Oh, would you like some light?
Well, while they're all out there trying to work in the dark, literally, let's talk about baseball.
Let's do it.
Why not? That's clearly keeping the lights on, so let's talk about baseball.
Very well done.
Here is Bob Nightingale when he was on the show with us yesterday talking about Ryan Nelson's ceiling.
Yeah, I would think a little bit more than last year, but yeah, it's unbelievable what he's done, and he's done whatever the Diamondbacks have wanted, start, relieve, close, that sort of thing. So there's no reason why he can't be, I don't think he's ever going to be, the Corbin Burns type thing or, maybe not even a Gallen, but I think he'd be a solid number 2 or 3 starter for Diamondbacks or pretty much any organization in baseball. He's really a self-made guy, and he's valuable. I think he was, their most valuable starter last year.
His ERA has basically dropped a point each year he's been a full-time player, and it gets better when he goes from the bullpen to the rotation. So if you look at 3 years ago, 2023, he ended up making 27 starts that season, a 5.31 ERA. Okay, and it was kind of like, maybe he'll be a spot start guy, but he's a middle reliever. Well, he ended up still in 2024 starting 25 games, and his ERA dropped to 4.24. And then last year it was kind of the same thing. Like, I'm probably going to be, Jordan Montgomery's going to be back, and then he got hurt. But it was like, okay, sorry, Ryan, you're doing a great job in middle relief, though. You're going to go ahead and do that again. He still started 23 games last year, and he had a 3.39 ERA. So you are talking about a guy who has gotten better each year, noticeably better. But I would say this year's the first time, not that he has any expectations on him, but where it's like the conversation was always, hey, is he a starter? Maybe he's your number 6. Maybe he's your number 5. Now it's like, is he starting opening day? That's a little bit different.
Well, and the other thing, too, is with the injuries and, Merrill Kelly being the latest, and we already know, the expectations have risen. It's now not 5, 6. You might have to be 1 for a little bit. And then you can start to look at this and say Corbin Burns, Merrill Kelly. We talked about Rodriguez a little bit earlier. You could squint not too hard and see that if the injuries fall right, he continues to improve. You're looking at 3 or 4 really solid starters, and now you're saying, okay, I can see this. But at the beginning of the season, I think there's an immense pressure on him because you go from, like you said, oh, this is cool, you're improving. You could be a mid or late rotation guy. That's great. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, we need you to be a 1 for who knows how long.
At least a 2. I mean, there's no discussion that he's either your 1 or your 2, right? And we don't know. Merrill Kelly could be back in the middle of April, or Merrill Kelly could be out longer. And Corbin Burns is not going to be back anytime soon, probably halfway through the season. So it is all the different storylines, and there are plenty good storylines with Diamondbacks, but the biggest storyline, it's just impossible to get around it, is can they stay afloat till Corbin Burns and those closers come back?
Plus, here's the thing. Zach Gallen, it's different question marks. Zach Gallen is, okay, we want you to be the guy, not last year's version, but we think you can be the version that you've generally been on this team. So that's one. Injury-wise, and we can take this from the Suns, okay, a guy, they say he's going to be back in 2 to 4 weeks, and he'll be fine. Well, pitching-wise, you start to get into injuries at the beginning. The season is so long that I'm not going to assume that Merrill Kelly's just going to be up. He's going to be Merrill Kelly. He's fine. He's 37. And so he's
not getting a spring training.
Right. Yeah. In no spring training, and in baseball terms, and you got to work your way back up. So if you're going to be a pitching and defense team, which Torrey said that they're going to be at least to start the season, this guy's got to be really good at the beginning. And then if you start thinking to yourself, okay, now like the Suns, the injury guys come back, you could have a really good rotation. But between now and then, you've got to have people to keep your team and your staff afloat and eat innings, those kind of things. And right now, he's the best prospect to do that.
Yeah, well, so Ryan, he'll be pitching tonight in Peoria against the Mariners, who are throwing one of their many pitchers named Luis Castillo out there against the Diamondbacks. They have at least 2 Luis Castillos in their system, or they did. I don't know if they still do, but yeah, Luis Castillo. I think this is the more well-known one. This is not Luis F. Castillo pitching tonight, but Luis Castillo is pitching. But yeah, out in Peoria, D-backs and Mariners tonight, and Brian Nelson making that appearance, and a lot of, you said it, a lot more pressure on him this year. He seems to respond well to the pressure, but you've built your team around pitching and defense, and your injuries have come to your pitchers.
Right.
Now, we had the cut from Mike Hazen about a week or so ago, and he was talking about the bullpen, but he was like, look, when you see that the bullpen struggled last year, it did, but it wasn't just the pitching. It was the defense behind these guys. So, and they've addressed the defense this offseason, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's always a combination, for sure.
How much do I have to give you to walk out in the newsroom during the break and be like, hey, why don't you guys just turn the lights on?
Or I'll do it.
Or has anybody tried the switch? Has anybody turned?
Have you ever seen that thing where it's on the internet, and probably most people have seen it, but where like a person will crash? I think this started in England or something, and it's the funniest thing ever. And they'll drive by like crashes and everything, and people be standing there like trying to figure everything out and go, "Hey, you can't park there."
Oh boy!
Like it's actually hilarious. It's very hilarious. So I'd like to walk out there and go, hey, like, can't you just turn your lights on? Like, they would just look at you like, I hate the sports guys so bad.
Yeah, this is true.
They already do hate us.
You don't have to be there here on Monday, and I'm going to have to hear about, like, who was that guy who came in?
Who thought he was being funny. And remember, we're news. We're not into comedy at all.
They're falling behind on news right now.
Right.
They're 7 minutes behind. Actually, they're still out there working somehow. They're doing a lot more work in the dark than you and I are doing in here, just laughing at the fact that we have light and they don't.
They have no light.
As if we're like cavemen that just invented lights.
And they don't like comedy. Yeah, I have no issue. Like I said, I yelled down the hall last week and for Jamal, and everyone looked at me like, what are you doing?
Jamal left when look, he's gone. Like the power went out there, and he's just gone. He's like, I can't do this. All right, when we come back to football, how would you feel if Ty Simpson was on the Arizona Cardinals? You'll hear what Ty Simpson said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Bottom line, I just don't know how they're going to react when they don't have Dylan Brooks out there.
Yeah.
He is their pulse. He just is. Not Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks. He is their pulse. He is their beating heart. And I don't know how they're going to do when they don't have him.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. We're going to find out. Like, we have no choice. We're going to find out. This team has prided itself on its quality depth all year long. And now we'll see that depth is going to be tested.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions
decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These Commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Los Angeles Lakers last night. Here's how the Suns pulled off the win.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch is at 6:10. Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. And that is what is trending now.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf. John, I did walk out in the newsroom during the break, and I just asked, what are you guys doing out here? It's dark. And
like dry like that?
Yeah, no, just like that. And I was met with something happened to the cord. Like there was no laughter. I am going to go back out though if it's still out because the power to the newsroom is out, but we have power in here and we're not doing. We don't even need power. We're just that's not true. We need to watch the combine.
Yeah. DBs are about to run.
Yeah, so I take that back. We do need power because the DBs are about to run at the combine. We get to see Keith Abney run.
Oh, and early too.
Yeah,
he's an A.
But when I if it's still out there, I'm going out next segment, and I'm just and you have to back me up on this. I'm just gonna walk out during the break and be like, the news isn't gonna take a break just because you guys are all sitting here in the dark.
No nappy time.
Yeah, it's just,
they get so
it's
angry.
1:00 in the afternoon. Like, wake up, turn the lights on, and start working out there. We're in here watching the cornerbacks
We're
run
doing
40
our job.
yards. Yeah, everybody has a job to do. They put us in charge of watching cornerbacks run 40-yard dashes, so we're gonna do it right.
Those sports guys just don't understand. News is very important.
They are out there working a lot harder than us, as usual.
Yeah.
This is Ty Simpson from earlier today. You may remember him from being Alabama's quarterback this season. He met with the Cardinals, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I met with the Cardinals. This is my first interview, and just super great organization. Mr. Monty is a great guy. Coach LaFleur is a super ball guy. Coach Hackett, all those guys are they love football. They're a quarterback driven organization because they're very familiar with the quarterback position, and I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
Well,
what a butt kisser.
He obviously did not see the offensive line last year, but I guess it doesn't really matter what the offensive line looked like.
He said they're a quarterback-driven team? Really?
Maybe he meant they're driven to find a quarterback right now.
God, if he was giving grades, it'd be A across the board. Like that's his. Hey, look for some perspective. Go interview with some other teams, and then get back to us.
Maybe draft Ty Simpson, and then when these NFLPA grades come out next year, it's just A's all the way down the board for the Cardinals because Ty Simpson's here.
Yeah.
Look, Ty Simpson. If the question is, and obviously they met with him, so they're at least looking at him. They're not just going to waste time meeting with him if you have no interest. I think it'd be insane to take him at 3. I think probably for him, he's going to end up on one of these teams that has a couple first-round picks. So unfortunately for him, I think the Jets could be one of those 16 teams. But the Rams are in a position where they could feasibly take him more middle of the first round and have him learn behind Matthew Stafford. That would actually be a pretty good spot for a young quarterback. But we'll see. It seems like he's going to be the second quarterback off the board, but it's not for the Cardinals if it's in the first round.
Well, the reason why, as you said, if he goes to the Jets, he's going to be a disaster. I mean, it's going to be a disaster because it's because they pick at 16, and that's still too tempting to not play the guy.
Yeah.
And he's only got the one season of career starts, and really in the second half of the season, he didn't play very well at all.
Mm-mm.
So then you go to the Rams, who are in the late 20s for their second pick. And I could see that because you learn Sean McVay's offense, which is the prevalent offense in the NFL, behind Matthew Stafford. It used to be done that way, but there's just too much pressure to let a guy sit. So they wouldn't be tempted because they've got the reigning MVP. That would actually be the best spot for him personally and the worst spot for the rest of the NFC West because I think he could be a good quarterback. But there's a massive difference. Let me be Captain Obvious here for a minute. There's a massive difference going to the Jets, where they're going to play you by like week 2 or 3, and going to the Rams, where you might be able to sit for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, sitting for a year behind Stafford. This is always a year ago where I thought Sam Levitt was going to end up with for no reason had the thought that Levitt would get drafted by the Rams and that the Steelers would be a team that went out and got Kyler Murray. Which I guess the second one could still. I guess the first one could still happen too, just a year from now or whatever. But Ty Simpson to me seems like the one guy other than Fernando Mendoza that you almost feel like there's no shot he's going to be a Cardinal because you can't take him at 3. It seems, at least going into the combine, the consensus seems to be he's the number 2 quarterback, which does not mean number 2 pick, but the Jets do have 2 picks in the first round. The Rams have 2 picks. I'm looking at Mel Kiper's mock from earlier this week. He has the Steelers taking him at 21. Like it feels like Ty Simpson's going to go late first round or mid to late first round.
Well, and the other thing, too, why the Cardinals wouldn't take him, and I wouldn't even take him at 34, is because supposedly next season is better. Arch Manning and Dante Moore, and maybe it won't be, because I say that every year. Like Newsmeyer, the kid from LSU, was supposed to be a first. He had a bad season. He was hurt, all those kind of things.
Remember Cade Klubnik? He was supposed to be
he was supposed to be a top pick. So I would rather, to be honest, the Cardinals went edge rusher. I love David Bailey. Yep, I'm looking at these numbers going, So I would take him if I could, or move back. I would take in the second round your tackle. I think the kid from Arizona State he had a great Senior Bowl week.
Yeah.
He'd be there at 34.
Ihanator.
And then I don't think there's a lot of difference between Simpson, Klubnik, Newsmeyer, like any of these next round of quarterbacks. And I think that you're getting much more value at that position. Mel Kiper Jr. You're getting much more value in that situation than taking a shot on Simpson. But it also has to do with 2027, who I think that you're in a better situation than you are right now. Why would you reach for a guy when you know that maybe there's going to be 3 or 4 quarterbacks who are even going to be better than him?
Yeah. Originally when this was all, originally when we were looking at Cardinals mock drafts, that was really early. That was during the season, obviously. But originally that was kind of my thought. It was, okay, can you get a quarterback in the second round? Because a lot of these guys that are going to be second rounders this year were projected to be first-round picks before the season started. And I don't think it's just because they suddenly all got bad. Like, again, this is where you lean on your front office and your scouting department, but I feel like some teams are going to look and say, hey, we really like Drew Aller. Other teams are going to look and say, hey, we really like Ty Simpson. Other teams are going to say, we like, whoever. In college now, you have all these guys either switching teams or their teammates are switching teams. So there's just not a whole lot of consistency from year to year. Fernando Mendoza wasn't on anybody's radar as the number 1 pick 6-7 months ago. So that was originally my thought, is just get one of these guys that was supposed to be a first rounder in the second round. It's not as much of a risk, and maybe they still are. You thought they had first round talent 6 months ago. Now I honestly think you could do it in the third round, really. And I would. I'd wait to the third round, and if you take whoever in the third round, I'll just use Drew Aller as the example because he's tall, and I know that's what Cardinals fans want. This is a guy who
just dropped a tall quarterback.
He was supposed to be a first-round pick going into the season. If you take him in the third round and let him learn behind Brissett or whoever, and he's not it, then just draft a guy in the first round next year. It's not going to move you out of that range.
That's why that is that way, because if you take a guy in the first round, then you're going to get him opportunity after opportunity, even if it's just anywhere in the first round. Whereas, as you said, then it's not going to take them out of taking a quarterback next year if they take a developmental guy. I think they should in the first few rounds, because a lot of these guys did, like coming into the season, as you said, there was a number of 4 or 5 quarterbacks who said these guys are first rounders. Well, they had a bad year, and we see it all the time. If there's such an advantage to being able to sit, but if you're in the first round, you can't. Your team just can't afford it. Generally, you're a bad team, and you're going to play that guy. So if Ty Simpson goes to the Jets, for example, rest in peace. It's over. You're done. That's just the way that it works. Yeah. They're not going to develop quarterbacks there. If he goes to the Rams, it's a totally different story. Even if he went to the Cardinals in the second round, I think he might be starting by week 5 or 6, and I just don't think he's ready.
No, here I pulled up Kiper's his quarterback rankings for this, his updated QB rankings. Okay, so he's got Mendoza 1, obviously, Ty Simpson 2. Drew Aller, he has 3rd. Garrett Nussmeier from LSU 4th. I mean, I watched him get benched last year, but their offense was terrible. I'm not a Nussmeier guy. Aller would be interesting if you get him in the 3rd round. He has Carson Beck 5th. Cole Payton out of North Dakota State. Cade Klubnik, he has 7th. Taylon Green from Arkansas 8th. Luke Altmaier from Illinois 9th. And Sawyer Robertson from Baylor 10th. Anybody that isn't Mendoza or Ty Simpson, I don't think you're taking that much of a risk on. It'd be nice if you get a third-round pick back for Kyler Murray, so you're not using the third-round pick you have right now on one of these guys. But it's going to tell us a lot about what they see in terms of a sense of urgency to try and win soon.
Well, and not to tie this all back to Kyler Murray, but this is one of the reasons why you might be able to get something for him, because there is right now one quarterback who will be taken first by the Raiders, and then it's beauties in the eye of the beholder. And history is not good for 1 year starting quarterbacks, as Ty Simpson is. So that would make a lot of teams get a little bit hesitant about that, which means now Murray has more value because you're not going to get it through the draft, and maybe the Cardinals can at least get something for him.
Yeah, that's the thing. They should be able to get something for him just because there's not anything available. All right, we come back. The Suns have 4 days off to celebrate last night's win over the Lakers. How badly do they need that right now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fleming is there to tip it over to Jalen Green. 4 seconds to shoot. Green steps back for a deep three, and that's banked in off the window for Jalen Green. The bank is open late on a Thursday night, and now Jamari Bouye steals the inbounds pass, throws it cross-court O'Neal for three. He got it. Back-to-back trifectas for the Suns, and this place is going crazy.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongousaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning with their mojo back. We'll start getting you ready for the Suns' trip to Sacramento. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Buckeye. What's going on, Buckeye? What are we doing out there in Buckeye today on this Friday afternoon?
Watching the combine is what they're doing. They got any sense about them.
I think everybody, look at Kevin Stefanski intently watching the combine right
Just
now.
don't fall asleep like Aaron Glenn did yesterday.
I was going to ask if they should.
That's so bad. Like, that's so Jets. Dude, you're on the screen. Wake up.
Hey, this coach looks like he fell asleep at the combine. What team? Jets. Okay.
We get it.
That makes sense. Yeah, totally fits.
Hey, you're only picking second. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't stay awake for this.
So it's not like these picks are important. It's just the second overall pick, and we already know who the first pick is, so you can basically make your decision today if you want. I'm seeing a lot of Suns beating the Lakers on these TVs, like these national programs, and I was like, hey, well, okay. And then I realized it's just because it was the
Just
Lakers.
talking about the Lakers, exactly.
Because it's not like, hey, how big was this win for the Suns? It's what's wrong with the Lakers?
Oh, no.
Are we going to have to fold the league if the Lakers don't win the championship?
Is this LeBron's last month with the Lakers?
Yeah.
And whatever.
Yeah, that's we're going to get more
That's all
of that
it
too.
is.
Yeah. Where are you on the Suns' massive free throw deficiency at this point? Like, how much of this is on the Suns to fix it? I know the initial reaction, people are like, the refs are just screwing the Suns. Maybe that's some of it. Maybe they don't have as much respect as some of these other teams, but they got to figure out a way to start taking some free throws.
Well, there's two major issues that are happening with this team right now, despite the win, which is, like you said, free throw discrepancy. And look, everyone loves complaining about the officials because then you don't have to complain about your own guys. And fans hate to do that. So they'd rather just go to the Zebras. But there is a art in getting to the free throw line. Like James Harden knows how to get to the free throw line. It's frustrating at times to watch
boring,
it.
Yeah,
but he knows how to get to the free throw line, and the Suns don't. And so one of the things, if I'm Jordan Ott and I'm watching, brick after brick after brick after brick from Jalen Green last night is, dude, go to the rim. Force the officials to make a call.
Especially him right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And what fans will say is, well, he earned the call. He's a superstar because that's what he does. It's like how Dylan Brooks has earned a reputation as getting technical fouls. James Harden gets any and every call because that's what he does. And so I'm not asking Jalen Green or others to be like that, but the Suns settle for a lot. This is a jump shooting league, and the Suns are a jump shooting team, and you're not going to get calls, especially if that's not what you do. And so one of the things, and I'm not going to call it a criticism of Jordan Ott because he's having a great year, but it doesn't mean he's beyond reproach. What they need to do as an organization is emphasize getting to the hole, because if you're shooting like they had in the previous two games to last night, and then you've got to go to the rim and force some action. See a couple go through on the free throw line, and maybe that will change your fortune shooting the basketball. You don't just have to shoot jumper after jumper after jumper if the ball's not going in.
Yeah, the Jalen Green example is probably the best one. It feels like we're just pinning everything on him, but we were looking at the numbers earlier, and what was it? I think it was 5 of the last 7 games, he hasn't even attempted a free throw. And this is a guy who attempts free throws. I mean, throughout his career, he gets to the line.
Well, he's got the ability to do it.
Yeah.
He can get by guys. He can blow by guys and get to the rim. And if you're struggling with your shot and then it's not going in, and Eddie Johnson just joined us, and you say, well, sometimes the shot's not going in. Yeah, but when you have a scorer's mentality like Eddie did, that there's different ways to do this. And also what that does is defensively, you're kind of stuck. He's not going to just shoot. He might drive on me. You're getting the other team in foul trouble. There's all these good things that come from shooting free throws.
Jalen Green has attempted 8 free throws over the last 6 games total, and he missed 4 of them. So those all came in 2 games. So 4 of those 6 games, he didn't even get to the line. And again, it's not just, hey, this is all Jalen Green's fault. It's not that. But to your point, he is somebody who can get to the line, which makes you then wonder, is he still hesitant at all because of the injury? Is it, how much of if this is the Suns' reputation around the league? And I don't know that it's so much that they're not getting free throw attempts. I would be more concerned with that if the other team was getting a ton of free throw attempts every night. But if you look at the season stats, I mean, it is what you would expect. The Suns are 28th in the NBA in terms of free throws attempted per game. Now, like you said, it's boring. I don't want to watch teams shoot free throws. I will just watch a different sport. But you have to be able. This has to be at least enough of your game where it's not a major deficiency going into the postseason.
It's got to be part of your offensive game plan. And organizationally, you got to put some of this on the Suns. Organizationally, you have to say, and look, that's the league right now. It's a flop fest. It's 3-point shots.
This league is all about flopping and tanking.
It is. And jacking up as many threes as you possibly can. And it's not going to change, so I get that. But as part of your offensive philosophy, it's a lot like football. You can throw it, but you got to get the running game going. There's lots of reasons why the run game is good in the NFL. It's the same reasons for getting to the free throw line. It's free points. It puts pressure on the other team defensively. They're not sure what you're going to do. You get them in foul trouble. There are all these assets that you get from being a team like that, especially when you're struggling. So if I'm Jordan Ott at a timeout in games previous to last night, but especially taking Jalen Green aside and saying, look, you guys have the ability to do this. You can get to the rim. You can force the action. You don't just have to say 3 after 3 after 3. And that's where sometimes they're getting themselves into a rut, and they're not offensively. You don't just have to do that. You can say to yourself, okay, I'm going to have a mindset of getting to the rim. That's why great players, and people complain that they get to the line. LeBron does it. All the best players go to the rim and then they get a reputation for it. And now
SGA is great at it.
Right. Yeah. And all of a sudden they're scoring because of it, and the officials know they're going to go to the rim. And anything that's close, they get the call.
They're already ready to blow the whistle.
Yeah, and so you can say that the Suns don't get calls, but the Suns don't try to get calls enough.
They don't. Now, when Dallas shoots 44 free throws and they shoot 9, that's on the officials.
Absolutely.
But when the Suns are routinely only getting to the line 8 or 9 times each night, even the other night, they actually took more free throws than Boston. Boston also doesn't take any free throws. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago with the Dallas game, and people were like, well, they shoot a lot of threes. Yeah, I get it. But the Dallas game, they took 2 less shots from the field than Dallas. Like, if you take the threes out, just 2-point attempts, they had taken 2 less shots. You got to, A, officiate the game better in that case, but B, also figure out a way to get to the line, because those weren't all threes. They took literally 2 less 2-point attempts than Dallas in the whole game. It's like 54 to 52 or something. This is all bearing the lead, though, that they won last night and that they now have 4 days off. And Royce O'Neal, like I said, we really haven't got to talk about this enough. He hit the game-winning shot. Here he is after the game.
I mean, we wanted to get the last shot. Coach had a play design for, either Grayson to take it or get to the basket. He got the switch, drove to the paint. He had a hell of a pass. Colin getting the one more, and then I'm being ready to shoot as always and knocking it down.
So the Suns get that win. We've detailed what it does in the standings, but they also don't play again now till next Tuesday.
It's huge. I mean, to have this win, to gain some confidence from it, to get 4 days off, and then to play 6 sub-500 teams. If they don't jumpstart off of this, if they come back, and they lose a couple of these games right out of the gate, then they are dead in the water like we thought they were. But you couldn't ask, if you went to the basketball gods and said, give us a win over the Lakers, and we were fighting with to stay out of the play-in game, then give us 4 days off to recruit from injuries, and give us 6 straight games against the dregs of the NBA, you couldn't write it up better. Now you have to
hopefully
execute.
Getting Booker back, too.
Right, and now you have to win those games.
They played like a team last night that was like, the finish line's right here, like this temporary finish line. Let's get through this game and win, and then we get these 4 days off. So we'll see what they can do with that now next week. When we come back, okay, so we've got the NFLPA grades here, right? Okay. Well, you wanted to hand out, and I like this idea, grades to all the Valley sports teams when we come back, or at least a few of them.
Yes.
So we're going to bring Rick and Jamal in on this. They don't look like they're arguing right now.
Where is Jamal?
In fact, they're
he's
not even
behind the
speaking
screen.
to each other.
Him.
So I don't know if this is...
Are you guys not speaking?
Is that
Did you
where
get
we
in a fight?
are?
We're fine.
Okay.
No, that didn't sound
was
fine.
way too quick.
You sounded like my
We're
wife
fine.
when I go, hey, everything's cool, right? She goes, we're fine.
We're fine. Move on. Just go to break. All right, so we are going to go to break, and then we'll come back and get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? You know, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over the Lakers last night. Here's how the Suns pulled off that win.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of with a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
And the D-backs resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. Ryan Nelson will make his first start of spring training for the D-backs with first pitch from Peoria at 6:10. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What can we expect from Ryan Nelson in his Cactus League debut tonight? We'll talk the latest from spring training on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Man, you weren't kidding. Like I walked out of the studio, back into the studio, was walking around talking to you. John's just sitting there. John Lundzen for Wolf, just staring at the corners running the 40s right now at the NFL Combine. Like it was like one of those old music videos where the main character's sitting there perfectly still and everything else is flying around them. Like,
oh, I'm gonna go home and watch this whole thing all over again.
Hey, they just showed Monty.
There he is.
Yeah, good Monty.
Yeah.
He looks like he's into it, but not quite as into it as John Lund is watching the Combine.
He's somewhere between me and Aaron Glenn.
Yeah,
like in that middle area.
It actually matters what he sees out there.
No vest today, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say no vest. Must be a little warm in there, but DBs. Everyone is so fast nowadays, so it's 4-3, 4-4, and then you see a guy run 4-6, and you go, "Oh, he just lost millions."
Get lost.
Oh,
I really, we were on to something earlier. They should just have every player line up and have the Raiders stand on the other side of the 40 with a contract, and whoever gets there first gets the contract.
Who's ever the fastest, you get.
All right, I'm going to let you explain the details of this. The NFLPA grades came out today, or whatever. They were leaked to everybody in the world today
with a fire hose.
So. You had the idea of why don't we give grades to some of the Valley sports teams. So is this like just for the current year?
Yeah, I would say that, and we can do this however we want. Obviously, it's our thing. But first and foremost, Bobby Hurley's out. I think that we don't even have to talk about ASU basketball, but we'd probably get like an F-ish type of a thing. But so we're taking
Texas Tech though, so I'd have to give
that's
him an
true.
A+.
So we're going to do the Cardinals, ASU football, the Diamondbacks, and the Suns, right?
Yes,
Those are the four that we're going to do.
And we're going to bring command and control in on this too.
What I think is interesting about it is I think it's great. The way I'm going to look at it is grade them right now, not their history, not their future, just as we sit here right now. What is today, the 27th of February, right?
Yeah.
As we sit here on February 27, 2026, how would you grade where they are this very second? Not what they could be, not what they've been, but right this second.
Okay.
Right?
And command
that sounds right.
And letter grade. No, not like some weird
no pass fail.
8.7, none of this. Okay. All right. So let's start with the Suns. All right. Everybody, we're starting with the Suns?
Yeah, let's do that.
And I guess I'll kick it off with the Suns. I'm going to go B+. I know what you just said.
You hesitated there for a minute.
Well, because I had already written my grade down for the Suns, and then you said...
But you can do it however you want. That's why that was my premise. You can do it however you want.
The only reason I don't have them with an A right now, and I guess I am looking into the future, is they just don't have a whole lot of picks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for me to say, like, hey, they're set up to win the championship real soon. They're in a conference with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, so it's hard for me to go like A+, because they don't have any picks coming up. But, man, what they have done this season and what they could still do, I can't go any lower than a B+. So B+ for the Suns.
Okay, I just did a B because I think an A should be reserved, and you guys do it however you want. A should be reserved for...
Keep saying that, but then you're influencing.
But if
you go ahead and do it however you want.
Right,
Just
but you've
do it
got
the wrong way.
You're wrong. But there has to be some kind of a distance between where they are, which I think is a B, and where they could be, which is an A. And if you're in a championship window, then that's an A. So, have they exceeded expectations? Sure. But they're still a B because I think there's another level to go.
Okay. We're all very defensive about our grades. I like this. This is
I think
good.
I have to explain.
We should get the NFLPA
Jamal's going to give everyone
too.
an F. I just see him as a very hard grader, but I could be wrong.
I am, but not with the Suns.
Okay.
The Suns, I'm giving them a B+.
Oh, okay.
To see the turnaround that they went through from last year and all the nastiness and negativity that happened last year, and to see where they are this year, despite all the injuries they've suffered and the turnaround that they've been able to make, is I got to give them a B+. I'm the biggest Suns fan in the world, but last year it'd be an F, but this year would be just to see where they're at now compared to last year.
Okay.
B+.
Okay. So 2 B+ and a B. Rick?
I'm going to also go with a B+ here. We saw them not have the expectations that they've had in the past couple of years, but they're playing better. And I like the culture that they're building in Jordan Ott. So, yeah, B+ for me.
B+, a very, very good grade, especially when you consider where they were a year
Plus
ago.
the atmosphere. Like you guys mentioned atmosphere. Like what this team was last year was like, right? Now you're feeling like, okay, there's something there and you want to feel good about it. And it's hard to change losing culture.
If you were grading on the curve compared to last year, we would have all given them an A+. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll just keep going counterclockwise, and you will start this one.
Okay, who's next?
You get the Cardinals.
Oh,
you get to start with the Cardinals.
I'm not going to use any influence on what the report card said. An F is really like, I'm not going to give him an F.
Okay.
I just like an A. I think that I guess what I'm saying with an F is there's probably another level to go down.
Great.
But you can't give him, guys can do whatever you want. I think it's a D. I just think when you're picking third in the draft, when you don't have a quarterback, when you can't figure out the Kyler situation, like I don't need to go further than that.
You're picking third in a
going
one
D.
quarterback draft.
Yeah, and I just, where they are right now, I think they're at a real low point in this organization. So I think I won't give them an F because I don't necessarily think they've reached rock bottom, which is bad to say.
You better be wrong.
But I'll just give them a D. I'll give them a D.
All right, Jamal.
I am going to go F.
Jamal had a look on his face who was somebody who was ready to grade harshly.
He had this big smile on his face, and he was like Mr. Hand in Ridgemont, F, like somebody who enjoys giving an
Jamal,
F.
if you ever become a professor and one of your students sees that face, their career is over.
Like he was excited to give an F, wasn't he?
Yes.
No, I've been waiting just because, not because, I hate Cardinals are my favorite team, but to see where they're at right now, they have zero direction. They have zero direction. Now, you have the third overall pick, but are you going to use that third overall pick on a quarterback? Are you going to wait until the second round and maybe even next year find your quarterback? They don't have very much direction. And if I'm being completely honest, I did look at the report cards, and it's not just this year. It's every single year where they're at the bottom of the rankings in terms of the NFL report cards. So I can't give them anything higher than an F.
Can't give them anything higher than an F.
You can't give anything lower than and if you could give them lower, I think you would give them lower.
So
may or may not.
You had no choice.
That's the most exciting F of all time.
You can't go higher or lower than the grade you gave them.
No.
All right, Rick, where are you at?
Yeah, so I'm kind of with Jamal. I'm kind of confused what their direction is. However, they have the best tight end in the league, and so for that reason, given that Trey McBride is on the team, I'm going to give him a D-.
Okay,
wow.
D-.
That's good
right.
logic.
I like that, yeah. I'm going to go D as well. It's the same that you did, John. And actually partially because of what Rick just said. They have the best tight end in the league. They currently still have Budda Baker. It's not like they've traded him. I actually think there's talent on this team that got lost in the shuffle of all the injuries last year, but not talent where you feel like they're a playoff contender. So I can't go any higher than a D. I have optimism for Mike LaFleur. I mean, he's an unknown. I do have some optimism for him, so I'll go D.
And by the way, I feel that same way. I feel like LaFleur maybe keeps him off an F for me.
Yeah.
Because I like the hire. We'll see, but I like the hire.
All right, let's go ASU football next, and we'll start with Jamal.
A-.
A- from Jamal.
A-. It's really because I love Kenny and just the passion. And it starts at the top. Like rebuilding these programs starts at the top. It starts with Graham and then, trickles down to Kenny and the rest of the players and the guys that they bring in. And again, to have the injuries that they suffered this year and to have the record that they had with 8-4, 8 games, and the direction that Kenny has this program going in, I'm very excited to see. And like I said, I love Kenny, his energy, definitely at least an A.
Did you see his post on X today?
Oh God, would my grade go down?
No, it's great. It would go up.
Okay.
I don't know who this site is, but they had posted something. It's a picture of Kenny Dillingham in a uniform, and it says, "What position would Kenny Dillingham play?" And he quote tweeted it and said, "The bench."
You know what? I would disagree. I'd say all of them.
All of them at once. All right. A- from Jamal. Rick?
Yeah, I love the direction with Kenny Dillingham, but I'm a bit uncertain at the quarterback position. And also, they followed up their playoff run with 5 losses. So I'm going to say C+.
Ooh, C+. Okay.
Oh. No, there's going to be a fight in the break. I can already look at Jamal. Jamal's like, what?
Rick's going to have to fight off some listeners.
This is going to be great.
Passing.
Yeah, C plus. C's get degrees. I mean, that was my philosophy. C's get degrees.
This explains a lot. I'm gonna also go with A minus because, like you said earlier, I think like if you're saying A, they got to be like in the playoff or right on the verge. But Kenny Dillingham makes it to me where you can't give him lower than a B right off the bat. I think that the fact that they showed their commitment to retaining him and they're working on this facility and they are investing more money in the coaching staff and the resources, that's how you build sustainability in college football anytime, but especially right now when there's so much chaos around you. So if they had been in the playoff this past season, I'd give them an A or an A plus. But overall, the direction of the program, I also think it's a little bit different when you're talking about a college program as opposed to a professional thing, because there's a lot of different unknowns that aren't necessarily givens. Like the resources are starting to pile up now for ASU like they haven't necessarily had in the past. So I almost went A, but I'll go solid A minus.
He's building a great foundation, and that's what's hard about this grade. It's probably the hardest grade, to be honest. And I like what you said there, Rick, about the C. I'll give him like a B minus because if this is a year ago, then you're giving him an A because they're in the playoff. But 8 and 5, even though all the good vibes and all the things he's doing and all the foundations he's building for the future, as we sit right now, they're 8 and 5, and so I can't give that more than say like a B minus.
But they also had a ton of injuries too.
They did
to key guys.
Yeah,
but
that's true. But I'm going to just go 8 because I'm just looking at 8 and 5.
That's
going,
fair. That's fine. That's fair. We saved one. We're going to do it when we come back. So we're going to talk about the D-backs anyway. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th. That's tomorrow against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. When we come back, we'll finish our grades. We'll give the D-backs grades, and we'll get into which young hitters have the best chance to make an impact for this team in 2026. We're already seeing some of them at least create some buzz through the first week of Cactus League play. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, for forthepeople.com. Arizona Lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, we got one more grade to hand out. We did the Suns, we did ASU, we did the Cardinals. So, Rick, you're going to start us off with D-backs here.
Yeah, I like their direction. I like the roster. I think they've got good players. But everyone keeps getting hurt. And so,
True.
B-.
B- for injuries. Okay, so Rick, that is the highest grade you gave anybody. Oh, no, you gave the Suns B+. Okay. All right. It's me. I almost just called out my own name. I'm going to go a solid B. It's really hard for me.
You don't look convicted in that.
Well, because you could almost go higher, or you could certainly go lower. I mean, if you tell me that they have their full rotation in 2 months, then they're higher than a B, but they don't have it right now. So I'll go B because Rick's right. Too many of these guys are hurt to feel a whole lot better than that. You are in a division with the Dodgers, so it feels like winning the division is not really an option. But there are a few GMs in sports I'd rather have running my team than Mike Hazen, so that certainly bumps it up. I still think the Diamondbacks have a lot of talent on this roster. When you look at a lot of teams, start looking around baseball, don't look at the Dodgers, look around other teams. A lot of teams don't have a Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo tandem at the top of their lineup. So, give me a B. Give me a B.
You know, I like what they're doing, and I can't penalize them for being hurt because all you can do is gather the talent. So what Ken Kendrick has done, and like you said, Mike Hazen has done, is from a pitching standpoint, too, to come out of nowhere and get Corbin Burns. Okay, hopefully he's going to come back. But then to bring back Zach Gallen, and I think he couldn't have a worse year, right? I don't know. But
he could. No,
and you got Merrill Kelly back. And then I'm excited about some of the youth here, and I know we'll talk about it for a quick minute. So actually, I'm going to go a little bit higher than I probably should, like a B, only because I think that if you look at this team on paper where the game is clearly not played, I think they really have an opportunity to do something because they have gathered the players, and that's all they can do as an organization.
Well, and you mentioned Ken Kendrick, too. I mean, you have an owner right now that is, what are the Diamondbacks? They're top 5 in reinvesting revenue into the actual roster, which is really important to me. And it should be important really to all fans, too, because sometimes we get caught up in these conversations with other teams where it's like, well, look at all the cap space. They got to do this to save cap space. Well, if they're not spending that cap space on the actual team, I don't care. That's just money going back into a very rich owner's pocket. But the Diamondbacks are among the top teams in all of Major League Baseball in the sense of when they make additional money by going to the playoffs or whatever, they are reinvesting it back into the actual roster. So that would almost bump my grade up to a B+ if such a thing were allowed, but I already said B, so it's a B. Jamal?
So I was originally going to say C+, and mainly because of how all the Ketel Marte stuff was handled. I just feel like it was really awkward and uncomfortable the way that it was gone about. But now that he's back, and the Zach Gallen, bringing him back, I think was huge. So I'm going to go B- because of the addition of Zach Gallen and the way that the rotation looks now compared to what it did 2 weeks ago or before, whenever Zach Gallen was signed.
This is one of these things, too, where I wrote down all these grades on a piece of paper I'm going to throw away.
People should see that. Can you hold that up to the camera? It's all like scribbly.
Well, because you guys kept changing your grades. And I'm going to literally throw this away in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So I don't even know why I wrote it down. But yet here we are, and I did anyway.
Well, just to recap it, like what we just gave the certain team. But
no, because I don't know what you gave the D-backs, so I just have the number 1.
I could give a B. But here's the thing is that I think that it's interesting because looking at all of the teams and the way that we kind of all had a little bit of a different way outside of maybe the Suns and the Cardinals, right? Or kind of top and bottom, and then you kind of got a little bit of a in-between on the Diamondbacks. And ASU football is interesting because they're 8-5, but their future looks bright.
ASU actually, I think across the board here, got the highest grades, except Rick came in with the hard C+. And so I think the highest grade actually went to the Suns, collectively, if you had to average all these out.
How would you grade your basketball game today, and what is the likelihood of a technical foul or a fight today for you?
So I don't know. I don't know if there will be actually referees or like if it'll just be like a game of 15.
Oh, that'll help you. Okay.
But if there's a referee, I would not count a technical foul out. Okay. There will be some trash talking. Especially again, because me and one of my best friends, we feed off each other. And once I see him talking, then I start talking, and vice versa. And once he sees me start talking, then he starts talking.
Any Draymond headlocks?
Yeah, he is a Draymond.
No headlock.
You don't want to rule out a headlock.
No, I won't rule out a headlock. I
say probably not a headlock.
I'll say there'll be punches thrown before there'll be a headlock.
You ever kick anybody in the groin?
No.
Oh,
no.
You're not there yet.
I've been kicked in the groin.
You will. Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure, because you're a victim.
Yeah,
you're just like Draymond Green. You're the victim.
Jamal is a talker. That's.
I have a few videos that I think I want to show you guys.
Oh, yeah, that'd be amazing.
That's good. Yeah.
That would be amazing. That's good.
We need to see some of these videos. I don't even remember what I was going to say.
The Draymond Green of the show. So,
real quick here, as far as Diamondbacks hitters that have stood out to you, we've only got about 2 minutes here, but this is one of the things at spring training. They have some young hitters like Ryan Waldschmidt. Certainly, Tommy Troy had a couple hits yesterday. Still keeping an eye on Drew Jones. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that when they drafted him, it was like, hey, could be a real game changer.
Second overall pick.
Maybe he's just taking a longer path to get there, and we'll see. He had a couple hits the other day. He was 1 for 1 last night. He's still only 22.
Yeah.
So anybody stood out to you so far in these first?
Well, just because nobody's talking about him as much, you just mentioned Troy. He's 5 for 11 with 2 doubles so far, and here's a guy that nobody's talking about, but he went to Stanford, so he's well coached. You look like a Nico Horner for the Cubs. He went to Stanford. I don't know what kind of impact he's going to make, but we are sitting there talking about Waldschmidt a lot and Lawler a lot, and maybe Troy is the type of guy, gap-to-gap doubles type hitter that could make a difference for the Diamondbacks at some point.
I'm looking at the official prospect rankings, although they haven't been updated for 2026. But at the end of last season, Tommy Troy was 5th in the D-backs prospect rankings. Ryan Waldschmidt, obviously, number 1. And we are seeing a lot of him this spring. Drew Jones, 14th on that list from last year. But it would be cool if he figured it out, Drew Jones. Those 4 names we just threw out there are 4 names to certainly at least watch. They're all still like Lawler's treated like, oh, this is probably it. He's 23,
I know that it's not really it, but I get it.
But at the same time, he does need to show something. He doesn't need to be like prime Jordan Lawler by the end of spring, but he just needs to show he's amazing.
Well, the way this works, too, is when you're a top prospect, it's like being a top quarterback. You only get a certain amount of time, and then they throw you the back of the line. Other guys move up, and now it's harder for you to potentially break through because they're not going to give you the opportunity that you would have gotten.
Yeah. All right. Well, John, this was fun. Thanks for
always fun
stopping by for 4 hours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gable coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp. The intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Despite being without Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jordan Goodwin, the Phoenix Suns pulled off a 113-110 win over LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and the Los Angeles Lakers last night. Here's how the Suns pulled off the win.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks resume Cactus League play tonight at the Seattle Mariners. First pitch is at 6:10. Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts
now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
A lot of Suns talk today. Woo! After that, best win of the season type win last night.
Great
for the
win,
Phoenix Suns.
great
That was
win.
a fantastic moment.
I was so excited. You know, when they have games like that, I have a hard time going to sleep at night. I was almost like, I don't know what to do. I was going to go for a run. I was going to go literally at midnight. I was going to go for a run at midnight.
Run through the streets of Ahwatukee in the middle of the night?
I ran 5 miles yesterday while I was watching the Brady Bunch, as I sent you guys the videos. And I got done. After that game, I'm just like so fired up. Like I'm just on such an emotional high. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't know what to do with myself. I have all this like energy. And I'm like, I got to do something. I got to do something. And I was almost like, I think I'm just going to go run at like midnight.
Did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But I was like, I need to like burn off this energy of that big Suns win last night. And so I literally almost like threw on my sneakers and like, I was worried that the dog would hear me coming in and out and start barking and wake everybody up.
Yeah, probably.
But I was like this close to like literally 11:30 at night just going for a run.
Instead, you sent us all a 10-page email with all of your notes from the game. That's how you channeled your energy, right? Was like,
I did.
Right
I did. I was like, I'll just work. I
woke up this morning. I'm like, oh my God, he stayed up till when doing this thing?
I know. I know. It was such a great freaking game.
Sleep. Real quick before we get into the game, news about the Suns that just coming down. Cole Anthony has been waived as expected by the organization.
Yes, we reported on February 5th and the 9th that they were going to waive Cole Anthony. I will tell you why it took so long, because a lot of people are like, what's going on? What's going on? They were waiting to see if he could come to an agreement with a buyout. You know, it would have saved a little bit of money. Like if Cole Anthony could have found a team that wanted him, then it could have been a buyout. We buy you out and you go to that team. Mm-hmm. But nobody wanted him. But that's really what it came down to. The delay was really just seeing if there would be a possible buyout, because whatever you save, you can save. You can save a little bit of money, you save a little bit of money. So there was no rush. It was like, all right, when he was never going to play for the Suns. I reported that from day one. He was never going to suit up for the Phoenix Suns. They didn't want him. But it was go to the agent. Okay, like if you could find a team, then we'll do a buyout, and then you can go sign with another team. And it didn't happen, so now they waived him.
And real quick, you're expecting Devin Booker back maybe as early as Tuesday?
So here's what I think is going to happen. Devin Booker will either play against Sacramento or on Chicago. He's progressing really well. It'll either be Tuesday or Thursday. And then one more step after Cole Anthony. I do expect that Jamare Bouye, by March 4th, I expect that they will convert him to a standard contract, and then they will bring somebody. They will bring somebody along on a two-way contract, because then the two-way contract will open up once they convert Bouye. So expect Bouye to be converted, and then the Suns will go out and add somebody on a two-way contract.
All right, now that we got the news taken care of, let's weigh in on the fun stuff. Top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
It's around Luka, into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah! Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
Did Kempton just go full Stuart Scott and give us a booyah in the middle of there? That's fantastic.
John Bloom, I just
boy, Timmy.
I just texted John Bloom. I'm like, you are so freaking good at what you do. He is such a great play-by-play guy. So great at what he does. I could never do that. He's just so good at what he does. Like no hesitation. His calls are phenomenal. We're really lucky to have him. He's fantastic.
He does a fantastic job, and I want to thank Tim Kempton for giving me a good laugh. Suns beat the Lakers 113-110.
You're damn right they did.
That's the best win of the year. And I wrote down the previous best wins of the year. You let me know if I've forgotten anything.
Oh, okay.
Minnesota, the Gillespie game.
Loved it.
Minnesota on the road.
I loved it.
Oklahoma City, the Booker buzzer beater.
That was fantastic.
The Knicks game was a good win at home. The back-to-back wins where you demolished Detroit and Cleveland in back-to-back games. Remember those?
I do.
Those were fantastic games. Last night was the best one of the season because of who you didn't have.
Yeah,
and all the struggles you had going into the game and what was on the line and the Lakers and maybe LeBron's last game and all of it. That was the best one of the year.
It was a fantastic win. It really was. I could not be more excited after that game was over. When they came back to tie it, and what a great fourth quarter, right? When they came back to tie it, it was 110. I'm like, oh my God, and then I'm thinking it's going to be overtime. You got to go to overtime. I'm like, oh, you can't lose this game. You just can't lose this game. And they didn't. They were able to win it. What a freaking fourth quarter, though, right? I mean, what an incredible fourth quarter of basketball for the Phoenix Suns. They had a 13-0 run. They go up 96-86 in that. And they led by 12 at one point. They were up 101-89 with 6:25 left. But, they got Luka on the other side. So I wasn't thinking, I don't know about you, but when they got up by 12, were you thinking, oh, they got this?
No,
me either. Me either.
No, I wasn't. No.
Me either. And then LA comes back. They tie it at 108 on a Reeves three-pointer with 58 seconds left. Luka had hit 2 great threes, during that little run. Then it was tied again at 110. Royce had to poke back. Then LeBron had to follow. And then at the end of the game, the heroics, Royce O'Neal. I love the play. I love the get in the backcourt to Grayson Allen. How Grayson Allen made that pass to the corner was incredible. But Grayson got the pick by Coffey, and then he kicks it to Colin. Quick passes it to Royce. Royce nails it. And the Suns win the basketball game, and it was truly a great win last night.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing against Royce O'Neal. Nothing at all against Royce O'Neal. He had to take the shot. He had to make the shot. The play was the pass. I watched that play 5 times after the game was done.
The pass by Grayson.
The pass by Grayson.
Yeah. Almost like out of bounds.
The degree of difficulty for him to 3 guys on him. For him to still make that play. My friend group, we were all texting each other like, was his foot down? Did he get that ball out of his hands before he landed on the ground to avoid the traveling call? He barely did. To be able to execute that pass, see Colin Gillespie, and then for Gillespie in the moment to know there's an even better shot than me. It's over to my right. Bang, swing, quick. O'Neal, and the release with 0.9 seconds. It was brilliant. It was awesome. Here's Jordan Knott after the game.
Yeah, it's tremendous. I mean, those are hard. Like, you want to get the shot up at the last possible second, as close as you can, but you also need an advantage to get a shot up. So Grayson goes, makes an incredible pass to Colin, and then the unselfishness to swing it one more to Royce. But Royce, his play right before, we had a shot, he crashed, he got a layup. Those are massive. Again, we talk about the possession game a lot. We knew we had to win it. We were plus whatever it was, 9, 10, 11. That's what we need. We just need those extra possessions really help us. It really fuels us. It's deflating for the other team and energizing for our group.
But to your point, no, I didn't, because that whole game last night was a game of runs. It was one run countered by another, countered by another, countered by another, countered by another.
Yeah.
The whole night. And so when the Suns had that, whatever it was, 10-point lead with 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go, whatever it was, at that point, no, I'm not thinking they got this in the bag. I'm not thinking it's over. I'm thinking, the Lakers are going to have another run in them, and not really much of a surprise. It came from Luka, who just went insane from behind the line, right?
2 huge threes, and all of a sudden it's a 2-point game with 2:50 left.
Yeah.
Then Colin hit a 3, and you're like, okay, but then Laravea comes back and follows it up, and then it goes back and forth, and then Allen misses a 3, and then Reeves hits it. 58 seconds left, tied at 108, then tied again at 110. I love the final possession. I loved what you said about Grayson Allen, the degree of difficulty, because he is such a great athlete, but he doesn't you wouldn't know it and you wouldn't look. I think he was like a dunk champion.
He was, yeah.
So here's a guy that's got incredible athleticism. We've talked to Grayson about it, and I think people just look at him as a 3-point shooter. You just look at him as a shooter. He's got incredible athleticism, and he's such a huge part to that team. But it was a perfect play. It did leave 9/10 of a second left.
And the Lakers got a
good look.
They got a damn good look at the end of that game.
They did. Reeves got a good look. I hated that. I hate that they got that good of a look. Because, if Colin doesn't pass it to Royce and say Colin takes the shot, it goes in, there's a little more time. The Lakers had to, only had 9/10 of a second left. But, yeah, again, they were able to get off that good. Lakers have lost 3 straight. It's a huge win. We'll talk about all the reasons why it was a big win, for obviously winning the series against the Lakers and pulling closer and all of that stuff. Got their offense right against the bad Lakers defense. There's a whole DeAndre Ayton thing, which was a whole lot of fun. We just got a lot of angles throughout the day we're going to talk about with this Suns win.
Well, one of the things we were scheduled to talk about here in the first segment, do you think it was the biggest win of the year?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes because of the timing of it, because of how late in the season it was, because of how shorthanded they were. The Lakers were basically healthy. You had this was going to be a 3-game losing streak for the first time since week 1. You're struggling by, I would say this is because it keeps alive your hopes to be. I said to you yesterday, if they lose this game and they fall 4 behind the Lakers, and I don't know if you can make that much ground up. So I think that this was I can make the argument it was the best win of the season.
I think the argument, for me, it's made. It's the best win of the season. It was certainly one of the most fun wins of the season. That was a really fun basketball game to watch, which, let's be honest, the last week of Suns basketball hasn't been a ton of fun when they're scoring 77 points against Portland and 81 points the next time out, and they're grinding their way through a double overtime game against Orlando. That game was a fun game last night.
One of the heroes from last night's game is going to join us at 3.
Richard Fleming is going to be on today, 3:30. I wanted to double check. We got word he's moved to 3:30. Okay, we will adjust accordingly. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did you notice the thing that Jordan Ott did at the start of the second half? He did the thing. What's the thing, you say? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Austin Reeves steps back. There's a pass deflected and stolen by Allen. He's into the forecourt. 2-on-1. He's going to step for 3 and bury another one. Grayson Allen taking this game over.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Love telling you about lifeguard imaging. And I was looking at some new research today from the American Heart Association, which shows heart attack deaths are rising in adults under 55. Yeah, big story today. American Heart Association says that heart attack is a leading cause of death now in people under the age of 55. Most of the severe cases studied were men. 1 in 2 men are going to get cancer, but the heart attack thing is something that I think is very much you got to keep your eye on. A simple heart scan can detect hidden plaque before symptoms start. If you're between 35 and 55, don't guess about your heart health. Get screened now. Lifeguard Imaging is offering this incredible offer, just an absolutely incredible offer to have a heart scan done. Now, you've heard me talk about Lifeguard Imaging, but you've got to check this out. You can get, you and someone you love, your wife, your husband, your brother, your mother, your father, you could go get heart scans for both of you for a total of $69. I know you're saying, what's the, no catch. Get a heart scan now. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Text SCAN to 620-620 to book your heart scan. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning with their mojo back. We'll start getting you ready for the Suns' trip to Sacramento. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We are not shouting out Sacramento on today's Burns and Gambo show. We are shouting out Litchfield Park on today's Burns and Gambo show. So, no hello to Sacramento. Hello, Litchfield Park.
Who do not suck.
They do not suck out in Litchfield Park.
Nowhere near close to suck.
Fine people of Litchfield Park. We shout them out. Jordan Ott did the thing last night.
Oh, he was great.
Eight and a half minutes to go. Mm-hmm. He subbed in Grayson Allen and subbed out Ryan Dunn. Okay. DeAndre Ayton hits an alley-oop dunk on a feed from Luka Doncic. Suns are down 60-49 at that point. Jordan Ott calls a timeout, and in that moment, subs in Rasheer Fleming for Royce O'Neal, Bouye for Green, Iguodaro for Gillespie, Coffey for Williams.
Basically, get off the court, all of you.
Starting five, out.
Get off.
Backup five,
get every single one of you, get out.
You guys have played 4 minutes. I've seen enough. Get out of here.
It was
get off my floor.
Absolutely incredible.
It was great
to watch that. So they entered the third tied at 49. You mentioned all the starters, so I won't. Tied at 49. The Lakers score the first 7 points. They're up 56-49. Luka hits a three. It's a 21-4 run now. It's a 21-4 run going back to the first half. Ott calls a timeout. Okay, settle him down. At this point, the Suns are shooting 2 for 14. And then Ott comes back with the starters. Okay, you got a timeout. Let's get settled. What happens? They miss their next 3 shots. 2 for 17 from the field at this point. The Lakers score 2 more baskets. They're now up by 11. Ott calls another timeout and basically says, get off the court.
Get off my floor.
Get off.
Get off my floor. I don't want you here.
You guys get in. And then the bench went on to score 31 points in the second quarter. It saved their ass, is what it did. It saved their ass. That was an incredible. And Grayson Allen, Grayson Allen was unconscious in that quarter, just literally unconscious. With the plays, he hit back-to-back 3-pointers that brought him within 70-68. And then another 3 that tied it at 72, and then 2 free throws that put him up. He had 28.6 rebounds and 6 assists in the game, the most points he's had off the bench in his career. But that third quarter, he was unconscious.
Yeah,
they couldn't guard him.
Yeah, he was, and it's third quarters like that make you go, oh yeah, Grayson Allen is just so importantly vital to this basketball team. And not that we need reminders of that. But I think this year, especially given Green's in and out nature and Devin Booker's in and out nature, and even Grayson Allen's
is there an in with Green's in and out?
Huh?
Is there an in with Green's in and out?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about availability.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about ability. I'm talking about availability. There's been an in and out. I mean, look, that was beyond just the shock value of 5 starters out, 5 bench guys in.
Yeah.
Mark Williams played 3 minutes in the second half. Jalen Green played 8 minutes in the second half.
He didn't play the fourth quarter.
Right? He played. He was there on the floor for the final play when Royce O'Neal hit the 3.
Oh,
that's it. He got subbed out with about 6 minutes to go. He didn't see the floor again until there were about 22 seconds to go. The only reason he was in there was to give Grayson Allen a little bit of rest so he'd be good to go. I mean, it was Jordan Ott. Somebody mentioned it on social last night. I'm sorry, I wish I could remember who it was. Jordan Ott was coaching that game like a must-win playoff game. You know, almost like, yeah, I don't care if you're Jalen Green. I don't care if you're Mark Williams. I love it. I don't care if you're our starters. I don't care if you're the starting five. You're not getting it done. And tonight of all nights, I need you to get it done. So if you're not, get off the floor. Get off the floor, and I'm going to put somebody else on who, it's going to be a different equation Tuesday against Sacramento. I don't think it's going to be like this all the time. But there was, to your point, and the bench responded big time, a real urgency to how Coach Ott was coaching that game last night, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
I don't know if he would have stuck with the starters any longer and that 11-point deficit becomes, say, 16, 17. You might not be able to come back. That was the point of no return.
Do they win? Right, exactly.
That was the point of it. It's either now or never.
You're 100. That's the hinge point of that game. And if you let it go on even a little bit further because you're trying to cater to the ego of your starters or you trust your starters,
you don't come back.
You might not come back.
You don't come back. I think if it had got to after the second time out, if he had said, "Hey, listen, we got." And that got to 16, 17. I think they're done. They're toast. But the bench was unfreaking believable. Fleming was going to join us at 3 was incredible. 3:30. I'm sorry, 3:30. Okay. Grayson Allen was incredible. And those bench guys, look, and you could see the starters applauded. Like they know it. We need you guys right now. We don't have it. Go, get us back in this game. And they did. And actually, not only down 11, actually took the lead. It ended up being tied, but thank God for that third quarter. The bench scored 31 points in the quarter.
Colin Gillespie after the game.
Massive for a second year to come in. Obviously, we had those third quarter struggles again, and then J.O. made the right decision, put those 5 guys in. They brought great energy. Grayson hit a bunch of shots. Rasheer was great on the ball, rebounding. JB was out there making plays. Same thing with AC. But all those guys were out there really making plays and creating a difference in the energy of the game.
Now, Gillespie was one of the starters, reinserted back into the game, and he was great. I mean, the fourth quarter, you talk about hinge moments. I don't know if they win that game if they don't have Colin Gillespie doing what he did in the fourth quarter with those threes that he hit. He was almost single-handedly carrying them offensively in the fourth quarter. But that wasn't, across the board, that wasn't necessarily the case. Amir Coffey got a lot of run. Rasheer Fleming got a lot of run. Oso Ighodaro got a lot of run last night. A lot of run.
Well, he was so good, and it was when you go back and you look at that third quarter and you start to put it all together and you look at the run that they had, and it really was everybody on that bench. It was everybody on that bench that just stepped up and contributed the way they did, and it was and the Lakers just had no answer, and the bench comes in and you probably think, okay, you're a few plays away from putting the freaking game away if you're the Lakers and they couldn't do it. They're distraught right now. They've lost 3 games in a row. They're such a fraud team. They really are. They're such frauds. They're not a good basketball. The Suns should pass them. They should pass them. It's a terrible basketball team.
They have the tiebreaker, and they're only a game back in the standings. 2 in the loss column, but they're a game back in the overall standings. Jordan Ott, after the game, I'm benching Green for most of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he knows it. I mean, he's a basketball player. He's a high-level basketball player that's played in big-time games. He understands it. We feel for him. He's trying to develop some type of rhythm on a new team. We often forget that. Not only has he been out this many games, it's with a new team, a new system, new teammates, in a different environment. He's going to be dying to get back out there in the next game. And again, we're excited just to see him out there. We trust that the process is right, and it'll come. It just needs a little bit of time.
They were 2 for 17 at one point with 9 straight misses from 3 during that run.
Yeah?
2 for 17. It was almost like the other day when they against Boston, when they literally just disappeared. Like we're going to go on this incredible drought here and not be able to score a basket. You kind of felt like, is this happening again?
You didn't kind of feel like it. You did feel like it.
Is this happening again? Are we really going to go like a quarter and a half without scoring a basket?
Because the carryover from the end of the first half, I mean, it was, they were keeping track on the TV broadcast. It was like 22-6, 24-6, whatever it was. I don't remember the exact numbers. But it was very much like the Boston game.
21-4, then they scored 2 more baskets, so it ended up being 25-4.
25-4, yeah. Grayson Allen is, man, if he can stay healthy the rest of the season. He's just invaluable to what he's not always going to shoot the ball as well as he did last night. And he knew, you could tell the way he was aggressively looking for his shot last night. He knew he was putting it on himself. I have to be a scorer tonight, big time. He even had, what was that 2-on-1 fast break they had? and he pulled up for the three.
Pulled up for the three, yeah.
And it's like, wait, you had Bouye cut to the. No, that's okay. I'm going to take the three.
But I love his ability to handle the ball too. At the end
no,
of games.
it was essential. No, it was
I love
especially
his ability to handle the ball.
Given Jalen Green's struggles with that and being the on-ball guy, man, they need Grayson Allen bad.
Because you have to get up on him. Because he's such a great shooter, you can't give him any space. I love him handling the ball at the end of a basketball
Join
game.
us April 11th for Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run/walk, and it honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Iconic event for an iconic man. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The Arizona Cardinals are looking for a new quarterback. Ty Simpson just turned in his resume. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Beckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight in Peoria. Not today. No. They're playing an evening game against the Seattle Mariners. It's Ryan Nelson's turn to make his spring debut. First pitch will be at 6:10. When the lineup card drops, we'll pass it along to tell you which key Diamondbacks are going to be swinging the bats tonight. Reports from ESPN's Shams Charania today say that the Phoenix Suns are waiving guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Ty Simpson met with the assembled media today, had glowing things to say about Arizona's NFL team.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more coverage of the NFL Combine right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Just ask Bernsey. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday as we recap the final days of the NFL Scouting Combine and any football news that emerges from Indianapolis. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There's no doubt the news that's emerging from Indianapolis today is Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, who stands to be a big winner or loser this week one way or another. He's going to throw, by all accounts. How he does and how he interviews could go a long way towards his ability to move up the draft board, potentially as a guy who is a fringe, maybe first rounder, and as somebody who's for sure a first rounder. But locally, Gambo, he raised eyebrows and caught attention when he said this about his meeting with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I met with the Cardinals. This is my first interview, and just super great organization. You know, Mr. Monty is a great guy. You know, Coach LaFleur is a Super Bowl guy. Coach Hackett, all those guys are they love football. They're a quarterback driven organization because they're very familiar with the quarterback position. And I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
By the way, Ty, here's an NFLPA report card. You mind filling this out for us real quick? On your way out the door. What do you make of that?
I think if he's available in the second round, you consider it. If you like if you like the tape, if you like the interview, I don't want to go first round on a quarterback. I'm okay with taking a flyer on a second round guy because even if he doesn't end up being a starter, I could have the guy as a backup, say. But I would be okay with that. Now, you got a lot of needs. So, if you do go, here's the problem. Here's the problem with taking a quarterback in the second round. You're at the top of the second round. That's a great spot to be at. And I think, do they have the top pick in the third round overall? It's a third round. I think they have the number one pick.
Yes, they have the third round. Second pick in the second and the number first and the third. Mitch is giving me the thumbs up.
The problem is if they go with one of the edge rushers, in the first round, the needs on offensive line are still great. You're going to pass that up in the second and push that to the third?
Well, what do you always say about drafting for need, though?
No, you got to draft the best player. You have to draft the best player. So, I get it. You would have to love Ty Simpson and believe he's going to be a starter. Because, look, you know this. Your first, second-round picks, they need to be impact players. They need to play.
Yeah.
They need to play. You can't be like, maybe he'll be okay. If you're not sure, then you can't draft him. You can't. If you're going to sign Malik Willis, then you can't draft him. You can't.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the only way you're drafting him is if you can't get Malik Willis and you don't want anybody else, and you're going to come back with Jacoby Brissett and say, let's just get Ty Simpson and let him battle it out, and maybe we could find something here. But if your plan is to go get Malik Willis or somebody that's going to be a starter for more than 1 year, then you don't need to go get Ty Simpson.
If your plan is Malik Willis or even, and I'll keep throwing this name out there, even though I don't think it's going to happen at all, Mac Jones, then no, you're not drafting Ty Simpson. You have no reason to draft Ty Simpson. If you don't, and those answers will come well before the draft, right? Like Malik Willis is going to sign with somebody in in the very early days, if not early hours of free agency. And if someone's going to overwhelm San Francisco with an offer, that is also going to come, I would assume, in the early days of free agency. If after that you don't, I think the intriguing question with Ty Simpson isn't as much the second round. Because I think if he's there in the second round, yes, that is a really like, oh man, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think the question is if you fall in love with him and you feel like moving back into the first to get him at the end of the first or near the end of the first. That is the question, Gambo, and I don't know if it's going to come to that or not. We can debate whether it should. That's the question I can't get out of my head. If you meet him, you watch him play, you love him, and you think, you know what, he's just as good, if not better, than any young quarterback we're going to be able to get next year's draft. Do you make a play to get back in the first to get him in the 20s somewhere, which is probably where he's going to go?
So they were 8-1. The only loss was to Florida State in the opener. They were 8-1. They had beaten Georgia. They had beaten Vandy. They'd beaten Mizzou, Tennessee. They beat LSU. They're 8-1. At that point, if you look at his game log, 21 touchdowns to 1 interception his first 9 games. 21 touchdowns, 1 interception. And he had 382 yards passing against Wisconsin, 276 against Georgia, 340 against Vandy, 253 against Tennessee, 253 against South Carolina, 277 against LSU. It wasn't until the struggles down the stretch. They were 3-3 in their last 6 games, lost to Oklahoma, threw a pick, threw 2 more picks in the next game, threw a pick in the Georgia game, threw no, he didn't throw any interceptions in the SEC championship or the first round loss to Indiana, but he only threw for 67 yards in the game against Indiana. So it's just like, I think people kind of look at the end. If you look at the first 9 games, the numbers are through the roof. Like, they're literally through the roof. I mean, there was no question he was going to be a first-round pick, and then he just didn't play as well after that.
Even the Oklahoma game, he threw for 326 yards. He had the pick that you were talking about, but he had a quarterback rating of 135. Yeah, his average yards per attempt, it was down a little bit in that game, but even then, that was 326 yards with a touchdown and an interception on 42 pass attempts. This was interesting what Dan Orlovsky said on First Take yesterday when comparing the tape of Fernando Mendoza, who's everybody knows #1 pick in the draft, and Ty Simpson.
I'm through 8 games now, and through 8 games, you see good, but there's a lot of underwhelming. I think there's a lot when you watch Mendoza's tape through 8 games, not all the way through, and I understand that his season finishes strong, but there's not a ton of big-time throws. There's a lot of clean pockets. There's a ton of RPOs and back shoulder fades, a ton of them, RPOs and back shoulder fades. And then there's moments where you see, like, okay, that first read's not there. He's spooked with his feet, and he becomes a runner unnecessarily. If you take away the RPOs and then those back shoulder fades, there's just not a ton of balls over the middle of the field. Very good decisions. I think that's his superpower is he avoids negative plays. But you're looking at a guy that you're saying, first pick, and I think through 8 games, Ty Simpson's tape from Alabama through the first 8 games of the season, I think is significantly more impressive than Fernando Mendoza's.
Yeah, nobody's going to buy him. Mendoza's going to be this hot pick, and Simpson could go late first or a second. But here's the guy, he's looking at a certain portion of the season in which he played really well, and it's hard to knock that. He was playing really well. They were 8-1. He was throwing for a lot of yards. He was throwing for a lot of touchdowns without interceptions. But it's the way the season ended. They lost to Georgia. They only scored 7 points. They lost to Indiana. They only scored 3 points. It's some of those games that I think he gets kind of, gets knocked on the way he played in those games. Mendoza's the clear-cut #1. The question with Simpson is, does somebody think he's good enough to be later in the first round? Because if you're a team that likes him, you're not going to get him late second round because somebody's going to take a flyer on him in the early second. So you can't wait. I'd be curious to see if a team says, look, he's going to be gone in the first 5 or 6 picks in the second round if we don't grab him here in the middle to late first round. So that's where I'd be interested to see what happens with the kid.
Yeah, and the thing with him, too, is, and I think we're now more in the habit of looking at a quarterback in like the totality of his career. How many games did he play in? How many passes did he throw? Because there is I believe, some very real correlation between quarterbacks doing better in the NFL when they've just been around college football longer, right? As opposed to guys who have had limited college experience. It's the reason why Dante Moore went back to school, right? They didn't play enough college games. Ty Simpson has played in 31 games in his college career.
It's like 2 full seasons.
And the other, 15 last year, the other 16 were spread out over, 3 years and 4 games here, 6 games there. Not a lot of pass attempts, a lot of garbage time, not a lot of starts, things like that. So is it enough experience to go banking on it? I don't know. He's intriguing. And what I think the big question from your scouting department, if you're the Cardinals, is compare Ty Simpson to everybody we can get next year. And how does he rate?
Oh, okay.
And how does he right? I think that becomes the real question. Because if he's better than everybody you think you can get next year, you think about it. If he's not, and you don't go, even if you get Malik Willis, that changes, obviously, the entire equation. But if you don't, and you're going with Jacoby Brissett as your bridge quarterback, you have to ask yourself, do we like Ty Simpson better than Arch Manning? Do we like Ty Simpson better than the Miami kid? Do we like Ty Simpson better than, just take all the quarterbacks who are available next year and ask yourself, do we like him better? Because if you do, you make a play for him. You trust your scouts, you trust your info, and you make a play for him. That's when you get aggressive, I think.
The Indiana game, the kid came out, and it was like, I thought he was getting benched because he was so bad. And it was like there was an injury or something. So I don't really know. I don't know if he got benched or if there was an injury. I don't think they ever really let on. I think he said he was hurt. But a lot of people are like, you got to take this kid out because they can't move the ball against Indiana. I think that hurt him a little bit. But if he does well in the combine and he has good interviews, teams are in desperate need of a quarterback. They're in desperate need. My guess is he's a second-round pick. My guess is that nobody will take a flyer on him in the first round. But teams are desperate for quarterbacks, so we'll see.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 4 scenarios that make sense when it comes to Merrill Kelly. Which of the 4 do we think is going to happen? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bruh. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. This is a great time for you to get your AC unit tuned up. Christian Brothers does an outstanding tune-up for a great price. You want to make sure you get those condenser coils cleaned. You want to get the condensate drain line flush. You want to have your whole system checked out so that way you are good to go when it comes to the sun. Look, it's sun. I said to my wife today, feels like it's summer now. I was hot. It was hot. The air conditioning was on my house last night. It's probably on in yours as well. If you want to get your system maintenance, nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. Over 50 years in the Valley right here. Book your appointment today. You always got to maintain your system. The work that they do to tune it up and make sure it's working at its peak performance will save you money all year long. If you don't tune up your AC unit, it's probably not working very efficiently. And it's like a car. You've got to take care. You got to change the oil. You got to do things. Same thing with the AC unit. You want to make sure that it's running efficiently, and it will save you the most money. Call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.B. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, for the first time today, we welcome in Lauren to the show. Time's that Illinois-Michigan game start tonight?
6.
Have you bribed Mitch with baked goods to have him finish up the show so you can get out of here a little early?
I'm rooting for Illinois.
He doesn't know it yet, but that will be a question.
That will be a question.
What time does it start?
And considering he doesn't have his headphones in right now, this is even better.
Even better. We're having a conversation about him without his knowledge. The game starts at 6.
I would leave early. Mitch probably owes you a little bit. He's had to miss a little bit of time here and there. Okay, with some
you
with
said
being
it,
ill. I would think he owes you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if not, just set up so you can get out of here as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah.
You know, because it's a big-ass game tonight.
You can be a bat out of hell and get out of here literally and maybe even make it home by 6 if you're smart.
I definitely could. My drive home is only like 15 minutes, so.
Right. Just be packed up and ready to go. Get out of here.
Just 8.
Good luck to you.
You've got my permission. Tonight. Leave anytime you want. You're good.
There you go.
Okay, bye, guys.
Bye, yeah.
Bye. I got a lot of prep work.
Doesn't matter what Mitch says. What's poll question? What are we asking the folks today?
Oh,
all right.
It's a good one. Want to guess? I'm going to say Suns related.
I've already seen it.
Ah, okay.
At least you admitted it, Bernsey. That's big of you.
I took a
could have sounded smart. Okay, what do you got? Yeah. I'm looking.
No, see, that's the thing.
Smart.
I always opt for honesty.
Okay.
I always opt for honesty. I saw it.
That's good. You'll be rewarded.
Getting busted for plagiarism when I was 15 years old. Yep. Ever since then. You know what?
You've taken the high road.
I got nothing to lie about. I saw it. Why would I want to make anyone think I'm smarter than I am?
No, well, Gambo was right, because it is about the Suns.
It's a good question.
So we're asking, what was your favorite part of last night's Suns win? Was it just beating the Lakers? Was it the bench performance? Was it the game-winning play? Or something else in that game?
I got to go with the bench performance.
I hate it when we answer.
They've beaten the Lakers 3 out of 4 times. The Lakers stink.
Does Ott benching his entire starting lineup and going with the bench count as the bench performance?
It does.
The bench performance.
Okay.
That was my favorite part.
I'm going to say that because fans here hate L.A. so much, they're going to say it's the first one.
Oh, I bet
fans just love beating the Lakers.
You're right.
But I would not have voted for that.
I bet it's the play. I bet the play is winning.
Gambo's got his pulse on the listeners here.
Got his fingers on the pulse. He's checking it right now. Yeah.
He's alive. He's flexing.
The patient, we got a pulse. The patient is alive. What's the results?
63% are going with just beating the Lakers. 20% going with the bench performance. 14% going with the game-winning play, and 3% going with something else.
I mean,
many? Just beating the Lakers?
I love beating the Lakers too, and last night had even more significance than just your garden variety
They
Lakers
Reeves,
win.
LeBron, Luke, and they lose
Well,
to
just,
the
you win the tiebreaker. Your
Right.
the chances of being the 6th seed went up significantly.
You prove once and for all that they're frauds in LA. They're frauds.
That's
it's a fraud team.
Right, your garden variety Lakers win, but I'm still a little surprised by that. That's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Lauren, before you got here, Gambo approached me before the show. Just in case anybody is still remembering our show from yesterday, we did get clarification. I want to talk about this real quick before the Merrill Kelly thing. We got clarification on the Brandon Pfaadt side issue. It's an issue with his literal side.
Okay.
It's not like he had something on the side he was dealing with that we're trying to not speak of. We weren't sure. We were like, does he have something on the side that he needs to? We need to.
Don't have anything on the side.
Nothing on the side. He's fine. It's literally his side that is bothering him. But according to Tori, he should be fine. Our friend Jack Summers over at Sports Illustrated
does a great job.
Does a fantastic job. And Alex Weiner actually sent me a link to this story. 4 possible return scenarios for Merrill Kelly.
Let's go over them.
Best case scenario 1: Kelly pitches Game 5 of the season.
Okay.
Best case scenario.
That's the best case scenario.
Best
I agree.
case. The season
He's Corbin
starts.
Burns from last year.
The season starts on a Thursday. They have a 3-game. This is weird. They have a 3-game series against the Dodgers. They have an off day Sunday, and then come home to play Monday in their home opener. That's weird.
Why?
Because Sundays, everybody plays on Sundays. In Major League Baseball, nobody has Sunday off. Everybody plays on Sunday. That's just typically teams have Mondays off or Thursdays off.
Yeah, but they like to
never
line
have
it up.
Sundays off.
They don't. How often do they line up a series that starts on a Sunday?
Never. I mean, no, never.
It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Like a 4-game series against the Dodgers and then come home to play.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I just think that's weird. Anyway, that's just me. Best case scenario, he pitches Game 5 against the Tigers.
That would be the best case scenario.
Scenario 2: go with a 4-man rotation the first time through.
Not going to do that too early in the season. Too early in the season, guys aren't ready to throw a lot of innings.
Yeah, since they have Sunday off, they could compress everybody. Scenario 3: place Kelly on the 15-day IL, backdated to March 23rd. He'd be ready to rejoin the rotation on April 7th against the New York Mets at Citi Field.
Is that the third series? Is that after the Tigers?
No, they've got.
There's one more after the Tigers?
One more after the Tigers,
Okay.
I think.
15-day injured list.
Give me a minute.
Go pitch against the Mets at Citi Field.
You'd be missing the
3 against the Dodgers.
3 against the Dodgers.
3 against the Tigers.
4 against the Braves. There's that 4-game series.
Okay.
4 against the Braves, and then bang, after a travel day. So you're missing the first, 10 days of the season, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
Not great.
That's option number 3.
What's 4?
Option number 4 is Merrill Kelly does not progress. He misses significant time. So he's going to be out a little bit longer. I think it's going to be 3, but that's just me. Because I agree with you about the 4-man rotation. That's not a good idea.
What's 2?
The 4-man rotation.
I don't see that.
That's not a good idea.
Too early in the season.
I think for him to be ready to pitch Game 5, he's got to be asymptomatic and thrown off a mound by Monday. Yeah. Other than that, the math doesn't work.
Yeah, the math doesn't work.
There's just not enough time. So unless his back is fine and he's good and he's thrown off a mound completely pain-free and he has no setbacks whatsoever by Monday or Tuesday of next week, I bet it's scenario 3. I bet he opens the season on the IL, and which, again, this is like the Corbin Carroll thing. He would miss what? 2 starts in that scenario?
You've got 4 against the Braves, 3 against the Dodgers,
3 against the Tigers.
3 against the Mets. No, Tigers.
3 against
Dodgers, Tigers, Braves.
10 games.
Is 10 games, 2 starts.
2 starts. That's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's not.
Is there a scenario where you can pitch against the Tigers?
Yeah, best case scenario. But that's the one where he needs to be on a mound throwing pain-free here in the next few days.
All right.
That's best case scenario. Kelly pitches Game 5 of the season. That would be Game 2 against the Tigers. That would be on Tuesday of opening. It would be the day after the home opener for the Diamondbacks.
I hate to agree with you, but 3 seems most likely.
It does, doesn't it?
Because it's a long season. You want to protect him and you want to make sure that he's right. And this organization errs on the side of caution with its players. Does a great job of making sure they protect their players. 3 sounds like the logical choice based on their history of how they do things.
Yeah.
They don't rush guys back.
And just based off of what Torrey said, I mean, if he's going to be ready, he needs to start the progression sooner rather than later. Jack suggests, and I don't disagree with them, he needs to be able to throw off a mound by the end of this upcoming weekend or by next Monday, March 2nd. If he doesn't, you're just out of time. To build him up, we talked about this yesterday a little bit.
Then you have Soroka, Erod, and Fott all in the rotation for 2 turns through, and one of those guys will go move to the bullpen when Kelly comes back.
Hey, Gambo, if I were to ask you to describe the Lakers' defense in one word, what would that word be?
Garbage.
It's not the word I was expecting, actually.
Crap!
I thought you were going to say trash. You kept saying trash. That was the word you kept using.
Trash!
And as it turns out, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Phoenix Suns. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and why you should make the switch. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. I'm a member of Global Credit Union in part because I got a car loan through Global Credit Union. And that was kind of like my gateway into Global Credit Union. And then I just started learning about everything else that makes them so great when it comes to their members and how good they are at taking care of their members. And I'm talking about better rates. That saves you money. I'm talking about fewer fees. That saves you money. I'm talking about early payday, which gives you access to your paycheck up to 3 days in advance. That's awesome. Talking about, and this is a big one, 24/7, 365. Live U.S.-based customer support. You don't see that a whole lot these days. That's a big one. And that's why, for me, Global Credit Union is going to become more than just who I have my car loan through. It's their commitment to their membership is beyond the norm, and you'll quickly find that out, and that's why you should check them out. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight in Peoria. No, they're not playing right now. They'll play later tonight against the Seattle Mariners. It's Ryan Nelson's turn to make his debut. First pitch will be at 6:10. Reports from ESPN's Sean Sharania today say that the Phoenix Suns are going to waive guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama, he met with the assembled media today, had nothing but glowing things to say about Arizona's NFL team.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more coverage from the Combine right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Luke. How important are these next 6 games for the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lakers have it on their offensive end. Marcus Smart ready to inbound. He gets the ball, holds above his head, throws a lob pass, cross-court. Reeves open for 3, and he missed it. Suns win! 113-110, the final score tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. They win the season series against the Lakers.
Great call from John Bloom. He does.
He's
you're
so
right.
good.
He's very
So
good at what he does.
Yeah.
So your email last night at 1:30 in the morning
I couldn't
or whenever
sleep. I was
you
so
sent
excited
it.
about the game.
And then your tweets today, and then your show sheet today all use the word trash. And so when I set you up and you said garbage, crap, I'm like, no, trash.
I don't know. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep because I was just so excited. I don't know, man. I think other people are probably like that too. When you're so amped up over a game, I have a hard time just closing my eyes because my mind's racing and thinking about all that. That's why I couldn't go to sleep with everything on my mind. So I did my whole email to you guys last night because I just couldn't go to sleep. I had all these thoughts and I just wanted to get them down. I didn't want to lose them because when I wake up, I forget them.
Turns out the Lakers defense was the perfect tonic for the Suns offense. Hitting 22 of 50 from 3 certainly didn't hurt either. But
I got it this morning, and I went to go get me and Chelsea a bagel over at the Bagel Man, and I'm listening to Vince and Bickley, and they're talking about the bet. Like, I go to Gamble, and Bernsey made a bet. He goes, and I took... No. We didn't make a bet. We almost did. Mitch was ready to pull the trigger. But they said we made a bet. We didn't. But I was saying they're going to score over 98. And Vinny goes, I texted Bernsey. I'm like, it's a lock. They're going to be under 98.7. He goes, I texted him.
I didn't mention that on the air, but as soon as we were talking about it, he's like, oh, my God.
Oh, he admitted it.
So hit the under on that.
He admitted it. He goes, it's so much going to be an under. I'm like, I was adamant that they were going to be over 98.7. The Lakers stink. They can't stop anybody. That defense is so bad. Like, Reeves doesn't guard anybody. Luka doesn't guard anybody. LeBron doesn't guard it. They don't guard anybody. Laravi, they don't have anybody that could guard. They don't have anybody that could defend. Marcus Smart a little bit, but that's about it. It was so easy. The Suns were getting easy looks and open shots all game long. They just had that one rough stretch. And then eventually Ott put the bench in, and then it was. But that was the only, and it wasn't even the Lakers' defense. It was the Suns' offense, not the Lakers' defense. When the Suns went on that 2 for 17 stretch. Outside of that, you're looking at massive numbers from it. I brought this up the other day. Since last night, I brought it up. Since the All-Star break, the Suns had shot. Listen to this. So the first stat is field goal percentage. The second is three-pointer. 37% from the field, 29 from 3 against San Antonio, 34-29 versus Orlando, 36-26 versus Portland, 37-33 versus Boston. You know what they did last night against the Lakers? 46% from the field and 44% from deep. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
Look, they could for 4 straight games, they couldn't shoot the ball well against anybody. Then they play the Lakers, and it's almost like a get-right game because the Lakers are so bad. Does it mean the Suns' offense is back? Absolutely not.
No.
It just means that the Lakers' defense is that bad. This says more about the Lakers than it does about the Suns. That the Suns, with no Brooks, no Book, no Goodwin, were able to put 113 up on them, says more about the Lakers than it does about Phoenix.
I would agree, although I do think it also says And we're going to talk real specific about Jalen Green later in the show, but I think it's fair to bring him up in this one a little bit too. I think it also speaks to the news that you led the show off with, that Devin Booker, you're thinking next Tuesday against Sacramento or next Thursday against Chicago.
Practice 5-on-5 yesterday.
And I think that's essential here because when Devin Booker comes back, he's your on-ball guard, which means Jalen Green doesn't have to be your on-ball guard, because I think what you saw last night was the offense open up a little bit when Jalen Green wasn't your on-ball guard.
Yeah.
It's just not – that's not working for them. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad acquisition or that it was a mistake or they need to trade him. I'm not reaching any big overreaching conclusions about Jalen Green.
I gotcha.
I'm just saying early on, he hasn't played a lot for the Suns, and when he does, him running the offense as the lead guard, that's not working. And those numbers that you just rattled off, I think kind of prove that the offense just doesn't really work when Jalen Green's running it. When Devin Booker comes back and he's running it and everybody kind of slots back into their spot offensively, it makes me think better days are coming. But you're right. It says way more about the Lakers. They are the worst 6th seed maybe in the recent history of the Western Conference. I mean, the Suns.
Who would they play right now?
They would.
Who's the 3?
Denver?
Denver.
Was it Denver? Lakers play Denver?
They'd get. I think if the Nuggets is
what? Or Houston?
Oh, San Antonio's
how close
too.
is it between Denver and Houston? I should know this. I should know this.
The Nuggets would sweep the Lakers if they're healthy. They'd sweep them.
You looking this up?
So the Rockets have it right now. Half game separation. Houston's 37-21. Denver's 37-22.
You know how hard they're going to fight to get that. If the Lakers were the 6, you're going to want that so bad.
I tell you,
you're going to want that matchup so bad because they can't win. They can't win.
You can make the argument. You don't even have to work that hard at it. That if you're one of those first 4 Western Conference teams, you'd way rather play the Lakers than you'd rather play the Suns.
Oh, there's not even got a question.
Way rather. Because the Lakers are just...
They can't stop anybody.
Nope.
Their defense is so bad. They're frauds. That's why I said I always thought that the Suns would pass the Lakers. I thought that they would. And I still think that they could. I really do. The LeBron thing doesn't work. You watched it last night. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Them with Reeves, Luka, and LeBron does not work.
I'm glad you brought that up because, and I didn't even really look at the box score to see what LeBron James did. Man,
he was 7 of 16 from the field, 0 of 3 from deep. I'd like to look up what his 3-point percentage is. Do you have the ability to do that?
It's terrible this season.
Because he can't shoot the 3.
It's terrible.
He had 15 points. He had 6 rebounds. He had 3 assists.
I have a question for you. You asked me if I have the ability. Do you not have the ability? Do you not know how to do it?
I was going to read I have the box score.
Okay.
I have the box score.
He is
the box score. I was reading the box score. I can't do 2 things at one time.
29.9%.
Oh my God.
29%.
He's terrible.
I'm shocked he attempted 16 shots last night.
He played 35 minutes.
I barely know. I felt like I barely noticed him. I felt like LaRavia was more noticeable. Luka was way more noticeable. Reeves was way more noticeable.
Marcus Smart.
I had this feeling like LeBron James. I'm shocked to see that he had 16 shot attempts. I'm shocked that he played. What'd you say? 34 minutes?
Almost 35.
I'm shocked by. I just didn't feel like that. Like he touched that game at all last night.
It's just what happens with great. This is one of the greatest places ever played. Probably to most of us, 3rd or 4th or 5th best player we've ever seen.
This is a really good point.
Okay, you can make it.
Brandon, I'm going to credit Brandon Rivera for it on the YouTube chat.
Okay, what do you got, Brandon?
The Lakers are the Suns of the last 2 seasons. Damn right they are.
Yeah, I was thinking of it.
Damn right
Durant,
they are.
Book, and Beal. It doesn't work.
Damn
it
right.
doesn't work. Yeah.
Damn right they are. It's not working. You're all fluff.
Right.
You're no substance.
You know what? And you know
You're
what has
empty
to happen?
calories. Yep.
Addition by subtraction. The second they get off of LeBron, they'll be a better basketball team for it. They don't need to. What they'll replace LeBron with is a 3-and-D wing guy that can D up somebody, and it doesn't need to take 16 shots and isn't going to shoot 29% from 3. You get rid of LeBron. You bring in somebody that doesn't need the ball, doesn't need to score that much, and can be a good role player for Reeves and Luka, but somebody that can defend multiple positions. like an Oso Iguodaro type. That's what they need. They don't need LeBron. They don't need LeBron shooting. Luka went for 41.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need LeBron scoring. They need a complementary defensive piece around Reeves and Luka, because those two guys are not good defenders.
And the good news, the better news about this, and you've talked about this for a while now, here comes the mush for the Suns.
Here comes the mush.
Such a worse version of that song. Sacramento, they're 14-47. The Bulls are 24-36. New Orleans is 18-42. Charlotte, 29-31.
These terrible teams.
Milwaukee, 26-31.
Okay, but they're playing good, right? So we're going to take Milwaukee off the mush.
We're going to take Milwaukee off the mush, and I almost feel like you should take Charlotte off the mush. I mean, they're only 2 games below 500. They're not that bad. Indiana, 15-45.
Yeah, they're going to win the most of these games, especially if Book's back.
Yeah,
and I'm hearing he'll be back either Sacramento or Chicago, either Tuesday or Thursday. Hey, remember that Beatles movie? They remember they changed Hey Jude to Hey Dude in the Beatles movie? Does everyone remember that movie? It was freaking phenomenal.
The movie
Hey Dude
yesterday, where the guy gets struck by lightning and he wakes up in a world that has never heard the Beatles.
The Beatles never existed.
He does, and so
somebody comes up with Hey Dude.
Is it?
It's a redheaded singer from Ireland. What's his name? Redheaded singer. Taylor Swift loves him.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran
tries to convince the guy that it should be Hey Dude, not Hey Jude.
What's Hey Jude? Nobody's named Jude nowadays.
I like that movie. I didn't love it. I felt like they could have done a little more with
it. Loved it. I did. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I had a fun time with that movie.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show,
Dude.
A 3-round mock that has the Arizona Cardinals looking for what?
Remember.
Do we agree? Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
The Lund Mortgage Team, family owned and operated right here in Arizona. They don't lend anywhere else. Committed to helping you with your mortgage needs. Not committed to like getting a bunch of people on the phone and trying to make a whole lot of money by just selling everybody mortgages that they don't need. Now, the Lund Mortgage Team is local. They're right here in this market, Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, and they help people with refinances, new home loans. They help people get pre-approved for mortgages. They truly do a remarkable job. Stan Lund started the company. Lisa Lund now runs it. It truly is a family-owned company. And I love giving my business to these family-owned companies. The Lund Mortgage Team has been the only company I have used since I've lived in Arizona, has been the Lund Mortgage Team. And they're helping a lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Yeah, absolutely free. You can get pre-approved for a mortgage. All you have to do is call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130, and they'll be glad to help you. Once you're pre-approved, then you can easily go buy a house, and the seller knows that you're a good buyer, and you'll get the house. They're also helping people right now with refinances. If you bought a home in the last 3 years, well, the rates have come down. And you could probably save some money. You just have to call 623-889-0130. It's the Lund Mortgage Team.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragu tataya yaminayat. Yeah, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and It'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the NFL Combine change our opinion on whether or not the Arizona Cardinals should draft a quarterback this year? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Friday to the folks out in Wickenburg who are joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If you're headed up to Las Vegas this weekend, make sure you go nice and slow through Wickenburg. Be very nice to them there because they're good people out in Wickenburg as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports. You ever drive to Vegas? You go right through. Of course. You go right through Wickenburg.
Yeah, right through it, yeah.
Right through it, yeah.
Of course.
The scouting combine continues. Well, I hope it's on the agenda to talk about David Bailey a little bit later.
Okay.
Oh my God, because we have to talk about David Bailey a little bit because he might have jumped himself right into the Arizona Cardinals' lap with at least in part what he did yesterday. But a lot of attention on the draft because of it. It's still a couple months away, but because of the combines here, a lot of people are talking about it. And there's a lot of mock drafts out there, a lot of, hey, they should do this, they should do that. On ProFootballFocus.com, sometimes we love them, sometimes we hate them. They defined this as the ideal haul for the Arizona Cardinals in the draft.
Okay, let's do it.
Tackle Spencer Fano in the first round.
Yep. All reports are that they like him a lot.
Cornerback Chris Johnson in the second round. Safety Zakee Wheatley in the third round.
So two guys in the secondary, a safety and a corner, which would that signal to you that they're ready to move on from Booter and Jalen or one of them, and that Max Melton is not their guy at corner opposite Will Johnson?
Would that suggest to me? Yeah, that would suggest to me.
My first thought is, who's the second round pick? A corner?
A corner.
Okay. They've drafted. This would be the third straight year they've drafted cornerbacks.
Remember that story we did a couple days ago?
Yeah.
On trends for Monty Austin-Fort in the draft. Okay, whoever, I think it was Donnie Druin over at Sports Illustrated who wrote that story. He missed one. Monty loves to draft corners. Loves to draft corners. He likes to draft Ohio State guys. He likes to draft big school guys. He loves to draft cornerbacks. Loves to. And so
Max Melton was picked number 43. Then he came back and he grabbed Elijah Jones at pick 90. He grabbed a safety in Adrian Taylor Demison. So in that draft a couple of years ago, he got 3 secondary guys. Mm-hmm. And then you come back this next year and you get Will Johnson. So that's 4 secondary guys. And now you're saying he's going to get 2 more and he's going to have 6 secondary guys in 3 years?
We'll throw in Garrett Williams in the third round in 2023.
Okay.
So that's 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Denzel Burke.
5. If you count Denzel Burke in the 5th, yeah, he's
Crawford was a safety. That's another one last year.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You can't do it.
8, 9
Crawford.
9 defensive backs in 3 drafts under Monias and Ford.
It's insane.
9.
That's insane.
I mean,
and now you're saying 2 more in the first 3 rounds, which would be 11?
2 more in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, let's not and say we did.
I don't think.
Go get me some. Where's the beef? Go get me some beef. That's ridiculous.
Go give me a slab. Go give me a slab of human and put him out there on the line and make him block another guy.
Like, they need to be better up front on the offensive and defensive lines. This can't, like, you can't have if you've got 9 draft picks in the last 3 years that are secondary guys. You just counted it, right? That was 9 in the last 3 years. This mock is saying they're going to take a safety in the corner in the second and third round. It'd be 11. It'd be 11. Like, that means you're missing on a lot of guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're missing on a lot of guys. Look, I think Taylor Demerson's good. I think Will Johnson's going to be great. I wouldn't give up on Max Melton right now.
No, I wouldn't either. It is a lot, and I wouldn't do it either. I mean, there is, like, I do believe truly you can never have enough of those guys. I really do believe that. But I also think that this is the year where it wouldn't hurt you to go out in free agency and try it again with a Sean Murphy Bunting type. You know what I mean? Try it again with a more of a veteran guy who's kind of been there, done that, rather than throwing another draft pick at the problem. I didn't.
How about all these guys you just? How many of these guys? Some of these guys got to pop.
Well, some of them do, but
Taylor Demerson and Will. But
I think you need to give yourself a little. Now, the safety position is interesting because if you trade Buddha, and we talked about this a few days ago, there is a logical reason to trade Buddha. I know nobody wants to hear it, but he's kind of going into the final year of his deal. If you don't think you're going to be very good next year, and you're not sure you're going to bring him back in 2027 when he's going to be a year
still
older,
has value.
There's still value there, and you can still get a decent draft pick or 2 in exchange for him.
Right.
I can buy the argument for trading Buddha, but if you do that, and you're not sure Demerson's ready for all the playing time, and you lose Jalen Thompson, yeah, you need a safety. Bad. Now, maybe you go out in free agency and get one. Maybe you get the Eagles guy because of his history with Nick. You know, maybe you do all of those things. But I could see a safety, but another corner, no. I would rather them go get an experienced corner if they feel like they need to address the depth. Because I don't feel like Max Melton last year, I don't think he did enough to make you go, okay.
But here's the other thing.
We're good. We're fine at the position. Max Melton's got it, you know.
You're bringing back the same defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So whatever feelings he has on those guys, I don't know that they change very much. You bring in a new defensive coordinator, you change the system, the schemes, you might be, okay, I think Max can work in this. But if you're Nick didn't Melton get benched last year at one point?
Basically towards the end of the season.
Right, he got benched. Yes. Like, if you're bringing back Nick Rallis, that doesn't – if I'm Max Melton, I hear Nick Rallis is back, I'm like, oh, damn, I'm not happy about that. I wanted a new DC.
And then he started tweeting out otters.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. And we're like, what the hell does that mean?
We're like, what does this otter mean?
Right.
Yes.
Did that happen when I was out for the holidays? I don't remember Max Melton tweeting about
the
sea life. What?
Yeah.
He just sent out a tweet with just an emoji of an otter.
And we didn't know what the hell it was.
We were like, what does this mean? Yeah.
Not a beaver, not a badger, not a sea lion.
No,
not
it was an otter.
It was an otter.
Mm.
Huh. I don't remember that. I don't know what to make of that.
But to your point, like, you've had all these guys in your system, and you've got Rallis here. Like, Rallis is going to be like, this guy works, this guy doesn't work. I don't like spending all of this draft capital on secondary guys. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I need bigger, stronger, faster, physical guys on the offensive and defensive lines.
Here's the other problem, too. You don't know about Garrett Williams' status next year.
Not yet.
You don't know when he's going to be available. I thought Denzel Burke popped. I thought he actually played pretty well and it kind of established himself as a potential building block. But you're right about Max Melton. Star Thomas, you lost him at the start of the season. Will you get him back? And if so, what role is he going to play? Will Johnson handled himself very well, feel very good about that. The position is not as secure as we'd like to think, given Max Melton's inability to stick, given Garrett Williams' injury. The position, Sean Murphy Bunting is going to get cut. The position is not as full as we think at cornerback. I'm not saying that means you go draft one. I'm just saying the position is not as full as we think. They've spent a lot of inventory at it. But if you look at a depth chart for the Cardinals next year, there aren't a ton of sure thing options in that secondary, at least among the corners.
Yeah, and I think the Jalen status with the free agency, and then you Buddha in the age, and do you try to get some value out of Buddha now? You wait another year, you might not get any, because what's he got? How many years do you have left, did you say?
2 years.
He's got 2 years left.
But the out is next year.
Okay.
The out where you can like you know how a contract is built in the NFL, where like there's a designated year for you to make a decision. That's a year from now when it comes to Buddha.
Just don't like I don't like 2 secondary guys in the first 3 rounds. It's too much.
Yeah. ESPN, speaking of free agency, we were speaking of the draft, so now we'll speak of free agency. Projecting one signing for every team. Braden Smith, Colts tackle. Here's the team with the biggest need for a right tackle, as both Jonah Williams and Kelvin Beachum were low in pass block win rate last season and are going to be free agents. Smith has been steady for the Colts, ranking 34th out of 68 qualifying players in pass block win rate last season. They put Braden Smith of the Colts with the Arizona Cardinals as the one signing that makes the most sense. They had Malik Willis going to the Jets, by the way.
So Malik to the Jets.
Yes.
And then Braden Smith, the right tackle to the Cardinals.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. There was, 2 years ago, in 2024, he left the team. And the quote was, "I was physically present, but I was nowhere to be found. I did not care about playing football. I didn't care about hanging out with my family, with my wife, with my newborn son. I felt like I was a month away from putting a bullet through my brain." There was he checked into a mental health facility in Colorado and got the help that he needed, and seems to be on a much better path now. But I would want to make sure that, he's all right and that he loves the game and he wants to play.
Played 13 games last year for the Colts.
What did he do in 24?
In 24,
when he left the team,
played 12 games at right tackle for the Colts. So he played in 12 of the games. He's 29 years old. He'll be 30 in a couple of weeks.
Right.
So he's not old, but he's certainly older compared to others.
Right.
Yeah. So when we come back last night, lockdown defender on some of the better offensive players in the history of the NBA last night. And it would certainly seem like he's carved out more minutes for himself on this Suns team. Rasheer Fleming, the Suns rookie, is going to join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Grayson dribbling on the logo center court. LaRavia gives him some room. Down to 10 seconds. Allen to his left. Now stops and goes to his right. Gets around Luka into the lane. Hangs in the air. Feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal. An open 3 on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock. And the Suns take a 3-point lead. 113 to 110.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All-Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, We're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks will continue spring action tonight in Peoria. Yep, that's right, tonight. So no day game D-backs, but night game D-backs in Peoria against the Seattle Mariners. The lineup card is out, so there we go. Jordan Lawler's going to lead off in this one and play in center. Otherwise, it's Tim Tawa, Pavin Smith, James McCann, some of the younger guys. Ryan Waldschmidt's going to hit sixth and play in left field. So some notable guys going to war tonight for the Snakes. It'll be Ryan Nelson on the mound. First pitch is at 6:10. Officially from the team, the Phoenix Suns are waiving guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Ty Simpson met with the assembled media today. The Alabama quarterback had his interview with the Cardinals and nothing but good things to say about them.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more coverage of the Combine from the Combine, however you want to approach it, but you can read it right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, and even Medicare premiums. So schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
Any minute now, we are going to be welcoming into the show Suns rookie Rasheer Fleming, who would appear to have carved himself out a role on this basketball team with how he has played.
I love the fact that he's getting some minutes now. I love his length, his size. He was biding his time, just waiting for those opportunities. And you look at him last night, and he played 20 minutes last night. Great to see. We've talked about this. We've always thought, this guy can help. He can help. He can help. I mean, you need some size, some athleticism there. So it was great to see him get that opportunity.
He's an ooh-ah player, you know? Like he's got that athleticism and that length and those arms. He's very capable of doing some ooh-ah kind of things. And he is now going to ooh and ah us on the Burns and Gambo show, because joining us right now, coming off the courts after his big night last night, Rasheer Fleming joining us on the Burns and Gambo show. Rasheer, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show. We appreciate you joining us on your off day, man. Congrats on the win last night.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
You know, I'm sure you grew up watching, admiring LeBron James. And I know you had said it'd be great to play against him and guard. You got to guard LeBron James last night. How freaking cool is that?
It was cool for sure. Definitely a special moment for me.
Is that something that you thought about? Like when you were in college, did you watch NBA games and say, oh, man, I would love to be able to play against this guy?
Nah, but it's definitely always been like just in the back of my mind, just him being my favorite player. Like I knew it would always be a cool experience if I got the chance.
Yeah, and you did a great job. You did a phenomenal job. Let's talk about this rookie season. Obviously, the Suns made 3 moves on draft day the second day of the draft to get you in that second round. They moved up 3 times to make sure they got you. How do you feel your rookie season has gone for you so far?
I think it's been going really well. Just the progression I've seen overall. Outside of the games that I've been playing, because I haven't played much, but just even the games that I have played in recently, like just seeing how much more comfortable I've been getting, I'm really loving the progression I've been seeing.
What has been for you? Obviously, a lot of work going on behind the scenes. What's been the hardest part about adjusting to life in the NBA? What's been the thing that you've had to work the most on, Rasheer?
Really, just the main thing with the league is just it's so many games, so you really have to take care of your body and be aware of like how much you need to like do a day and not like just go throughout the days without like getting the right amount of work in. So you really just have to take care of those things.
In terms of like doing too much or too little, do you think, to be able to pace yourself?
Both. But that's what I'm saying. Depending on like how the body's feeling, like just knowing when to do more or less, or you know what I mean? Like just knowing how much to do.
Yeah. And in that regard, just in terms of your development, you took, well, and we're going to ask you about your playing time and the rest of the season and things like that. How important has the G League been for you to be able to go down there and get more minutes and to be able to work on your craft and to not have it be that far away? So if you want to do it, it's close and it's convenient for you to be able to do that.
Yeah, I've been loving playing in the G League with Kaman and Kobe. It's great for us, I think, just for our development overall. For me specifically, I think I've been getting way more comfortable by doing that on the floor. Just in different like situations with the ball in my hand, with the ball not in my hand, just learning how to do both at a high pace, high level. The G League's been helping with that for sure.
You got to play 20 minutes last night. You were instrumental in that victory. When you look at, have any of you guys, you or Kaman or Bray, have any of you guys been discouraged with the lack of playing time, or do you just feel like, hey, we need to develop? Do you feel like you're getting the proper development and that you're a different player now than you were even just a few months ago?
Yeah, we all know we've been getting better just based off of like our conversations with each other, and we know the G League's been helping with that. So we're not getting too discouraged. We're not playing up with the Suns as long as we're able to get reps with the G League or just reps overall and practice with the team. Like as long as we're going, we're good.
How big is the corner three for you to be able to make an impact on this game? You hit the big corner three last night during that run. It made it 66-56. You attacked the rim for a layup, and then you knocked down another wide open three. But how much do you think the corner three is big for your development and your playing time?
I think it's going to be really, really big for my development, just because that's easy money. I feel like that's like a shot that I feel like I'm able to hit at a high clip when I'm out there. So just to be able to do that consistently will be a big thing for me.
I think I read, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I read some comments from you in which you talked about working on your three-point shot and working on your body and not leaning too far into the shot, not leaning too far back from the shot, but really trying to go straight up. Tell me about how hard you've worked on your three-point shot as the season has gone on, to knowing that that's going to be such a big part of your game moving forward. How much work do you feel like you've put into that to make that better this year, Rasheer?
Yeah, I've been working on that every day. And even still, like it's not perfect, but it's definitely, like I said, it's progression with all of that stuff. So I've definitely seen how I was shooting it before, and I would lean a little bit to the side or lean backwards, and I'll have a lot of short shots. And they'll go like all over the place a little, not all over the place, but not really straight line all the time. And now to just being more consistent, not saying that I'm all the way jumping straight up and down. I lean a little bit still, I feel like, in the game, but it's still getting better and not like overly exaggerated as much.
You shot 41% from three this month. That's pretty damn good. I'm sure you're really happy with that.
Yeah, for sure.
When you see the game last night, right, the starters aren't doing very good. You start that quarter out, and that third quarter, Coach Ott calls a timeout. Starters go back. He calls another timeout, and then he says, all right, you guys out and all the bench guys in. Tell me about that. What did he say to you guys as you guys were entering? Because the game was starting to slip away from you guys a little bit there, and the bench came in and saved the day. What did he say to you guys? What did he want you to do?
I mean, everybody on the team is needed to win the game. So when he called that timeout and told us, like just bring the energy, we just went and did what the team needed. Went out there, played hard, and then when the starters went back in there, they did the same for us. So it was like an all-around thing for the team.
Rasheer Fleming is our guest here in the Burns and Gambo Show. Big minutes last night in the Suns' win against the Lakers. Next up, they'll take on the Sacramento Kings next Tuesday, so they have a little bit of a break. In terms of your ability to defend, I mean, that's obviously your calling card. In terms of the NBA and your role now, how do you see your ability to guard just about everybody on the floor with your length and athleticism as being the calling card of your game, Rasheer?
I think it's going to be really important for that. I think just to keep working on how just how close up I am to a defender or how far up I am to a defender, knowing how to use my length is going to be able to help me much, and just using my physicality. So that's all going to be helping me for sure.
All right, let's talk about the most important thing. All right, let's get off of basketball for a second. I'm a New York guy. You're a New Jersey guy. They got hit with like 25 to 30 inches of snow last week. Did you miss it?
Yeah, I missed it a little bit, but I'm glad I'm here though. It's good being out here though.
You wake up here at 75 degrees, the sun is shining, there's not a cloud in the sky, and everybody back home.
Yes.
My friends are all sending me pictures. They're shoveling snow. They're miserable. It's like we got hit with a blizzard back east. You know, I'm sure you've shoveled snow before, right? That's not fun to do.
Yeah, facts. But yeah, it's 90 degrees right here, so I'm definitely glad I'm here right now, and glad that's going on there.
Did you tease your friends a little bit? Like, you know, take a picture of you outside with your shorts on and be like, "Hey, how's the weather in New Jersey right now?"
No, but my cousin is like my cousin's out there right now, and I'd be telling him the difference. Like, I'd be like, bro, it's 90 over here, but just come out here real quick. So I tell him that. Yeah, he'll be like, all right, and then stay in Jersey though. So
yeah, that's funny stuff. Well, Rasheer, congratulations on a great night last night. We really appreciated the conversation. Best of luck the rest of the season, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you soon. Okay.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rasheer.
Rasheer Fleming, our guest here.
I used to make bank when it snowed like that. We used to make so much money on, like, we'd get, like, back in the old day, we got like $25, $30 a driveway. Back in those, people did not want to shovel their driveways. Yeah, and we go around, we'd like do it all day long. We're exhausted, but we'd make so much money.
I have never shoveled snow a day in my life. Never once.
You've never once shoveled snow?
I've lived here my entire life. Nope. I was in Chicago when I was 5 for a year. Mm-hmm. And even the time in Flagstaff, I didn't really have a driveway to shovel. I've never shoveled snow a day in my life.
It sucks.
I'm sure it does.
It's not fun.
I'm sure it does. When we come back, we thank the Phoenix Suns and Rasheer Fleming. He was good, and that dude is going to be playing more this season.
Love him.
He has to.
Love him.
He has grown into the role. He needs to start playing more. Zach Gallen and the options he had this offseason and the importance of this season. You'll hear what he had to say about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
It's really not a big deal, except it is when it's Merrill Kelly we're talking about.
I don't think anything injury-wise in baseball for any players goes into the not a big deal thing. Because how many times have we felt that way to begin, and it turns into a big deal?
You break your hand, it heals and gets better. With something like this, even if it feels better, is it something that's going to flare up?
And isn't it odd that two of our primary sports stars in Arizona both broke their hands? Dylan Brooks and Corbin Carroll.
These things come in threes. Who's next?
Dan, when he punches me in the face.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1877 Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Golf fans, the 2026 Ford Championship presented by Wild Horse Pass tees off March 26th through the 29th at Whirlwind Golf Club. See the world's best LPGA players live, including world #1 Gino Titico, #2 Nelly Corda, and defending champion Hugh Ju Kim. 4 days of elite competition plus family-friendly fun for all ages. Who will take home the title? Daily, weekly, and hospitality tickets are on sale now at FordChampionship.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Arizona sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
Night baseball tonight for the Diamondbacks. They're in Peoria, taking on are they taking on the Mariners or the Padres? Mitch, Laura, Mariners or Mariners? Okay, thank you. 6 o'clock tonight, 6:10 tonight. Ryan Nelson getting the start. Expected to go a couple of innings, I would think.
Jordan Lawler in center. Ryan Waldschmidt in left.
Okay.
Those are probably the notables.
So now with World Baseball Classic, those dudes are leaving here pretty quick. Cattell, Perdomo, Arenado, Santana, Alec Thomas,
Erod,
Soroka, Erod. There are a couple of others, but those are the main guys that are leaving. Spring training, and this is not what we're scheduled to talk about here. Well, I'll bring you to Zach Gallen's down here in just a second. Spring training is really going to get hyper-focused on, like, the Waldschmidts and the Lawlers.
Oh, they're going to get so many at-bats
They're going to get
now.
so many at-bats. So much run. The Barosas, the Pavin Smiths, going to get a lot of run in Cactus League, right? Like when those guys go.
Yeah, all eyes on them.
All eyes on them all the time, right?
I saw a thing with the other day. It was like every organization's top power prospect, and it was Ryan Waldschmidt because he hits the freaking ball so hard. The ball jumps off of that bat. He was rated the #1 power prospect in the Diamondbacks organization. I'm excited for him. I'm excited for his future, and he's got a chance to kind of push the envelope a little bit right here. They got their plan with him. They got their plan. He's never played AAA. So they've got their plan, and sometimes plans get changed.
What does Mike Tyson say about plans?
Until you get punched in the face.
Everybody's got one until they get punched in the face. And if Ryan Waldschmidt, not literally but figuratively, punches the Arizona Diamondbacks in the face with a big spring, it's to hell with the plan, right?
My plan was always to get punched in the face early. I liked to know what I'm serious. I wanted to know what I'm dealing with when I box. I wanted to know. What kind of power am I dealing with?
My plan, and I've been able to adhere to it my entire 54 years of life on this earth, is to never get hit in the face. I have never once been hit in the face.
You've never been punched in the face?
Never been punched in the face. No, I have never been hit in the face. I have.
You told me you had one fight when you were in school. You had one fight once.
Yeah, I had a couple of body blows, but never.
Just like wrestling and stuff like that?
It was more like wrestling,
wrestling.
Yeah, it was a meet at the Hill. It was Sala Park outside of Curry Elementary.
Oh, what was his name? You remember the guy's name? Larry?
No, I don't. I don't remember his name. But you would challenge a kid to a fight.
Yeah.
You would meet on the hill, and all the after school, everybody would go to the hill, and you'd stand on top of the hill. And me and this other kid, we wrestled around for a couple. And of course, all the teachers knew when there were fights because they saw the entire school going out to the hill in the park outside the school. And they'd break it up after 30 seconds.
There it is. Never punched in the face.
Never punched in the face. Never once. I have never been. And I do not intend to ever be punched in the face as long as I live.
372,000 times, I think I've been punched in the face. It's somewhere in somewhere around 372,000.
Zach Gallen was on the Foul Territory show. And opened up a little bit about kind of his offseason. And obviously, it's a talking point for Zach. It won't be for much longer. When the season starts, no one's going to care. It's just going to be about the season that he has. But he was asked, kind of what took so long to get a deal done.
I think what took so long, I can only guess that it was a not great first half mixed with the qualifying offer. Was kind of a recipe for disaster in that sense. But it is what it is. We kind of had an idea that something like this could happen. It was unfortunate, but we're happy to be back somewhere that means a lot to us and somewhere that we feel comfortable. So we'll see what happens after this year.
That part in the middle was interesting to me.
Okay, well,
we kind of had a feeling that maybe something like this could happen. Now, maybe that's just saving face.
Why wouldn't you just take the qualifying offer?
That's a good point. I mean, because you're if your agent is doing his job, your agent's going to come to you and say, "Hey, look, Zach, there's a chance this doesn't work out very well. Are you prepared to take that risk?" And Zach says, "Yeah, let's take that." I don't know if that's exactly how it went down, but I would guess it went down something like that.
I think that it's been a very humbling experience for Zach Gallen. And to walk back in here making $8 million this year when you could have had 22 or 23, whatever it was, I think it was a very humbling experience. You've been a really good pitcher your whole career. You have one bad season, not even a full bad season. But, 2/3 of your season is no good. And you go from being a guy that many people thought was going to get a 4 to 5 year deal at an average annual value of between $20 and $22 million a year. And you come back and you've got to take a 1 year deal for $8 million with the rest of it, the $14 million deferred until way down the road. Again, humbling experience. Now, again, it is what it is. Like, there's nothing you can do. You're still making that money, and you're a major league pitcher, and you've got a chance to earn more, pitch well, and get a good contract next year. There's no reason. But I'm sure, like, when that season ended, he probably thought, this is the last time I'm wearing a Diamondback uniform, and this is the last time I'm going to pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because you probably felt like, I'm not going to take their qualifying offer, and I'm going to land a big deal in free agency.
He was also asked, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say about this, if he likes being on a 1 year deal. I don't know why he would say yes, but let's see what he says.
Yeah, I think that it's a multifaceted answer to that. I think I like the just motivation of pitching on a 1 year deal.
Sure.
I had always said that when it got to that point in my career, if I was, in a position to sign a long-term deal, I don't want to be the guy that, year 2 or year 3 into that deal, it's like, oh, this was a terrible deal. So but at the same time, like we play this game and we understand that there's a opportunity cost to it and there's risk to it. So to have the security would have been nice. But we had some offers for deals that offered a little bit more security, but we just didn't feel like it was the correct value. So we'll go back and try it again. And I feel like I have a multitude of things to prove this year.
I'm trying to look through my notes.
A multitude of things to prove. I love that.
I think this time a year ago, he was projected to sign like a deal that would bring in $172 million.
Over 5 or 6 years, probably 6-year deal. Oh, my God, if you could find that, I'd love to see it.
I think a year ago they were doing like free agency projections, and they were projecting Zach Gallen to make $172 million. Yeah.
And then he pitches poorly, and then you were thinking still at least 4 to 5 years at 100, right?
Yeah.
$22 million a year, $25 million a year. And then you don't take the qualifying offer, and the Diamondbacks are like, that's fine. We'll get a first-round pick because he's going to sign for more than $50 million, and nobody signs him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's interesting. He hasn't said who. He's never said who. But he said, we had some deals that could have gave us a little bit more security, but we didn't like the value of it. So what was somebody offering? A 3-year deal for $40 million? A 3-year deal? Obviously the deal was no good.
Right.
He's making $8 million this year.
$8
million.
A 2-year deal with a mutual opt-out.
On the third year.
On the third year or something like that.
Could potentially bring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Zach Gallen. I'm so glad he's back. It's just the way it worked out. This is no fault. This is nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
Zach Gallen's a freaking major league pitcher. He's had a great career. He's been an all-star. He's pitched in the World Series. He's made a lot of money. He'll have wealth for his family forever. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It didn't work out the way you wanted to. It's a little bit of a humbling experience. But you know what? I hope next year that somebody gives you 4 years, 5 years for over $100 million. I truly do, because that would mean you pitched your ass off for the D-backs.
It was 174.
I
found it in my notes. Last spring, 1 year ago, The Athletic projected a 6-year, $174 million for Zach Gallen.
Instead, he got a 1-year deal for $8 million.
And I'm glad he's
14
back.
deferred.
And I'm glad he's back. God knows they need him.
They need him.
Oh, God knows they need him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, what we need is Lauren to come in and do the 4 o'clock reset. Maybe not as badly as the Diamondbacks need Zach Gallen, but it's close. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Lakers have it on their offensive end. Marcus Smart ready to inbound. He gets the ball, holds above his head, throws a lob pass, cross court. Reeves open for 3, and he missed it. Suns win 113-110. The final score tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. They win the season series against the Lakers.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. See, the thing is that with this being February, a lot of people just assume that the best weekend to get a deal at Liberty GMC is President's Day weekend, right? Because that's when all the deals are. At Liberty GMC, the President's Day weekend sales event, it's a month-long deal at Liberty GMC. So all the deals you could have gotten a couple of weekends ago, you can still get now, you can still get tomorrow, you can still get through the end of February at Liberty GMC. So $9,000 off an all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV. You can get that until February ends. You can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months. Lease options for the Yukon starting at $769 a month. Leasing a Canyon, 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. It's all Liberty GMC, and it's running all month long. It's got a few days left. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight in Peoria. They're taking on the Seattle Mariners. As far as notables in tonight's lineup, Jordan Lawler is leading off in center field, and Ryan Waldschmidt is hitting sixth, playing in left field. It's Ryan Nelson's turn to make his Cactus debut. First pitch is at 6:10. Official from the team, the Phoenix Suns are waiving guard Cole Anthony, or I guess have waived guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama, met with the assembled media today. Had nothing but glowing things to say about Arizona's NFL team.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more coverage from Indianapolis right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And for everything else going on in sports today, 4 o'clock reset with Burns and Gambo coming up next.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Here's Lauren to get us caught up and everything in sports. Did you convince Mitch to let you get out of here a little bit early?
Okay, well, let's peel back the curtain here a moment. Mitch did not have his headphones in at the 2:45 discussion. I had not yet asked him, but he has his headphones in now. He heard it, and he made a look that only screams, yes, of course you can leave early, Lauren.
Lauren is hoping to get out of here a few minutes early so she can get home and watch Illinois and Michigan. So she was going to ask you really
Hope your team wins.
If you could,
I do, too. I'm not optimistic, if we're being honest.
Is it in Michigan or is it in Champaign?
It's in Champaign.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
We haven't lost to them in 9 games.
Big game tomorrow, U of A, Kansas.
Big game.
tomorrow.
I got
Yeah, big
well.
game tomorrow.
I'll tease it. That's at the end of the reset. This one.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Take us down the road. What do we
All
got?
right. Well, let's dive into a different basketball game that happened here in the Valley last night.
Gets around Luca into the lane, hangs in the air, feeds Gillespie out to O'Neal, an open three on the way. He got it! Booyah. Royce O'Neal from downtown with 9/10 of a second left on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
A great call from John Bloom. A weird Stuart Scott reference from Tim Kempton, but we'll take it. I love that. Was fantastic.
Great call. Great win by the Suns last night. Seemed to be in control. Then Luka hit a three. Then Luka hit another three. And then Reeves hit a big basket. And all of a sudden, like it's a tie game. It's a tie score. It's like 22 seconds left. Inbounded in the backcourt to Grayson Allen. He makes this incredibly athletic play to be able to go baseline, throwing it to Gillespie, who one-touch passes it over to Royce, hits the winner, and then they survived when Reeves missed a shot with 9/10 of a second left.
That pass from Grayson Allen was...
Yeah.
It was.
He's like, go ahead, call me a non-athlete now.
Every time they replayed it, I wanted to watch it again and again because the degree of difficulty for him to pull that off was astounding.
And the Suns then went on today to waive Cole Anthony as well. And some other NBA news. Con Knippel sent the rookie three-point record with 207, beating out the record set by Keegan Murray.
Knippel. I always say his name wrong.
Kimbo asked me during one of the breaks.
Knippel.
Is that how you say the guy's name? I'm like, Knippel.
Yeah.
Listen, playing this league for a long time, shooting like that. He's going to play in this league for a long time.
Yeah, it's just... You watch the Duke kids and you go, okay, come on, when's our Duke kid gonna play?
Hey,
that's what I'm doing.
Come on,
yeah.
When's our Duke kid gonna play?
When's our Duke kid gonna play? That's what I'm watching. Knippel do his thing, and I'm watching before he got hurt. Cooper Flagg do his thing. I'm like, all right,
hey, they're
come
high.
on, where's our Duke kid?
If Kobe Bryant could put on a little bit of weight and learn to defend a little bit better, he's going to have an opportunity to play because that kid's shot is he's got the best looking shot on the team.
Yeah, but he
Kobe Bryant.
He wasn't the 10th pick in the draft.
Wasn't.
He also didn't go to Duke.
And he didn't go to Duke. When's our Duke kid going to play?
Just saying, we've got a 3-point shooter in the system. If he could just put on a little bit of weight and learn to defend guys, he's going to get a chance to play.
And just real quick, I don't know if you have this in the reset or not. Devin Booker, you think is going to be back?
I'm hearing Devin Booker is making a lot of progress with the hip, and that he could be back either Tuesday's game against Sacramento or Thursday against Chicago.
So we throw that in there.
All right, yeah, no, that's
one of those
important.
two, Tuesday or Thursday.
All right, and SGA is officially off the injury report. He is available for tonight's home game against Mitch's Denver Nuggets.
So the interesting thing about that, first of all, they've already surpassed last year's loss total, and they still have like a month and a half to go. The MVP race in the NBA is getting really convoluted.
Okay, talk about this. This is interesting.
Because of this 65-game rule.
Right.
You have to play at least 65 games. SGA is close to not being eligible. Jokic is close to not being eligible. Wemby is close to not being eligible. And because of that, the odds for Cade Cunningham have like shot through the roof because he might be the only guy who's played in enough games to actually be eligible for the damn thing.
How crazy would it be if you get to the end of the season, Oklahoma City's got everything wrapped up, and you want to give Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a couple days off just to rest for the playoffs? But if you do, it takes him out of the MVP. It's so stupid.
It is.
It's just so stupid.
So stupid.
They talked earlier in this season about making that less games played. It feels like that makes sense.
It's just.
I mean, you can't play 40 and be the MVP, but can you take 65 down to 60?
Yeah,
I mean, it's 75%.
It's
75% of the season.
Yeah, it's tough.
Now, guys get hurt, and guys strategically take rest days to get ready for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Season's too long. Shrink it. Season's
too many
games. We don't need this many games. We just don't. Shrink it. I know they won't, but shrink it.
And over to the NFL, Ty Simpson met with the media today and discussed his meeting with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I met with the Cardinals. This is my first interview, and just super great organization. You know, Mr. Monty is a great guy. You know, Coach LaFleur is a Super Bowl guy. Coach Hackett, all those guys are they love football. They're a quarterback driven organization because they're very familiar with the quarterback position. And I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
Wow. Said all the right things. And they're all going to say all the right things. I don't know if we're going to have a guy saying, Man, do you see that report card? I don't want to play for them. That owner got an F.
No, that one just seemed a little effusive, and I don't mean disingenuously. Just, boy, he really, who was it, Ruben Bain, who said, yeah, we're cheesing pretty good with every answer I gave, so I think I knocked it out of the park, my interview with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So a couple of these prospects have spoken very highly about their meeting with the Cardinals in terms of either the Cardinals or how they thought they did.
I'm sure the meetings are very professional. Monty's been in the game for a little while. He knows what to do. I'm sure the meetings are I'm sure all the right questions are asked, and I'm sure the meetings are very productive. Very productive.
Yeah. And the NFL salary cap has topped $300 million for the first time, landing at $301.2
Always
for
goes up.
2026. It is a $22 million increase from
It always
last
goes.
season.
It's with all the sports. The same thing I said about the Beal contract. Everybody was so worried about Bradley Beal. The NBA salary cap's going to go up too. It's going to go up to a point, and in the 2 years, the Beal thing's going to be irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Like, the caps keep going up.
And you know who you can thank for that? In part, all of these streaming services that are paying all of this money to broadcast all of these games, because that revenue gets funneled back into the game and allows the salary cap. I mean, it's crazy to say it. And I'm not saying that's the only reason why the cap goes up, but that's a big part of it, because they're making crazy money in part from these media deals and these streaming services.
I know the FCC is looking into the whole streaming thing, because you used to be able to get the DirecTV package for, I don't know, what'd you spend? I never had about $200 or something.
It was like, yeah, no, it was more than that.
Yeah, by the end, it was like nearly $300.
By the end, it was nearly $300.
Well, now it's like closer to like $1,000 or something. Like, it's the numbers are crazy for to get all the games, and you have to buy all the different services. It's very expensive. Yeah.
And we have our first big franchise tag of the NFL offseason. The Cowboys have placed their non-exclusive franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, though he came out and said he will not report to camp unless he has a new deal.
He wants a new deal.
Yeah, we're entering that part of free agency now. It hasn't quite started yet, but it's Black Sharpie time, where you take the pen and you just start drawing lines through names of guys who aren't going to be available, who aren't going to hit free agency. They've said they're going to tag Breece Hall out of New York. George Pickens got the tag. There's going to be more. There's going to be guys who re-sign before they even get to free agency. These lists are going to get really outdated really quickly.
Pickens is 24 years old. He had 3 years with the Steelers, and he was good, but he broke out last year with the Cowboys. He broke out with them.
And in NCAA news, Kansas travels to Tucson tomorrow to take on U of A. That game starts at 2 p.m.
Time to get their butts kicked.
They did the butt kick in the last
If Arizona wins this game, yeah, they played without Peterson in the last game. It was a good game. Like, it was a really good game. It was a good game.
And hard place to play. I mean, with Bill Self, that crazy record on Big Mondays.
And kept it true against Houston.
Yeah, 41-0, something crazy like that. It'll be good. Arizona's 1 win away, 3 games left from clinching at least a share of the Big 12 title. If they win 2 out of their final 3, they win it outright. Crazy hard conference, and Arizona's very likely to come out on top.
Yeah, I know you two are at opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm Team Gambo on I'm ready for the regular season to end and let's go get to March Madness. Because, I mean, at this point, I don't know what else there is left to say about U of A other than great season, fantastic job by Tommy Lloyd, best job you've ever done. Now what? And I know U of A fans that probably hate to hear that, but they're probably thinking the same thing. Now what? What do you got? What are you going to do?
Don't disappoint.
What are you going to do?
Don't disappoint us.
No. And ASU, they take on Utah tomorrow at 1:30. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the unsung heroes, Oso, that won last night's Suns game, Oso. We're giving them their flowers, Oso, next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Y-Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Y-Refi at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and Ray.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning with their mojo back. We'll start getting you ready for the Suns' trip to Sacramento. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Once again, giving me the perfect opportunity to say hi, not to Sacramento, but to Glendale. They don't suck in Glendale.
Hello, Glendale.
Hi, Glendale. Ever been to Sacramento?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
I don't think it's.
That's all
I don't
you
think
got
it's a
to say
very
about it?
popular place to live.
No. I remember when my wife and I went to Lake Tahoe a couple of summers ago. I remember thinking that for everything that Sacramento was like 3 hours from, like if you want to go to wine country, you're 3 hours away. If you want to go to Yosemite, you're 3 hours away. If you want to go to Tahoe, you're 3. Like it could be like a good like base of operations
But
for different
3 hours
places
away.
you wanted to head out. Like you're not that far of a drive from a lot of cool stuff. But that's all I have to say about Sacramento. The unsung
I hope we
hero.
don't lose to because if we do, I'm blaming you guys.
For what? I didn't say
if we lose to the
Sacramento.
Kings,
It was Vinny.
Then we'll blame Vinny.
Didn't do it. I didn't
Calling him Sacramento. If we
do
lose to the
anything.
Kings.
You know, I just.
He told me I sucked.
You play that a lot. When did he say that? Oh, when
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks got into an argument with Jordan Knott. That's what it was. Yeah, no, I'm just riffing off of the Vinny look ahead. That's all. Okay. Just like yesterday, you were riffing off of the 98.7,
the Bickley one, yeah.
Which I got blamed on Twitter last night from some very nice lady Her name was Janet. She's like, you were wrong. Gambo was right. They got the over. I'm like, I never said they were doing the under. That's not me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Janet got mad at you?
Janet got very mad at me on Twitter.
Damn it.
Janet got...
Last night, Janet's messaging you.
Oh, no, she just tweeted.
She tweeted.
It wasn't like a direct message. She's like, Gambo was right and Bernsey was wrong. I'm like, I never said they were going to go under 98.7.
Janet, it's okay. It's all right.
Janet, it's all right.
They won. We're all happy they won, Janet. We're all happy they won.
Get out of the rain. Go to that nice-looking mansion at the end of the drive. And
unsung heroes from last night's game.
Where do you want to start? We had Fleming on. Let's start with Oso.
Oso?
I was talking with somebody in the organization today. Like, he put on 15 to 20 pounds. Like, yeah, he looks thicker and big. He put on 15 pounds to get a little bit more muscular and stronger on the defensive side of the ball. And he's worked so hard. His ability to switch on defense last night was amazing. He played 34 minutes and 19 seconds. I said he's making Mark Williams expendable with the way he's playing. His ability to set screens, guard anybody. He could guard anybody on the switch. You try to get a switch and you get Oso, and he's kind of long and he shuffles his feet really well. He's got good lateral movement, the way he shuffles his feet. I mean, everybody in the Lakers was guarded by Oso. 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. He's never going to be the great offensive player, and his shot is just it's a mess and it's ugly, but he is really good. His hands have gotten good to where when he rolls to the basket, if you find him, he catches it and he dunks it. He's really good at that. If you find me, I'll catch it. You want to lob it up to me, I'll catch it and dunk it. You want to bounce it to me, I'll catch it and dunk it. You want me to take a mid-range jump shot? It's not going to go in. But I can guard anybody on the court, and that's been very helpful for them.
Yeah, a couple things for me about Oso. I mean, number one, he just played Mark Williams right off of that floor last night. And I'm not saying it's going to be like that every night, but he just whooped like he was gone. Mark Williams played 4 minutes in the second half of that game. Oso Ighodaro played 20 consecutive minutes where he was on the floor last night because he was that invaluable to what they do, because he's that good. Thing number two about Oso, the two-man, and I know others have made this observation, this is nothing new. The two-man game he's got with Colin Gillespie, it's really cool to watch.
Likes him, yeah.
One of them talked about it after the game. I think it was Colin. It's like we don't even have to really look at each other. Like, it's just a glance, and we know. We just know. I mean, it's really obvious. They play really, really well off each other. And thing number three, God, if he could just get a jump shot, he would be so special. He would be so special.
Not even to shoot the three.
Not
just
even
a jump
shoot the
shot.
three. Just a jump shot. Just a mid-range, respect you, Gesundheit. Just a mid-range, respect you, give him something to think about, little 17-foot jump shot. If he could just do that, oh, boy. And it's just, I hope he learns how to do it. I don't know if he will.
I don't think so. I know, we'll see. He's taken 1 3-pointer the whole season. You look at all the games he's played and he's taken 1 3. So only one. He's only attempted one. He doesn't even want to attempt him. He did attempt the one. It's just, it's almost like a push shot. It's almost like he's never learned how to shoot.
A scoop,
it's a
push kind of
he
thing.
He likes to just like flip it. It's a flip shot when he's close, a scoop shot, but it doesn't have a regular mid-range jump shot. He doesn't have it.
Who else do you want to talk about? Unsung heroes from
3-pointers. Let's go to the threes.
Okay.
Because their advantage, I always look at this. Their advantage in the 3-pointers last night was prolific, right? It was a big advantage for them. And I think that's an unsung hero, too. The Suns hit 22 3-pointers last night. The Lakers hit 11. That's 11 more 3-pointers. That's 33 more points. The Suns outscored the Lakers by 33 from 3-point range. By 33. Without Book and without Brooks and without Goodwin, you kind of feel like that's what they have to do, right? You kind of feel like, you got to hit some 3-pointers. So then you look at it and you're like, okay, Dunn hit 3. Dunn hit 2 out of 3. Ryan Dunn hit 2 out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Royce O'Neal hit 3 out of 6. Colin Gillespie hit 6. Grayson Allen hit 6. Amir Coffey hit 2. Fleming hit 2. Like, it wasn't 1-2 guys. They had a lot of guys that were contributing, and I thought that was a big factor in why they won that game last night.
I thought it was, too. I thought Grayson Allen in the third quarter in particular, Colin Gillespie in the fourth quarter in particular, their 3 balls were fantastic. Rasheer Fleming, our buddy John Voida over at Bright Side of the Sun, has pointed out that in his last 7 games, Rasheer Fleming is shooting 41% from 3. Now, it doesn't even have to be that good.
He's having a great month.
He really is. But it doesn't even have to be that good for him to stay on the floor. He could shoot 37% from 3. And with his length and athleticism, man, you're going to get 25 minutes a game on this team if you can do something like that.
He was a plus 19.
Yeah, he was great. I want to give Amir Coffey a shout-out. Kind of not an afterthought necessarily, but if you look at the second half minutes, Amir Coffey played just as many minutes as Jalen Green did last night. Like, he was one of those guys that after 4 minutes in the second half, Jordan Ott's like, I want my starters out, I want my bench in, and Amir Coffey got some run in that game last night.
When they made the trade and and they moved Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis, and I got Coffey and I got Cole Anthony. We immediately said Cole Anthony's not going to suit up for the Suns. He's not going to. They ended up waiving him today. They held out for a while, and I'll tell you the reason why. They were just trying to see if there was a team that could buy him out, if there was a potential buyout, if the Suns could have bought him out. If he could have found a team, maybe the Suns could have bought him out, save a little bit of money, and then he goes somewhere else. But it's just never materialized, so they ended up waiving him. There's a March 4th date coming up. They'll probably, what I expect is that they'll convert Bouye into a standard contract and then add somebody on a 2-way by March 4th. So that's going to all come up next week. But when you see Amir Coffey, it was like they liked him. Like, they like his ability to play defense. They like his ability to handle the basketball. Gives them another guy that can handle the ball. He's been a nice little addition for them. And I think especially with Jordan Goodwin out, there's a role for him to play.
Can I give one more shout out that might be a little Royce O'Neal, who's not. He's kind of in between, right? Like, he's not one of the stars on the team. I don't think we'd call him one of the main guys on the team, but he's right in that, like, he's important.
He's valuable.
He's very important. Jordan Ott talked about him after the game.
Like, he is always positive. He comes in every day, comes to work. He's a smile on his face. He's been through it. He's been through it different places. Can't thank him enough as a first-year head coach, as a person that he's just there. He's just there. He's present, and he's always on the court. He literally is always there, always ready. Some different matchups tonight. You know, one of the greatest players ever. He has to match up to him, and he takes the challenge every single night. And you can feel his competitiveness along with his intelligence that really lifts our group. We feel good with him all those games. You know, at the end of the game, he doesn't make mistakes. I thought he was massive tonight on the offensive rebound in that shot.
He's just a good player. Right, he's not great, but he's just a good, solid player that fits within the team. He's a 3 guy, and he's a 3-and-D guy. His defense isn't great, but he's a willing defender. He shoots the 3 well, but he's such a team-oriented guy. Like, you get away from the selfish guys that care just about them. Royce will pass the ball very well. Like, I love his ability when the Suns rebound and he gets the ball, his ability to find guys the length of the court. I think he's like as good as anybody at that. Yeah. His ability to see somebody get out on the break and I'm going to feed you, and I'm going to throw a pass, a half-court pass he's really good. So just a good, unselfish player that really fits in what they're doing.
When we come back, we'll stay with the Suns because there were lots of positives, obviously, unsung heroes that we just got done talking about here in Burns and Gambo. There were also some negatives, and we need to address those too, and we will next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fleming is there to tip it over to Jalen Green. 4 seconds to shoot. Green steps back for a deep 3, and that's banked in off the window for Jalen Green. The bank is open late on a Thursday night, and now Jamari Bouye steals the inbounds pass, throws it cross-court O'Neal for 3. He got it. Back-to-back trifectas for the Suns, and this place is going crazy.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
It's imperative to have a financial advisor that can help you with all of your financial plans, retirement plan, financial plan, estate plan, and even a tax plan. You know, a lot of financial advisors, if you've got a financial advisor and he's never discussed a tax plan with you, I think you might have the wrong financial advisor, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, 401k, tax deferred. And all of a sudden, one day that bill's going to come due. And you're going to be like, I thought I had this much money. And then you'll be like, oh, no, you really don't because you got to pay taxes on that. And some financial advisors just punt and punt and punt and punt and punt, and they're not really worried about it because they want you to stay with them and they want you to keep investing. Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax is not like that. He understands how important the tax plan is, so he actually comes up with a tax plan as part of your financial plan and your retirement plan. There are times when it's worth it to pay the taxes and times when it's not. You want to make sure that you keep more of the money you made, and that's why having a tax plan is important. You want to make sure that you're working hard, you're making all this money. You want to be able to keep the money that you make, the majority of it. So that's why I recommend you call them right now and get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes for free in the app, because free shouldn't cost $15.99. Right? Free Tax USA? Or is it cost $15.99 Tax USA? Switch to TurboTax and file free. Free state, free federal, 100% free, 100% guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes in the app for free by 2/28. Excludes TurboTax expert products. $15.99 charge from Free Tax USA is for state taxes.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit BigLou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight in Peoria. They're taking on the Seattle Mariners. As far as notables in tonight's lineup, Jordan Lawler is going to lead off and play in center field. Ryan Waldschmidt going to be hitting sixth and playing in left field. It's Ryan Nelson's turn to make his debut. First pitch is at 6:10. Official from the team, the Phoenix Suns are waiving guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in the Suns deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson met with the assembled media today, had nothing but glowing things to say about Arizona's NFL team.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more coverage from the Combine right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at The Window Depot. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Check it out, thewindowdepot.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Suns reportedly waive guard Cole Anthony, opening up a roster spot. Quarterback Ty Simpson met with Arizona and would love to be a Cardinal. And Devin Booker's back screen, Royce O'Neal's pump fake among Suns' signature and low-key skills. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Before we talk about Jalen Green and express our levels of concern about Jalen Green after what we saw last night, can we spend a moment or two talking about Clint Capella's reaction to DeAndre Ayton?
Oh, let's have some fun with this.
Please.
First of all, can we just talk about how irrelevant DeAndre Ayton was that entire game?
He was a minus 24.
Yeah.
He was useless.
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 It was almost like you didn't even notice him out there. He was so bad.
He was. I mean,
like that's how you back up the game after you start complaining about you're not getting the ball and we can't pass the ball to ourselves. And then you come up with that game. That's the game you come up with to follow that up.
And of all the nights to do it, too,
Yeah.
out here comes this big ESPN.com, piece about you. And are you trying hard enough? Or are you working hard enough? And Austin Reeves says you're the X factor, and et cetera, et cetera. And you're a minus 24. He didn't take a shot in that game until midway through the third quarter, I think?
2 points. He was 1 of 3. He took 3 shots overall. He had 2 points, 4 rebounds, no assists.
Minus 24 for the game. And then Clint Capella. So the quote from that ESPN story that I referenced a second ago, DeAndre Ayton, he gave, like a few games ago, he gave some polite answer about, is he involved in the offense enough? And he said, the ball finds energy, and I'm sure the guys will notice when I'm working hard, and they'll get me the ball. And as the interview's done, he's walking away in the Lakers locker room, and he yells loud enough for everybody to hear, quote, "They're trying to make me Clint Capella. I ain't no Clint Capella." And Clint Capella last night, after watching the just garbage game DeAndre had, you got 2 of the best floor generals in the game, my dog. Lock in with two laughing emoji faces. So great.
I was looking at the comments last night, after the game. One guy, DeAndre Ayton, said the Lakers were trying to make him Clint Capella. And in his first game following those comments, he ended up playing more like Kwame Brown.
Oh, God.
Another guy, DeAndre Ayton is the starting center for the freaking Lakers, a playoff team with 2 bona fide Hall of Famers, with the opportunity to redeem his career in the biggest market on the biggest stage and with a relatively easy job, and he chooses to check out that loser ass. Another guy, I'm a diehard Lakers fan. When I see stuff like this, I don't even want to watch the games anymore. DeAndre is doing absolutely nothing, 0 effort, and has to be treated like a 5-year-old. We're supposed to be title contenders, but we're far from it. The reaction to DeAndre's poor game last night, it was through the roof. The Laker fans are, it seems like every fan base, it's just like he's going to wear on a fan base.
Oh, yeah.
Because you look at him and he's got his talent, and he doesn't do it, and he has too many games like this.
Too many games.
Like he teases you every once in a while, but it's a quick tease, and it doesn't last very long. And then he plays more like this a whole lot. And then he always has to blame somebody and complain.
I have never missed a problem less than I missed DeAndre Ayton. It's just like, man, I do not miss that guy. I do not miss that. You can have him. He's all yours. Let's talk about Jalen Green. Because, that was rough. He got benched last night. In the fourth quarter, Grayson Allen was the play. And the only time Jalen Green was on the floor in crunch time was the last 20 seconds of the game. He was out there to give Grayson Allen a little bit of rest at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and as soon as Grayson Allen was gassed up and ready to go, Jalen Green was on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Grayson Allen was back in. Jalen Green played 8 minutes last night in the second half of that game.
I'm starting to feel like he can't help the team this year, that the season's too far gone, that he missed too much time, and he just hasn't been right, and he hasn't been able to find the chemistry and everything. And Jordan Ott said all the right things, and maybe there's still enough time for him to find a rhythm and everything, but he's not going to find it playing with Dillon Brooks because Dillon Brooks is out, and Goodwin's Book's going to come back, but Goodwin is about a week behind. I haven't reported this yet, but Goodwin's about a week behind Book. So he's not that far behind, but he's a little bit behind. So you'll get him back probably about a week to 10 days after Book comes back. You'll get Goodwin back. But I'm starting to feel like the best case scenario for the Phoenix Suns is to have Jalen Green come off the bench.
have Gillespie and Book start and Brooks and, Mark or Oso and, I just think that I think they're better off if Jalen Green just comes off the bench and a limited amount of time to try to figure out when to score because the starting thing is not working out for him.
No, just Jordan, you mentioned he said all the right things. This is what Jordan said last night after, in essence, benching Jalen Green for most of the fourth quarter and, to be perfectly honest, for most of the second half.
Yeah, he knows it. I mean, he's a basketball player. He's a high-level basketball player that's played in big-time games. He understands it. We feel for him. He's trying to develop some type of rhythm on a new team. We often forget that. Not only has he been out this many games, it's with a new team, a new system, new teammates, in a different environment. He's going to be dying to get back out there in the next game. And again, we're excited just to see him out there. We trust that the process is right. And it'll come. He just needs a little bit of time.
I hadn't thought about it, like framing the conversation in terms of should he start, should he come off the bench. I was framing it more in my own mind as when he's the primary on-ball guy for this Suns offense, it does not work. It is not working when he's initiating offense. It's not working when he needs to see it the way Booker sees it. Or Grayson Allen, it was the reason why the Suns got back in that game last night and played as well as they did in the second half. Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie were initiating offense, were running offense, and were starting plays. And Jalen Green, you went through the numbers of how poorly they've shot from both the field and 3.
4 games.
Since the All-Star break, right?
Yeah, 4 games, terrible shooting.
With primarily Jalen Green as the on-ball initiator of the offense, and it just ain't working. And so Devin Booker can't come back soon enough. And even if Devin Booker's not available to play on Tuesday night, Grayson Allen needs to play. He needs to be the on-ball guy. Yeah. He needs to be the initiator because it's not working with Jalen. It's not.
And I know fans are frustrated with Jalen. And you got to get a lot of people, just get rid of him, get rid of him, get rid of him. It's a lost season. It's a lost season. He just hasn't been right. He hasn't been healthy. The season's going to come to a close very quickly. Maybe there's still enough time. I don't know for sure. But he's played in only 12 games this year, and one of those games he only played 4 minutes. Some of those games were minute restrictions, so he didn't play a lot. So there's probably 7 or 8 games where he's got to play like decent minutes.
Yeah.
He's shooting 21% from three-point range. He's only shooting 34% from the field. He's got 2 games of over 20 points. That's it. This is a guy this guy should score 20 in his sleep. He's that good of a scorer. Something's not right. I think that he'll be better next year, but I'm questioning whether there's enough time for him to make an impact for the team this year.
I am too, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this too. I'm not saying that he's a bust or that he needs to go. I'm talking about things in the context of staying present in the moment right now, and it's not working right now with him in this role. And I agree with you. I think they are running out of time. But this is not passing judgment on Jalen Green for next year or his ability next year. I'm just saying the way the team is built and the way the team is running. And then I think the other thing that we have to talk about for at least a minute here is Mark Williams, who we just raving about Oso Ighodaro in the last segment.
Yeah,
I wonder if that dude has just run out of gas based off of how many games he's played, how many minutes he's played, the fact that he's never really played a season like this before.
10 games, 11, 12 games over what his most was.
It feels like last night he was almost useless to them on the floor. Oso was so much clearly the better option for them.
A month ago, 6 weeks ago, the plan was re-sign Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin. I wonder if they're having internal debates on,
me too,
keep Oso, develop Malawach, get another center in here, and then let Mark go. Why pay Mark $16, $17, $18 million a year if you feel good about Oso and the development of Malawach? If you sign Mark and you give him a 2 or 3 year deal for $16, $17, $18 million, that's what his value is going to be probably.
Yeah.
I think that you kind of handcuff yourself a little bit.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is the player the Cardinals should take at number 3 just sitting there staring them in the face? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line
to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
For those of you who have been kind enough on the YouTube chat to notice that Mitch needs a haircut, he does. It's been a minute since he's got it. I hope he's going to V's this weekend. I know he's getting one this weekend. I certainly hope he's going to V's, and that when he's back in here on Monday, he's going to look trimmed up, clean cut, ready to go, because he could certainly use a refreshener a little bit and a trip to V's Barbershop. V's Barbershop's the best. Big fans of V's. Opened the first one 26 years ago. Such a success story, right? They opened one barbershop in Arcadia, and they just watch it grow and grow and grow because they hire, they just a great plan. Hire the very best barbers, create a really warm, open, inviting environment, place to take your son for that first big boy haircut, right? Sit in the barber's chair. You just feel great. Every time you walk into one, you feel even better when you walk out of a V's Barbershop. You can't go wrong. So if, like Mitch, you need a haircut this weekend, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Get an update on our poll question. Here is Lauren. Talking about last night's Suns. I was putting the earbuds in. There we go. Now we're set. Poll question today.
Sometimes if I'm not looking at you and I'm behind the computer and I slide over, I go, was that just a dramatic pause for something?
No. Yeah. No, it's just me fumbling around trying to put the buds in my ears. That's all that is.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's poll question.
Did you always wear buds?
I have for the last year and a half or so.
I think everybody's wearing them now, right?
Yeah,
Everybody's wearing buds.
I've always worn them.
Yeah.
I've worn them for a long time.
Yeah. I think it's, the cameras and it.
The cameras. It's
just,
all about the cameras.
It looks better
The cameras.
without a giant, set of earphones hanging on your head, right?
We want to see your faces.
Yeah.
And your ears.
And our ears. Although somebody asked me about Larry Gatos was asking me about the earbuds.
Larry!
So congratulations to Larry, by the way. He became a grandpa.
Grandpa?
Yesterday. Yeah. Fantastic. Congratulations. It's the best.
You're a grandpa. He's a grandpa.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's fantastic. Sometimes I do miss wearing headphones though, because the headphones perfectly covered up my bald spot right there on the top of my head. I mean, just like this perfect strip of plastic that just went whoop right across there and covered my bald spot. So I do kind of miss that a little bit, but whatever. Felt good. Anyway, poll question?
Poll question today is, what was your favorite part of last night's Suns win? Was it just beating the Lakers, the bench performance, the game-winning play, or something else?
I got to go with the bench. 31 points in that quarter. They sat all the starters. They got great contribution from Rasheer Fleming. That was a great sign. He was on the show with us earlier today. Grayson Allen was unbelievable. To me, it's the bench by a lot.
Bench.
Just beating the Lakers, still leading the way on this poll question with an increase of 64% of our audience now going with that. 21% going with the bench performance, 13% going with the game-winning play, and 2% going with something else.
Okay. It's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Here's the funky thing about something like the Combine, right?
Okay.
Like you can take numbers like what David Bailey did at the Combine yesterday, and you can kind of spin them like this. So I know I'm contributing to this, but I'm going to do this anyway because I think it's kind of amazing. David Bailey yesterday at the Combine ran a faster 40-yard dash than Antonio Cromartie. He ran a faster 10-yard split than Devontae Adams. He jumped higher than A.J. Green. He had a broad jump longer than Adrian Peterson.
Jeez.
And he weighs more than Von Miller.
Okay, I'll take him.
Right. Like, you just look at that and go, why would you not want to take that cat at number
it's
three,
like,
right?
it's like a salesman selling you on something. Like, all right, you had me at
You had me at hello.
You had me at hello.
Yes, I'm buying. You don't have to sell me anymore. I'm buying.
Do you know the movie, Gambo?
Just stop. You had me at hello.
80s?
90s. I think
you're right.
I think it's, it's 90s. Yeah, 90s. 90s.
What is it?
Show me the money?
Show me the money.
Well, Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, you had
Jerry
me
Maguire.
at hello.
You had me at hello. Just stop.
Yeah.
You had me at
Stop.
hello.
You got me. He's faster than a speeding bullet. He could leap tall buildings with a single bound.
But you know this
I get
too.
it. Like, all right.
Here's the thing. Here's the trick with the Combine. And God, if there's one thing we've learned about guys running around in their underwear, it's that it's easy to fall in love with stuff like this, right? Like it's really easy to look at numbers and go, oh my God, he's that fast and he jumps that high and et cetera, et cetera. And it's, I think the good thing that's working for David Bailey here is that it's not just he's some number freakazoid from the scouting combine. He put up unbelievable numbers during the college football season. There is crazy good tape of him out there. And I think that's what helps make you feel better. If you're the Cardinals and you decide to take him at 3, you're not just doing it because he put on a show in his underwear in Indianapolis.
Yeah, he's a great prospect. If they took him, I'd have no problem with it. Again, my whole thing is take the best player available, regardless of position. There's a lot of talk that they like Spencer Fano. I think he could be the pick at 3 at an offensive line. I think it's really, it's probably down to the 2 offensive linemen and the 3 defensive players, and there's your 5 right there that they would probably take. I mean,
the Gambo 5. Good night, everybody.
I think I would be surprised if it was
I think I'd be surprised if anybody else jumps into that list. I know some people like the running back, Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, and he's a talented player. I'd be surprised if they went that direction, but we'll see. I mean, Monty's got to get done with this. He's got to do the evaluations. They got to get down. They got to break down more film and just go over options. And like he said, all options are on the table. What if somebody, what if you like all 5 of those guys? Okay, and now I'm not going here. I'm not going here. Like, because I think that's bad. I think then I don't think you're good at your job if you look at all 5 guys. I like them all. You've got to like one better than the other. You have to. There's got to be one you think is going to be better than the other ones. But, Monty has said that, we'll listen. So if 5 guys, we like him, can I move down 2, 3, 4 spots and still get one of those guys? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. Because, again, my whole thing is that this organization, this roster lacks top-end talent. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They are void of talent. They don't have great players. And you need great players, so they better figure out which one of those guys is the best.
Yeah, I that's why I started laughing, because I know you do not like the talk about trading down at all.
I hate it.
Last year, Pro Football Focus credited Bailey with 79 pressures. The only FBS player who had more was Ruben Bain. Who had 83.
Yeah, but he's got short arms.
He's got T-Rex arms. But they point out that, and NFL.com pointed this out, that even though Ruben Baines had 4 more pressures, he played 172 more pass rushing snaps than Bailey. So in 172 more pass rushing snaps, he only had 4 more pressures than David Bailey did.
Okay.
Here's Louis Riddick on ESPN talking about Bain and Bailey and Arvell Reese, the three defensive players the Cardinals could consider at 3.
I think the tape speaks for itself. So where does he stack up? I just don't see there's any way that this young man should still fall outside of the top 10. He should not get past the Kansas City Chiefs at 9 or the Cincinnati Bengals at 10. Is he in the same class from an athletic trait standpoint as a David Bailey or an Arvell Reese, from Texas Tech and Ohio State respectively? No, that's obvious. But when you turn on the tape, the leverage, the power, the flexibility, the bend, the 3-down capability to stop the run, rush with power, rush with finesse, it's all there. He was tutored by one of the very best to ever do it in Jason Taylor down there at the University of Miami. I have no question he will overcome his shortcomings, and he will be a tremendous pro.
Did he say short arms? No, he said shortcomings.
Shortcomings.
He's talking about Ruben Bain
Kansas City, where's Kansas City picking?
9th. I think they're 9th.
He gets a 9th? So Patrick Mahomes went there.
He's saying, yeah, Bain, there's no way he falls. That whole soundbite, he's basically talking about Bain.
Right.
But in the middle of it, he says, like, the athleticism, he doesn't compare to Arvell Reese. He doesn't compare to David Bailey. I mean, I got to admit, the idea of Josh Sweat on one side of your defense and David Bailey on the other and just say,
sure,
go
wreak
get
havoc.
him, right?
Yeah.
Like, wreak havoc.
Wreak havoc. Let's put an end to Matthew Stafford's career. Let's go. Let's go.
Make Sam Darnold see ghosts again.
Look, Seattle's defense and the Rams' defense are, you either want, you invested so much on that defense last year. I'm not opposed to investing more on the defense. You still hope Walter Nolan's going to pop and you get something out of Darius Robinson. But you know what? If these guys haven't popped yet, what makes shouldn't prevent you from going to get a great player if you think that either of these guys can be helpful to you.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game tomorrow against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount, and then head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more info. How important was last night's Suns win? We'll talk about it next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks have a nightcap for spring training today. They're going to be in Peoria taking on the Seattle Mariners. As far as notables in tonight's lineup, Jordan Lawler going to lead off and then play in center field. And Ryan Waldschmidt hitting sixth in this lineup. He's going to play in left field. It's also Ryan Nelson's turn to make his Cactus League debut. First pitch will be at 6:10. Official from the team, the Phoenix Suns have waived guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. And checking in on the NFL Combine, Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, met with the assembled media today, had glowing things to say regarding his interview that he had with the Arizona Cardinals.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You can read more from the Combine. That's the correct order of words. Anyway, go to ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app for all the latest surrounding the NFL's Combine. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How important are these next 6 games for the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yes. Hip Jar the Killers for me, please. Band I've never seen in concert that I've always wanted to. I know. It's shameful.
I've seen them 3 times and can highly recommend.
Okay, take your bragging ways and just... Exactly.
Here, less brag. I've seen them once. You should go see them.
I would like to, very much. They did a residency in Vegas a couple years ago. I can't believe I missed it. I saw one very analytical deal, and I've hesitated to bring it up, but it's just a perfect way to start this conversation if we're going to say how big was last night's game. After winning last night's game, according to one analytics website, the Suns' chances of securing a top 6 seed is now at 27% after winning last night's game. That's how big it was.
I wonder what it would have been if they lost.
You know what? I think I know the answer to that.
Okay, so 27%. Eddie Johnson said it was the biggest win of the season, and maybe it was, and we've talked about it. It does allow them to win the season series versus the Lakers, so any tiebreaker with the Lakers will go the Suns' way, regardless of what happens in the last game. It was a swing game, because if they would have lost, they would have been 4 back of L.A. Now they're only 2 back, and they've got the tiebreaker. L.A.'s on a 3-game losing streak. What's remarkable about this to me is they won despite Luka having a great game, 41 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. Portland won last night, so it was good to keep Portland, at bay. You're still 5 games ahead of Portland. I want to stay ahead of them. What's almost miraculous to me, and you could cut in any time you've got the numbers if you want.
I don't have the numbers. I just have the 27%. That's it.
What was miraculous to me is that once again they found a way to not have a freaking 3-game losing streak. I swear.
No.
January, they had 1 2-game losing streak in January, and then they won. Then they lost to Atlanta, Miami, and then they won. Then they lost to Golden State and Philly, and they won. Then they lost to Oklahoma City and San Antonio, and then they won. And then they lost to Portland and Boston, and then they won. This team refuses to lose 3 games in a row. Mm-hmm. They just refuse to. I think that's incredible to me, that they just haven't had the slide. Now, the 10-game block, and I like the 10-game blocks. This is the first one where they had a losing block.
Oh, no.
This is the first losing block. They went 4-6.
4-6, yeah.
This is the first you're all upset now, Lauren? We were doing so good with the blocks.
We were doing so well with the blocks.
Gambo loves playing with the blocks, right? And it was like 5-5 in this 10-game block, 6-4 in this
7-3, 7-3.
Yeah. Oh, this is the first.
This is the first 10-game block where they had a losing block.
The Jenga blocks all came tumbling down because Gambo, pushed.
I hated
on the
that
wrong
freaking
button.
game. Yeah, it was
you didn't like Jenga?
No, it was like, remember that game with the Operation? Remember the game Operation?
Yeah,
oh my God, I hated that freaking game. My hands were like, I was buzzing everything, man.
You can't sit still.
I was buzzing
for 10 seconds,
everything.
right?
I couldn't get the liver or the heart or the knee bone or the tailbone. I couldn't get anything out. I was like, I freaking quit. I remember I got that game once for Christmas. I freaking hated it. I could not get any single piece out. Any piece. There was even a long piece. They had a long piece. It was long and narrow. Couldn't get it. I was always hitting the damn metal. Buzz, 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 buzz. Not one. I couldn't get one. I'm serious. There was that one piece I could get out of that game.
Thank God you never became a surgeon. I mean,
I know.
Can you imagine you going under the anesthesia and Gambo stands over you and says,
"How you doing?
How you doing?
I got this.
Did I ever tell you I was terrible at operation as a kid? But don't worry, you're in my very capable hands. Yeah, look at this, a scalpel.
It's like these hands, they're like the claws. But I just could not grab that little tweezer. It was a tweezer, and I just couldn't get into the. I hated the game. I freaking hated the game. So back to my thing as we talk about operation. I like this team's ability to not have that 3-game losing streak is just incredible. The only time they've had a 3-game losing streak was in the first week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And they've had plenty of 2-game losing streaks. They freaking refuse to lose 3 in a row. And so they haven't had the snowball effect where they just like went on this downward spiral. They haven't had it.
Yeah, Look, it was important for the tiebreaker against the Lakers and to keep yourself nice and close to the Lakers. And I mentioned the 27% chance of being top 6. I mean, it was all big for all of those reasons. I think it was even bigger, just kind of an offshoot of what you're saying for a second. I needed to see that we're going to outwork you team.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't seen that team in a while.
Yeah, you got it last night.
And we got it last night.
Yep.
And you know what? You got it last night, and you got it without Dylan. And you got it last night, and you got it without Jordan. And you got it last night, and you got it without Devin.
Yeah.
And I think more than anything, more than where you are in the standings or what the analytics say about your ability to finish in the top 6, what we collectively needed to see was that we're the Phoenix Suns. We're going to work harder than you. We're going to make you work hard to play us. And it was just shining like a diamond last night. And that's what made last night the best one of the season, what made it so important, because we needed a little reaffirmation that team was still there while Dylan Brooks is sitting on the sideline with a cast on his hand.
So you got a little bit of everything, Les. You got outstanding bench play. You had a great Grayson Allen game. You had a best game of the season for Rasheed Fleming, the rookie. He was terrific. You clobbered them on the 3-pointers. You outscored them by 33 points from 3. You had great coaching. Ott made a great coaching move in the third quarter. You had the heroics of Royce O'Neal at the end of the game. You had the toughness and the physicality and everything that you wanted because they gave you that heart and that soul because they were out of it, and then they got back into it. And then when the Lakers made the little bit of run, they didn't let the Lakers take the game over. Like the Suns were up by 11 in the fourth quarter. Luka came back with 2 threes, then they tied it at 110, and the Suns said, okay, we're still going to win. So you literally got you got a little bit of everything that you would have wanted in that basketball game.
Yeah, you did. And in addition to all of that, you are now 1 game back in the standings, 2 games back in the loss column from L.A. You've got a schedule that, here's something else I saw, that among...
The mush coming?
The mush is coming. And
comes the mush.
Among the Western Conference right now...
It's all right.
The strength of schedule remaining for the Western Conference...
I see you. Let me see.
You see me?
I like it. I'm sure. Let me guess. This is just the Western Conference?
This is the top 8 teams in the Western Conference. The top 8.
I'm going to say they have I don't even know. I'm not looking. I'm going to say they have the easiest schedule of those 8.
They do indeed. Denver's got the toughest.
They're playing 10 crappy teams.
Minnesota 2nd. Oklahoma City 4th.
How could they not?
The Phoenix Suns have the 24th hardest remaining schedule from here on out.
Now tell me Lakers.
Lakers have the 20th hardest schedule remaining.
Okay, because the key is the Lakers. They've got you got to catch the Lakers. Lakers are at Golden State, then they get Sacramento, New Orleans, then they're at Denver. They've still got to play the Knicks. They got to play the Timberwolves. They got to play Denver again. They got a back-to-back against Houston.
Yeah.
At Houston, both games, back-to-back.
Go get them.
Oh, my God.
Go get them.
Listen to this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have my attention now.
At Houston, at Miami, at Orlando, at Detroit, at Indiana. They got a 6-game.
Like all over the place.
That's 6 games in 9 days.
Oh, wow.
2 at Houston, 1 at Miami, 1 at Orlando, 1 at Detroit, and then at
Lakers
Indiana.
Who have that?
The Lakers. This is the Lakers schedule I'm looking at right now. Wow. And they still got 2 games against Denver. So, yeah, you want to catch them.
Yeah, and you now have the tiebreaker over them. You won the
they
season
still got
series.
2 against Oklahoma City.
You got they got 2 against Oklahoma, 2 against the Rockets, 2 against Oklahoma City, 2 against Denver. Yeah, it's surprising it's only the 20th toughest, but they've also got a lot of junk on the back end too.
Yeah, because
the Lakers do that kind of even things out a little bit. Denver,
right.
Oh my God, Denver. 3 more against the Thunder, 3 more against the Spurs, Rockets, Minnesota. Don't look at me like a sad. Don't give me those sad puppy dog eyes, Mitch. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Do you think that Minnesota or Denver is catchable? Or is it just the Lakers?
Like getting to the 5?
Like to get to 6, just to get to 6 if the Lakers played well. If you can't pass
the Lakers.
Lakers.
I think the Lakers are still the most vulnerable because, like you said, they're frauds.
Frauds.
They're frauds. They
Total
are
frauds.
We had a person on our YouTube chat who said it very well. The Lakers this year are like last year's Phoenix Suns team.
Yep.
You're all flash. You're all name. You're not that good.
Lakers suck.
Whose kid said
You
that?
weren't here that day, Burnsy, but Tim Ring was in, and it was just after they had beat the snot out of the Lakers, I think, a couple days before Christmas Eve. And we did a caller segment, the two of you, and there was a kid on one of the adult calls that said that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, okay. I was making sure.
I was in, right?
Yes, you were here.
I was in. I remember that.
Lakers suck.
It's great parenting. No, I really applaud. It's just great parenting.
Oh, that's great.
Sometimes you just got to tip your cap to parents. Like if you could teach your kid that the rival team sucks, I'm all for it.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Kyler Murray wants to be released. The Cardinals presumably want to trade him. Will he get what he wants? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Austin Reeves steps back. There was a pass deflected and stolen by Allen. He's into the forecourt. 2-on-1. He's going to step for 3 and bury another one. Grayson Allen taking this game over.
A Friday hits different after the Suns beat the Lakers. More of our reaction to this one is yours on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3? And while we can't help you find the perfect volume for your presentation video, LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience for your business. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the corporate VP of marketing. And Chris, why call it the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, and what kind of gear are you looking for?
We believe that kids deserve a second chance. The gear that you might throw out or otherwise donate somewhere else could get a second chance and be used in the hands of these kids at the Boys and Girls Club, so they have an opportunity to learn a sport, build skills, learn great character building traits and opportunities. And the type of gear we're looking for, gosh, basketball, soccer balls, footballs, baseballs, bats, you name it. Anything these kids can use to learn and try different sports and the wonderful athletic programs that the Boys and the Girls Club of the Valley uses. And if you donate something that maybe the Boys and Girls Club isn't looking for, we've got a couple other great charities. All this goes to a great use, great places, and benefits the youth of the Valley.
You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers locations, or donate online by texting the word GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, before we get into the Cardinal Decision.
Yes, Cole Pete's playing tomorrow, Mitch said. That's it. Let's go.
It's not what I was going to.
Down goes Cole Pete's ready to play. He's back.
So not what I was going to say, but okay.
Yeah.
Cole Pete's back.
Big game. Big game tomorrow. U of A against Kansas.
You know who else thinks it's a big game tomorrow? The folks in Carefree. They think it's a big game tomorrow.
That's where the highway is.
Carefree's really, you know what? It's such a big game now that they know Koa Pete's back. They're going to shut down the highway. They're just gonna close it from end to end in celebration of Koa Pete's return.
I thought you were gonna say they'd rename it Pete Highway.
They would.
I think there's a lot of like road closures this weekend. Be careful.
That's what it is. You're right.
There's like a lot of road
go
closures
spreading
this
false information about the Carefree Highway being. The Carefree Highway is not going to be closed. They're just going to rename it the Pete Highway in honor of Koa Pete's return. That's how excited they are in Carefree about this, for sure. Koa Pete will be back. You know what? Good. He needs to play better than he was when he got hurt.
Yeah,
he wasn't playing well the last
Burries has
3
passed
weeks
him by.
or so.
Burries has been so much better than him. Burries has been the guy. Braden Burries has been phenomenal. And Koa just hasn't, he had some really good games early, but I think overall he's just been okay. And I think he could be a lot better. He's still a first-round pick, but I think he needs to be better.
So yesterday we were handicapping, speaking of text messages that we were getting from people who work here, yesterday we were handicapping whether Kyler wins and gets cut or the Cardinals win and they trade Kyler, right? And I told you I thought it was 60-40 that he is going to get his way and that they're going to cut him. You thought it was like 50-50.
Yes.
Tyler Drake, who wrote a story at ArizonaSports.com about this very topic, sent me a text yesterday. He thinks it's 80-20. He thinks it's 80-20 that Kyler gets cut.
Tyler Drake does a great job covering the team. He's got a good pulse on the team. He's around them on a regular basis. And so he thinks it's more 80-20 that they're going to get cut. And again, I mean, the losses pile up sometimes for this organization. And it would be a loss if they're not able to trade him. It'd be not for the compensation that you would get in the draft pick. We don't care about that. Nope. We care about, it's more money saved if you could trade him than if you cut him. So if they're forced to cut him, it ends up being it ends up being a loss. You've got a guy that, is he better? He's better than Kirk Cousins. He's better than Geno Smith. He's better than Russell Wilson. He's better than Tyson Bagent. He's better than just about everybody. And if you can't trade him, for just to get off of the money, it's a loss.
Yeah. Here's Adam Schefter yesterday on this very same topic.
It sounds like he's hoping to be released, that he would have the freedom to choose where he wants. The problem that the Cardinals have is that more guaranteed money becomes due early in the league year, and they don't want to put any more guaranteed money due. Right now, when he's got $36.8 million due, an additional $17 million on March 15th, which I believe is the fourth day of the league year. And Arizona doesn't want to put more guaranteed money into Kyler Murray. Other teams know that, and that's why the market to trade for him is expected to be slow.
Yeah, but slow is better than non-existent. I'll take slow. If he's like, there is no market for him, now I'm worried. There's no market to trade. He's not saying there's no market. The market's going to be slow. The market was slow for Zach Gallen. He ended up with somebody. If the market's slow for Kyler and you make a trade, I could live with that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference here. There is a deadline for doing this if you're the Cardinals, in that if he's on your roster the 5th day of the league year, $19 million of his next contract kicks in.
That's not going to happen.
So you that's your deadline.
It's not going to happen.
You have to, whatever you're going to do, as slow as the market might be for Kyler, you got to get him off your roster, hell or high water, by the 5th day of the league year, which I think is March 15th. So by then, you can't, so if it is slow, okay, slow's fine, as long as it's competitive, as long as there are a couple of teams in there, as long as you can say, hey, I got the Jets on line 1, hey, I got the Vikings on line 2, and I'm playing them off each other and all that stuff. If you don't have that, you cannot, under any circumstances, have him on your roster on the 5th day of the league year. You just can't do it. Because then if you get that extra $19 million for 2027 kicks in, and now you're more screwed than you were before.
Yeah, you don't want to pay him any
So
more
it's
money.
just.
And listen, worst case scenario, you have to cut the guy. You got to eat it. It may make them create more cap space somewhere else. Like we know that the Cardinals could create a lot of cap. We did it the other day. It was 10 guys that you can cut. We talked about it. You could cut Tomlinson. You can cut James Conner. You could cut. There's a lot of guys that you can cut that would free up more money. You might be more inclined to do that if you get stuck with Kyler. Like, if you get stuck eating a lot on Kyler, you might be more inclined to cut a guy or two that you might not have. So just to make sure you have enough money to control the needs that you have.
And I just wonder, too, what the trickle down is of all of this. You mentioned the cap space that you can create, right? If there are like 9 guys you mentioned you can cut, and the Kyler, the money you can save. I do wonder if them going and get, say, Malik Willis is dependent on being able to trade Kyler versus cutting him. Like, hey, if we can trade him, we can go get Malik Willis. If we don't, then we can't. And we'll have to go with the Tyson Bagents of the world, or Jacoby Brissett, or we'll shift, like we've talked about, like 2 paths for the Cardinals this offseason with the quarterbacks. There are multiple paths, but path 1 is you go get a guy who you legitimately think could be your starting quarterback for the next few years. Malik Willis, Mac Jones, if he's available. Then there's all the veteran gunk that nobody wants, the Kirk Cousins and all of that. Like, it's just like, please don't do that. And then there's that
How
other...
about Andy Dalton? I heard he's available. Anybody want Andy Dalton?
Then there's that other path of wait until next year. Jacoby Brissett's your starter.
Yeah.
Wait until next year, go get a quarterback. I just wonder how much of each of those paths are dependent on what plan you're able to execute with Kyler, because you have the cap space to be able to go get a Malik Willis and address other issues as well. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either. I think the first thing that you've got to do is identify who you want to be your quarterback next year and go heavy. And if you get stuck by the Kyler contract, you get stuck by it. But like that, you can't let that affect your ability to get the quarterback you want. If you want Malik Willis, go get Malik Willis. Oh, but we're going to cut Kyler. Well, then figure it out.
Figure it out. Cut somebody else.
Cut
Do
somebody
something
else.
But
yeah. Don't be like, we would have got this guy, but the Kyler. No. Identify who you want the quarterback to be and go get that freaking guy. And then you figure out that you'll do the mathematics of it later on to figure out how it makes it all work. But don't miss on the guy that you want because you're worried about the cap.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo as the Diamondbacks get ready to take on the Mariners tonight in Peoria, this season is an important one for one of the newest members of the Diamondbacks. Which one? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks, 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks continue spring action tonight in Peoria. They're taking on the Seattle Mariners. So, yes, if you want to see the Diamondbacks play tonight, you've still got time. As far as notables in tonight's lineup, Jordan Lawler's going to lead things off and play in center field. And Ryan Waldschmidt is going to hit 6th and play in left field. Ryan Nelson will make his Cactus debut. First pitch is at 6:10. Official from the team, the Phoenix Suns have waived guard Cole Anthony. Anthony was acquired from the Milwaukee Bucks in their deadline deal that included Amir Coffey. Checking in on the NFL Combine from today, Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, he met with the assembled media. He had an interview with the Arizona Cardinals, and nothing but good things to say about them as well.
I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team, and I'd be super blessed to play for them.
You could read more coverage of the NFL Combine right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And just reported by ESPN's Pete Thamel, Wildcats fans, good news for you. Koa Pete set to return from injury for the number 2 Cats tomorrow when they host number 14 Kansas. Additionally, Thamel adds that Dwayne Aristode, he's going to return as well. So some key reinforcements back for the Cats tomorrow. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the NFL Combine change our opinion on whether or not the Arizona Cardinals should draft a quarterback this year? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I just felt like, they have a great young team, great players. Playing with Corbin, Carroll, Perdomo, Marte, some of these young guys, it kind of excited me. Obviously, being close to home, I'm from Orange County. That was a big part also with my family. But like I said, they're a good team, and I know this area well also. I like hitting at Chase Field. So all those things combined, it felt like it was a good fit.
That was the voice of Nolan Arenado on the MLB Network on Wednesday on why he chose Arizona as the place for him. Gambo, I know you've mentioned this a couple times, but it was interesting to read some of the quotes from Arenado in a piece that he did with Bob Nightingale of the USA Today, obviously a colleague of ours who covers baseball, who covers the Diamondbacks quite a bit because he's kind of based here in Arizona. And the part of the premise of the article was that Nolan Arenado is now free of the burden of worrying about where he's going to play and being traded and how much that's going to help him just focus on being a better baseball player rather than trying to figure out where he's going to go or where he's not going to go.
I know it's fascinating. Bob did a really good job with this by, saying he was supposed to talk about Arenado, supposed to take over for Bregman a year ago as the Astros third baseman. Then it goes into the Angels called this winter, knowing Rendon wouldn't be healthy. Then it goes on to say that Arenado informed the Cardinals that if they could work out a deal with the Dodgers, Red Sox, Yankees, Padres, Phillies, he would accept the deal. Then it mentions even that the A's were interested in him, but he didn't want to play in a minor league stadium. And that the Padres did reach out, but they didn't want him to play third base. They wanted him to play first. And then eventually you work your way to the Diamondbacks, and that the Cardinals got an 8th-round draft pick who hadn't thrown a professional pitch, and the Cardinals had to pay most of the money. Fascinating. Good job, just spreading it all out to say, okay, maybe he was going to go to the Astros, and maybe it was going to be the Angels. And then he gave him a list of, he has a bunch of teams. And the Padres were interested, but they want him to play a different position. And the A's were interested, but he didn't want to go to the A's. And they talked about him like vetoing the deal. He vetoed the deal with the Astros because Tucker was leaving and Bregman, and he didn't want to go there. So it really, there was a lot, I'm sure it was a lot on his mind figuring out where his home would be. And now he just gets to settle in and play baseball. And that could be a reason why I think he'll have a little bit of a bounce back year.
I hope so. And because I can imagine that it's quite the Rubik's Cube, and for those, I say that, I realize just now there might be people out there listening who don't know what a Rubik's Cube is, but I hope that you do. It's quite a Rubik's Cube just because it's kind of a toy from the 80s. I don't know.
Everybody knows what it is.
Okay. But just making sure, I'm just old enough that when I make a reference like that, I think, God, does everybody know what a Rubik's Cube is?
Everybody has seen videos where some kid takes it and does it in
but you're not
17
talking about
seconds.
a Casio. You're talking about a Rubik's Cube.
Okay,
there's still some relevance.
Just making sure. Okay, thank you. It's just Anyway, that between how much money is St. Louis going to pay, how much money is the other team going to play, where does Arenado want to go to, where does he not want to go to, who wants him, who doesn't. It is a Rubik's Cube. It's like you got to get all these sides to fit, and now that it's done, does it free up Arenado to be a better baseball player than he has been the last couple of years? If you want to blame him not being as great as he was on that. I tend to worry more about his age and just, there is an inevitable decline when it comes to your ability to swing a baseball bat and to routinely connect with baseballs. The older you get, hand-eye coordination and just reaction time and all of that stuff not being as good as it was when you were in your 20s. I'm more worried about that than I am about, hey, he's going to be in a much better place now because he doesn't have to worry about where he's going to play. I just hope that he can figure out a way to age a little bit better maybe than he has the last couple of years because his numbers are clearly in decline.
Declines have been, especially the RBI numbers. I mean, he's gotten 5 straight years now with declining RBI numbers. He's always been a guy who could drive in runs and produce, and I'm not expecting him to hit 30 homers and drive in 100, but I think he's got to be better than he was last year for sure. Maybe settling in someplace, and he likes to hit in this ballpark. The other thing is too, he's not like he's 37 or 38 or 39 or 40 years old. It's like, he should be usually a baseball player's prime. They used to say it was 27 to 32. That was the 5-year prime of a baseball player. But then they extended it, and because players were taking better care of themselves and working out harder and nutrition and all of that stuff, that it became more like 27 to 34. Like you had a little bit longer of a prime. Nolan Arenado should not be like in. I understand declining, but like he's kind of had a rapid decline. It should have gone a little bit slower.
Okay.
And that's why I think he can bounce back and be better.
I'll buy that to a certain extent. Like maybe that the rapid decline is a little bit more shocking than it is. And this is
because if you go look at his best season, if you go back 5 years ago, right? I'm going to look at it right now because I had it up. So you go back the last time he drove in 100 runs, that was in 2022. He hit 293. He had 30 homers. He had 103 RBIs. So that was in 2000. He was 31 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should have, he's only 34 right now. He'll be 35, but he's only 34 right now. But, at 31, he hit 293, 30 homers, and 103 RBIs. And then the next year, the batting average went down by 29 points to 266. He had 4 less homers. He had 10 less RBIs. Go a year later. Home runs went down 10 from the year before, and the RBIs went down another 22. And then the home runs went down 4 more, and the RBIs went down another 19. The batting average went to 237. At 31, he still should have had a few more years of being in his prime, but that's when his decline started at 31, where a lot of guys' decline doesn't start till 34.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's my only point.
And it's not essential that Nolan Arenado give the Arizona Diamondbacks an age 30 type season when he hit 34 homers and drove in 100. It'd be great if he did. It's not essential. I said it yesterday, and I really do believe it. Even if he just had a year like he had 2 years ago with St. Louis, where he hit 16 homers, 71 RBI, and hit 272 every day. That and near Gold Glove caliber defense at second base that makes your pitching better.
Yeah.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
I would take it. I would take that, and for $5 million a year over a 2-year deal, yeah, I'd take that to the bank and deposit that. Go, yep, I'm fine with that. All good. So I don't think we need to set a huge high bar here for Nolan Arenado. I just think it needs to be better than 237 and a 666 OPS from a year ago.
I'll be shocked if it's not.
12 homers and 52 RBI.
I'll be shocked if it's not. And if it's not better, then he's not on the team next year. If it's not better, you can't play him.
Yeah.
Anything worse than that, he's unplayable. I don't care how good he is defensively. If he gets worse than those offensive numbers, you can't play him.
Troy Lavello yesterday pregame talking about how Arenado has impacted the team so far.
So far, it's been unbelievable. The conversations, the heartbeat, the experience, the help he's giving everybody else in and around his space and time. It's been invaluable. So I'm still getting to know him. I'm letting him get grounded. I want to just continue tapping into him. He's a really good baseball player. He's done it at a very high level for a long time. So bummed that he's going to be stepping out, but happy that he's going to go represent Team Puerto Rico. And yeah, I will get a chance to get to know him, but he's been so far everything that's been advertised.
And you mentioned him defensively. The whole root of the plan is to make our pitchers better. We have to be able to field the ball better behind our pitchers. That's the whole root of this. Nolan Arenado and Carlos Santana, in theory, should make the Diamondbacks pitchers a whole lot better with their ability to defend a whole lot better than Eugenio Suarez or Josh Naylor. Nothing against both of those guys. They mash, put up unbelievable offensive numbers. Naylor in particular was fantastic after he got traded. Suarez hit a huge home run in the postseason for the Mariners. But defensively, they left a lot to be desired.
But the difference between the batting averages, like if you look, what did Suarez bat last year? Like his batting average was probably similar to what Arenado's was on the season. So Suarez last year, batting average was 228. So it was worse than Arenado's.
But his power numbers were much better.
But if you're going to hit 228 or 238, you got to hit home runs.
Yes.
Suarez hit 49 freaking homers and drove in 118 runs. You can hit 230 in the major leagues as long as you are mashing. You can't hit 230 in the major leagues and hit 12 home runs. Like you're not going to last.
Yeah. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo Show, certainly not at 3, but maybe at 34, or who knows, maybe somewhere in between. Is that where the Cardinals should take a quarterback? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The NFL Combine, taking place this weekend in Indianapolis. It's been called the most challenging test of athleticism in the universe. But it's also been called the Underwear Olympics. Boxers are briefs, bro. Fast guys running fast, strong guys being strong, and then they have to sit down for a job interview. If anything important goes on at the NFL Combine, you'll know about it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
It's a great time to get into Sanderson Ford. Right now, they've got 0% financing for 60 months on a brand new Ford F-150 truck. That's right. 0% for 60 months on all the remaining 2025 Ford F-150s at Sanderson Ford. Now, you've got to finance it through Ford Motor Credit, but again, you're getting 0% for 60 months when you go through Ford Motor Credit and you go to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. Now, that's not the only good deal they've got going on. A lot of people are taking advantage of this. They've got a good selection of the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bends available. They're leasing them. 36-month lease, $289 a month. You're saying $289 a month? That's a steal. Yeah. $3,658 down, so $3,658 down. Due at signing, $289 a month, 36 months. The President's Day sale at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I can and pay.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. The correct answer is Illinois versus Michigan. That is the right answer.
That's the only answer.
I like not watching sports on a Friday night.
Well, I just mean for sports.
Yeah, for sports, though.
Because locally, there's nobody in action tonight. When I say that, my apologies. My bad. The Arizona Diamondbacks are on tonight. Watching
Tonight?
baseball. Yeah, they're playing them. I didn't know the game was televised. I knew they were playing a night game. I did not realize that it was D-backs Mariners tonight on D-backs TV and Cox Channel 34. So Diamondbacks baseball's on tonight if you want to watch a little D-backs baseball.
By the way, Janet chimed in.
Yeah, I know.
Janet chimed in. Burnsy was saying he got a message from Janet last night, and he never said that he would take the under. And Janet's smart. Janet Murphy.
She posted a screenshot of our podcast show from yesterday where apparently I did take the under
Took the
in
under.
the 98.7.
Yep. Hey, Burnsy.
I wasn't mad, just giving you a hard time, but you did take the under. Here's the receipt.
20. Oh, yeah, she's got the receipt there. If you want to, Lauren, it's right there. She tweeted at Burnsy if you want to find it.
Janet.
I wasn't mad giving you, but you did take the under, and she's got the receipt to back it up.
Janet, if you want a job here, I'll offer you one right now.
You know,
Where did the Cardinals rank in this year's? Yep, it's right there. She's got the whole thing.
I've never literally been punched in the face. I do feel like on social media I got punched in the face by Janet today. Like she just hit me as hard as she could, right between the eyeballs. Yeah,
you might be able to say that. Yes, I've been punched in the face by who? By Janet.
Janet Murphy.
Janet Murphy.
Janet, we love you. We thank you for listening, and thank you for holding me accountable. You know what? I need more people like Janet in my life.
Me too, because she said, "Yay, Gambo," because Gambo took the over. Gambo said that the Suns would score more than 98-7 because I knew they were playing a pathetic, sad excuse for a defense, trash Lakers. I knew they'd score over.
I really didn't think I took the under. I really just thought I put it out there, and that you took the over, and I didn't because I didn't
think you said anything.
Well, I didn't bet you on it. We didn't.
No, Mitch was ready.
Bet.
I was going to make the bet. Mitch was ready, and then you changed the subject. Mitch was literally. I was looking at Mitch. Mitch was like, "I'm gonna put this down as a bet," and then you went to something else. And I was like, okay, all right.
Janet, thank you.
There you go. Thanks, Janet.
Thank you for holding me accountable. Like I say, I need more of that in my life. Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, apparently had a great meeting with the Arizona Cardinals. His first interview that he had with any team at the Combine.
Yeah, I met with the Cardinals. This is my first interview, and just super great organization. You know, Mr. Monty is a great guy. You know, Coach LaFleur is a Super Bowl guy. Coach Hackett, all those guys are they love football. They're a quarterback driven organization because they're very familiar with the quarterback position. And I would love to be a Cardinal. I think that they're a great organization. They got a young team. And I'd be super blessed to play for him.
Now, obviously, they're not going to take him at 3, of course. If he's there at 34, depending on what happens with Kyler and depending on what happens with Malik Willis, depending on what happens with everything else, you think about it, I think. I'm still intrigued by the idea. I think the spot you have to go to. Oh, by the way, Mitch, thank you for letting Lauren leave early. I just saw her take off. Lauren's out of here.
Well, apparently you already told her she was good to go without my permission. Anyway.
I didn't do it. She had to ask you. I didn't give her permission to leave. I told her she had to ask you.
I'm a good person. Yeah, I just want that known.
Yeah, Lauren is out of here to go home and watch Illinois, Michigan.
Yeah, give her.
She got it. It's good for you, Mitch. Even though Mitch and Kellen have Arizona Sports at Night coming up. If you're gonna trade back into the first round to get him, and I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying if you do,
no.
Pittsburgh is probably the place you have to go. Like, you have to get in front of them.
The Pittsburgh thing is fascinating, right? Did we see something the other day where a prominent NFL guy predicted Malik Willis to the Steelers?
We did.
Like, the Steelers thing is fascinating. Like, Aaron Rodgers comes back, maybe. Aaron Rodgers maybe doesn't come back. Maybe they'll go Malik Willis. Maybe they'll go Simpson. Like, we're so ultra-focused on the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Cardinals, we're ignoring the Steelers. We're ignoring the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
We're this whole
we are.
Tua and Miami, Kyler, and the Cardinals and the Jets need a freaking quarterback, and we're ignoring the Steelers.
And you know why? Two words. Aaron Rodgers. That's the reason why we're ignoring the Steelers, because I think many are operating just on the blind assumption that because Mike McCarthy's the coach there, that Aaron Rodgers will be back. And
unless Mike McCarthy's like, I'd rather get a younger quarterback if I'm going to be here for a few years, and I'd rather start now.
But I think, to me anyway, that's the answer to the questions, why is nobody talking about the Steelers as a home for Malik Willis or anybody else? Because I think it's just, Aaron Rodgers will be back. He'll be back there. He'll be back there. And maybe he won't. And maybe they'd rather go bigger and younger and go for somebody like Malik Willis.
If I'm Mike McCarthy, I might be like, I don't want Aaron Rodgers to be my quarterback.
Maybe.
I don't want a 40-year-old guy. I want a younger quarterback to groom.
But the Steelers are picking 20. And again, I don't know if the Cardinals are going to be intrigued enough by Ty Simpson or not to want to move back into the first round to get him. They're certainly not going to take him at 3. But I would think the Steelers at 21, the Browns at 24, the Rams at 29 are the 3 teams in the bottom third of the first round that you would kind of target and say, I wonder if they would take Ty
Give me the
Simpson.
teams again.
Steelers at 21.
Okay, yes, possibly.
Browns at 24.
Who the hell knows?
Mm-hmm. Rams at 29. As a groom to replace.
You always get to that. You always get to that point, like when Aaron Rodgers was pissed that the Packers took Love. Why don't you get me a guy that can help me now? While you're getting a guy that's going to be 3 years from now, right? Would the Rams be the same thing? Like, if I'm Stafford, like, go get me a guy that can help us right now. We could win a Super Bowl. But if you're the Rams, you got to find his replacement. You got to find that guy.
And if you're the Rams, you can also kind of go back at Matthew Stafford and say, hey, look, are you really going to question our ability to find guys who can help us win the Super Bowl in the draft? Have you seen who we've drafted the last few years?
They've been great.
Like, really? You're going to – no offense, Matthew. We kind of know what we're doing. Like, we're pretty good at it, you know? Like, don't worry. We're going to find somebody in the second round that's going to help. We're going to find somebody in the third round that's going to help. We're the Rams. We're good at this. I just
no team in the NFC West had more top 101 players on their roster than no team in the NFL had more top 101 players than the Rams did.
Yeah, I think Matthew Stafford would not dare question the Rams' ability to field a roster around him with a straight face. Wouldn't dare to. And again, I'm not saying the Cardinals should move back into the first round. I just think that this is a really big week for Ty Simpson. In that if he's going to throw, not all the quarterbacks do, though this year they probably all should outside of Fernando Mendoza because they've all got something to prove. If Ty Simpson lights it up and does well in the interviews and does well in all of the, gets up on the whiteboard and draws up all the plays and does all the things and all that stuff, if he does all that and impresses very well, I think he could move up draft boards. I think he could because of the position. And I said this earlier, and I really do believe this too. If you're the Cardinals, you need to compare Ty Simpson not only to the options that you have this year at quarterback, but to the guys potentially you could draft next year. And yet, do we like him? Do we like him as much, if not more, than some of the guys potentially we could draft next year? Because if we do,
I doubt it.
Go get him. And I don't know how you evaluate that clearly, but you probably have a pretty good idea of who's going to be in the draft class next year. You can compare Ty
you
Simpson
say
to those guys.
if you were having that class now, where would he fit in? And if he's not 1 or 2 and he's more like 5 or 6, then you might be better off punting. But I don't know. I mean, he had an incredible – the first 9 games of his college career this year, they were 8-1. He had thrown 21 touchdowns and 1 interception. And then he struggled. Then he had about a